Chapter 1. The Random Exchange System. In a forest within the hidden leaf village, a shadow clad in black weaves through the trees, the long blade at its waist continuously unsheathing. As it passes, trees topple one after another, stirring up clouds of dust. Is this all there is to it? It seems I must continue to train rigorously if I wish to stand out in the Chunin exams. Knight Lingyun remarked, shaking his head in dissatisfaction as he gazed at the massive trees he had effortlessly felled. Originally a beleaguered office worker on Earth, he had fainted one day while working overtime. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world dominated by ninjas, having inexplicably soul-transferred into the body of a child who bore his name. This unfortunate child had a tragic backstory. His parents perished in war, and in a fit of despair, he chose to end his own life, allowing Knight Lingyun to inhabit his body. Reflecting on how others who transmigrated often received a powerful artifact, Knight Lingyun couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment at the absence of such a boon. Fortunately, as an ardent fan of Naruto, Knight Lingyun was well-versed in the plot, even more so than the original characters. With a godlike perspective, he felt confident that, even without his special ability, he could rise to prominence in the world of ninjas. What he needed to do now was to train diligently in this new body, aiming to make a name for himself in the Chunin exams. Only by doing so could he seize greater resources to continue growing stronger until he became a formidable force in the ninja world. Suddenly, his mind went hazy, and a cold mechanical voice echoed in his head. Random exchange system successfully bound. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open the random exchange system? Is this my special ability? Really? Just as I was preparing to strive for greatness, you appear to make it too easy for me. What's in this beginner's gift package? I can hardly wait to see. The beginner's gift package opened successfully, revealing the demon blade 1,000 slices. As the package opened, a shattered hilt and countless blade fragments appeared on the ground before Knight Lingyun. As he reached to pick up the hilt, information and usage instructions flooded his mind. Demon blade 1,000 slices. The blade is composed of 1,000 fragments, renowned for its ever-changing attack methods. Additional skills: 1,000 slices unification, 1,000 slices shooting star, 1,000 slices protection. Demon blade 1,000 slices? Isn't that the weapon from Wulyochi? It can't possibly be a counterfeit. With a thought, the countless blade fragments on the ground seemed to spring to life, autonomously reassembling onto the hilt. A complete demon blade materialized in Knight Lingyun's hand. Gazing at the blade, shimmering with a violet hue, he attempted to slice the massive tree before him from a distance. In the next moment, the tree, as thick as two people, was cleaved in half, leaving Knight Lingyun utterly astonished at the terrifying power. Wow, this is real. The system is incredible. Are there any other strange functions you possess? Hurry and tell me. In his exhilaration, he secured the demon blade at his waist and inquired further about the system's capabilities. This system can also provide an exchange function and storage space. Storage space? How does that work? Just as Knight Lingyun wondered about the use of the storage space, the demon blade 1,000 slices vanished from his waist and quietly settled into the system space. Very good. This is quite convenient. And what about this exchange function? The host may exchange any item with this system. The system will randomly select items from across countless realms for the host. Can I exchange this knife? Looking at the chipped iron blade in his hand, it was time to retire it after acquiring a new weapon, making it a perfect candidate to test the system's abilities. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Makima's high heels. As the iron blade disappeared, a pair of red high heels appeared in Knight Lingyun's hands. However, alongside the heel's arrival, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to panic. System, come out and explain what just happened. Each item exchange will correspondingly consume the host's mental energy. The current mental energy allows for one exchange per day. Mental energy consumption? No wonder he felt dizzy. It was due to excessive mental energy depletion. But it made sense if unlimited exchanges were possible. The system would be truly extraordinary. Returning his thoughts to the high heels in his hand, the relevant information appeared in his mind. Makima's high heels. The favorite shoes of a certain wicked woman wearer will incur a 50 luck debuff. Such a buff isn't worth wearing even for a dog. It seems the randomness of this exchange is quite high. With a face full of disdain, he tossed the high heels into the storage space. After experiencing mental energy depletion, Knight Lingyun had little motivation to continue training. He staggered homeward, taking advantage of the moment to recuperate his mental energy and perhaps prepare some lunch. As he exited the dense forest, a small house came into view, his home in the ninja world. Before the door, 3 small black dots were visible as expected. They were the 3 members of Team 7. Though they were Knight Lingyun's earliest friends in this world, their interactions had been few due to his remote residence. They had come here because Sakura Haruno, enamored by Knight Lingyun's looks, insisted on dragging Naruto and Sasuke along to visit him. This behavior of wanting to be close, yet trying to appear aloof, was something Knight Lingyun inherently disliked. Sure enough, as he approached, he saw Sakura, with her forehead protector tied as a headband around her pink hair, incessantly knocking on his door while calling out his name. Beside her, Sasuke Uchiha wore an expression that screamed "stay away," in stark contrast to Naruto Uzumaki, who was laughing boisterously. "My friends, it's been a while. Have you improved your skills lately? How about we spar a bit?" Knight Lingyun greeted them warmly, clearly eager to engage in some friendly competition. Before Naruto and Sasuke could respond, Sakura took Knight Lingyun's hand, pulling him along. "What's the point of just fighting all the time? Why don't we go have some fun together?" Chapter 2. Sasuke Uchiha. Her words immediately prompted a sideways glance between Knight Lingyun and Sasuke, one aspiring to reach the pinnacle of the ninja world, while the other bore the weight of a clan's massacre. Both objectives required formidable strength as a foundation, and sparring was merely a swift method to enhance their abilities. Releasing Sakura's grip on his hand, Knight Lingyun rubbed his nose and smiled. "Why don't you two go ahead and play? I'll have a quick spar with Sasuke first, and then join you." He turned his gaze towards Sasuke Uchiha, the most formidable opponent among their peers, aside from Neji. Knight Lingyun had sparred with him multiple times before, but each encounter had yielded unsatisfactory results. However, this time was different. It had been a while since their last match, and Knight Lingyun had made remarkable progress in his training. He was confident he could finally best Sasuke. Slowly raising his hand, he formed a hand seal and charged towards Sasuke. Seeing Knight Lingyun rush at him, Sasuke retracted his hand seal, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He was merely a defeated opponent. No matter how hard he trained, he could not stir up any waves. With swift movements, Sasuke formed seals and unleashed the Uchiha clan's signature fireball technique. A massive fireball surged forth, accompanied by intense heat, forcing Knight Lingyun to halt and deploy a countermeasure. Earth release, earth flow wall. Slamming his hands onto the ground, a sturdy earthen wall erupted, perfectly positioned to intercept the fireball. As the two collided, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring the vision of those present. "Sakura, who do you think will win this time? I remember they've sparred several times already. From what I've seen, Knight Lingyun is slightly weaker than Sasuke. It's always been that way." "I think that's likely true, haha." The duo's chatter didn't go unnoticed, their words reaching Knight Lingyun's ears without a hitch. Yet, instead of disheartening him, it only served to ignite his fighting spirit. He aspired to become a powerful figure in the ninja world. If he couldn't overcome this initial hurdle posed by Sasuke, how could he ever hope to achieve that goal? Fixating his gaze on the red-hot earthen wall, now scorched by the flames, an ominous feeling welled up within him. Sure enough, from within the smoke, a dark figure lunged at him. Instinctively, Knight Lingyun swung a punch, only to realize he had fallen into a trap. This is merely a kunai bound with tattered cloth, a mere bait to mislead the senses. "You have fallen into my trap." As Lingyun swung his fist towards the rag, Sasuke's voice echoed behind him. Immediately afterward, a heavy punch struck his back, the intense pain contorting Lingyun's face. Reacting with remarkable speed, he lifted a leg and kicked backward, the recoil propelling him forward. Utilizing the momentum, Lingyun rolled forward, his gaze fixed intently on the spot he had just kicked, as if a ferocious beast lurked there. An ordinary person without a bloodline limit can only reach this point. Sasuke's voice rang out again, followed closely by a flurry of punches and kicks from all directions. In the absence of visibility, Yi Lingyun defended himself with hands and feet while keenly monitoring the positions from which Sasuke attacked. Hands, feet, back next would surely be the back of the head. Foreseeing the attack, Yi Lingyun swung a punch backward, sending a figure hurtling through the air. Indeed, I lack a bloodline limit and do not possess your astonishing talent, but the sweat I shed in the training ground exceeds the meals you have consumed. If you think you can easily defeat me, I advise you to relinquish that notion at once. As the thick smoke dissipated, the figures of Yi Lingyun and Sasuke finally became visible. At this moment, Yi Lingyun bore slight redness and swelling all over, a testament to the brunt of Sasuke's onslaught. In stark contrast, Sasuke appeared unscathed, save for the notable indentation on his face and the glaring black shoe prints on his blue attire. Spitting out the salty, metallic taste from his mouth, Sasuke's gaze underwent a significant transformation for the first time. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, how could he possibly be injured by this nameless individual? To sustain injuries while battling such a foe was an utter disgrace. Moreover, this individual had previously been his subordinate, a fact he could not tolerate. Just as the two were about to continue their struggle, Haruno Sakura rushed forward to stand between them. "Stop fighting. Didn't we agree it would only be a simple spar? If this continues, it will no longer be a spar. You both should know when to cease." Seeing the conflict come to a halt, both Yi Lingyun and Sasuke wore expressions of discontent. "Sakura is right, you two are classmates from the same school. If there are no deep-seated grudges, why fight to the death? Sasuke, Yi Lingyun, you both must form the reconciliation seal." At that moment, a puff of white smoke appeared among the group, and a silver-haired man in a mask holding a book stepped into the scene, none other than Kakashi Hatake, the leader of Team 7. Now that Kakashi had spoken, despite their reluctance, the two had no choice but to form the reconciliation seal under the watchful eyes of the three. "Well, your little conflict is settled. Now, I must address the reason for my visit. We have received a crank mission requiring us to escort the master craftsman Dezuna from the land of waves back to his homeland. We depart tomorrow, so you should prepare today." Upon hearing of the mission, the three members of Team 7 hurried back to pack their belongings, readying themselves for the task ahead. Only Yi Lingyun remained unfazed, leisurely opening his door to prepare his lunch. After all, he was not part of Team 7, so the mission had little bearing on him. What he did not anticipate was that Kakashi, having completed the mission briefing, would not leave, instead tailing Yi Lingyun into his home. Clearly, he had matters to discuss with Yi Lingyun, though the specifics remained unknown. "Kakashi-sensei, do you have something to discuss?" What could I possibly need? I merely wish to enjoy a meal at your place. You wouldn't mind, would you? I have no objections, as long as Kakashi-sensei doesn't mind my humble fare." As they spoke, 2 plates of vegetable salad were served on the dining table. Observing the unfamiliar greens in his bowl, Kakashi momentarily hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Yet, seeing Yi Lingyun devour his meal with fervor, he reluctantly forced himself to shovel the greens into his mouth, closing his eyes as he swallowed. "Kakashi-sensei, are you unaccustomed to eating vegetables? If you like, I can go catch some fish right now." At this suggestion, Kakashi immediately stood up to refuse, dubious that a mere child of 10 could conjure anything delectable. If Yi Lingyun were to produce some culinary disaster, it would leave him utterly embarrassed. Chapter 3. The Transformation into a Fisherman. After pulling Yi Lingyun back to the table, Kakashi finally articulated his purpose. "Yi Lingyun, while I am unaware of why the school has not assigned you a mentor, you cannot persist in training alone. In the short term, it's manageable, but over time, it may lead to social detachment, adversely affecting your future development. Thus, I would like you to accompany us on the mission tomorrow. What do you think? Accompanying you on a mission? Wouldn't that simply waste my training time?" Upon hearing Kakashi's invitation, Yi Lingyun's brow furrowed slightly, but it soon relaxed again. He comprehended Kakashi's frigid demeanor. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, had recently taken his own life following a mission failure caused by his attempt to save a comrade. From that moment forth, His principles as a ninja transformed into a relentless prioritization of mission success. Yet, understanding did not equate to remaining unperturbed when targeted. Kakashi emitted a cold snort. "I await your move." Just then, two figures appeared with a swift motion. Two Jonin, Bayun Yeshan, Sarutobi Jotaro. After each introduced themselves, Bayun Yeshan coldly declared, "Chinsong, Hebasub, Noabuki Jinkan, you three shall form a team with me." Sarutobi Jotaro continued, "Hataki Kakashi, Yamashiro Aoi, and Zulei Tong, you will form a team with me." Chapter 3, The Massacre of Chunin. The Iron Gate Bridge mission after the groups were assigned. Bayun Yeshan surveyed the crowd and stated, "You should all be aware of the mission details. This task must be accomplished without fail." Understood. The group nodded in unison. "Sign-in begins. Please proceed to sign in beside Jonin Bayun Yeshan." "You have 30 seconds." Hearing the absurd demand from the system, Yejian's lips twitched involuntarily, yet he had no choice but to comply. To grow stronger, he must endure. Thus, the onlookers watched as Yejian approached Bayun Yeshan. A hint of discomfort on his face, the crowd immediately displayed expressions of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Was Yejian about to flee at such a critical moment? Sign-in successful, congratulations. You have obtained a Jonin Combat Experience Pill 1. A D-rank ninjutsu body binding technique scroll 1, and an ordinary short sword 1. However, right after signing in, Bayun Yeshan's icy gaze fell upon him. "What? Are you scared and preparing to submit a request to withdraw from the mission? If so, do it quickly. We have no need for cowards." Kakashi let out a cold snort, his disdain even more apparent. Yejian feigned ignorance and replied to Bayun Yeshan, "Not at all, Captain. I merely wish to sense your imposing aura as a strong leader to ease my mind. This will facilitate the successful execution of the task." Upon hearing this, Nohibuki Jinkan and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Was this excuse rather flimsy? Bayun Yeshan fixed his gaze upon Yejian for a moment before coldly stating, "If you wish to relax next time, do remember to inform me in advance, because that reason sounds rather ludicrous. Let us depart." Yejian promptly joined the team, while Zulei Tong and Yamashiro Aoi couldn't help but sigh. Their hearts heavy. With such a burden among them, could they truly accomplish their mission? Iron Gate Bridge. Listen closely. The plan is to destroy the cliff where the Iron Gate Bridge is located, using falling rocks to obliterate the bridge. Amidst the chaos of the sand ninjas, we will utilize the terrain to launch kunai, inflicting the initial blow. Once we eliminate the living forces, it will lead to close-quarters combat. Our group is responsible for containment, while Sarutobi Jotaro's team will tackle the main force. Any questions? The group shook their heads, and Bayun Yeshan immediately instructed everyone to conceal themselves. "During the battle, I will handle the stronger ninjas. You should manage those of lesser strength. Please do not hinder us. I implore you." Nohibuki Jinkan leaned over, speaking earnestly. Hearing Nohibuki Ginkan's words, Yejian felt a surge of frustration. Did he really seem that weak? Nevertheless, observing Nohibuki Ginkan's sincere demeanor, he decided to endure. At worst, he would prove himself during the battle. Body binding technique. Begin learning. Yejian entered the system and opened the scroll for the body binding technique. In merely a minute, he mastered the technique as if it were instinctual. He then swallowed the Jonin Combat Experience Pill. However, this was not as tranquil as the scroll had been. He felt as if his head were about to explode. "What's wrong with you?" Nohibuki Jinkan immediately noticed his discomfort, frowning slightly. "Even if you are scared now, it is too late to withdraw." He believed Yejian was frightened, which caused such a reaction. Yejian, hearing this, replied helplessly, "You are overthinking it. It is merely a brief moment of discomfort. Is that so?" Nohibuki Jinkan seemed skeptical. Yejian, uninterested in further explanation, resolved to demonstrate his capabilities shortly. Meanwhile, in Yejian's mind, a torrent of knowledge was being digested and absorbed. The experience of a Jonin was indeed extraordinary. Yejian marveled internally. He felt he was now at least twice as strong as he had been moments ago. 2 hours later, here they come. Bayun Yeshan's sudden low shout alerted Yejian and the others. Before their eyes, a group of sand ninjas appeared, escorting supplies. 10, 20, 32 individuals. Nohibuki Jinkan exclaimed in shock. "What's going on? How did 6 more appear? The intelligence had clearly stated there would only be 26. Could there be unforeseen variables? Regardless, we must complete the mission," Bayun Yeshan stated solemnly. "With only 2 Jonin, the situation is not as dire for us," Yejian observed. prompting Bayun Yeshan to regard him with newfound respect. Beyond their two jonin, only he and Kakashi maintained their composure, setting aside their strength. This level-headedness was commendable, yet now was not the time for such considerations. The Sand Ninjas dispatched a reconnaissance team. After confirming the Iron Gate Bridge posed no anomalies, the main force continued its advance. Prepare, the two team leaders simultaneously commanded. Earth-style, rock collapse, as Kakashi unleashed his ninjutsu. The cliff connecting to the Iron Gate Bridge crumbled violently. A significant number of Sand Ninjas were caught off guard and buried beneath the debris, completely unprepared for the ambush. Bastards. The remaining Sand Ninjas who managed to evade shouted in anger, only to be met with a barrage of kunai and shuriken. Puff, 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 like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Another wave of Sand Ninjas fell. Kill. Seeing this, Bayun Yeshan and Sarutobi Jotaro simultaneously issued commands. They each took on one jonin, while the remainder followed the established plan. One team to contain, the other to engage the main force. Bastard Leaf Ninjas. Upon encountering their foes, the remaining 18 Sand Ninjas charged forward. Shinsong, what are you doing? Those enemies are formidable. Nohibuki Genkan exclaimed in shock as he watched Yejin charge directly towards several powerful chunin. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, for he had just witnessed Yejin create a shadow clone. What is happening? He stared in astonishment. A shadow clone. Wasn't that a technique only a higher-level ninja could learn? As for Yejin, he thought, this little brat is overconfident. Seeing Yejin single-handedly advancing towards three opponents, Kijiru was immediately enraged. Wind style, wind cutter technique. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a swift blade of wind. Yet Yejin effortlessly dodged, reappearing directly before him. Gripping his long sword, he swung down with tremendous force. Such power. Kijiru's expression changed as the two Sand Ninjas near him immediately sprang into action, shouting, "Die, brat!" But at that moment, Yejin's shadow clone rapidly formed seals, body binding technique. The two Sand Ninjas were instantly paralyzed with horror. We can't move. This shocked Kijiru as well. However, Yejin's strength surged unexpectedly, forcing him back. Willow dance. Yejin surged forward, moving with a fluid grace, akin to fluttering willow leaves, effortlessly gliding past Kijiru and his companions. Puff, puff, puff. In the next instant, blood erupted from the necks of all three. Kijiru and his fellow ninjas collapsed. Faces filled with disbelief. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, both the Leaf Ninjas and Sand Ninjas stared in shock at Yejin. What was happening? Those were three chunin, not mere pigs. They had been killed so easily. Chapter 4. Shocking everyone. Mission accomplished. That guy. Even Kakashi, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of astonishment. Even he could not have killed three chunin in an instant. He admitted he had underestimated him. That guy was astonishingly powerful. Yamashiro Aoi and the others were utterly stunned. Such a strong individual, and they had been blind to think he would be a liability. Who, exactly, was dragging him down? Nohibuki Genkan was even more dumbfounded. Hadn't he just said he would take care of Yejin? Yet with Yejin's overwhelming strength, who was really taking care of whom? So, do you now believe I am not a liability? With a swift motion, Jian appeared beside Uchiha Azuna, jesting. Well, it seems Uchiha Azuna has indeed been convinced. Kakashi, I have already eliminated 3 enemies. Now, it is you who is lagging behind. He called out loudly to Kakashi, who was not far away. TCH, I got it, Kakashi replied with palpable annoyance and frustration. Had he known Jian would prove so formidable, he would have refrained from speaking so disrespectfully. Huh, splendid. I told you, Lord Jiraiya would never assign a coward to a mission. Kid, can you continue? Upon hearing this, the Leaf villagers stared in astonishment at Jian. It was indeed arranged by Jiraiya. No wonder he's so strong. Why not? Jian responded loudly, consuming a stamina recovery pill from his supplies. Although he had swiftly dispatched 3 sand shinobi, appearing impressive, it had nearly depleted his chakra. He charged towards new foes once more. Now that's the spirit of a true Leaf ninja. Sarutobi Jotaro laughed heartily upon witnessing this. While his opponent from Sunagakure wore a grim expression. Damn Leaf, they always manage to produce such prodigies. He promptly ordered, concentrate our forces and eliminate that silver-haired brat. Instantly, a swarm of sand shinobi surged towards Kakashi and Jian. Kakashi thought to himself, I have a few choice words to express. Come on. I am Hatake Kakashi. I have no connection to your target. Ha ha ha. My apologies, Kakashi. Yi Jian laughed heartily upon witnessing this. If that is the case, let us together vanquish these foes. He had already proven his strength. Now, it was time to collaborate with the team. It was impossible for him alone to confront so many adversaries. You arrogant silver-haired brat. You won't get away with this. The sand shinobi seethed in anger. Then what about me? And me? I am too. Uchiha Izuna and Yamashiro Aoi rushed to join in. Qian-san, go ahead and fight. The strength Yi Jian had just displayed had earned their unanimous recognition. All right. Thank you, everyone. Yi Jian laughed, unleashing a tremendous aura. Then I shall take the lead. His shadow clones immediately formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a binding technique once more. The sand shinobi scattered, determined not to fall for his trap a second time. But, instant shuriken, he unexpectedly threw a flurry of shurikens, rapidly forming seals. Those shurikens, already fast, became practically unavoidable, appearing as mere phantoms. The sand shinobi were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. How could this guy always catch them off guard? Wasn't he supposed to be using shadow clones? What was this instant shuriken technique? Thud, thud, thud. Many sand shinobi cried out before collapsing to the ground. Kakashi and the others were once again astounded. The speed of the slaughter was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Yi Jian was swiftly finishing off the remaining adversaries. Soon, he surpassed the 5 Chunin targets Jiraiya had set for him. Finally, he could gain legitimate experience on the battlefield and grow stronger. The fate of being controlled by Danzo was drawing nearer to an end. Damn it. Watching as the number of his comrades diminished by 7 or 8, the remaining sand shinobi immediately targeted Yi Jian and charged toward him. Binding technique. However, Yi Jian's shadow clones suddenly appeared and unleashed a jutsu upon them. Not good. The sand shinobi were caught off guard. Kill. Kakashi rushed forward without hesitation. Go. Uchiha Izuna quickly reacted as well. A one-sided massacre commenced. You bastard. I'll make sure to haunt you even in death. The sand shinobi Jonin seethed with rage at this scene, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his gaze on Yi Jian's face, seemingly intent on engraving it into his memory. But don't worry, you won't have that chance. Yi Jian grinned in response. His current strength was already quite commendable among Chunin, and it wouldn't be long before he reached Jonin level. At that point, who would be killing whom was still uncertain. Fire release, fireball technique, accompanied by Uchiha Izuna's fire release obliterating the supplies. This mission was essentially concluded. Damn it, retreat. The 2 Jonin from Sunagakure showed no hesitation and fled at high speed. Bayun Yesan did not pursue. One reason was the significant loss of personnel. The other was that there was no need to complicate matters further. What if they were surrounded by sand shinobi during the pursuit? This was, after all, an enemy territory. We too shall retreat. Bayun Yesan promptly issued the order to withdraw. Uchiha Izuna, Yamashiro Aoi, Hatake Kakashi. On the way back, the group introduced themselves to Yi Jian in succession, formally introduced. I am Qian-san. Yi Jian responded with a smile. He thought to himself, indeed, with strength, one commands respect. Returning to the leaf space was a matter of several hours later. It seems that even if I wish to refuse, I can only agree to your participation on the battlefield. Observing Yi Jian's achievements, Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. 9 Chunin, you truly are pushing yourself to fulfill the mission. He took a deep breath. Now that you have proven yourself, you shall henceforth participate in the war under the identity of Qian-san. Hearing this, Yi Jian sighed in relief. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Watching him depart, Jiraiya murmured, old man, another genius has emerged in our leaf village. He could already envision how delighted the 3rd Hokage would be upon learning of Yi Jian's accomplishments. The 3rd Hokage had always valued Yi Jian's medical abilities. Thus, he had readily consented to Yi Jian's frontline training and instructed Jiraiya to ensure his protection at all times. Now, Yi Jian had not disappointed the 3rd Hokage's expectations. Not only was his medical prowess exceptional, but his combat strength was equally formidable. Medical facility. All done. Your injuries are no longer an issue. You can resume your tasks tomorrow. Closing the medical record, Yi Jian spoke to Bayun Yesan before him. Why do I feel that your aura is quite similar to one of my subordinates? Lord Yi Jian. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian thought to himself, indeed, Jonin are impressive, and replied with a smile, is that so? If time permits, I would genuinely like to meet your subordinate. With that, he moved on to tend to other patients. The next day, the sign-in commenced. Please proceed to Jiraiya's tent for sign-in. Time limit. 1 minute. After spending the night digesting the Jonin experience rewarded by the system, as well as the operational experience from this mission, Jian arrived for sign-in once more. Chapter 5. The possibility of mastering would release, of course. The guards at the tent still blocked his way as per usual. To enter, he would have to undergo a search and provide identification. However, Jian merely stated he was there for a stroll. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Ninja Technique Blind Box X5, Chakra Test Paper X1, Special Jonin Chakra X1. Looking at these rewards, Jian mused, I wonder how much stronger I will become this time. Indeed, knowing his chakra attributes was also a delightful prospect. Just as he was about to leave, the tent was suddenly pushed open, and Jiraiya appeared before Jian. The overwhelming chakra aura was so powerful that it filled Jian with a sense of suffocating despair. Oh, so you're here, kid. Perfect, I won't need to send someone to find you. Jiraiya greeted Jian. I have a task, and only you can assist me with it right now. Jian, intrigued, asked, What is it? Jiraiya promptly called for Su Yang to come in and discuss. Upon entering, Jian saw a defiant sand shinobi restrained to the side. Jiraiya pointed at the sand shinobi and stated seriously, This individual possesses crucial intelligence regarding the sand shinobi. However, he was already administered a neural toxin upon capture. The antidote provided by Leaf is ineffective that I have employed various methods, yet he remains tight-lipped, and the presence of the neurotoxin prevents Hachi's mental probing. Yet the intelligence he carries is extremely valuable, and obtaining it would allow us to deal a significant blow to the sand shinobi. You, young lad, have repeatedly neutralized the poison attacks of the sand ninja, possessing an antidotal prowess that rivals even Tsunade's. Now, you are the only one who can give it a try. Upon hearing this, Jian could not help but feel intrigued. How fascinating it is that even the antidote concocted by Lady Tsunade proves ineffective. I am keen to uncover the mystery behind this. However, the sand ninja, upon hearing these words, suddenly burst into a proud laugh. Ha! Who is this audacious brat, so utterly unaware of his own limitations? As he gazed at Jian approaching, he sneered, What I ingested is the recent masterpiece of Lady Chiyo. She herself declared that even she cannot unravel this poison. Perhaps your village's Tsunade can create poisons. But by the time she concocts an antidote, my brain will have long been ravaged by the toxins. You shall glean no information from me. Witnessing the astonishment on the faces of those around him, the sand ninja became even more boastful, exclaiming, You are unaware, aren't you? This poison will lead to my complete brain death within 3 hours. And now, 2 hours and 45 minutes have already passed since I ingested it. Ha ha, not even a deity could save me now, let alone a mere child like you. This predicament was indeed unforeseen by Jiraiya, who would have anticipated such a brief duration for the drug's efficacy. But, is that all you have to say? Jian calmly extended his hand, declaring, Then I shall take action, crafting an antidote. There is no need for that. What Jiraiya desires is merely the intelligence residing within the mind of this sand ninja. Hence, preserving a complete head would suffice. After extending his hand and thoroughly sensing the spread of the toxin, everything commenced. Then, accompanied by the emergence of a green light from Jian's hand, the sand ninja felt as if countless hands were tearing at his brain. The excruciating pain compelled him to emit the most harrowing wails imaginable. Even Jiraiya and Narashikaku could not help but shudder. Merely observing the contorted visage of the sand ninja revealed the extent of his agony. Yet Jian appeared utterly unfazed, truly a monster. The strands of poison were meticulously extracted by Jian. Suddenly, the sand ninja panicked. The symptoms of poisoning were gradually dissipating. Quite surprised, Jian flashed a broad grin. Did you not anticipate such a method of removal? However, I recall you just stated that this poison cannot be undone even by Chiyo. The sand ninja distinctly sensed Jian's ill intent and inquired anxiously, What do you intend to do? Jian's smile radiated brightly. Why, of course, I shall conduct an experiment, and then allow you sand ninja to test it out. But rest assured, I will expedite your demise. 1 hour? No, let us say half an hour. The sand ninja grew frantic. No, you cannot do that. Jiraiya and Narashikaku instinctively took a few steps back. This fellow, Jian, is nothing short of a devil. Fortunately, this devil is on their side. Jian, hearing this, merely scoffed. TCH, how dull that it truly cannot be helped. This method of directly extracting toxins is known as the fine affliction extraction technique. In a decade or so, A certain Haruno Sakura will also employ it is hardly a rare sight. Yet few possess the skill to execute it with such precision. Who exactly are you? The sand ninja glared at Jian. Even Lady Chiyo could not use such a method so adeptly. When did the ninja world come to possess a medical ninja as formidable as you? Jian could not help but roll his eyes, replying, "Is it not possible that you are simply ignorant and arrogant? Does such a toxins treatment truly require Lady Tsunade's intervention? Your Chiyo holds herself in high regard." Upon hearing Jian's words, Jiraiya could not help but give him a thumbs up. This was music to his ears. Wait, you are certainly not an ordinary medical ninja. Such intricate anecdotal techniques. Are you the medical genius of Konoha, Jian? The sand ninja suddenly recognized Jian, exclaiming in astonishment, "It appears you are not entirely foolish, but alas, you will soon become worthless." He then channeled chakra to block the main exit of the sand ninja's heart, stating, "Jiraiya, you may commence your intelligence gathering. In 30 minutes, the toxins within him would surge once more, and at that point, he would have his wish to die fulfilled." Jiraiya nodded in response, his heart involuntarily drawing a breath. This fellow so casually decided a person's fate. Indeed, seeking you out was an exceptionally wise choice. Jiraiya praised him profusely, while Jian merely smiled and took his leave that in the future, he would need someone to protect him from the shadows during battles. As Jiraiya watched Jian's departing figure, he remarked, "If someone of such caliber were to fall, I would never forgive myself." Nara Shikaka beside him wholeheartedly agreed. At Jian's residence, he pondered, "I wonder what my chakra affinity is?" He retrieved testing paper from the system, and a surge of chakra immediately emanated from his hand. The chakra test paper promptly crumpled and then melted. Observing this second reaction, Jian was bewildered. The crumpling indicated lightning. But what of the melting? Does such an affinity exist? System, what is my second affinity? When faced with uncertainty, he inquired of the system. Yang. The system's response was succinct, indicating it would enhance the potency of his lightning techniques. If he were to attain a complete sage body, there might even be a chance to awaken would release. Upon hearing this, Jian could not help but gasp in astonishment. How incredible! This is too enticing. After all, it is wood release. Chapter 6. Lightning Release. Chidori Blade, however, he reconsidered. Without the monstrous chakra reserves of Hashirama Senju, what use is wood release? The technique of 4 rooms and 3 halls is more plausible. Especially with special Jian chakra absorption, he activated the concentrated chakra, and after absorbing it, his chakra strength and total chakra capacity ascended to the level of special Jian. 3 minutes later. Accompanied by a sound of relief from Jian, he officially entered the ranks of special Jian level combatants. This newfound ability to effortlessly control his body filled him with the confidence that he could hold his own against a Jian. He wondered what surprises the ninja technique blind box would bring him this time, that if it contained a few powerful techniques, his strength would surely advance significantly. With great anticipation, he opened the first box. It was empty. The expression of expectation on Jian's face instantly froze as he opened the second and third boxes, thinking, surely they cannot all be empty? Empty again. A standard chakra warblade. Jian felt a bit speechless. At least it was a reward from the system, yet it seemed so lackluster. He then opened the last 2 boxes without any hope of obtaining anything valuable. However, Lightning Release, Thunder Strike Armor, Lightning Release, Chidori Blade, the last 2 were indeed treasures, especially the Chidori Blade, which would undoubtedly serve as a deadly weapon for him at this moment. All right, he admitted he had wrongly judged the system. Learning the 2 techniques did not consume much time for Jian. However, digesting the vast array of knowledge required a bit more time. Meanwhile, at Jiraiya's location, Yuriyama, so your logistics transfer point is here. Excellent, in that case. How could it not be destroyed? As he perused the intelligence obtained from the Sand Ninja, Jiraiya envisioned the Sand Ninja's higher-ups gritting their teeth in frustration, simultaneously, at the Sand Ninja Command Center. Lady Chiyo, Lord Rasha, trouble has arisen. A battered Sand Ninja Nin burst into the main camp, interrupting the strategic discussions of the Sand Village's high-ranking officials. What is the matter? Chiyo furrowed her brow. Her tone tinged with irritation. Lord Taki has been captured. The Nin revealed an answer that left even Chiyo astonished. What? He was captured? Chiyo exclaimed. Did he consume that substance? The Nin nodded, and Chiyo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Our strategies will remain secure. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, the future 4th Kazekage, Rasha, could not help but express concern. Lady Chiyo, is it truly impossible to neutralize that poison? If it were to be undone, would not our strategies be exposed? Do not forget about that medical genius from Konoha on the front lines. Upon hearing this, Chiyo let out a confident chuckle, exclaiming, a mere wild Yagami believes he can resolve my toxins? Perhaps after a few more years, he might earn the right to try. As it stands, the only one qualified is that wretched woman, Tsunade. Yet even she may not concoct an antidote before the poison takes effect. Not to mention, she is not even on the front lines at present. According to the customs of those in Konoha, as long as Takaki remains silent, even Yamashiro Kaichi would be unable to extract any intelligence while Takaki lives. Therefore, if the toxin cannot be unraveled, and no information can be pried loose, they can only watch Takaki perish, gaining nothing in the process. There is absolutely no chance of our intelligence leaking. Listening to these words, Rasha nodded. That is reassuring. However, this wild Yagami poses a threat that must be eliminated. Chiyo concurred. If he is allowed to grow, he could become another Tsunade. At this moment, Rasha suddenly seemed to recall something. It appears that Konoha has recently produced another genius, someone named Chikura. Chiyo replied, is he not the same little brat who single-handedly caused our defeat at Iron Gate Bridge yesterday, leading to a loss of supplies? Rasha nodded in affirmation. Chiyo, gritting her teeth, remarked, damn Konoha, they always seem to produce remarkable individuals. If only our Suna village could boast such talents, we would not find ourselves in our current predicament. Meanwhile, far away in the Konoha camp, Yagami remained blissfully unaware of the animosity directed towards him. He had just completed a consolidation of his newfound strength. Host. Wild Yagami age. 13 ninja combat power. Special Jonin chakra amount. 50, equivalent to a normal Genin's 5. Items. Kunai 10. Explosive tags 10. Steel wire 10. Healing food pills 4. Stamina food pills 4. Medical ninjutsu. Creation of heaven and earth. Destruction of heaven and earth. Sage techniques ninjutsu. Instant shuriken technique. Body flicker technique. Shadow clone technique. Lightning release. Lightning armor. Chidori blade swordsmanship. Willow leaf dance physique. Incomplete. Sage body. He arrived at the rear cliff of the base. The combination of lightning armor and body flicker technique could significantly enhance his speed. Likewise, merging Chidori blade with willow leaf dance would exponentially increase his lethality. There was no reason for him to refuse. Lightning armor, he exclaimed, and in an instant, he was enveloped by a raging storm of electricity. In that moment, he felt his cellular vitality surge once more. Truly an excellent technique. Not only could it serve as defensive armor, but it could also stimulate his cells with lightning, enhancing his strength, speed, and other physical attributes. Moreover, it should also be capable of offensive application. Focusing his mind, he directed the lightning that surrounded him to shoot out in all directions, just as he had suspected. In his previous life, he had witnessed the Raikage perform this technique. He wondered how much faster he would become when combined with the body flicker technique. The body flicker technique activated. Boom! The next instant, a massive crater was blasted into the cliff face. Cough, cough, it seems this isn't so easily controlled. Climbing out of the crater, Yagami shook his head. Boom, crash. After a brief period of experimentation, he finally grasped the essentials. Whoosh, in the next moment, Yagami appeared several dozen meters away in an instant. Then, with another whoosh, he reappeared just a few meters away, akin to a flash of lightning that left observers completely stunned. He pondered how much slower this was compared to the Flying Thunder God technique. However, when combined with Chidori blade, it became a lethal weapon. Reflecting on this, he retrieved a chakra blade from his system space. With a sharp sound, a layer of frenzied lightning enveloped the blade. Chidori blade. A lightning release ninjutsu with a change in nature. The nature change is tearing and impact. He wondered about its destructive power. He gazed at a distant boulder. Crack. In the next moment, the boulder was cleaved in two. Truly terrifying. Observing the devastation he had caused, Yagami couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Although a tenth of his chakra had been depleted in an instant, the destructive power was indeed worth such expenditure. Even a Jonin would struggle to withstand it. Let me try combining it with willow leaf dance. Instantly, a layer of sword intent enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning, reminiscent of a willow leaf, floated unpredictably, exuding a heart-stopping destructive force. Wherever it passed, the cliff erupted, and debris flew everywhere. A line of characters appeared on the cliff face. Chapter 7. S-Rank Mission Excellent. Now I possess the confidence to face Jonin. He popped a stamina recovery food pill, which restores stamina faster than ordinary food pills. He resumed his practice from the beginning. For a time, All that could be seen was an endless flash of lightning and roaring, accompanied by increasingly unpredictable movement patterns. The aura emanating from Yagami became more contained yet formidable. Several hours later, tch, it seems I have indeed stirred the camp. Yagami had intended to practice a few more times to further refine his techniques. However, a shadow clone relayed a message. Someone is coming. A few minutes later, what is this? Two Chunin stared in shock at the scene of scattered rocks and debris before them. Rendered speechless, it was one thing for the rocks to be cleaved. But the characters on the cliff were unmistakably marks that could only be left by a lightning release nature transformation. The Chunin were perplexed. When did such a terrifying lightning release master appear on the front lines? Nature transformation is a skill only Jonin can master. We must return immediately to report to Lord Jiraiya. The two did not dare to delay. Meanwhile, on the cliff, the words "where Konoha dances, the fire burns eternal" were inscribed. All right, I understand now. You may leave. After hearing the report, Jiraiya was not the least surprised. This left the two Chunin utterly bewildered. Jiraiya seemed to recognize this mysterious powerhouse. But how were they unaware that such a master existed on the front lines? Truly a formidable child, having mastered such a terrifying lightning release. However, it is fortunate that with such strength, I can confidently assign you to this mission. Jiraiya gazed at the character scroll on the table. Murmuring to himself, he was well aware that this mysterious powerhouse was most likely Yagami. The next day, successful check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving Shuikin 5, fashionable clothes too. After successfully checking in at a female medical ninja's room, Yagami hurriedly departed. He asserted that he absolutely did not wish to be there. It was the system that compelled him to come. Wild Yagami, Lord Jiraiya is looking for you. Upon returning to his residence, a member of Jiraiya's Umbu appeared. I understand. After adjusting his attire, he made his way to Jiraiya's tent. Chikura, ha 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 ha. We are set to undertake a mission together again. Upon entering the tent, Yagami was greeted by Nara Shikamaru's cheerful exclamation. Yagami scanned the room. Wow, several familiar faces were present. Hatake Kakashi, the future Kai Emperor Might Guy, and Jonin Bayun Yama. Of course, there were also many others he did not recognize. With both Jonin and Chunin present, the group totaled 30 individuals. Yagami instantly realized that this mission was anything but ordinary. All right, now that everyone is here, I shall not keep you in suspense. Jiraiya addressed the crowd. According to the information we obtained from the Sand Ninja yesterday, there exists a secret supply base located in the mountains of Kiryu, 100 miles away. It is crucial to the survival of the Sand Village. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed across Jiraiya's face. I expect you to destroy it. He glanced at the 5 Jonin present. Each of you will lead 5 members and approach from 5 different directions to annihilate the enemy's camp. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bayun Yama and the other 4 Jonin knelt without hesitation, responding in unison, understood. After Jiraiya finished detailing the mission, Yagami and Kakashi exited together. The mission was designated as Kiryu Mountain Mission. S-Rank, Chikura, Kakashi, this mission will not be easy. Nara Shikamaru remarked with a solemn expression. Indeed. Yagami nodded. That is an enemy supply point, and the guarding force is quite formidable. This is a far cry from the A-Rank mission we executed last time. If you're afraid of death, you can still find Lord Jiraiya and request to withdraw. At that moment, a sinister voice pierced through the air. A gray-haired Chunin, his face marred by contempt, remarked, Indeed, a bunch of little brats causing such a commotion. I truly wonder what Master Jiraiya was thinking, allowing this group of children to hinder our progress. Another burly Chunin echoed this sentiment with equal malice. Do not underestimate us. We have just completed the Iron Gate Bridge mission, and we certainly will not be a burden to you. Nara Shikamaru retorted, his agitation palpable. How impressive, completing a task akin to child's play, and you dare to boast about it, scoffed the gray-haired Chunin, his lips curling in mockery. Upon hearing this, Bayun Yeshan furrowed his brow. You, Nara Shikamaru, as anger flared even more, but Yejin restrained him with a hand. He turned to the 2 Chunin. It seems you look down upon us? At this, the 2 Chunin erupted in laughter. Apart from one Kakashi Hitaki, the rest of you are merely dead weight. Upon hearing this, Yejin suddenly chuckled. Dead weight? In an instant, he vanished from sight. All that remained were 2 streaks of lightning. The next moment, the gray-haired and burly Chunin were sent crashing into a wall several dozen meters away with a resounding thud. How swift! Even the Jounin, who had initially been spectators, could not help but narrow their eyes in disbelief. Such speed left them no time to react. Not even I could withstand a single blow. I wonder who the real burden is. Yejin appeared before the remaining Chunin, his tone indifferent. The group of Chunin exchanged horrified glances, all pondering whether they could have evaded such an attack. The answer, however, was an unequivocal no. You bastard! The gray-haired Chunin, humiliated before all, erupted in fury as he prepared to form hand seals. Jian reappeared before him. A glistening kunai pressed against his throat. If you were my enemy, you would already be dead. The crowd gasped in shock. Only a few Jianin managed to discern his movements. Enough! Cease this at once. Bayun Yesan commanded sternly that we are about to undertake a mission, and you still have the leisure to bicker. What do you intend to accomplish? Upon hearing this, Jian retracted his kunai. The other 4 Jianin also addressed the Chunin. So, do you still dare to underestimate others? You might just be the burden yourselves. This caused the gray-haired and burly Chunin to flush with embarrassment. Kid, thanks, exclaimed a bearded Jianin, prompting a wave of confusion among the onlookers. Why was the Jianin captain expressing gratitude to Jian? Hadn't he just shown mercy? Otherwise, those 2 would have succumbed to their injuries from the impact. Yet, they appeared only slightly injured. A testament to Jian's remarkable control over his power. Kakashi elucidated the crowd's bewilderment, while simultaneously clenching his fists. Last time, Jian's strength had been comparable to his own, but now he had surpassed him by a considerable margin, creating an undeniable pressure. We are comrades. There is no need to inflict severe harm, Jian stated as he apologized to the 5 Jianin. My apologies, captains, for the earlier offense. I hope you can forgive me. Chapter 8, Infiltration, the Unstoppable Slaughter. Hearing this, the bearded Jianin burst into laughter. What a clever lad, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He turned to Bayun Yesan and remarked, I must admit, I am beginning to envy you. You have such a formidable ninja under your command. Bayun Yesan maintained a neutral expression. If there are no further issues, then let us set off. The group immediately surged forward. After a day's journey, they arrived near their target. According to our tactical arrangements, we are responsible for sabotaging the freshwater reserves in the southwest quadrant. Rest quickly and prepare to initiate the attack at the signal. Bayun Yesan outlined the attack direction and devised a corresponding strategy. Qian Song, when did your strength grow so formidable? During their rest, Nara Shikamaru exclaimed with astonishment, You couldn't have been holding back last time, could you? Jian chuckled. Why not? This left Nara Shikamaru scratching his head in frustration. Had I known you were that strong back then, I wouldn't have foolishly offered to look after you. Hearing this, Jian smiled again. What is done is done. No need to dwell on it. All right, let us make the most of our time and rest. Nara Shikamaru shrugged and went to rest as well. In the southwest quadrant, the enemy numbered 119, with notable foes including 2 Jianin, 5 special Jianin, and 12 Chunin of special Jianin caliber. Jian tightened his fists, contemplating. In addition to that, there are 100 ordinary Chunin. This mission is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to total annihilation. In the early hours, when vigilance was at its lowest, the signal for action arrived. Move out. As Bayun Yesan's command echoed, Jian darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Alongside him, Kakashi surged ahead as well. The 2 were tasked with swiftly neutralizing the enemies stationed at the watchtower. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, under Bayun Yesan's guidance, quickly dealt with the patrolling sand ninjas. With a series of swift strikes, they severed the enemy's arteries and airways. The foes had no opportunity to react before collapsing. What was that? The sand ninjas atop the watchtower were left bewildered, wondering if they had just glimpsed a streak of light. Hey, Ryoji, Kintaro, did you see? Before the dark-skinned sand ninja could finish his sentence, one of his companions clutched his neck, blood pouring forth as he fell in horror. The other suddenly collapsed, a knife protruding from his chest, blood spilling forth. The dark-skinned sand ninja immediately recognized the threat and attempted to sound the alarm. Not good. Kakashi, having just dispatched 2 sand ninjas, turned pale upon witnessing this scene. If he was responsible for their exposure, it would plunge them all into dire straits, and he would never forgive himself. Do you believe in light, young man? A voice emerged from behind the dark-skinned sand ninja. Before he could respond, excruciating pain overwhelmed him, obliterating all ability to act, including his voice. It was Jian. Thank you. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief as he expressed gratitude. No need for thanks. We're all in this for the mission. Bayun Yesan issued a low growl. In the midst of the blazing fire, Kakashi was preparing to launch a surprise attack. Yet, there were others who moved even more swiftly. The ninja technique. Instant shuriken technique. All that was visible was a flurry of ominous shadows slicing through the air, accompanied by the vivid splatter of crimson droplets. The 6 fleeing sand ninjas stared wide-eyed as they collapsed to the ground. Ye Jian, with meticulous precision, delivered a fatal blow to each of these sand ninjas. Baiyun Yeshan expressed his approval of Yi Jian's methodical approach and immediately commanded the team to advance. "Captain, we have already eliminated the enemies. Why continue this way?" Might Guy inquired, perplexed. Baiyun Yeshan replied, "Because we must ensure that our foes are truly dead. Otherwise, it will be our lives at stake. Kai, remember this especially." He glanced at Yi Jian and noted the lack of dissatisfaction in his demeanor, prompting him to regard Yi Jian with even greater respect, sharp-minded and broad-minded. Indeed, an exceptional ninja, the Silent Knight was also a knight of slaughter. Yi Jian and his companions reached their destination at the summit of Shuyang Mountain. The final challenge had arrived. Gazing at the sprawling encampment before them, the group, concealed within the thickets, shared this thought amongst themselves. After reconfirming their tactical strategies and task assignments, the battle commenced once more. Swish, swish, Yi Jian, like a specter, infiltrated the sand ninja camp, silently reaping the lives of the sand ninjas along his path without so much as a whisper of alarm. "Who goes there?" At last, as Yi Jian neared the freshwater supply, a tall Nin sensed something amiss and launched a probing attack at Yi Jian. I thought this would be a straightforward mission." Realizing his cover was blown, Yi Jian stepped out from the shadows. With exceptional agility, his task was naturally to sabotage the freshwater supply. Leaf Ninja. The tall Nin wore a look of disbelief upon spotting Yi Jian. He bellowed, "Kid, how did you find out about this place? This is a secret location of the Sand Village, known only to the higher-ups. Yet here stands a Leaf Ninja. Does this mean our intelligence has been compromised?" Chapter 9. The Unexpected Turn. The arrival of the Nin. "How do you think I know?" Yi Jian grinned. "That I didn't expect you to tell me." The tall Nin roared, "First, I will kill you. Then capture your comrades and extract the truth." With that, he charged forward, his kunai poised to strike. Die. Seeing Yi Jian remain unresponsive, the Nin's excitement surged. Too slow. Yi Jian suddenly raised his head, and in the astonished gaze of the tall sand ninja, a glimmer of cold light pierced through his chest. How is this possible? The Nin stared in disbelief at the wound on his chest. Before he could react, his torso was once again punctured. "Kid, who are you really?" The sand ninjas rushing over from afar gasped in shock at the unfolding scene. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. But at that moment, a fierce wind blade surged toward Yi Jian from behind. Yi Jian leaped to evade, but before he could land, a powerful kick loomed before him. Bang! Yi Jian was violently propelled backward, only to transform into a block of wood upon impact. The green-eyed sand ninja who had delivered the blow quickly sensed something amiss and retreated hastily. "Truly worthy of being a special Nin. Jeans, you are indeed remarkable." Yi Jian remarked as he emerged, facing the green-eyed sand ninja. "It seems the worst has come to pass," upon hearing Yi Jian directly call out his name. Jeans' expression turned grave. "Impressive, Leaf Village. You managed to glean information from Tabuki's lips. I want to know who possesses the ability to neutralize the poison on him, allowing you to obtain intelligence so smoothly." Yi Jian chuckled. "What a coincidence. It was indeed me." Jeans' gaze sharpened instantly. In that case. The next moment, he vanished from sight. "You cannot be allowed to live." He reappeared behind Yi Jian, his kunai enveloped in a sharp wind chakra. With a single strike, Yi Jian's life would be forfeit. Zing. Yi Jian stood unresponsive as he was pierced. Done. Jeans felt a wave of relief, yet something felt amiss. How could one who had fought his way here be so weak? Indeed, Yi Jian's form dissipated into thin air. Afterimage. Jeans gasped in shock as an intense threat approached from behind. Without a moment's thought, he spun around a block, clang. Amidst the shower of sparks, Jeans was forced back. Jeans stared, astonished, at the approaching Yi Jian, overwhelmed by his strength. The kunai in Jeans' hand shattered, leaving his arm numb. "Hey, no wonder you're a special Nin. Jeans. Impressive." Yi Jian grinned, enveloped in a crackling aura of lightning. "Now let us see how this fares." In the blink of an eye, he was before Jeans, who was taken aback by the speed. Swish. Jeans' chest was torn open, his form disintegrating into sand scattered upon the ground. Meanwhile, a brooding Jeans appeared from a distance, his chest marked by a crimson wound. "Kid, I admit I underestimated you earlier." A terrifying chakra erupted from Jeans, but next, you will not have another chance. In an instant, Jeans lunged forward like a specter, rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release. Gale palm. He compressed a torrent of violent wind within his hands, Roaring forth like a tempest, the immense pressure bore down, rendering one as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to maneuver. But that was not the end, that he flung several kunai, exponentially increasing their number through quick hand seals, sending them spiraling chaotically in all directions. The greenish glow they emitted clearly indicated they were laced with poison. Die. Jian grinned. Without speed, you pose no threat whatsoever. Do not even think of dodging. Facing this technique, even the village's Jian would struggle to escape unscathed. Seeing Jian standing firm, Jian envisioned the gruesome fate that awaited him. Could he truly be that formidable? Jian smiled dangerously. I am eager to find out. In the next instant, Jian only saw a flash of lightning hurtling toward him, obliterating all kunai in its path. Then, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Impossible. Jian stared, incredulous, at the proximity of Jian. A mere child. How can you be so powerful? Jian withdrew his blade, stepping back. Could it be that you were simply too weak? Of course, to perish beneath the Chidori blade. You can consider yourself fortunate. He turned to face the remaining sand ninjas, his smile radiant. Now it's your turn. Altogether, he has endured quite the battle. His chakra must be considerably depleted. Observing the fallen Jians, though the surrounding sand ninjas quaked in fear, they were reluctant to retreat. Kill. Under the command of a nin clad in yellow, a horde of sand ninjas surged forth to besiege Jian. In an instant, a torrent of shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags rained down. Wind release, gale force technique. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Wind release, gravel needle. Following closely was a barrage of wind techniques. Such an onslaught was indeed formidable, compelling Jian to momentarily evade the oncoming storm. He was in no condition to continue, seeing Jian choose to dodge. The yellow-clad nin bellowed, intent on pressing the advantage. But the next moment, a bolt of lightning pierced through his chest. Famous. The surrounding nin gasped in shock, hastily attempting to retaliate against the lightning. Yet, willow leaf dance. The lightning traced an elegant trajectory akin to dancing willow leaves, swiftly weaving through the ranks of the nin. What is happening? The sand ninjas were bewildered as they suddenly witnessed a comrade's throat torn open, blood gushing forth. Then, the same fate befell them. With the obstacles cleared, only the final strike remained to complete the mission. He cast a glance toward Baiyun Yeshan and the others. The momentum was overwhelming. They were braving the overwhelming pressure, and Jian naturally did not dare to be negligent. Completing the task ahead of time and rushing to provide support for the retreat was the only sensible course of action. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards the nearby freshwater reserve. According to the intelligence provided by the intelligence department, he had already dealt with all the guards at the freshwater reserve. There would be no further obstacles. Although it was perilous, he was fortunate that it was merely a close call. Upon landing, he immediately drew an explosive tag from his ninja tool pouch, ready to affix it. When an unexpected turn of events occurred, wind release. Net, a highly concentrated and razor-sharp wind net gave Jian no chance to react, violently propelling him backward. You little brat, do you think I would allow you to succeed? A sand ninja clad in red with curly hair instantly appeared behind the flying Jian. With his long blade infused with fierce wind chakra, he lunged forward. It's over, dying by my hand. Ryoki, is your honor. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of death enveloped Jian. That I cannot perish here. Jian roared, activating his lightning armor. Instantly, a tempestuous fury of lightning erupted from his body, surging forth like a venomous serpent. Chapter 10. The Elite Ninja Falls. Bang! Ah! Jian was struck and sent flying by Ryoki's meticulously refined sword strike. While Ryoki Lucky could hardly believe what he was witnessing, the pale, yet wise visage of Jian, illuminated by the flashes of lightning, appeared particularly chilling. Damn it! I can't believe I was deceived by such a trivial transformation technique. Lucky bellowed in frustration. You cunning fiend! That first shadow clone was deliberately conjured by Jian to mislead him. Yet he had unwittingly fallen for it. What good was his resentment? A loss is a loss. Jian unsheathed his whispering longsword. And besides, tactics are a fundamental curriculum for any ninja that if you refrain from using them. Does that mean I must abstain as well? Lucky's chest was pierced by a fatal blow, severing his life force instantly. That in that fleeting moment when I was sent flying, he devised such a terrifying strategy. This young man, with such meticulous thoughts at his age, who in Sunagakure could possibly stand against him in the future? In his final moments, Lucky thought in despair. This scene equally astonished the surrounding sand shinobi. How is it possible that Lucky, a seasoned jonin, was bested by such a mere child? Kill him. Avenge Jonin Lucky. Yes, take advantage of his current weakness and swiftly eliminate him. The two special Jonin, disregarding their shock, charged forward. Seize the opportunity. Since Jian is so vulnerable now, he must not be allowed to survive. Onward. The two special Jonin joined forces with 20 Chunin to launch an assault. TCH, attacked again. Huh. Jian scowled at the app. Isn't this fellow a bit too exceptional? Deliberately creating shadow clones to attract the attention of the masses, while the real body stealthily approaches the enemy captain and delivers a fatal blow. Kakashi is somewhat questioning his existence. Although this tactical maneuver is simplistic, its effectiveness is undeniably remarkable. Were it him, after eliminating a Jian and successfully completing the mission, he would never contemplate employing such a strategy to swiftly turn the tide of battle and conclude the fight. Kill. Bayun Yeshan is the first to react, turning and charging towards the adversaries of Might Guy and his companions. 5 minutes later. Truly impressive, Jian. Youth indeed requires the most vigorous endeavor to unleash the most dazzling brilliance. On the way back, Jian finds himself at a loss when questioned by Might Guy and Noira Hiyori, ultimately recounting his combat experiences. Instantly, this ignites a gleam of excitement in Might Guy's eyes. Upon rendezvousing at the designated location, the two teams already present exhibit expressions of astonishment upon seeing Bayun Yeshan arrive, with a complete squad of 5. Yeshan. Did you encounter no enemies at all? The bearded Jian inquires, unable to restrain his curiosity. Unlike them, who faced a large contingent led by 2 Jian and only managed to return with half their numbers, it seems you were fortunate enough to have encountered merely 1 Jian. Otherwise, how could your entire team have returned unscathed? Another lanky Jian echoes. Sort of, Bayun Yeshan contemplates. After all, Jian single-handedly bore nearly half the enemy forces. Having such a formidable subordinate is indeed a stroke of luck. I knew it. The lanky Jian scoffs. Yeshan, your fortune remains as favorable as ever. This prompts Jian to touch his nose in disbelief. Is his luck truly that extraordinary? His remark draws the attention of both the bearded and lanky Jian. So, Chikura, how many enemies did you eliminate? Was it 10? With such remarkable strength, I believe it must surpass 10. Right, Yeshan? Yet, Bayun Yeshan shakes his head, causing the bearded Jian to express disappointment. He didn't even manage to take down 10 enemies? He gestures towards his 2 companions behind him, who, despite their lackluster achievements, collectively dispatched 16 foes. Instantly, the 2 Jian were expressions of pride, even throwing provocative glances at Jian, as if to say, weren't you quite imposing before we set off? How come your actual battle performance is so underwhelming? Bayun Yeshan responds nonchalantly. No, you've misunderstood my point that I meant to say that he eliminated far more than 10 enemies. He not only took down several special Jian, but even killed the sand village Jian Ryuki. After decimating the freshwater reserves, he tactically eliminated the final Jian, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Upon hearing this, the bearded Jian stands in shock, incredulous that Chikura managed to take down a Jian. How is that even possible? Bayun Yeshan glances at him. Why not test it out when you return? The bearded Jian gasps in astonishment. He knows Bayun Yeshan's character well. He never jokes and speaks with utmost sincerity. Gazing at Jian, a 13-year-old genin possessing Jian-level prowess, for the first time, he perceives the world as utterly insane. Then just how many enemies did he slay? The lanky Jian inquires with curiosity. Could it be 20? Surely it can't exceed 30, especially since he killed a Jian. Unexpectedly, Bayun Yeshan shakes his head again, leaving the lanky Jian stunned. Could it be 40? He feels as though the world is spiraling into madness. Yet, Bayun Yeshan continues to shake his head, revealing the final answer. He single-handedly faced nearly half of the enemy forces during this mission. This declaration elicits a collective gasp, if I recall correctly. The total number of enemies for your mission was 119. That are you saying this lad took down nearly 60 of them? The bearded Jian exclaims in astonishment. This world is indeed surreal. Bayun Yeshan nods. Isn't it fantastical? Yet, this is the reality that transpired. Both the bearded and lanky Jian nod in agreement. How wondrous, almost otherworldly. Even they could hardly achieve such a feat. The bearded Jian grows increasingly eager to challenge Jian. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals behind the bearded Jian were expressions entirely replaced by shock. What kind of divine being is this? Shortly thereafter, the returning 2 teams are similarly incomplete. Thus, Their envy for Bayun Yeshan's possession of such an exceptional subordinate intensifies, as it spares them from incurring significant sacrifices. Of course, they dared not linger too long within the territory of the Sand Village. Once their team was complete, they promptly retreated to the front lines of Konoha. What? The Suliang Mountain was ambushed. While Chiyo and Rasha were still devising plans for a potential raid on Konoha, a team of blood-soaked sand ninja delivered this thunderous news. How is this possible? Chiyo immediately lost her composure. Grasping the messenger sand ninja, she inquires vehemently, Suliang Mountain is a top-secret location of our sand village. How could Konoha's ninja possibly know? Yet as she spoke, she suddenly seemed to realize something. Staggering back several steps in shock, Rasha too appeared to grasp the reason, his face darkening as he questioned Chiyo. Lady Chiyo, weren't you absolutely certain that the intelligence within Taki's head would never leak? Indeed, both Chiyo and Rasha simultaneously understood why Konoha's ninja were aware of the location of Suliang Mountain. The captured Taki had leaked crucial information. The secrets Chiyo believed could never be exposed had been revealed. Chapter 13. The Resurgence of White Fang Eye. Chiyo, at a loss for words, felt a profound shock while bitterness flooded her mouth, ultimately leading her to emit a long sigh. This time, it is my fault. Rasha, I concur with your sentiment. The Sand Village requires a practical commander. Hearing these words, Rasha felt a surge of joy within, yet he still coldly scoffed. The woman before him had obstructed many of his plans. Now that he had seized upon her flaw, how could he let her off easily? I shall resign from my command position, but considering that the new Kazekage may require assistance in his initial governance. Though I may be of limited use, I could still serve as an advisor to the Kazekage, aiding him in the forthcoming battles. What say you, Kazekage? Chiyo was well aware of Rasha's intentions, responding coolly. Her misstep had indeed resulted in the loss of Suliang Mountain, and it was her fault. However, she had already made concessions, agreeing for Rasha to assume the position of Kazekage, wielding considerable power. Should Rasha still be ungrateful and attempt to oust her from her high-ranking position, she would not be an easy adversary. She and her brother, Hailao, possessed substantial roots within the Sand Village. Humph! Rasha felt a twinge of dissatisfaction for not attaining his desired outcome. Yet he understood the importance of the situation. With the Kazekage position in hand, the entire Sand Village would eventually belong to him. My apologies, Lady Chiyo. My earlier behavior was indeed disrespectful. As one who coveted the Kazekage position, Rasha was not without a measure of subtlety. No harm done. After all, you're young and impetuous. Chiyo responded with a composed smile, as if the previous exchange had never transpired. I in the front lines of Konoha. Ha ha! Jian, your growth truly astounds me. Jiraiya exclaimed, gazing at Jian, whom he had summoned alone, his expression filled with disbelief. He initially thought Jian slaying a special J-level adversary would be a monumental achievement. Yet, who could have imagined he would be so prodigious as to have dispatched a J-nin? A J-nin, a figure of great renown within the ninja world, not just an ordinary foe. Jiraiya could almost envision a near future in which Jian stood shoulder to shoulder with him. One of the legendary Sannin, the White Fang of Konoha, had been resurrected. Staring at Jian, Jiraiya couldn't help but draw parallels to the late Tsukumo Hatake. They were strikingly similar, both proficient in lightning-style swordsmanship, their styles equally swift and lethal. Moreover, Jian surpassed White Fang in terms of sheer talent. Old man, this time, you certainly won't suppress a talent, will you? After all, Jian poses no threat to you. When White Fang was driven to his death, Jiraiya was far away on the battlefield. By the time he returned, everything had already settled, though he didn't vocalize his feelings. He couldn't help but feel profound disappointment towards the higher-ups of Konoha. He felt an immense regret over the untimely demise of White Fang. However, in this moment, a talent akin to the reincarnation of White Fang stands before him. Endowed with remarkable medical prowess, he feels an unwavering obligation, both personally and professionally, to safeguard Jian, ensuring his successful growth. Fortuitously, it is indeed a stroke of luck, attributed to the meticulous planning of the captains. In response to Jiraiya's praise, Jian merely offers a humble smile, entirely oblivious to the fact that, in those fleeting seconds, he has gained a formidable ally. Jiraiya shakes his head, remarking, "You are still as modest as ever. All right, go attend to your own matters." Jian promptly exits, dispelling his shadow clone, instantly enveloped by a refreshing surge of vitality. Thanks to the sage's body, his mental fortitude is exceptionally robust. rendering the fatigue from the shadow clone almost negligible. Upon arriving at the medical facility, he begins to tend to those injured during the recent mission. As he passes by Kakashi, he notices the latter staring intently at him, prompting Jian to raise an eyebrow in curiosity and inquire. "Lord Itachi Kakashi, is there something on my face?" Kakashi replies earnestly, "Jian, you bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know, both in demeanor and expression." Hearing this, Jian feels a twinge of frustration. Is his disguise truly so ineffective? Nevertheless, he maintains a calm facade, responding with a smile. "You are not the first to say so. Your captain, Bayun Yeshan, mentioned that I resemble his subordinate, Qinchang. Speaking of your team, Qinchang. Where is he? I truly wish to meet him, given your comments." Kakashi shakes his head. He is likely still being summoned by Lord Jiraiya. I heard he accepted a duel with Jonin Senjutaro. If you have time tomorrow, you might just encounter him. Jian smiles. "I see. That certainly sounds exciting." The following day, after completing his check-in, Jian receives a notification. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 explosive tags, 1 perception technique, and 1 healing potion crafting scroll." Just as he finishes signing in at a patient's bedside, he hears a commotion outside. "Have you heard? The hero Qinchang is set to duel Jonin Senjutaro." Is this the same Qinchang who single-handedly eliminated a Jonin from the Sand Village during an S-rank mission? At just 13 years old, he has already killed a Jonin. Is he a monster? Jian stands at the entrance, observing the excited ninjas gathering nearby, when it suddenly dawns on him. He almost forgot. Yesterday, he had agreed to accept the challenge from the bearded Jonin, Senjutaro. Swiftly, he finds a spot to create a shadow clone in his stead and transforms into Qinchang to fulfill the appointment. During this process, he also learns the perception technique. Here he comes, Jonin Senjutaro. But where is Qinchang? Has he lost his nerve? Impossible. He has even slain Jonin before. Even if he cannot best Senjutaro, he wouldn't shy away. The anticipation for a 13-year-old Jonin-level battle is palpable. Among the onlookers, many doubt Qinchang's capabilities. They prefer to believe that Bayun Yeshan, Senjutaro, and others, out of respect for Jiraiya, have shared the glory with Jian. Perhaps, they think, Jian only barely managed to defeat the special Jonin from the Sand Village with their assistance, and over time, this tale has morphed into one of Jian single-handedly slaying a Jonin. How can a 13-year-old kill a Jonin? What does that mean for those of us who have barely grasped the threshold of Jonin strength in our lifetimes? At that moment, someone taps a nearby individual on the shoulder, prompting him to turn and see a young boy speaking. Annoyed, he retorts, "Why should I let you in? Do you intend to cut in line? Do you think that's possible?" The ninjas surrounding him nod in agreement, echoing, "Exactly. No cutting in line." Chapter 14. Fierce Battle. The final showdown with the Jonin. Faced with this situation, Jian touches his nose, thinking, "If I do not enter, this battle cannot commence. This only irks the individual further. If you don't go in, the fight can't start? Who do you think you are?" Mid-sentence, the person suddenly realizes, exclaiming, "You are Qinchang." This revelation instantly captures the attention of those nearby, under the dubious gazes of the crowd. Jian grins. "Do I not look the part?" A collective gasp resonates among the crowd as they quickly part to create a path. "Thank you, everyone." Jian politely expresses his gratitude before proceeding into the inner circle. "Ha ha ha, your entrance is indeed unique." Jonin Senjutaro laughs heartily upon witnessing this. "Please excuse my antics." Jian chuckles, then adopts a serious tone. "If I offend in any way, I hope the Jonin will forgive me." Senjutaro thumps his chest and declares, "Come now, let us see what you are truly capable of." Among the spectators are Bayun Yeshan, Hitaki Kakashi, and others, even amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd. The frontline commander, Jiraiya, makes his entrance. "Then let us begin." Jian unsheathes his long sword, enveloped in a tempestuous aura of lightning. The atmosphere grows tense as the onlookers sense the gravity of the moment. Numerous ninjas are taken aback, realizing the sheer mastery with which he controls such volatile lightning. Could it be that he truly has vanquished a Jonin before? They can perceive the fluctuations in the nature of the lightning he wields. Yet, it is precisely this mastery that leaves them astounded. Many among them have yet to grasp such transformations. It seems Bayun Yeshan spoke no falsehood. This youth is indeed a prodigy. Senjutaro feels the intensity of the moment most acutely. Perceiving Jian as a living embodiment of lightning, whose mere touch could spell disaster, the two lock eyes, and in the next instant, both vanish from sight. "So fast," exclaims countless astonished ninjas, with a resounding crack. A brilliant spark ignites in the air, accompanied by a thunderous collision point. Two formidable figures collide with ferocity, reminiscent of two ferocious beasts. The spectacle is nothing short of breathtaking. How can they hold their ground against one another? It is unfathomable. Jonin Senjutaro possesses the monstrous strength and acute perception inherited from the Senju clan. Even other Jonin dare not engage him in close combat. Is this truly a monster? As the onlookers witness a battle that seems to transcend humanity, they are left in a state of shock. Kakashi, Jian, and Guy realize how rare an opportunity this is for close observation and vow not to miss it. At this moment, not only they but also the Jonin such as Yamashiro Aoi and Hibishu are engrossed in the spectacle, their eyes glued to the scene, fearful of missing a single moment. Even the Jonin present feel a sense of enrichment from this display. Suddenly, Jonin Senjutaro retreats, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a torrent of scorching flames. Pursuing Jian, caught off guard, he is pierced through the torso by the searing blaze. Defeated, the crowd gasps in shock, but they quickly realize something is amiss. It cannot be this swift. Indeed, the next moment, the pierced Jian bursts into a cloud of smoke, revealing a wooden substitute. What a swift substitution technique. The Jonin marvel, for even they had failed to see Jian form hand seals. Upon landing, Jonin Senjutaro seems to sense something amiss and instinctively throws a punch behind him. Boom! Senjutaro feels as though he has struck a solid iron plate. The overwhelming sensation startles him. However, what surprises him even more is that as his chakra-infused fist connects with Jian, a crackling surge of lightning erupts forth. What? Senjutaro exclaims, hastily retreating, but the crowd cries out. Watch your back. To his astonishment, another Jian appears behind him, charging forth. The Jian before him dissipates into smoke. Boom! Senjutaro narrowly evades the attack from behind using a substitution technique. Yet he still feels a tingling numbness in his right hand. He has been struck by the lightning from the Shadow Clone's lightning armor. What a clever lad, employing Shadow Clones to confound me. Senjutaro could not help but exclaim in admiration, it seems I must truly showcase my abilities. Lest I become the subject of ridicule, Jian chuckled, I wouldn't dare. Yet, within his heart, he grew increasingly vigilant, enveloped tightly by the currents of lightning. In such a state, he could not possibly keep pace with Senjutaro's rhythm. This exemplifies the prowess of a dedicated Jian. Had Ryoki not underestimated Jian, he would never have been so easily vanquished. Whoosh! Senjutaro charged once more, casting a flurry of shurikens. Jian dared not confront them, knowing that to resist would grant Senjutaro the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow. What a quick-witted lad, Senjutaro remarked, observing Jian retreat. This instant shift thwarted his initial intention of closing in for a decisive strike. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Nevertheless, being a Jian endowed with vast combat experience, he swiftly opted for a different strategy. That a torrent of flames surged forth, roaring as it approached the newly landed Jian. The basic dragon fire technique possesses commendable penetrating power, effortlessly piercing through trees like bullets. Yet, in the hands of the Jian Senjutaro, it transformed entirely, infused with elemental transformation. Jian sensed the flames were still a couple of meters away. Yet the terrifying heat seared through him, accompanied by a formidable pressure that felt as if it could obliterate him. This was no mere dragon fire technique. It resembled a fire dragon missile. Boom! Jian leapt aside, and the protective barrier behind him trembled violently, causing the very earth to quake. The sheer force startled Jian, who silently acknowledged that Jian should indeed not be taken lightly. But, is it not over yet, you little rascal? Senjutaro bellowed, unleashing the dragon fire technique once more, creating a dense fire coverage that entirely obstructed Jian's avenues of advance and retreat. There it was. The Jian Senjutaro's ultimate technique, Dragon Fire Strike. Just as rumored. It instantaneously severed all paths of retreat, forcing a direct confrontation. But how could such a terrifying fire technique be faced head-on? It was utterly daunting. The onlookers turned their gaze to Jian, curious to see how he would respond. Chapter 15. Victory. Lightning Release. Chidori Blade. With nowhere left to evade, bolts of lightning radiated from Jian's form as he gripped the lightning blade, boldly charging forth. Zing! An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The concentrated barrage of fire was cleaved apart by Jian's lightning-infused strike, propelling him forward like a bolt of thunder to stand before Senjutaro in an instant. How swift! Even Jiraiya could not help but be astonished. Such speed meant that within the confines of Konoha, perhaps only Minato could rival him. The others could scarcely comprehend Jian's movements, merely witnessing a flash of lightning descending upon Senjutaro, his blocking sword severed without resistance. A spray of blood filled the air as Senjutaro was sent reeling, and the pursuing lightning halted abruptly due to an explosion, revealing Jian's form. Jian had to concede. Jian truly were formidable. Amidst such rapid slashes, Senjutaro had managed to affix an explosive tag to him, interrupting his forward momentum and granting himself a moment to breathe. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Seizing this brief opportunity, Senjutaro began to form hand seals with great haste. Jian could not allow him such freedom. Swiftly forming seals of his own, ninja art, body binding technique. He knew this would not restrain Senjutaro for even a second, yet he sought merely the chance that fleeting moment would provide. Ninja art, instant shuriken technique. A flurry of shurikens shot forth, accelerating towards Senjutaro, who had just broken free from the body binding technique, forced to abandon his hand seals and evade with the body replacement technique. Here, utilizing his sensory technique, Jian instantly detected movement behind his right hand and promptly launched a kunai enveloped in lightning. What a clever lad! Senjutaro, having just revealed himself, found the kunai approaching and was compelled to swiftly wrap chakra around it to deflect. To perceive Jian's movements, this boy is truly extraordinary. Is it possible that Senjutaro may face defeat? The assembled Jian had not yet grasped the gravity of the situation. However, Jian's precise strike against the newly emerged Senjutaro elevated their regard for him exponentially. This indicated that Jian possessed an alarming level of sensory capability, a feat even they could not achieve. But that was not all. Jiraiya felt a deeper resonance. He had interrupted another Jian's hand seals and compelled him to retreat, yet he had sensed the opponent's presence the moment they appeared. Launching ninja tools that left the adversary with no choice but to defend, thus seizing the initiative. This entire combat strategy was simply unfathomable for a 13-year-old ninja, as Jian unleashed another rapid volley of instant shuriken techniques. Senjutaro's head spun with the urgency of the moment, yet he was compelled to wield his kunai, retreating at high speed, while simultaneously knocking down the relentless shurikens. He understood all too well the consequences of his actions. Yet he had no alternative. Watch your back. At the collective gasp from the crowd, Senjutaro suddenly grinned. You little rascal, I knew you would try to close in. He abruptly turned to face Jian. Casting a fierce gaze. Freeze. The body-binding technique. He knew it too. Though it would only hold Jian for an instant, that was ample time for Senjutaro. You have lost, little rascal. Senjutaro's hand reached for Jian's neck just as the latter broke free from the binding. Is that so? Jian responded, gazing at the outstretched hand, a sudden smile gracing his lips. An unexpected turn of events behind Senjutaro. A shuriken transformed into Jian. The moment Senjutaro seized the neck of the Jian before him. The other Jian delivered a powerful punch that sent Senjutaro flying. Senjutaro managed to raise his right arm just in time to block, but his body was propelled uncontrollably backward. The Jian he had captured was forced to release his grip. To everyone's astonishment, the Jian he had captured was not a shadow clone. Rather, it was the one that had sent Senjutaro hurtling away. Senjutaro quickly regained his footing, only to sense a flash of lightning before him, accompanied by a chilling presence from behind. Senjutaro, you would do well not to move. Upon hearing this, Senjutaro could only smile wryly, raising his hands in surrender. The younger generation is indeed formidable. I concede. The arena erupted in a frenzied, no way. Senjutaro has actually lost. My heavens, what sort of prodigy is this? At just 13 years of age, he has bested Jian. Unbelievable. No one had anticipated such an outcome. They had thought that a draw would be the best Jian could achieve. Could Senjutaro truly lose? Impossible. Yet the reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Jian had indeed triumphed. That lightning release. Might I be able to possess such power? Kakashi was indifferent to Jian's victory. He was utterly captivated by the Chidori blade. This devastating blow, filled with tearing and impact force, suddenly provided him with theoretical foundations and the possibility of realization for concepts he had merely envisioned. Could he perhaps seek Jian for a discussion? Kakashi clenched his fists, feeling an excitement he had never known before. Had he truly reached such heights? Noaragenma was left in shock, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Are geniuses truly so incomparable? Yet Might Guy was exuberant, exclaiming, Jian, I have seen the light. Youth is filled with miracles and struggles. I have resolved to do 10,000 push-ups today. If I cannot finish, I shall do 5,000 sit-ups. If that fails, for 1,000 frog jumps, I shall undoubtedly shine the brightest. Observing Might Guy's fervor, Jiraiya could not help but express admiration for such a spirited youth. As he watched Jian approach, he reflected. You consistently surprise me, but I never anticipated that outside the realm of life and death, you would still triumph over a Jian response. Jian humbly patted his head. Senjutaro was merely looking out for me. If it were yesterday, under circumstances that did not involve a life or death battle, Jian would have had no confidence in defeating Senjutaro. However, prior to today, he meticulously digested the combat experiences from his mission, gaining new insights into various abilities, which ultimately led to today's victory. That not so. I believe everyone is aware of this in their hearts. Jiraiya, drawing closer to Jian, whispered, "When do you plan to reveal your identity?" After a moment of contemplation, Jian replied, "Perhaps when I achieve the same level of fame in the ninja world as you have, without sufficient means of self-preservation. Revealing his true identity would only hasten his demise." He was acutely aware of how much Suna village despised him. That makes sense. Seeing Jian's well-thought-out plans, Jiraiya felt reassured. Had Jian lacked such foresight, he would have been concerned that pride might be clouding his judgment. "I look forward to your continued growth. Embrace it fully." Jiraiya patted Jian's shoulder, adding, "While I am still on the front lines." Chapter 16. Fame. The cold light of Konoha. Upon hearing these words, Jian was momentarily taken aback. "You?" Jiraiya shook his head. "You'll understand soon enough. For now, there's no need for you to know so much." Yet, Jian could not help but feel perplexed by Jiraiya's statement. According to the original narrative, Jiraiya had been directing operations on the front lines for over 46 years before the events in Konoha. In the 46th year of Konoha, the Battle of Gekong Mountain erupted, where Iwa and Kumo launched a surprise attack on Konoha. Jiraiya was reassigned to oversee the front line against Iwa, while Orochimaru took over the defense against Suna and emerged victorious. However, it was also in that year that Tsunade left Konoha. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru, who was expected to inherit the title of Hokage, fled due to the exposure of his human experimentation. Itio monitored Orochimaru's movements. Jiraiya also departed from Konoha. This set the stage for Minato's rise to prominence in the ninja world. Could it be that I have inadvertently stirred the wings of a time traveler? Jian pondered. In the original story, one of the key factors leading to Konoha's ultimate victory in the Battle of Gekong Mountain was the severing of Suna's supply lines, which compelled Suna to surrender and end the conflict. Jian was uncertain if the location of the supply cutoff was Shuliang Mountain. However, based on intelligence gathered from the base, it was evident that the resources from Shuliang Mountain were crucial for the Sand Shinobi. For this reason, Jiraiya's early departure from the Suna front was not implausible. Nevertheless, as Jiraiya stated, such matters need not concern me at present. My sole focus now must be on enhancing my strength. Be it the impending invasion by Iwa and Kumo, or the troublesome Shimura Danzo within the village, or even the looming chaos of the Nine Tails, all will require power to confront. Just as Jian was about to depart, Kakashi suddenly stepped in front of him, somewhat awkwardly requesting, "Chikura, could you do me a favor?" This surprised many who were preparing to leave. Even the prodigy Hitaki Kakashi was seeking advice from this peculiar individual. The pressure intensified. If even the genius was striving earnestly, what reason did they have not to do the same? "Let's find another place to talk." Suspecting Kakashi's purpose was likely related to the Chidori blade, Jian led him to his former training ground. "What do you wish for my assistance with?" "Just so you know, I can't help with anything too outrageous." Jian understood that to thrive in Konoha, it was essential to possess both formidable strength and a personal influence. Why did the legendary three hold such significant positions in Konoha? It was because they not only commanded great power, but also wielded personal influence that could sway the dynamics of the village. Otherwise, one might end up like White Fang, facing a tragic fate. I have this idea. Kakashi explained his thoughts on harnessing violent lightning in his hand to develop a high-speed piercing jutsu. "Aren't you afraid I might steal your technique and claim it as my own?" Jian joked. Kakashi's intentions aligned with his suspicions. He sought to understand the principles behind the Chidori blade to develop Raikiri. Kakashi, however, replied earnestly, "I doubt anyone would think that way. After all, your Chidori blade is precisely that kind of technique, and it would be entirely normal for you to enhance and upgrade it. In fact, quite the opposite. Once they see my new technique, they should think I've drawn inspiration from yours." Hearing this, Jian couldn't help but chuckle, then turned serious. "If I were to detail the intricacies, my level is surely insufficient. I can only tell you that your concept is correct. The essence of this technique lies in the impact. Of course, my methods of chakra manipulation and the ratio for converting lightning chakra may also be beneficial to you." At this point, he became stern. However, I advise you to be wary. Your current reflexes may not keep pace with the technique you are about to develop. Perhaps you should focus on other transformations of lightning, such as tearing. Imagine holding a bolt of lightning, able to control it at will against your foes, rather than condensing it only to be at its mercy. Listening to Jian's words, Kakashi pondered deeply and then bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. He recognized that such secrets of jutsu were rarely disclosed by shinobi. Yet, Jian had been so forthright in sharing them. This assistance was invaluable. I eagerly anticipate your new technique. With a wave, Jian took his leave. As winter melted into spring, in the 44th year of Konoha, at a battlefield in the Land of Wind. A sand shinobi shouted in fear, "The cold light of Konoha has arrived. Everyone be careful." In the next moment, a flash of lightning whizzed past him. He widened his eyes in disbelief, clutching his throat before collapsing. "Kill!" a young man shouted to the Konoha shinobi behind him. A wave of admiration surged among the Konoha shinobi as they looked at the young man, their morale soaring. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" The Tsunejounin, witnessing this scene, cried out in panic, "Retreat?" But unexpectedly, the young man laughed. "Do you underestimate me?" With a swift motion, he appeared behind the Jounin. His lightning-infused long sword, despite the Jounin's efforts to block, sent him flying like a severed kite. "Karamaru, spare your life to tell your Kazekage that Suna village stands no chance of holding out any longer. Surrender," the young man declared, gazing at the panicked sand shinobi, delivering words akin to a thunderclap. "Bastard, stop your empty threats," Karamaru shouted, rising and scowling. "So stubborn." The young man chuckled. "Very well, everyone. Let us show them what true power suppression looks like." The Konoha shinobi behind him roared once more, their fighting spirit ignited. An hour later, "Ha! You've now become a renowned powerhouse in your own right. Splendid. You truly embody the spirit of my youth. This marks your third front captured this month. Adding to this, you've taken down several elite shinobi. I imagine the Kazekage harbors a profound hatred for you now." On the front lines of Konoha, Jiraiya looked at the young man before him, laughing with satisfaction. After all, he had placed a bounty of 45 million ryo on him. And just after becoming Kazekage, he had issued an order for my siege. Since he holds me in such high regard, it would only be fitting to repay this favor, wouldn't it? The young man, who was none other than Jian, replied with a smile. Chapter 17. Return. The Hokage's summons. 2 months had passed since the Battle of Shuliang Mountain. During these 2 months, Jian had steadily evolved into a figure capable of standing on his own. With his exceptional speed, he frequently broke through the ranks of the Sand Shinobi Army, earning the title Konoha's Cold Light and achieving fame on the battlefield, his reputation rivaling that of the Yellow Flash. Minato Namikaze, he became an object of admiration for countless young shinobi on the Konoha front. Just below him, the next most renowned figure was none other than Lightning Blade Kakashi, with Jian's assistance. Kakashi had successfully developed the powerful technique Purple Lightning in just a week. He could now assert dominance over most foes without encountering a Jounin, all at the tender age of 10. He was heralded as possessing even greater potential than Jian. "All right, let us discuss serious matters." Jiraiya's expression grew serious, and Jian immediately adopted a solemn demeanor. A month ago, the healing potion formula you submitted received unanimous approval from the higher-ups. The matters concerning its production and transportation require you to return and collaborate with Tsunade. Furthermore, given your remarkable achievements on the front lines and the current decline of Tsunegakure, the higher-ups believe it is unwise to pursue further conflict. Thus, they have decided to suspend military actions. Jiraiya gazed at Jian, recalling how he had urged him to strive for strength while he was still on the front lines. Jian nodded, well aware that the relentless battles he had fought over the past 2 months were inspired by that very encouragement. "When you asked me why, I did not answer then. Now I can tell you." Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he continued. According to Konoha's intelligence reports, Iwagakure and Kumogakure seem to be making moves recently. After discussions, the higher-ups decided to send Orochimaru to take over my duties, and if Iwagakure and Kumogakure initiate war, I shall head to the front lines to oversee the situation. Upon hearing this, Jian displayed an expression of understanding. "Thus, you and Kakashi, along with Nara Shikamaru and others who have achieved great feats this time, will return to Konoha with me, likely to be deployed to other battlefields soon." Jiraiya patted Jian on the shoulder, warning him that Konoha is not like the front lines, and he should exercise caution. Of course, as long as you do not overstep, with Tsunade and me around. No one would dare to act against you, except for the Hokage's advisor, the old man's comrade, Danzo Shimura. Hearing this, Jian glanced at Jiraiya in surprise, Feeling deeply moved, Jiraiya could have chosen not to speak of this, avoiding the murky waters, as protecting him would inevitably offend Danzo. Yet Jiraiya chose to do so. Jian bowed deeply in gratitude. Jiraiya laughed heartily, remarking on Jian's perpetual politeness, hinting that perhaps even greater surprises awaited him. Greater surprises, you say? Jian inquired curiously, to which Jiraiya responded with a mysterious smile. Perhaps you shall receive an even higher level of protection. Now, prepare your belongings and let us depart. Upon returning, I will introduce you to an intriguing individual. Jian could only sigh in resignation, disliking the air of mystery surrounding Jiraiya's words, which piqued his curiosity yet offered no answers. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but speculate about this interesting person Jiraiya mentioned. Could it be that genius in naming? Back in his room, host, Jian Yang age, 14 ninja combat strength, elite J Nin chakra amount, 80, equivalent to a standard CH Nin, items, kunai 50, explosive tags 100, wire 70. Healing food pills 10, stamina food pills 10 medical ninjutsu, life creation palm, destruction palm, sage technique ninjutsu, instant shuriken technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, mighty technique lightning release, lightning strike armor. Thousand birds blade swordsmanship, willow leaf dance physique, incomplete, sage body. Over the past 2 months, Jian's strength had not progressed significantly. He had merely advanced from J-Nin level to elite J-Nin standard. It was as if the system had entered a period of stagnation, with most rewards from sign-ins being auxiliary items, such as explosive tags and kunai. The only truly beneficial acquisition was the mighty technique, which rendered his strength exceedingly formidable, along with the swordsmanship willow leaf dance, which suited his rapid movements perfectly. However, beyond the system, he had also gained considerable advantages. His greatest achievement was mastering this rapidly growing power. He now wielded his strength with remarkable ease and had forged his own path, rather than simply mimicking the actions of others as he had 2 months prior. In stark contrast to the tranquility at the Konoha front lines, Sasuke was enveloped in a dismal atmosphere. Damn it, damn it. Rasha bellowed in fury. Qian-song, Rasha, will kill you. In the past 2 months, casualties caused by Qian-song accounted for 1/5 of their overall losses. To eliminate this adversary, he even took the risk of personally intervening, only to be stopped by Jiraiya. Chiyo's surprise attack was thwarted by Inoshikacho, leaving them powerless against Qian-song's astonishing speed, time and again. Just as they were on the verge of capturing him, he would slip away, leaving the proud Sasuke unable to contend with a mere child. They could only watch helplessly as he forged a formidable reputation on the front lines, ultimately becoming known far and wide as the cold light of Konoha. Yet, after the anger subsided, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him, due to the destruction of materials in Ori Mountain and consecutive defeats over the past 2 months. Not only had the Sand Ninja grown weary of the war, but they had also begun to lose faith in their ability to triumph over Konoha. Even the once staunchly supportive feudal lord of the Wind Country hinted at a willingness to retreat. Should the Sand Ninja fail to secure a significant victory soon, the feudal lord would have no choice but to withdraw economic support for Sasuke. This would undoubtedly spell doom for the village. Rasha could not comprehend why, after attaining the position of Kazekage, life had become so arduous. Lord Kazekage, urgent news. At that moment, an Anbu appeared, informing him that the Konoha higher-ups had decided to suspend the situation and that Jiraiya and the cold light of Konoha were returning to the village. Upon hearing this, Rasha frowned, feeling no joy but rather a chilling apprehension. Who was the new commander on the front lines? A cold visage flashed through his mind. If that man were to appear at the front lines, he would prefer Jiraiya to remain. Although uncertain, it was highly likely to be Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Danzo Shimura, the advisor to the Hokage, was rumored to have vigorously promoted this development. Rasha nodded, his expression darkening further. I understand. After the Anbu departed, he murmured softly, it seems we have truly reached the point of no return. Orochimaru's aggressive style is in stark contrast to Jiraiya's steady approach. He is like a venomous snake, and with Jiraiya having left them in such a weakened state, Orochimaru would undoubtedly strike fiercely. He would have no choice but to engage in a large-scale battle. Chapter 18. The third Hokage takes on apprentices. Medical Vice Head 2 days later, in Konoha Village. Welcome back. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage is waiting for you. As Jiraiya approached the entrance, an Anbu appeared. Understood. Jiraiya replied to Kakashi beside him. You all can head back first. He then called out to Jian. You will come with me. Jian nodded and followed Jiraiya toward the Hokage Tower, drawing considerable attention along the way. Who is Jiraiya? One of the legendary Sannin. And who is Jian that he gets to accompany him? In the Hokage office, old man, take a good look. I have brought back Jian, completely unharmed. Upon seeing the third Hokage, Jiraiya spoke in a playful manner. Don't say I put the medical genius in danger. I have unearthed a talent who excels in both combat and healing for Konoha. You must nurture him well and not let him suffer any losses. Hearing this, the third Hokage's expression darkened, and he playfully scolded, Is this how you treat me, you rascal? As if I am a jealous and foolish old man. Such banter could only occur between Jiraiya and the third Hokage. Anyone else who dared speak in such a manner would not receive a mere chuckle in return. As their conversation unfolded, Jian observed the third Hokage, noting that he appeared even more weathered than the last time they met. All right, let us not waste time, the third Hokage said, turning his attention to Jian, who had just regained his focus. His tone was somewhat complex. I never imagined you possessed such combat talent. I thought you were merely a medical genius. It appears my judgment was lacking. Now that it has come to this, I will not hinder your continued development. Upon hearing these words, Jian promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your support, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage continued, You performed exceptionally well on the front lines, and now that you have returned, I have no rewards to offer you. I hear you excel in swordsmanship and lightning release. It would seem the scrolls we have collected in Konoha regarding these subjects would be beneficial to you. The third Hokage produced a scroll, advising him to remain humble and continue contributing his strength to Konoha. Upon hearing these words, Jian's heart surged with joy, secretly acknowledging the wisdom of the third Hokage, who indeed possessed the remarkable ability to win people's hearts. Such a substantial offering was bestowed upon him without reservation. Thank you, Lord Hokage, he expressed. A gift presented at his doorstep was simply too good to decline. In truth, it was I who should express my gratitude to you. Thanks to your efforts on the front lines, many severely injured ninjas have recovered, significantly bolstering the strength of Konoha. The healing potions you developed, particularly the healing soldier pill, have even garnered high praise from Tsunade, who declared them to be the two greatest inventions in the history of Konoha's medical field. The third Hokage regarded him with evident admiration and inquired, So, would you be willing to become my disciple? Jian paused for a brief moment, then respectfully knelt and declared, I pay my respects to you, Master. Accepting the third Hokage as his mentor undoubtedly promised numerous advantages, and Jian had no reason to decline. Becoming a disciple of the third Hokage meant he would officially enter the core circle of Konoha. In the future, once he grew stronger, he would no longer need to worry about following in the footsteps of White Fang. With such benefits at hand, why not agree? Congratulations, old man, for having acquired such an exceptional disciple, remarked the third Hokage as he watched Jian rise. With a playful wink, he added, From now on, you shall refer to me as your senior brother. Jian chuckled in response. Why not? He began to comprehend the surprise behind Jiraiya's words regarding greater protection. He then heard the third Hokage continue, Jian, in light of your contributions to the advancement of Konoha's medical field, I hereby officially appoint you as the deputy head of the Konoha medical team, assisting Tsunade in the development of our medical endeavors. Of course, I do not restrict you from engaging in frontline battles or temporarily executing missions. Upon hearing this, Jian nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. The Konoha medical team held a rank just below that of the Konoha Guard, and with the status of being a Hokage's disciple, he would not be perceived as lacking qualifications for the deputy head position. Moreover, with the identity of the third Hokage's disciple, he was effectively stepping into the decision-making circle. The third Hokage continued, Jian, since you are now the deputy head of the medical team, your status as a Genin is no longer sufficient. Therefore, I shall promote you to special Jonin. However, to avoid any doubts, I will grant this promotion after you complete your current mission. What do you think? Jian nodded in agreement. Please provide your guidance, Master. The third Hokage was pleased with Jian's politeness and stated, The Wagakure and Kumogakure have recently been restless, seemingly contemplating an assault on Konoha. I need you to infiltrate a Wagakure to ascertain their intentions, so we can prevent being caught off guard. Jian promptly responded, Understood. At that moment, the third Hokage appeared to remember something and said with a smile, I heard you assisted Kakashi in developing a new technique. I did not expect you to possess such talents. Jian humbly replied, I wouldn't say I assisted him. He had already conceived the idea that I merely provided a bit of direction. To my surprise, Kakashi is so astute that he managed to develop it in just a week, and its power is indeed astonishing. Hearing this, the third Hokage chuckled helplessly, as Jiraiya said, You are always so modest. Jian shrugged. I would say honesty might be a more accurate description. This elicited a shared laugh from both Jiraiya and the third Hokage. Now, your identity can be made public, Jiraiya declared. I believe everyone will be quite astonished. Jian contemplated for a moment before responding with a smile, perhaps so. Just then, he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Sign in commencing. Please proceed to the Konoha medical team to sign in. Time limit 5 minutes. This caused his brow to furrow slightly, and he addressed the third Hokage and Jiraiya. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The two nodded in agreement. Jian mused. I had planned to visit Tsunade-sensei anyway, since the sign-in task conveniently aligns with my route. That works even better. I wonder what I will receive this time. A seal would be ideal. Konoha medical team, Tsunade-sensei, I have returned, Jian exclaimed, pushing open the door with a beaming smile. You brat, you finally decided to come back. Tsunade, who was in the midst of instructing medical ninjas, glanced at him with a mix of annoyance and relief. Just in time. I have a critically injured patient here that I was about to amputate. But since you're here, it seems he has luck on his side. Upon hearing this, Jian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that his timing was indeed fortuitous. Tsunade led him to a comatose ninja and introduced. He suffered severe damage to his leg tendons during a mission and has been delayed for 2 days. It's up to you now. She then turned to the accompanying medical ninjas and instructed, observe closely. Whether you learn something depends on your abilities. This provoked some dissatisfaction among the medical ninjas. Who is this kid? Why does Tsunade value him so highly and allow us to observe his surgery? Is he really that impressive? Indeed, Tsunade-sama. Even our sister Shizune, who possesses the highest skills among us, could not save this patient under your guidance. Can he truly be more capable than you? Tsunade scolded them angrily. Fools, stop with the pointless chatter and watch. This only intensified the displeasure among the medical ninjas. They looked at Jian with skepticism, questioning how a mere teenager could possibly be so skilled. Observing their reactions, Jian shook his head and, after employing a medical diagnostic technique to assess the injury, commenced his procedure. He made an incision, injecting anesthetic, and to the astonishment of the observing medical ninjas, the wound opened without any bleeding. This was something they could never achieve. He carefully removed necrotic tissue, excess bone fragments, and damaged tendons. The rupture was quite severe. Jian skillfully navigated through the blood vessels to locate the tendons. The renowned medical genius of the hidden leaf, Yagami Jian, has emerged from the Sunagake your front line. Upon hearing this, the others were instantly struck with disbelief. What? It's him. Seeing their reaction, the nearby Shizune couldn't help but remark. Did you really think Lady Tsunade was joking with you? That she would randomly choose someone for you to learn from? A wave of shame washed over the crowd. How long are you planning to stay this time? Tsunade inquired, observing Jian as he washed his hands, suppressing the discomfort brought on by the sight of blood. I don't know. I've just received a secret mission. Jian quickly dried his hands and playfully ruffled Shizune's hair, who was a head shorter than him, eliciting her irritation. You really don't know how to think, do you? You're a medical genius, yet you yearn for battle. Just make sure you don't end up like me. At this, Tsunade's expression darkened momentarily. As one of the legendary Sannin and Konoha's foremost medical ninjas, it was indeed tragic that she had to step back from the field due to her fear of blood. Relegated to teaching instead, her skills rendered ineffective. Tsunade-sensei, what do you think of the title Konoha's Glacial Light? Jian skillfully sidestepped the topic, boasting, I haven't embarrassed you, have I? Tsunade nodded in response but then gave him a firm knock on the head, saying, you little brat, you still have a long way to go. Your healing potion for soldier pills is commendable, though. You didn't waste your time on the front line for over a year. Your current achievements are not to be underestimated. Keep calling me that, and aren't you afraid the old man might take issue with it? By seniority, you should be calling me senpai. Jian chuckled at this remark. Without Tsunade-sensei's guidance in medical ninjutsu, I wouldn't be where I am today. Calling you sensei is only fitting. As for the third Hokage, let's keep our discussion separate. There's no conflict there. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance. You're quite the slippery one. Meanwhile, the other medical ninjas nearby were left in a state of shock. What? Jian has become the third Hokage's disciple. Wait, does that make him their superior? The implications were overwhelming. However, he still referred to Tsunade as sensei, which muddled the hierarchy. Oh, right. Jian suddenly seemed to recall something. I was just appointed as Tsunade-sensei's assistant, serving as the vice captain of the medical team, so I look forward to your guidance. With that statement, the others were utterly stupefied. What? We thought he was just visiting, but he is actually our superior. They felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, remembering their previous rudeness. Will he hold a grudge against us? Tsunade, however, was unfazed. Jian asked in a hushed tone, Tsunade-sensei, this suggestion was yours, wasn't it? He was convinced that the third Hokage would not grant him such a significant position merely for his contributions with healing potions. Only Tsunade could sway the third Hokage to consider such a matter. This had nothing to do with the third Hokage's character. It was purely about maintaining the balance of power as Hokage. Chapter 20. Swift Actions. Identity revealed. Tsunade scoffed. But I never suggested you become my little junior. Honestly, the old man is growing increasingly timid. He wants to keep all the powerful ninjas to himself. As if anyone would want to compete for his disciples. All right, go attend to your duties. I still have to instruct these fools. With that, Tsunade issued her dismissal order. Jian, feeling helpless, bowed to her before departing. Meanwhile, outside, chaos had already erupted. What? The hero Chikura is actually the medical genius Yagami Jian. No way, they are the same person. The ninja who had retreated from the front line of Sunagakure wore expressions of disbelief, while those within the village were even more perplexed. A medical ninja with such formidable strength, was there no limit to what they could achieve? What other so-called geniuses would pale in comparison? Yet, what astonished them even more was Jian's new title. The vice-captain of the Konoha medical team was something they could reluctantly accept, but being the third Hokage's disciple, this was somewhat daunting. Did the third Hokage believe Jian could rise to the level of the Sannin? At this moment, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, are you jesting with me? You appointed a disciple without consulting U.S. advisors. Shimura Danzo confronted the third Hokage, his voice raised in anger. Initially, he had agreed to grant Jian the vice-captain position only because he had made a deal with the third Hokage. The position could be given, but Jian must join his root organization. They desperately needed a skilled medical ninja to expedite their forbidden human experimentation. What if Jian were to disobey once he joined? Danzo had myriad ways to ensure Jian remained compliant. Why had he fervently pushed for Orochimaru to take over the front line of Sunagakure, even with Jiraiya present? Victory could still be achieved. It was simply to ensure there would be enough corpses for research in this final war, allowing for quicker progress in his studies. Additionally, Danzo was unwilling to remain merely an advisor. He aimed to elevate Orochimaru to the position of Hokage. This war was crucial for Orochimaru's bid for power. Once Orochimaru ascended, with his root organization and research results, he would become the true nominal Hokage of Konoha. Even if Sarutobi sought to obstruct him, it would be of little consequence. He could reshape Konoha as he pleased. However, now Sarutobi had gone back on his word, making Jian his disciple. Without Jian's involvement, Danzo was left uncertain about when their research would yield results. If any hint of their activities were discovered, it would spell disaster. Thus, how could Danzo accept this? That's right. Danzo's right. Sarutobi, what were you thinking? You should have at least informed us of such a significant decision. Mito Kazan, who had just arrived, expressed his discontent. Following him, another advisor, Nara Shikaku, shared similar sentiments. However, their concerns differed from Danzo's. They merely felt that Sarutobi's actions were disrespectful, bypassing their counsel. Seeing the three advisors gathered, the third Hokage appeared unfazed, smiling as he spoke. Danzo, you remain as impulsive as ever. He then turned to Mito and Nara. I took Jian as my disciple to strengthen Konoha and to cultivate another powerful force. I certainly wouldn't want him to waste his talents on bizarre research. As he spoke, the third Hokage cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, a smirk playing on his lips. Wouldn't you agree, Danzo? Danzo's face darkened instantly. What was this? A blatant threat. Yet he had no choice but to swallow his anger. For his research could never be made public. Isn't it imperative to nurture such talent? Even if he doesn't reach the level of the Sannin, with Jian's aptitude, his future achievements will be significant. Such a talent is essential for the future stability of Konoha. Wouldn't you agree? Noticing Danzo's silence, the third Hokage continued, we are aging, especially me. It's time to pass the torch to the younger generation. After Konoha stabilizes, I intend to retire and let someone else take the reins. Mito frowned slightly at this. Are you suggesting Jian? The third Hokage chuckled. Now, that's impossible, even if he has the capability. He lacks the experience and age. However, the fifth and sixth Hokages might not be out of the question. Mito and Nara nodded in agreement. It made sense upon reflection. To aspire to be Hokage, one must possess the qualifications of the Hokage lineage. Jian, in a prominent position now, certainly could not become a disciple of any Sannin, as it would disturb the balance of power. Thus, the third Hokage had to personally take him in as a disciple. Fine, Sarutobi, if you had said that earlier, there wouldn't be an issue. Mito and Nara turned to leave, not forgetting to take Danzo with them. Regardless of their past camaraderie, they remain vigilant against anyone with significant underground power. Heh, Danzo, this is quite a natural occurrence, isn't it? Within the organization, a man with a sickly pale complexion spoke in a deep voice. He possessed elongated golden snake-like eyes and purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils, emanating a chilling and ruthless aura of menace. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Humph. At hearing these words, Danzo, who had just returned from a setback, let out a displeased snort. After all, that was Master Hiruzen, the Hokage who had governed Konoha for so many years. He was the sole representative of the village. Listening to Orochimaru's words only heightened Danzo's displeasure. Orochimaru, is this the attitude you have towards our collaboration? Orochimaru grinned once more, merely informing you that next time you should act more swiftly, considering your opponent is the Hokage. With that, he departed. Congratulations on becoming the medical vice leader, Yakumo. However, my intuition proved correct. You truly are Senju. Although you hail from an orphan background, your exceptional medical skills, along with the training you received from Tsunade, have afforded you a modest abode in Konoha, conveniently located near the Hitaki residence. One wonders if this was a deliberate arrangement by certain individuals. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I had no choice but to disguise my identity back then. I hope you won't hold it against me. Yakumo cheerfully welcomed Kakashi inside. He soon noticed that Noera and Might Guy had also arrived, so he welcomed them in as well. I told you that Senju bears such a striking resemblance to you. There must be a connection. Initially, I thought he might be your brother, but it turns out he is indeed you. Chapter 21. The sense of crisis brought by a shadow-level powerhouse. After taking his seat, Noera gazed in awe. Yakumo, you have truly ventured far beyond our reach. Yamashiro Aoi and the others nodded in agreement. Ebisu felt fortunate that he had been wise enough to apologize early on. Otherwise, with Yakumo's current status, it would be as simple as crushing a bug to end his life. Kakashi, you are the only one who still holds hope. Noera looked at Kakashi, full of expectation. By the way, Yakumo, Captain Yamakuden T make it. He entrusted me with his congratulations for you, and I hope you won't be offended. Kakashi did not respond to Noera but instead conveyed Yama's regards. Not at all. I am grateful and would never take offense. Yakumo waved his hand and glanced at everyone, saying, do not be disheartened, young ones. I am merely forging the path ahead. You must continue to strive forward. As long as you do not give up, the day will come when you shine brightly. After all, motivational speeches are free, and Yakumo felt free to dispense them as he pleased. Indeed, the essence of youth lies in striving. Yakumo, you truly understand the spirit of youth. Might Guy gave Yakumo a thumbs up, his shining white teeth glistening as he shed tears of admiration. Had it not been for Yakumo's intervention, he would have likely lunged forward in excitement. The day of brilliance, you say? Yakumo's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation, while Kakashi clenched his fists, pondering. Is it within this very war? After reminiscing for an hour or two and enjoying a joyful meal together, the time had passed to noon. As they strolled through a narrow alleyway, Yakumo's previously cheerful expression suddenly turned sharp as he shouted sternly towards the end of the alley. A chilling, low laughter echoed, akin to venomous snakes slithering up one's skin, as a pale-skinned man adorned with hook-shaped earrings appeared within Yakumo's sight. Upon seeing this man, Yakumo's body instinctively bristled, and his pupils constricted to the utmost. Orochimaru. Yakumo sensed an impending danger. He had encountered one of the two individuals he least wished to meet in Konoha. Clearly, you've returned from the front lines. Your perception is quite sharp, besides Jiraiya and a few others. You were the first to detect my presence so swiftly, Orochimaru remarked appreciatively. Yakumo forced a smile in response, claiming it was indeed an honor. However, he secretly tensed his body, should Orochimaru choose to act against him. Although he currently lacked the strength to confront him, capturing him would not prove effortless for Orochimaru either. Presently, Orochimaru was far from the formidable figure he was during the collapse of Konoha in the original story. Do not be so wary. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Orochimaru, observing Yakumo's apprehension, licked his lips, inquiring whether someone of your medical proficiency would be interested in researching the subject of immortality with me. Were it another ninja, Orochimaru might contemplate coercing them into compliance. However, Yakumo was different. His status was unique. To act against him would undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar. Moreover, Orochimaru was uncertain if he could capture Yakumo with absolute certainty. Yakumo's speed was too remarkable. I'm afraid I have no interest. What a joke. Immortality is merely a taboo experiment on human anatomy. One would have to be out of their mind to pursue such matters. What a pity. Orochimaru cast a glance at Yakumo, adding, of course, if you ever change your mind, you are welcome to seek me out. Heh, I shall wait for you. Different talents require different methods of approach. He was not like Danzo, who resorted to intimidation and coercion. That was far too primitive. Once he confirmed that Orochimaru had truly departed, Yakumo still did not fully relax his guard. It was only when he entered the main street, amidst the bustling crowd, that he finally exhaled in relief. Strength truly is the foundation of everything. Yakumo clenched his fists. Had his strength been inadequate today, Orochimaru might have already acted against him. He had clearly perceived the intense desire in Orochimaru's eyes to make a move. He understood that had it not been for Orochimaru's concern over his speed and the uncertainty of subduing him in a single strike, he would have certainly acted without hesitation and would not have been so courteous. Only by becoming stronger can one be unafraid of any danger. Today, it was merely Orochimaru who came alone. What if next time, Danzo and Orochimaru both come together? He could not assume he would always be fortunate enough to escape unscathed. If only tomorrow's sign-in could grant him the 100 healings technique. With that, even facing a combined assault from Orochimaru and Danzo, he would have the means to counter. Among the rewards he received from today's sign-in at the medical team, he was most delighted by the sealing technique. Given his physique, the chakra he could store would indeed be substantial. If he could acquire the release method for the 100 healings technique, the explosive power unleashed would surely rival that of the first 6 gates of the 8 gates. At that time, in all of Konoha, only Namake's Minato would surpass him in speed. He would return to study the lightning release and swordsmanship passed down by the 3rd Hokage. Today's encounter filled him with an acute sense of crisis. He had not yet reached the stage where he could afford to relax. Yakumo, young man, I finally found you. At that moment, Jiraiya's voice rang out. He waved his hand and approached, but upon noticing Yakumo's unusual expression, he immediately asked with concern, "What happened?" Yakumo waved his hand, assuring him it was nothing, just an encounter with a troublesome individual. But he meant no harm. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, asking, "Who? Danzo?" "No, that old man wouldn't provoke such a reaction from you." "Wait, Orochimaru." Yakumo neither confirmed nor denied it, instead redirecting, "Senior brother Jiraiya, didn't you mention introducing me to an interesting person? Are you here to take me to meet them?" Jiraiya nodded, patting Yakumo's shoulder. "Indeed. That is precisely why I sought you out." After a brief pause, he added, "Now you understand the dangers of Konoha, don't you?" Yakumo nodded, his eyes burning with a fierce desire to grow stronger. "Next time, I will not be so powerless." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, acknowledging that since Yakumo was aware, he would refrain from unnecessary actions. "Come, let me take you to meet your esteemed uncle." Upon hearing this, Yakumo instinctively touched his nose, feeling as if he had inadvertently taken advantage of someone else. Training Ground 7. "Oh, Minato, I've brought the person you wish to meet." From a distance, Yakumo spotted the golden-haired Namake's Minato. In the next moment, Yakumo felt a golden flash before him, and Minato suddenly appeared right in front of him. How swift! Yakumo marveled internally, even he could not match such speed. Indeed, it was the Flying Thunder God, the fastest technique in the ninja world. Chapter 22. Guiding Namake's Minato. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Namake's Minato bowed respectfully. Yakumo, feeling somewhat taken aback, replied, "You are too polite." He cast a glance at Jiraiya and then addressed Minato. "How about this? From now on, we each go by our own names. I shall call you Brother Minato, and you may refer to me as Jian. Addressing each other as Master Uncle is rather cumbersome and makes me feel quite aged." Upon hearing this, Minato was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied with a smile, "If Jiraiya-sensei has no objections, I think that would be agreeable." He had initially assumed that someone of Yejin's age, who had achieved fame at a young age and was accepted as a disciple by the 3rd Hokage, would be quite imposing. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by Yejin's approachable demeanor. "Ha ha ha. I have no objections," Jiraiya exclaimed, knowing full well that Yejin would respond in such a manner, as he was not one to concern himself with trivial details. Minato then said, "Master Uncle, if that is the case, I hope I haven't offended you." Yejin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "If you have time, I would like to inquire about matters concerning speed. I hope I won't be a bother." Minato beamed with sunshine-like cheer. Of course, that would be a great opportunity for mutual learning. As the conversation continued, Minato suddenly adopted a serious expression. "I have heard that you guided Kakashi in developing an A-rank lightning release technique. So I assume you are quite adept in this area. He scratched his head sheepishly as he continued. I have an idea and wonder if you might offer some guidance. Hearing this, Yejin couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. I am quite familiar with the Rasengan. Observing this, Jiraiya couldn't resist teasing. You haven't even heard Minato's thoughts yet, and you're already so confident. Perhaps that's a bit presumptuous, realizing he had jumped the gun. Yejin sheepishly rubbed his head. My apologies. I got a bit too excited. Brother Minato, please share your thoughts. Perhaps I might have some insights. Minato, unsure if Yejin could indeed provide any guidance, reasoned that having another perspective could lead to progress. He then shared his idea. As you know, I am renowned for my speed, but my current offensive techniques are rather singular, making it challenging against unique foes. Therefore, I wish to develop a jutsu that can be unleashed without hand seals and possesses considerable power. Much like the tailed beast bomb, it would consist solely of chakra, allowing me to combat various enemies with greater ease and better align with my fighting style. Upon hearing this, Yejin felt a surge of certainty. This was precisely the essence of the Rasengan. Jiraiya quipped, do you have any thoughts on this, or is it of no consequence? He did not expect Yejin to have any profound insights. Today, he merely intended to introduce Minato to Yejin. An arrangement sanctioned by the third Hokage. Yet, he pondered, perhaps I could give it a try. Conjuring the training method for the Rasengan in his mind, he seized a leaf and closed his eyes, prompting Jiraiya and Minato to exchange puzzled glances. Jiraiya mused internally, could this young man truly succeed? As he concentrated, chakra enveloped the leaf, spinning at high speed and gradually compressing. Had he not already mastered nature transformation and possessed exceptional chakra control? He would never dare to demonstrate in such a manner. Gradually, a whistling sound emanated from his hand, coalescing into a small sphere radiating a brilliant azure glow. Ha! Yejin suddenly opened his eyes and struck a nearby wooden post with his palm. Boom! The post exploded into splinters. Even Minato, a genius in his own right, felt a twinge of inferiority. Was this individual truly not a monster? How could he articulate an idea and then manifest it so effortlessly? Even a deity might struggle to achieve such feats. Jiraiya was left utterly astonished, staring incredulously at Yejin as he turned around. Oh, you truly possess the ability to foresee the future. You actually made it happen. Even witnessing the event firsthand, it remained astonishingly surreal. Don't be too surprised. I happen to have a similar idea, so when Brother Minato spoke, inspiration struck me in an instant, Yejin said, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. He hadn't anticipated that he would successfully test the Rasengan in one go. How serendipitous. If I were to incorporate lightning release, perhaps I could create a disappearing Rasengan as well. Achieving success on the first attempt lifted Yejin's spirits immensely. I see. So what do you intend to name this technique? Jiraiya inquired after Yejin's explanation seemed more reasonable. Minato smiled and raised his index finger, suggesting, since it is formed through high-speed rotation and compression, why not call it Shining Spiral Azure Ball Zero type? Yejin couldn't help but face-bomb. He knew the naming genius would propose something extraordinary. Ha ha ha. It seems you are not particularly fond of that name. Jiraiya laughed, while Yejin shook his head in resignation. Let's just call it the Rasengan for now. Perhaps in the future, we could incorporate various elemental chakras to develop new forms. This name instantly caught Jiraiya's attention. Ah, that's much more concise. Minato, what do you think? Minato nodded in agreement. It seems I will truly need to consult you more often. This will certainly bolster my upcoming mission to the Hidden Cloud Village. Yejin was taken aback, looking at Jiraiya in astonishment. You mean to say that the one undertaking the reconnaissance mission to the Hidden Cloud Village is Minato? Jiraiya replied. Who else in the village would be suitable for such a task? Yejin considered this. Indeed, aside from Minato, who else possessed that qualification? Upon reflection, it became clear that the third Hokage had selected individuals proficient in speed for this endeavor. Was the urgency of the situation truly that pressing? With this in mind, Yejin turned to Minato. If that is the case, let us refine this technique. Minato nodded earnestly, eager to learn this jutsu. Brother Jiraiya, you should give it a try as well. After all, having multiple skills is never a disadvantage. If it proves beneficial, we should share the knowledge. After all, this was originally a technique developed by Jiraiya and Minato in the original story. Yejin felt no remorse in this collaborative effort. The principles of the Rasengan were quite simple. The two mastered it after just a few attempts. What followed was merely the control of chakra. Rasengan, Rasengan, echoed the voices of the three in the seventh training ground. If one were to determine who mastered it the fastest, Yejin could only concede that the man who could learn and elevate the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed remarkable. Minato was the first to completely control the Rasengan. With Jian trailing by a mere minute, the younger generation is indeed formidable. You two have grasped it so swiftly. While I feel like a fool, Jiraiya remarked, feeling a sense of lament as he had only just begun to grasp the concept when these two had already completed it. Shall we attempt to infuse it with additional properties? Jian suggested, glancing at Minato as the sun had yet to set. Let's give it a try. Minato replied with enthusiasm, eager to continue exploring. Chapter 23. Developing Ninjutsu. God-hiding Rasengan Jian's hands emanated with the aura of lightning release, and as he gathered chakra into a rapidly spinning, colliding light sphere, an immense repulsive force immediately emerged. Hey, this is intriguing, but not enough. Concentrate. With Jian's current chakra control, this level of resistance was insufficient to deter him. Buzzing. As he compressed the chakra further, the Rasengan surged like a wild stallion, darting about and humming incessantly. Still, Jian tightened his grip, exerting more force to control the Rasengan, which only resulted in it becoming more erratic, releasing an intensely explosive aura. Jian sensed he was on the verge of losing control. This could end poorly. Suddenly, the Rasengan ruptured, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that made both Jiraiya and Minato instinctively tense. With a swift motion, Jian hurled it away. In a bizarre turn of events, the Rasengan vanished. However, amidst the astonished expressions of Minato and Jiraiya, the space momentarily warped, and a terrifying force erupted. Boom! It was as if dozens of explosive tags detonated simultaneously. The violent energy shattered the earth within a several-meter radius, sending debris flying and leaving behind a crater over a meter deep resembling a spider's web. Such power! Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. If that had struck a person, it would have obliterated half their body. Is this the power of the Rasengan infused with elemental chakra? The ever-astounding Tobirama Senju found himself increasingly eager about the formidable power of the technique he was about to complete. This power, combined with his Flying Thunder God technique, might even pose a challenge to a Hokage-level ninja. At that moment, he realized he could potentially threaten such formidable beings. Most importantly, Jiraiya, bewildered, mused, Jian. Could it be that your Rasengan can vanish mid-flight? He was certain he had not misjudged earlier. The Rasengan had indeed disappeared upon being thrown, only to reappear again. Such an unpredictability was exceedingly difficult to defend against. Had it been his first battle, he would never have considered such a possibility, and it was entirely plausible to be rendered incapacitated through carelessness. It seems that way. I shall wait until I fully master it to gauge its ultimate power. Jian chuckled, feeling a sense of admiration for the second Hokage, a true genius in the creation of jutsu. Crafting a single technique appeared a daunting task for him, while the second Hokage treated it as a mere game. Such is the disparity. Have I truly unearthed a prodigy? Jiraiya pondered, watching Jian resume his experimental endeavors with jutsu. Initially, he believed that discovering a talent like Tobirama Senju was a lifetime achievement. Yet it seemed Jian surpassed even that. Boom, boom. As failures continued to mount, dust descended. Finally, Jian stabilized the Rasengan in his hand, yet within it lay an unfathomable power capable of annihilating everything. Merely holding it before him sent chills down Jiraiya's spine. In an instant, it shot forth and vanished from sight, only to reappear several meters away. The scene mirrored the previous failures, with a ferocious force obliterating everything in its path, scattering debris far and wide, leaving behind a deep crater adorned with spiral patterns. Impressive. Jian, you managed to throw the Rasengan, Tobirama exclaimed. Unlike me, who can only unleash it at close range. Hearing this, Jian smiled, replying, if I could throw it, it would hardly align with your combat style. Tobirama chuckled in response, then earnestly bowed to Jian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss in developing this technique. Jian waved his hand dismissively, but I too have gained two powerful techniques. Have I not? This is also thanks to you, Brother Watergate. Jiraiya, witnessing the exchange, laughed heartily. You're good at everything, except being overly modest. Well then, I am quite curious to see the expression on the third Hokage's face when he learns of all this. He continued, given the commotion surrounding the development of these jutsu, it was impossible for the third Hokage not to notice. Indeed. What? Jian, you assisted Watergate in creating a new jutsu, and you've developed others as well? When the third Hokage heard Jiraiya's account of Jian's help in transforming Watergate's long-pondered jutsu concept into reality, he nearly dropped his pipe. Tobirama and Jian exchanged a glance, each brandishing a cerulean chakra sphere filled with a formidable aura. Such potent energy? The third Hokage was taken aback, but upon realizing this was merely the initial state, he yearned to witness the advanced forms of their techniques. Thus, he observed as both infused their jutsu with wind and lightning attributes. In an instant, the Rasengan in Tobarama's hand exuded a razor-sharp intensity, while Yejian's emanated a wild, eerie energy. The shared quality of both was the immediate sense of peril it instilled in onlookers. The third Hokage, being a powerful ninja himself, could sense the terrifying nature of the jutsu before him. He couldn't help but feel grateful that such talents had not fallen into Danzo's grasp. After steadying his emotions, he continued to smoke, albeit his hand trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Yejian and remarked, "You want to be mentoring others and developing astonishing jutsu again, will you? You seem more like a jutsu professor than I do." This made Yejian scratch his nose, replying helplessly, "Lord Hokage, it was purely accidental, a sudden burst of inspiration. I truly appear to be someone capable of instructing others." The third Hokage chuckled, reflecting, "I am relieved that Jiraiya discovered you. Otherwise, you might have been buried among medical ninjas." Jiraiya grinned. "Of course, old man. You should know who taught me. My vision is certainly sharp." The third Hokage playfully scolded, "Still as slick as in your youth." He then turned to Tobarama and Yejian, saying, "With these two jutsu enhancements, I feel more confident in your upcoming mission. The techniques you've developed rightfully belong to you. Stay safe on your journey." With their departure imminent the following day, he felt it necessary to convey his sentiments. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage." Yejian and Tobarama replied in unison before taking their leave. "I in the roots of the organization." Danzo Shimura seethed upon hearing of Yejian's assistance to Tobarama in crafting a powerful jutsu. He felt an overwhelming regret for not having seized him sooner. Perhaps Yejian could have accelerated the progress of his human experimentation. Chapter 24. If I cannot possess it, then I shall destroy it. How infuriating. Why must such talent be beyond my grasp? Danzo ground his teeth in frustration, then suddenly conceived a wild idea. If I cannot have Yejian, then neither shall you, Sir Toby. You have forced my hand. In Yejian's room, he opened the lightning release scroll bestowed upon him by the third Hokage, acknowledging that the lightning techniques inscribed within were indeed impressive. Yet the scroll contained not only lightning techniques but also some illusions. He selected two techniques, the lightning clone and the shadow step technique. The remaining lightning techniques did not align with his combat style for now. However, the knowledge contained therein would enhance his understanding of lightning. In the latter half of the night, he returned to the 7th training ground and unrolled the sword technique scroll as anticipated. It contained the techniques of the White Fang. The ninja sword techniques, akin to the lightning shadow's combat style, combined ninjutsu with swordsmanship. Upon reflection, the willow leaf dance indeed suited the ninja sword techniques perfectly. After thoroughly reviewing the content, Yejian commenced his practice. Swish, zing, whoosh, beneath the night sky, a bolt of lightning flickered, and with time's passage, an increasingly sharp and agile aura emanated from him. This is the essence of true swordsmanship. The more Yejian practiced, the more invigorated he felt. Experiencing a significant enhancement in his swordsmanship, he realized how rigid and disjointed his previous techniques had been. It dawned upon him that every movement in swordsmanship could seamlessly connect and compensate for one another, yielding an effect greater than the sum of its parts. His prior methods were akin to a bull chewing peonies, wasting energy and exposing vulnerabilities. It was solely through his terrifying speed that he had managed to mitigate these shortcomings. No wonder the White Fang had dominated the battlefield. This sword technique was a flawless killing machine. The genius behind its creation was indeed remarkable, and it was a pity he could not meet him. A true regret. As dawn approached, Yejian finally returned home. Yet he no longer bore the fierce aura from the night. Instead, he felt a profound sense of returning to simplicity, concealing his prowess within the sheath. Coupled with the Ein seal, the god-hiding Rasengan, and the enhancements from the ninja sword techniques, he wondered if he was now qualified to confront a Hokage-level ninja. Time to bid farewell to Lady Tsunade. After donning his attire, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. Sign-in commencing. Please proceed to Tsunade's side for sign-in within 5 minutes. Yejian raised an eyebrow. System, are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? Just as he contemplated saying goodbye to Tsunade, the system sign-in request appeared. Yet the system offered no response. Yejian had long grown accustomed to this, shrugging and stepping out the door. Yejian, you little rascal. Arriving so early. I assume you have something to discuss? Tsunade, engrossed in her beauty regimen, urged him to speak quickly, not wishing to delay her routine. Little did she notice the fervor and joy flickering in Yejian's slightly lowered gaze. Am I truly this fortunate today? Have I genuinely acquired this technique? Yejian suppressed the excitement swelling within him, maintaining an outward semblance of tranquility as he addressed, I have come to bid you farewell. Tsunade-sensei. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade momentarily froze in her actions, then feigned indifference as she replied, "Humph, you need to say goodbye for a mere mission. You're no longer a child." After a brief pause, her voice took on a somber tone. "Just make sure to return alive. Otherwise, there will be no one to inherit my medical skills." Jian nodded, bowed deeply, and swiftly took his leave of Jiraiya before officially embarking on his journey to Awagakure. At that moment, within his system space, a jade-colored scroll lay, inscribed with 4 grand characters, Baihao no Jutsu. Indeed, after acquiring the sealing technique, Jian had once again signed in to obtain the Baihao no Jutsu. The jutsu he had longed for had truly come into his possession. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Only after departing from the confines of Konoha did Jian finally let out a raucous laugh directed at the heavens. Baihao no Jutsu. The more chakra you possess, the greater the amplification of your strength. With his current chakra reserves, combined with various techniques, he might truly stand a chance against a Kaga-level opponent without falling short. This journey to Awagakure filled him with renewed confidence. Meanwhile, in the root organization, Shimura Danzo's countenance was as dark as a thundercloud as he coldly remarked, "Do not blame me, Jian. I have no desire to eliminate such talent. But since you cannot be of use to me, I must regrettably bid you farewell." He could not help but smirk. "Sarutobi, our competition has now become fair once more. You have your talented subordinates, and I have mine. Let us see who ultimately holds sway over Konoha. Orochimaru shall undoubtedly become Hokage, be it Minato or Jian. Neither shall return. No one can rival Orochimaru for the position of Hokage." As he spoke, the madness in his eyes intensified. His strength may not be the greatest, but his intricate web of relationships within the shadows of the ninja world was unrivaled. The Raikage and Sasuke were merely guests at his table. With sufficient interest, no deal was beyond reach. Diplomacy is but another means. 2 scrolls were devoured by 2 peculiar ninja beasts, vanishing without a trace. Hours later, at the border between the land of earth and the land of grass, a contingent of Iwanins suddenly appeared. "Captain Huang Tu, is the information from that Konoha scoundrel Danzo truly reliable? What if we are being deceived?" A black-haired Iwanin queried anxiously. "This arrangement is one that the old man made with that scoundrel Danzo. Having dealt with him for years, his seasoned experience ensures he can discern between schemes and reality. Moreover, if Danzo dares to deceive the old man, the transactions they have engaged in will inevitably come to the attention of the Hokage. I doubt he possesses the audacity to do so." The captain, sporting a full beard and an austere demeanor, would be instantly recognizable to Jian as Huang Tu, the son of the Tsuchikage. It was hard to believe that there were indeed individuals in this world willing to betray their comrades. Another Jian, hearing this, looked incredulous, especially given that Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha. Shouldn't he be acting in Konoha's best interests? Huang Tu had wished to voice a similar sentiment, as a high-ranking official of Konoha. Selling out Konoha ninjas was unfathomable. He wondered how a person like Danzo could have held such a position for so long. What was the Hokage thinking? If such a person existed in Awagakure, he would have likely met his end long ago. Chapter 25. Enemies Lurking. The Killing Intent of Tsuki. "But Captain, can that Jian truly evade the pursuit of the Sannin?" another Iwanin inquired of Huang Tu. Although Tsuchikage had promptly sold the whereabouts of Konoha's Hongguang to the Kazekage after obtaining the information from Danzo, the leader of the Sannin pursuit team was none other than the puppet master Tsuki. Surely, no matter how formidable Jian was, he could not possibly escape from him. Huang Tu responded, "One must be meticulous in all matters. Jian has previously escaped from Chiyo on the front lines multiple times. We cannot guarantee that Tsuki will indeed be able to eliminate him. It is time for us to intervene and resolve this matter ourselves." Upon hearing this, the Iwanin was taken aback. So, Konoha's Hongguang was that formidable. No wonder the Kazekage was so intent on eliminating him. At that very moment, a similar crisis was unfolding near Kumogakure, with a looming threat awaiting Minato. Jian, of course, would not foresee the depths of Danzo's depravity, having sent his whereabouts to Awagakure to orchestrate his demise. Yet, Danzo could not have anticipated that Tsuchikage no Ki also sought to use a knife to kill. Informing the Kazekage of his location to set up an ambush. He was currently experiencing the terrifying amplification brought about by Baihao no Jutsu. His speed, already remarkable, had now reached an exhilarating peak. He could confidently assert that, aside from Minato, there was no one who could surpass him in speed, not even the future fourth Raikage. As for his power, he had yet to gauge its precise value. But under the effects of Baihao no Jutsu, he felt as if he could easily take on 5 of his former selves without breaking a sweat. Truly, it was a testament to the might of the ultimate ninjutsu developed by Tsunade. However, it seemed that Tsunade had not yet fully developed this technique. If memory served her correctly, by how no jutsu had only begun to take shape about 60 years ago, this realization created a rather awkward situation. Jian could almost envision a future day when Tsunade would approach him and say, "I have an idea for a jutsu," followed by a lengthy explanation. He would then execute the corresponding technique. Smugly inquiring, "Is this how it's done, Tsunade-sensei?" Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. Jian deactivated by how no jutsu in just a few minutes. Half of his meticulously stored chakra had been depleted. 2 days later. Jian had traversed beyond the land of fire, but as he sought refuge beneath a tree for a brief respite, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Whoosh! A barrage of kunai, each adorned with explosive tags, hurtled toward him. Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly dodged to the side. Yet, the onslaught continued with a combination of wind release, sand shuriken. A violent tempest obscured everything around him. A furious roar intermingled with finely honed grains of sand assailing him. Bang! Jian quickly employed the body replacement technique to evade, but the area he had just occupied was instantly reduced to ruins by the howling winds. Whoosh! Just as Jian reappeared, his sensory technique detected an urgent threat approaching from behind. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed a meticulously crafted puppet lunging towards him with a blade, glimmering with a toxic green hue. Swish! Jian swiftly drew his own blade, encasing himself in lightning armor. One could not afford to underestimate a puppet master. A single prick from a poison needle could spell disaster. With a swift stroke, he cleaved through the puppet, severing both it and its weapon in one decisive strike. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a powerful punch struck him from behind. A hulking puppet had stealthily approached. Whoosh! As anticipated, another wave of attacks ensued. Jian instantly vanished, landing atop a distant tree, his expression grave as he surveyed the adversaries below. The puppet master Zuki from Sunagakure, along with a plethora of elite Sannin. A foreboding sense of dread settled in Jian's heart. How did the Sannin know his whereabouts? This was the land of grass, far removed from the front lines, even if they harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. It should not have been possible for them to pinpoint his location so accurately. "Hey, brat, what is your connection to Konoha's White Fang?" Zuki, having just lost a puppet, raised his gaze to Jian perched in the tree. His expression darkening as he shouted, "It was all because of that White Fang. Had he not killed his sister's son, how could Scorpion have grown up without love, ultimately leading to the assassination of the Kazekage and sparking the current war?" He had thought he would never have to witness that abhorrent swordsmanship again. Yet here it was, manifesting in the form of the target. Yang Jian. Zuki's murderous intent towards Jian intensified profoundly. "I have no connection," Jian retorted, "but it seems you have some powerful backing, as you can so accurately track my whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Zuki's expression grew even darker. "Very well, since you are so defiant, I shall pry open your mouth. As for why we are here, you need not concern yourself with such matters. What purpose to the dead serve in knowing so much?" However, Jian narrowed his eyes. Could it possibly be related to that scoundrel, Danzo? Regardless of whether it is him or not, it is not incorrect to think so. In the entirety of Konoha, the only person capable of orchestrating such events is undoubtedly him. Humph. No wonder you have encountered this calamity. If I were him, I would certainly eliminate someone as clever and uncontrollable as you. Haiyu Zhang's words had, in effect, acknowledged Jian's suspicions as valid. This revelation caused Jian's expression to darken immediately. "Danzo, I will remember this grudge." He clenched his fists. After all, his initial desire to grow stronger stemmed from a fear of Danzo's insidious methods. Now, that fear had indeed come to fruition. Moreover, this was happening without him having provoked Danzo in any way. If Danzo wished to eliminate him, he would do so without a shred of justification. This situation is not merely infuriating, it is utterly disheartening. "You little brat, do you think so little of me that you dare to be dazed in such a predicament?" Haiyu Zhang's voice, cold as ice, suddenly pierced through the air. Though 52 years of age, he stood at the pinnacle of his strength. With a wave of his hand, 9 puppets charged forth simultaneously. While they were merely replicas of the famed Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, they exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. A shadow-level threat. Undoubtedly, Hyazong was a formidable shadow-level powerhouse. The absolute oppression that transcends even the elite Jian can only be wielded by someone of this caliber. His Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, enhanced by some secret technique, possessed remarkable durability, Ye Jian's earlier use of the Chidori blade and ninjutsu barely managed to dismantle them. Fortunately, he had accumulated a bit of chakra over the past couple of days. Otherwise, he would have truly been at a loss. One shadow-level opponent like Haiyu Zong was already enough to overwhelm Ye Jian. Adding to that were the elite sand shinobi below, who had formed a barrier, clearly intending to trap him. Without the Baika no Jutsu, Ye Jian felt that he would indeed find himself in dire straits today. Chapter 26, Baika no Jutsu, begin. With a swift motion, he met the charge of the towering puppet. And as a slender puppet approached from behind, he shouted, "Stop." Seizing the moment, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from sight. Although his speed was indeed remarkable, today, even that would prove futile. Those arrayed outside the barrier found it exceedingly difficult to breach it. He would not grant Ye Jian any opportunity to break through the formation. The outcome for Ye Jian today was singular, a dead end. Whoosh! Ye Jian reappeared behind Haiyu Zong. The abilities of a puppet master in close combat were weak. If he could eliminate him, everything would be resolved. But, clang, a puppet soared to intercept him, and several others swiftly converged. Ye Jian felt a chill run down his spine and promptly evaded, only to find himself behind another puppet, aiming to sever its strings. "You clever boy, your insight is sharp, but alas, you shall not have this opportunity." Before Ye Jian could make his move, he sensed a blur before him. As a puppet bearing the character swung a fist imbued with potent chakra, the weight of that force seemed capable of shattering boulders. Truly, a master of puppetry, the puppets could even wield chakra. Ye Jian's heart raced, and he once again vanished in a flash. But at that moment, a puppet marked with brandished a slender sword, slicing through the air with a razor-sharp aura. Should Ye Jian resist, he could already perceive the encroaching attacks of the remaining puppets, which would inevitably lead to a scenario of being besieged. If he chose to evade, he might find himself in the same predicament upon reappearing. Regardless of his choice, he faced a dead end and a crisis. The might of a shadow-level opponent was truly evident. Ninjutsu, Sanbao Suekue. Indeed, as soon as Ye Jian made his appearance, an overwhelming force of devouring energy descended upon him. The puppets marked, and the one before him marked formed a terrifying formation, leaving no room for escape. "Your time has come, Konoha's cold light," Haiyu Zong bellowed fiercely. "This time, I will not allow you to escape with your speed. My sister and I have devised a specific strategy to deal with you. Once your speed is restricted, you are nothing." Hearing this, Ye Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so? Since ordinary means 1T suffice. Then let the Baika no Jutsu commence. A diamond pattern suddenly spread across his chest, enveloping his entire being. Boom! Ye Jian's aura surged exponentially, causing even Haiyu Zong to change his expression. Willow leaf dance, Chidori blade. In a flash of lightning, a thunderous crash resounded, and the Sanbao Suekue was violently shattered. The right arm of the puppet was severed, and a massive crack appeared beneath the puppet's ribs. Were it not for the sudden emergence of a sealing technique from the right arm of the puppet, which unleashed a torrent of shuriken, Ye Jian's heavy fist would have struck the puppet. Whoosh! Ye Jian reappeared before the elite sand shinobi. The fearsome nature of a shadow-level opponent was undeniable. He had anticipated all of Ye Jian's reappearances, forcing him into his rhythm. During that brief encounter, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Had it not been for the Baika no Jutsu, he surmised he would have already suffered heavy injuries from the encirclement. In light of this, he resolved to eliminate these adversaries first. Ye Jian's expression hardened, and he executed the ninjutsu, willow leaf dance, Chidori blade. The sand shinobi, sensing imminent danger, braced themselves. Ye Jian let out a chilling laugh. "If you think you can withstand this, then by all means, do try." In the blink of an eye, the elite sand shinobi witnessed a streak of elegant lightning flashing past them. In the next moment, only two Jianin managed to evade the onslaught thanks to their sand clones. One had lost his left hand, while the other was left without an arm. The remaining sand shinobi gaped in horror, witnessing their comrades clutching their throats in despair, gasping for breath before succumbing. In an instant, only 3 enemies remained on the bat left. "Now it is my turn." The esteemed Kaibozen grinned widely, while the 2 Jonin joined forces to perform hand seals, enhancing the potency of his skills with wind release. White's secret technique. Thousand Needle Rain. Kaibozen swiftly completed the hand signs, and in the next instant, all the puppets simultaneously opened their mouths, targeting Ye Jian, unleashing a flurry of poisonous needles that flew forth like javelins. There was no room for evasion. He was destined to be riddled with holes. Chapter 27. Annihilation, the hidden spiral sphere. Ye Jian merely murmured, hurling the spiraling sphere, imbued with elemental properties, towards the Buddha puppet. Drawing his blade, he unleashed two solid chakra waves that tore through the howling winds. He stepped back, wielding his weapon like a crescent moon, successfully deflecting all the poisonous needles. Even those that managed to slip through were halted by his thunder armor. However, the spiraling sphere vanished with a soft pop. Ha ha! What's the matter? Is your chakra depleted to the point where you can't even perform a decent ninjutsu? Witnessing this scene, Kaibozen couldn't help but burst into laughter, which soon morphed into a more sinister grin. Your swordsmanship is commendable. But now you shall die. Yet Yedrin smiled in return. Oh, is that so? Kaibozen's expression turned fierce. Stop pretending. Just as he prepared to command his puppets to attack, a pale blue spiraling sphere suddenly appeared before the Buddha puppet like a specter. What? Kaibozen was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, a thunderous crash resonated as the Buddha puppet shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. The spiraling sphere vibrated violently, emitting a menacing hum, clearly on the verge of exploding. This is bad. Kaibozen was struck with terror, attempting to withdraw the nearby puppets, but it was too late. Boom! A colossal surge of chakra erupted, transforming into a vast, rapidly spinning energy sphere that ruthlessly devoured and tore apart everything in its vicinity. The three Buddha puppets, along with the other two, were instantly dismembered into shards. Spit. From a distance, Kaibozen emerged, aghast at the tremendous loss, unable to accept it as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Kaibozen. The two jonin gasped in shock and rushed to his side. Are you all right? I'm fine. Kaibozen trembled as he stood up, glaring at the equally breathless Jian with a fierce expression. Let us attack together. We must kill him. The two jonin gazed at Jian, their hearts filled with dread as they thought, what kind of monster is this? Even Lord Kaibozen is no match for him, a teen merely 14 years old. He is already this powerful. How strong will he become in the future? In unison, they shared a singular thought. He must be eliminated. He cannot be allowed to grow any stronger. Huh? Kill me. Jian could not help but laugh. Then his gaze sharpened as he charged toward the three. Then let us see who kills whom. His current speed had reached its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he was before them. Block. Kaibozen gestured with his finger, and the remaining three puppets surged forward, their bodies bristling with various weapons. The two jonin simultaneously retreated, eager to combine their efforts in performing hand seals. They had fallen for it. Dear friends, just as Jian was about to close in on Kaibozen, he suddenly withdrew violently, revealing that he had already completed the final hand sign. This is bad. Kaibozen felt an ominous premonition, yet he could not stop it in time. Illusion technique. Dark travel. The three of them suddenly found their vision consumed by darkness, rendering them unable to see anything. This is terrible. Kaibozen was greatly alarmed and hastily summoned his puppets to shield himself within. He immediately unleashed powerful chakra to break through the illusion. Puff. Just as Kaibozen broke free from the illusion, he saw the two jonin staring at each other in disbelief, a crimson line of blood abruptly appearing on their necks. They then collapsed to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably from their throats. Their weapons had all been severed, and to make matters worse, even the barrier was breached with a gaping hole. This guy's target can't be. Kaibozen suddenly had a terrible premonition, only to see Jian reveal a chilling smile, prompting him to shout to the sand shinobi outside. Quickly reinforce the barrier. His target is before H regardless of whether it serves as assistance or aims to eliminate some unsavory matters. There are indeed ways to achieve these ends. The technique of consciousness probing. It allows one to search through the minds of all living beings, including corpses, for information, leaving no trace of access. Is this not the secret art of the clan in the mountains? Jian was overjoyed and immediately began to learn it, swiftly infiltrating the consciousness of Hai Lao Tsang. His brow furrowed at once. He then realized that the intelligence from Sunagakure had, in fact, been sold to them by Anoki, and there was no doubt that Anoki's information had come from Danzo himself. This was a confession made by Hai Lao Tsang himself. Very well, since you have deceived me, do not blame me for returning the favor. A countermeasure instantly sprang to his mind. This time, he would make Danzo suffer. However, since Anoki was already aware of his whereabouts, it was likely that he would dispatch a team of IWA shinobi to ambush him. If he were Anoki, even knowing that Hai Lao Tsang's ambush on Jian should be foolproof, he would still lay another team and wait along the route Jian must take to the land of Earth. Just in case that in that case, he would turn the tables, disguising himself as a sand ninja. He would inform the IWA shinobi that Hai Lao Tsang had failed in his pursuit, but that Jian had sustained serious injuries, urging them to be cautious. Then, Using Hai Lao Tsang's identity to eliminate the IWA shinobi would incite conflict between them. Alleviating the pressure on Konoha.ye, Jian stroked his chin, deciding that this was indeed the plan to follow. After all, Hai Lao Tsang's killings had nothing to do with him. Yi Jian, he chuckled softly. The puppet servant would prove useful. The puppets originating from Hai Lao Tsang's hands would undoubtedly lead the IWA shinobi to suspect nothing of Konoha. They would likely not believe that he could defeat Hai Lao Tsang. Let alone the ambush team he led out a single Hai Lao Tsang, along with 2 elite jonin and over a dozen special jonin in combat strength, would be formidable enough to even bring Jiraiya to his knees. After all, he had only just stepped into the realm of shadows, lacking the terrifying power he would possess in the future when confronting pain. Even Jiraiya would meet his demise. Who would think that a mere upstart could accomplish all this? Approaching the corpse of Hai Lao Tsang, he began to sift through his ninja tools. How he relished those who carried their entire fortune upon their person. Within, he found scrolls of puppet techniques. He had no interest in the various jutsu of Tsunejikure as for the poisons and a heap of wealth. He was indeed very interested. Money, after all, is something everyone loves, perfectly suited to let the IWA shinobi experience the unique poisons of Tsunegakure. Speaking of which, the poisons obtained from Taki could also be employed against the IWA shinobi. Once he had gathered everything, he dug a pit and buried Hai Lao Tsang, then began to recuperate his strength. Activating his sensing technique, he remained vigilant against any approaching ambush. But, wasn't this a case of a pillow arriving just as he dozed off? Several hundred meters away, he detected the presence of an IWA shinobi. With this, he felt increasingly confident in the successful execution of his plan. Half a day later, Captain, why hasn't this Konoha cold light arrived yet? Is something amiss? An IWA shinobi beside KT asked restlessly. What did the scouts report? KT inquired, to which the IWA shinobi shook his head, indicating that no news had yet come. It was indeed rather strange. So much time had passed without a single report. KT felt puzzled as well. Logically, Yi Jian should have reached the border of the land of grass by today. At this point, there should have been some outcome. Sudden, urgent report. Just then, an IWA shinobi appeared a few meters away from KT and the others. What's wrong? Is there any news from the Sand Ninja? KT immediately asked upon seeing this person. Captain, Hai Lao Tsang's pursuit of Konoha Cold Light was unsuccessful, losing 12 Sand Ninja in the process. Konoha Cold Light has sustained serious injuries, and Hai Lao Tsang is now heading towards us. The IWA shinobi's words left everyone present in shock. What? That guy Hai Lao Tsang failed to capture Konoha Cold Light. KT exclaimed in disbelief. Are you sure this information is accurate? The IWA shinobi nodded, affirming that his subordinate had witnessed it with his own eyes, and there was no doubt. KT exchanged incredulous glances with another elite jonin, both feeling a wave of disbelief. Are you certain that Konoha Cold Light is seriously injured? KT pressed further. Yes, my subordinate saw him struck by Hai Lao Tsang's poison needle and injured, spitting blood from one of the puppets. The IWA shinobi replied once more. Is that so? How was the fish yesterday? KT suddenly posed an odd question. Under normal circumstances, one would instinctively respond that it was delicious. However, this IWA shinobi looked up, puzzled. Lord KT, you should know that I do not like fish. Furthermore, when did we eat fish yesterday? Faced with this IWA shinobi's confusion, KT burst into laughter. Do not take offense. I was merely testing, fearing that the enemy might have infiltrated us. The IWA shinobi nodded, saying, understood. Yet deep inside, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had verified the corresponding intelligence. Or else things would have truly gone awry. Of course, he was merely disguised as Yi Jian. The real IWA shinobi scout had long since perished, who, at that moment, KT suddenly shouted towards a certain direction, instantly alerting everyone. It is I. Esteemed members of IWA Shinobi Village, an elderly voice echoed as Hai Lao Tsang appeared, 2 puppets floating behind him. Hai Lao Tsang, what brings you here? Where is Konoha Cold Light? KT demanded, his tone stern upon seeing Hai Lao Tsang. Alas, I am ashamed to admit that I let him escape. However, he is gravely injured. Do not misunderstand. Everyone, I have come to deliver this news. Hai Lao Tsang bowed deeply to the IWA shinobi, his voice laced with hatred. Please grant me another chance. I cannot allow Konoha Cold Light to continue living. Chapter 29. Digging a pit for Anoki KT could not help but scoff at this declaration. Why should we grant you that opportunity? Your lack of ability is your own affair. Our ambush on Konoha Cold Light is our own concern that I recall we had an agreement. Should you fail to eliminate Konoha Cold Light, we would take over. What is this, Lord Hai Lao Tsang? You, a dignified master of puppetry, a significant figure in Sunagakure, now wish to renege on your word. Upon hearing this, Hai Lao Tsang's expression darkened. So, you are saying, truly, that there is no room for negotiation? KT detected the menace in his words. Hai Lao Tsang, do you intend to strike against us? Hai Lao Tsang calmly replied, then I must apologize, esteemed IWA shinobi. I must personally kill you, Jian. As soon as the words left his lips, two phantoms burst forth from behind him, charging towards KT and the others. A torrent of poison saban rained down like a violent storm. Moving at an extraordinary speed, this far exceeded KT's understanding of puppet masters. Yet, recalling that the opponent was indeed a master of puppetry, such strength was not entirely unexpected, and he quickly formed seals to create a barrier in defense. However, thump, the IWA shinobi who had just knelt before him was suddenly struck from behind, a deadly blow piercing through his heart. You bastard! KT roared in fury, yet the IWA shinobi swiftly retreated, transforming into the guise of a sand ninja. Did you not expect this, KT? The sand ninja laughed triumphantly as the poison needles were poised to turn KT into a sieve. Another elite jonin leaped in to carry him away. But the remaining IWA shinobi were not so fortunate. Thud, thud, thud. Several IWA shinobi were struck, collapsing and convulsing violently. Originally a team of 20, they were now reduced to merely 10. Aha, Gialumaru. You bastard, KT exclaimed. Witnessing this scene, his rage boiling over. Run, KT, the elite jonin who saved him shouted. Do you think we stand a chance against that scoundrel Hai Lao Tsang, let alone the fact that he has an accomplice? If you do not flee now, we shall all perish here. The IW elite jonin stood protectively before KT, ordering, left and right, quickly take KT and leave. The rest of you, hold the line with me. Hearing this, KT was taken aback. Just as he was about to refuse, the elite jonin urged, KT, does the Tsuchikage not teach you to be decisive? Go. With that, he charged directly towards Hai Lao Tsang. Where do you think you're going? Gialumaru bellowed, instantly giving chase. Since I have already struck against you, how could I allow you to escape? This is the perfect opportunity to pin the blame on Konoha Cold Light. Ha ha ha. Kai Laozing evidently shared a similar sentiment. Two puppets immediately soared into action, unleashing the secret technique of white mist. Toxic fog. A terrifying cloud of poisonous mist erupted, enveloping everything, including the elite shinobi from Iwagakure. No, Huangtu howled in fury. Kai Laozong, I will not rest until one of us lies dead. He then pivoted and was swiftly escorted away by Zuijia and Yujia. The Iwagakure shinobi hastily emerged from the toxic haze, only to be met by a flurry of shuriken hurtling towards him. How could it be so fast? A newfound awareness of the puppet master's might surged within him, compelling him to brandish his blade in defense. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of sharp weapons piercing through something echoed from the fog. Gritting his teeth, he realized that several of Iwa's elite had fallen. Yet, as he defended himself, another puppet attacked from behind, its blade gleaming like a full moon. This IWA shinobi was alarmed. The white fang blade technique. How could this be? But a sudden flash of lightning pierced through his chest. You are not Kai Laozong. Who are you truly? Thud. The second strike interrupted his words. As the toxic mist dissipated, the remaining 5 IWA shinobi beheld the scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be that Captain Heishi had perished like this? Run. We stand no chance. We must relay this news to Lord Tsuchikage. One of them declared, and the other 4 promptly fled in different directions. Do you think that's possible? Jalua Wan grinned, darting through the air like a flash of lightning. This speed. You are not the sand shinobi Jalua. You are. The IWA shinobi who had spoken froze, suddenly cut off by a blade. The remaining 4 IWA shinobi had already met their demise. Dead men should not utter such pointless words. Jalua wanted his long knife. Speaking with indifference, forget about pursuing the fleeing ones. If they scatter, how could we possibly catch them? We would only find ourselves ensnared in Iwa's ambush, which would be a grave mistake. Kai Laozing turned away. Let us return and report to Lord Kazekage. With this elite shinobi in our possession, we can discern Iwagakure's forthcoming plans, allowing us to decide whether an alliance with Konohagakure is prudent. Jalua nodded and followed closely behind Kai Laozong as they departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, A faint smile crept upon their lips, as if their words had been deliberately intended for someone listening. Indeed, hidden behind a tree not far away was an IWA shinobi. Those words had been purposefully directed at him. What was the purpose? To incite a war between Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Even if it did not lead to war, it would ensure mutual suspicion, thereby lightening the burden on Konohagakure.as for Danzo. Our feud will be settled in due time. Jian certainly did not intend to return to Konohagakure anytime soon. He would wait until tensions between Iwagakure and Sunagakure began to escalate before making his way back, for that would yield the best outcome. What? Sunagakure intends to ally with Konohagakure and has captured Heishi. Anoki had just learned of his son Huangtu's grievous injuries and the attack on their shinobi by Kai Laozong. He was engulfed in confusion and rage. Why had Kai Laozong assaulted them without provocation? Such a person did not strike him as reckless. What could he gain from this? But from the IWA shinobi's mouth. He soon understood that Kai Laozong acted with the intention of forming an alliance with Konohagakure. This revelation startled him. However, Anoki was horrified to realize that Heishi's mind held the entirety of Iwagakure's battle plans. This included colluding with Kumogakure to launch an attack against Konohagakure at the onset of the conflict at Kekai Mountain. Taking advantage of the majority of Konoha's forces being deployed at the front lines to launch a sudden assault. Furthermore, there was even a scheme to incite Kumogakure to strike first, allowing both Konoha and Iwagakure to weaken each other before seizing the opportunity to strike the faltering side and reap the benefits. In the original narrative, this was precisely how events unfolded, culminating in the tragic demise of the Third Reikage after a desperate battle against 10,000 IWA shinobi. Chapter 30. Indeed, a trap. Anoki dreaded to contemplate the catastrophic consequences if Sunagakure were to uncover their plans. Ally with Konohagakure and Kumogakure were to learn of Iwagakure's treachery. Iwagakure could not withstand a united assault from Konohagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure. Quickly, send men to pursue Kai Laozong. We must not allow him to relay this message back to Sunagakure. Anoki hastily summoned Iwagakure's elite forces and the four-tailed Jinchuriki to embark on this mission. They must reclaim the corpse of Heishi. This battle plan must not be allowed to leak. As for Huangtu's injuries, they could be addressed later. This moment, on a road in the land of grass. Hehe. Anoki, I suspect you are already dispatching men to pursue me. Perfect. Now you will have no evidence to counter my claims. Anoki's pursuit of Kai Laozong would culminate in Sunagakure discovering Kai Laozong's corpse at the border of the land of grass. What do you think Sunagakure will conclude? Iwagakure murdered Kai Laozong. This enmity will be unending. Let the winds grow fiercer. He murmured softly, seeking out a cave to continue honing his recently acquired consciousness-probing technique. Just right. Let me see how Iwagakure intends to act.is it as in the original tale, where both sides wager while plotting to ambush Konohagakure and scheme against Kumogakure. Jian once again delved into Heishi's consciousness. Initially, his face bore an expression of excitement, confirming his suspicions. However, it quickly turned icy, the chill penetrating deeply. Ah, Danzo. It seems my movements have indeed been disclosed to Anoki. What was once mere speculation was now substantiated. Very well. This debt I will settle with you. Retracing his steps to eliminate any traces of his intrusion, Jian then immersed himself in the practice of swordsmanship and the haiku technique. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to his calm demeanor, Anoki was utterly unsettled. What? You mean to say that there is no trace of Kai Laozong throughout the entire land of grass? Upon hearing the report from the pursuit team, Anoki was seized by a chilling dread that surged to his very core. This is bad. We have been ensnared. Anoki quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. Perhaps the one who took Heishi was not the true Kai Laozong at all. Yet, even if he had 100 mouths, he could not clarify the situation. The pursuit order had been issued by him. Kai Laozong was still alive, as confirmed by their shinobi, but now, with their shinobi stating they could not locate Kai Laozong. Yet he did not return to Sunagakure. What would others think? Iwagakure lied. They killed Kai Laozong to avenge their elite Heishi. Who could possess such cunning? A cold shiver ran down Anoki's spine. The unknown enemy was the most terrifying. Danzo, it must be you. Who benefits from this situation? Only Konohagakure, and the only person in Konohagakure capable of such a scheme is Danzo. Damn it. So your purpose in selling me this information was for this. Anoki lamented bitterly, realizing that if he had not been so slow to comprehend, this calamity might have been averted. Meanwhile, within Sunagakure, Anoki, I demand retribution from your Iwagakure. Chiyo's eyes blazed crimson with rage, her voice piercing and anguished. She turned to Kazekage Raza, her resentment palpable. We must ally with Konohagakure, whether to avenge Kai Laozong or for the greater good of Sunagakure. This is the best course of action. Do you wish for Kai Laozong to have died in vain? If you refuse to yield, I shall take matters into my own hands. Gazing at the remains that were but ahead, Chiyo could not remain calm. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Indeed, just as Chiyo asserted, whether for avenging Kai Laozong or for the interest of Sunagakure, allying with Konohagakure to strike against Iwagakure provided an excellent pretext. A day later, in the Hokage's office, the three advisors in the Hokage gathered, their expressions varying as they regarded Jian, who had just returned from a successful mission. I cannot believe you managed to complete the task. Not only that, but you have successfully incited animosity between Iwagakure and Sunagakure, facilitating a ceasefire and alliance between Sunagakure and our Konohagakure to combat Iwagakure, while also leading to the demise of Heishi, Sarutobi. You have taken on an extraordinary apprentice. Shizen Toanzo's eyes were cold, and he feigned admiration as he spoke. He could hardly believe that Jian could eliminate Kaizoku. Mitominen and Tsuyakosan nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Jian filled with admiration. Upon hearing this, Jian couldn't help but smile, attributing his success to Lord Toanzo's assistance. If you hadn't disclosed my whereabouts to the Tsuchikage, the Kazekage wouldn't have learned of my location and sent someone to assassinate me. This allowed me to cleverly manipulate both sides and achieve this outcome. At these words, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and reprimanded. Be silent. Jian, you've just accomplished a great feat, yet you show no gratitude. Do you not understand the gravity of slandering a Hokage advisor? Being a disciple of the Hokage does not grant you the liberty to speak recklessly. The third Hokage's admonishment, while seemingly a reprimand, was in fact a veiled indication to Jian that as long as there was evidence, it would not be considered slander. You shall soon discover the truth. Lord Hokage. I am confident that Senior Hai will present the evidence to you shortly, Jian replied with a smile, keenly aware of the implications behind the third Hokage's words. Observing Toanzo's increasingly grim countenance, Jian felt a surge of satisfaction. You schemed against me. Now you shall face the consequences. He doubted that the third Hokage could remain composed after witnessing his disciple being manipulated. Should that be the case, he would immediately defect from Konoha. Toanzo, I hope you can provide an explanation when the time comes. The third Hokage cast a stern glance at Toanzo, his tone sharp. I entrusted you with the task of connecting with the various Kage to execute matters beneficial to Konoha, not to engage in such underhanded dealings. Should you misuse this power, I shall have no choice but to reclaim it. Toanzo's expression darkened further, his gaze towards Jian growing colder. Yet, Jian feigned ignorance, casually remarking, Oh, by the way, I imagine that Tsuchikage must feel he has been outmaneuvered this time. If your spies and Iwagakure do not withdraw soon, they may very well face dire consequences. Toanzo nearly spat blood. Just as the Hokage was threatening him, Jian struck at the very core of his heart. Truly, a master and disciple in perfect harmony. How dare you remind me of such matters? Toanzo scoffed, furious that Jian would have the audacity to speak of such sordid affairs. However, he reconsidered. As a disciple of the Hokage, perhaps he was entitled to such speech. After a brief moment, a member of Yamanaka High's intelligence department arrived with news. The third Hokage's expression quickly soured. Chapter 31. When the roots decay, they must be uprooted indeed. It contained information about Toanzo selling Jian's whereabouts to Anoki. Toanzo, I hereby formally notify you that I am revoking your authority to connect with the various forces of the ninja world. You shall remain obedient within the root organization. Additionally, you must keep the news of Jian instigating conflict between Sunagakure and Iwagakure confidential. Should there be any leaks or if Jian encounters further issues, I shall hold you solely responsible. Any future occurrences of this nature will not be tolerated. Faced with such a harsh decree from the third Hokage, Toanzo could no longer maintain his composure. Sarutobi, the third Hokage narrowed his eyes, fixing Toanzo with a piercing gaze. What, Toanzo, do you intend to defy the orders of the Hokage? Toanzo gritted his teeth, his face a mask of resentment, ultimately conceding, I dare not. He shot a venomous glare at Jian before storming off. If looks could kill, Jian would have perished countless times. The feeling of having backup was exhilarating. Observing Toanzo's vexed and bloodless visage brought Jian immense satisfaction. However, now that all pretense had been stripped away, he must remain vigilant against any potential retaliation. Strength, he needed to possess formidable strength. With sufficient power, he could fear no one, no obstacle, and pursue his desires unimpeded. After all, his initial drive to grow stronger was to seize control of his own destiny. As for the shadowy manipulations of Uchiha Madara, Korezetsu, and other behind-the-scenes puppeteers of the ninja world, They too warranted caution. Thus, he could not afford to relax for even a moment. Jian, what do you think of this resolution? The third Hokage inquired with a smile directed at his disciple. Reclaiming Toanzo's authority through my actions is indeed a cause for celebration. Jian mused internally, yet outwardly he replied, I have no objections, with the burden of good and evil placed upon the third Hokage. What more could he say? You have worked hard this time. You performed admirably. Mito and Kosun stood, saying, We understand, Hizashi. You may handle the subsequent matters as Hokage at your right. Us old bones should indeed retire, once the advisors departed. The third Hokage motioned for Jian to sit before him. After taking a puff of smoke, he asked, It was you who killed Kaizoku, wasn't it? Unlike Toanzo, he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Jian, which rivaled that of the legendary Sannin. Jian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The third Hokage inhaled sharply, asking, How did you manage that? Not even the Sannin could have accomplished such a feat. In response, Jian retrieved a small vial from his ninja pouch. This contains the toxin extracted from the body of the Tsunigakure Chunin Takaguchi. Even Chiyo could not neutralize it, so naturally, Kaizoku was no exception. The third Hokage finally understood. I see. I thought you had defeated Kaizoku purely through strength. Jian chuckled. I could say that. But would you believe it, sensei? The third Hokage shook his head with a smile. A 14-year-old defeating a master puppeteer, unless he possessed a bloodline limit, such a feat was improbable. The third Hokage's tone shifted to seriousness as he continued. Do you not fear that your plan to slay an IWA ninja and frame the Sunin ninja could backfire and bring disaster upon Konoha? Jian maintained his calm demeanor. If I lacked the capability to execute such a plan, what right would I have to be a disciple of the Hokage? The third Hokage pressed on. Do you know why I reclaimed Toanzo's authority? Jian shook his head. The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette and enunciated each word carefully, because not only was your location compromised, but so was Minato's. Had it not been for the Flying Thunder God technique, he would not have returned. Toanzo's actions have crossed a line. Jian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Toanzo's audacity. It was no wonder the usually indecisive third Hokage had acted with such decisiveness this time. The third Hokage shook his head. However, Minato did not disclose anything. Instead, you openly directed your focus toward Toanzo. Jian smirked. So, sensei, you chose Minato, who prioritizes the greater good. As Hokage instead of me, he dared to confront Toanzo, because he possesses evidence. This remark elicited a chuckle from the third Hokage. How old are you? And you're already contemplating the Hokage position. He then turned serious. I have long intended to reclaim that authority, but I lacked justification. You have now provided me with that justification. As for the Hokage position, I believe you would be quite suited for it, but your experience and age are significant drawbacks, Jian replied. Is that truly a disadvantage? I don't think so. Noticing the third Hokage's surprised expression, Jian spread his hands. The village is akin to a tree. The Hokage is its trunk, yet a tree cannot thrive on the trunk alone. It requires branches and leaves. Thus, I am content to be a branch, contributing to Konoha's welfare. The third Hokage laughed heartily. You young rascal, he continued. Do you think Toanzo's influence is too great? Upon hearing this, Jian's expression sharpened, and he responded, I can't say for certain. It is not my place to judge. However, I do know that if a tree's roots rot, they must be uprooted. Otherwise, the entire tree will suffer. Once the trunk decays, even a tree reborn in spring will be of no use. Sensei, I merely spoke offhandedly. Do not take my words too seriously. Seemingly saying nothing, he had indeed conveyed much. The third Hokage chuckled in response. Of course, after conversing with the third Hokage for a while longer, Jian took his leave. Teacher, this child resembles you too much. The third Hokage mused as he watched Jian's retreating figure. If he ascends to a high position in the future, he will undoubtedly lead Konoha toward a brighter tomorrow. At the Konoha medical team, have you arrived? When Jian entered, Tsunade was teaching Shizen and others medical techniques. Yes, I completed the mission and came to report my safety to you. Tsunade-sensei. Tsunade's face lit up with admiration upon hearing this. You handled the situation between Tsunigakure and Iwagakure excellently, and Toanzo's fate is rather fitting as well. Jian chuckled. I think so too. Then, he arrived once more at the vice captain's office. After listening to the shadow clone recount recent affairs, he departed again. With the shadow clone overseeing the medical team, it could hardly be said that he was neglecting his duties. Konoha Medical Institute. Had it not been for your assistance in developing the Rasengan, I fear I might not have returned at all, Watergate said gratefully, his body swathed in bandages as he looked at Jian. Jian had ascertained that there were no injuries to the bones, and the remaining wounds would heal in a few days. He expressed his astonishment. What could have made it so that you couldn't return? What kind of enemy did you encounter? The AB combination had not yet appeared at that time. Could it be that the third Raikage made a move? Chapter 32, Promotion, Special Jonin, the Raikage Sun, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Watergate said gravely. As soon as I reached the border of the Land of Lightning, I was ambushed in the end. I managed to severely injure the Raikage Sun with a wind-based chakra infusion and captured a cloud ninja. Barely completing my mission. He looked at Jian and couldn't help but praise him further. You are indeed more formidable, Jian. Not only did you complete your mission, but you also stirred relations between Iwagakure and Sunagakure, alleviating pressure on our front lines. Were it me, I would surely have failed. Jian waved his hand, attributing it to mere luck. Otherwise, it could have backfired. Watergate shook his head. You are always so modest. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion to Special Jonin. As he spoke, he produced a scroll from his belongings. This contains my insights on high-speed combat. I hope it proves useful to you. Jian intended to decline, but could not resist Watergate's insistence and accepted it. In Konoha Village, news of Jian's promotion to Special Jonin garnered considerable attention. However, no one found it inappropriate. Jian possessed such strength. In fact, many believed that considering Jian's contributions to medical care, achieving the rank of Jonin was already commendable. The healing potions he invented, including the soldier pill, could successfully treat most non-life-threatening injuries, greatly enhancing the morale of Konoha's frontline ninjas while significantly reducing casualty rates. Everyone is discussing you nowadays. Your reputation now rivals that of our 3 legendary ninjas, Jiraiya remarked at a certain restaurant. Jian merely smiled in response. What about the situation in Sunagakure and Iwagakure? Jian inquired. Although he was a disciple of the Hokage, he had not yet qualified to participate in high-level meetings, with the intelligence you and Watergate brought back from Iwagakure and Kumogakure. The old man is currently discussing strategies with the higher-ups, Jiraiya replied, taking a sip of his drink. However, it is certain that a ceasefire between Konoha and Sunagakure has been established. Sunagakure suffered heavy losses this time and intends to reclaim some flesh from Iwagakure to compensate for their losses. As for Kumogakure, I don't know what price Anoki paid to form an alliance with the third Raikage, who was supposed to be scheming against him. Now, it seems Konoha is caught between 2 adversaries. Jian was also taken aback. The third Raikage dares to collaborate with Anoki. Is he not afraid that Anoki will employ the same tricks again and strike him from behind while we are engaged with him? Jiraiya shook his head. Who knows? Jian then asked, what about Kirigakure? They might seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, but added, however, the old man and the others believe that Kirigakure has been closed off for too long and lacks particularly strong ninjas. So there is no need for excessive worry. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. So, has my presence inadvertently facilitated the cooperation between Iwagakure and Kumogakure? Jian expressed his displeasure. Jiraiya laughed heartily in response. Not at all. Even before the war began, Sunagakure has become our ally, and Anoki has already paid a price. Without your plan this time, who knows how the war would have unfolded? At least the current situation is clear. Jian nodded in agreement. However, your good days are soon to come to an end. At that time, you will have to bear the responsibilities expected of a special Jonin. Jiraiya clapped Jian on the shoulder. Reflecting on how the little brat from back then had now become one of Konoha's pillars, Jian smiled. Indeed, the future is bright. In the afternoon, upon Jian's promotion to Special Jonin, Kakashi, Noira Kakuen, and others naturally extended their congratulations. The distance between us is growing ever wider. Noira Kakuen sighed sincerely to himself. He wondered whether being born in the same era as a prodigy like Jian was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Take these. Jian suddenly produced several scrolls, distributing them to those present. These contain my insights on swordsmanship. With war imminent, I hope that after it concludes, none of you are lost. The crowd was taken aback and hurried to refuse. Feeling unworthy of such a grand gift, Jian's expression darkened. Do you not regard me as a friend? This prompted Noira Kakuen and the others to quickly wave their hands in reassurance, ultimately accepting the scrolls. Rest assured, I have already discussed this with Lord Hokage, and he has approved. This statement alleviated many of their concerns. They hesitated to accept, partly because the gifts were too precious and partly due to fear of disapproval from the Hokage. Kai, this is specifically for you, Jian said, noticing that Might Guy was the only one who had not received a scroll and looked somewhat dejected. As a taijutsu ninja, you cannot be expected to follow the same path as them. He encouraged with a smile. I believe that in the near future, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional taijutsu ninja. Upon hearing this, Might Guy was moved to tears, giving Jian a thumbs up and loudly declaring, Jian, just you wait. I will definitely become the finest taijutsu ninja. Jian responded with a smile, I have always believed in you. The others felt a warm glow in their hearts. Jian's willingness to share his training experiences with them demonstrated that he truly regarded them as friends. Genuinely wishing for their strength and survival, they silently vowed to live up to Jian's expectations. For Jian, those before him were not only comrades, but also his future personal influence, for both public and private reasons. He wished for them to grow stronger and survive the war intact. You all must train diligently. I will assess your progress in a week. Jian jested. Ha ha ha, of course. This is about our survival. How could we not take it seriously? Noarikakuin and the others laughed in agreement. Time flew by, and a week passed swiftly. At Training Ground 7. I can't take it anymore. Jian, you are too formidable. We've worked so hard to train for a week. Yet even when several of us attack together, we cannot even compel you to use ninjutsu to its so discouraging. Noarikakuin collapsed to the ground, filled with existential doubts. Agreed. Others chimed in unison. Jian, you are truly a monster. We have no way to compete. Hearing this, Jian, wielding a wooden sword, chuckled. Now, compared to 7 days ago, have you all improved at all? To this, Noarikakuin and the others readily concurred. Unreservedly, they stated that each of them could defeat themselves from 7 days prior. At that moment, Kakashi stood up again, looking at the still energetic Might Guy and asked, Shall we go again? Might Guy instantly shouted, Yes. The item Jian had given him that day was a tonic for replenishing energy and blood. It was precisely what a taijutsu ninja like him needed the most. He felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, and his progress in taijutsu had surged significantly. Therefore, he felt an even greater urge to not disappoint Jian, who had diligently trained them. Chapter 33. Uchiha Shursui ha ha ha. Good, let us go. Jian laughed heartily and then pounced at the two like a fierce leopard. With a single punch, he sent Might Guy flying. And with another hand, he seized Kakashi's arm as he attacked with lightning, hurling him away with ferocity. Ninjutsu. Instant shuriken technique. A flurry of shurikens was launched, descending upon the two in an instant. Enhanced by ninjutsu, both felt their hair stand on end, quickly deflecting the incoming shurikens. Only by truly facing Jian could one realize how ruthless he was. Being caught in his offensive left no opportunity to breathe. Kakashi, watch out behind you. Noarikakuin suddenly shouted. Kakashi, startled, turned to find Jian already behind him. It was too late. Facing the punch Jian unleashed, he was unable to respond in time. Zzz. Instantly, he was enveloped in a layer of lightning. The violent current surging towards Jian. Lightning armor. You've even mastered this. Truly worthy of you, Kakashi. Jian praised, but added, however, that is still insufficient. The strike from Jian fell without so much as a flinch, sending Kakashi flying like a broken kite. Yet, in the next instant, he fizzled into a crackling burst of lightning. Lightning clone. Lightning release. Purple thunder transmission. Behind Jian, Kakashi reappeared, swiftly forming hand seals before bellowing, hit. The bolts of lightning seemed to connect with Kakashi, transforming into a rapid line of lightning that surged toward Jian. The average person would not have had time to react. Has he already developed a new application for purple lightning? Jian marveled inwardly, acknowledging Kakashi's prowess. Suddenly, his figure flickered, but the lightning line had already missed its target. Kai, now! Kakashi shouted toward Jian's back, prompting Jian to glance back. There was no one. Realization struck him. He had been outwitted. Ha! Jian, take this kick. Mato Kai charged towards Jian, declaring, Second gate. Open. Konoha, great whirlwind. All Jian could see was a massive leg, sweeping towards him like a fan, imbued with tremendous force. He immediately attempted to retreat but found his feet immobilized. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. Kakashi's voice came from a distance, tinged with pride. Just as Jian was about to be struck, he transformed into a block of wood. Kakashi, it seems I must deal with you first to handle Kai. Hearing the voice behind him, Kakashi's pupils constricted in alarm. There was no time to respond. Young man, have you ever been kicked by light? Kakashi beheld a dazzling flash of lightning descending upon his chest. In that fleeting moment of flight, he saw the lightning arc and strike at Kai's back with tremendous force, sending Mato Kai crashing into the ground. And it ends again. Even Kakashi now seems so powerless, Noara Izumi observed, glancing at Jian before looking at the panting Kakashi and Mato Kai. Jian, without employing ninjutsu or swordplay, rendered them utterly defenseless. How terrifying. Well, let us conclude today's training session. I am quite satisfied with your progress over the past 7 days. Jian scanned the group, earnestly stating, "Make sure to return alive." Everyone nodded in agreement. And Jian distributed a bottle of healing potion and a bottle of pain relief potion to each of them. Once Kakashi and the others departed, Jian turned towards the thicket behind him, saying, "Come out." A youth with a righteous demeanor and tousled hair, yet possessing a round nose, stepped forth from the bushes. Judging by the emblem on his clothing, he was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. "Uchiha Shursui, right? Why were you spying on our training?" Jian regarded the boy, who appeared to be Kakashi's age, with a neutral tone. "I did not mean to intrude. It was simply too captivating, and I couldn't help but watch a bit longer. I apologize, I want to do it again." Uchiha Shursui replied respectfully. Observing Uchiha Shursui, Jian's lips curled into a slight smile. "That I've heard you are the most talented individual of the Uchiha clan. Come, let us spar, and I shall forgive your peeking." Uchiha Shursui momentarily thought he had misheard, staring at Jian in astonishment. "Come on, let me see what caliber the genius surpassing Kakashi possesses." Jian unsheathed his long blade, clearly indicating he was not joking. "Is that so? Then I mustn't hold back." Uchiha Shursui took a deep breath, eager to engage in battle with Jian. He did not expect to win. He merely wished to gauge the gap between them. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Without reservation, Uchiha Shursui launched his attack. The air around them blurred momentarily as a barrage of shuriken engulfed in searing flames shot forth. Impressive, such mastery in fire release. Even Jian couldn't help but praise. It was inconceivable that a 10-year-old could unleash such a technique that he deftly evaded. But Uchiha Shursui smirked and yanked his right hand. The scattered fireballs suddenly erupted into a dazzling array of sparks, swiftly surrounding Jian's escape routes like a meteor shower. "So this is how it can be utilized. Remarkable," Jian commended, swiftly escaping amidst the dense barrage of attacks. Here, just as Jian revealed himself, Uchiha Shursui's voice rang in his ears. He glared at Jian, his eyes transforming into the iconic Sharingan. "That won't do." Jian invoked his technique, instant shuriken technique, faced with the shuriken barreling towards him. Uchiha Shursui had no choice but to evade. However, Jian hurled another shuriken, which, instead of veering off course, collided midair with the previously dodged shuriken, altering its trajectory and returning toward him. "What? Shuriken throwing can be executed like this?" Uchiha Shursui gasped, struck by a sudden epiphany. "Young man, have you ever been kicked by light?" Jian's voice echoed in his ears, sending chills down his spine. The speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to react. In the next instant, he was sent flying. Wah wah. Yet Uchiha Shursui instantly transformed into a flock of crows, appearing behind Jian and swiftly launching shuriken. "Very quick, young man." Jian did not turn, sweeping his sword in a crescent arc, sending the shuriken flying and tearing through Uchiha Shursui's form as anticipated. He transformed once more into crows. Chapter 34. I merely spoke casually, not intending to guide you. Even Jian had to admit that Uchiha Shursui's crow substitution technique was executed with such finesse that he felt at a loss for how to counter it. Would the next emergence be directly in front of him? Activating his sensory technique, Jian detected a chakra disturbance ahead. Whoosh! Uchiha Shursui reappeared, his hair standing on end as Jian closed in, preparing to strike. Binding technique. Uchiha Shursui suddenly raised his head, his right eye glaring fiercely. Jian felt an abrupt immobilization, and Uchiha Shursui seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly, forming hand seals like a phantom. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Roaring like a raging tempest. A torrent of crimson flames engulfed everything in front of Jian. Ninja sword technique. Jian unleashed his sword intent, cleaving through the terrifying flames. Yet, amidst the inferno, Uchiha Shursui reappeared before Jian, launching a fearsome fireball. Fire release. Fireball technique. The colossal fireball consumed Jian in an instant. But Uchiha Shursui quickly sensed something amiss and evaded with his substitution technique. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning swept through the spot he had just vacated, cleaving the massive fireball in two. Truly worthy of being called the most talented of the Uchiha clan, his reflexes were indeed swift. Watching Uchiha Shursui reappear, Jian grinned. "If you have any secret techniques, feel free to use them." Uchiha Shursui inhaled deeply, phantom body technique. In an instant, he multiplied into over a dozen copies of himself, surrounding Jian from all directions. "I'm coming." they shouted in unison, launching a collective assault. Ninja sword technique. Thousand Birds Blade. Jian abruptly drew his sword, unleashing a tempest of lightning that surged forth like a vicious serpent. The myriad of Uchiha Shursues appeared as mere phantoms, the lightning slicing through unimpeded, only one of them crying out as he was sent sprawling. Is that the real one? Jian darted forward, reaching the original. With a powerful strike, boom, the earth trembled, and all the Uchiha Shursui vanished. I concede. Uchiha Shursui rose from the ground, gazing at Jian. That idea was quite brilliant. But it still lacks refinement. Uchiha Shursui nodded in acknowledgement, yet admitted, I am somewhat lost regarding its final form. If all are illusions, they serve only to confuse the enemy without any real effect. If all are solid, it would be too wasteful. Clearly, a blend of both would be the optimal choice, capable of both deceiving the enemy and catching them off guard. However, Uchiha Shursui gazed at Jian. His eyes filled with profound hope. I believe this technique should not merely exist in its current form. There must be an advanced manifestation yet to be discovered. Do you have any thoughts on this? This was also the reason why Uchiha Shursui covertly observed Jian while he trained Kakashi and the others. Nowadays, it is well known throughout Konoha that Jian possesses considerable talent in guiding the development of ninjutsu. Thus, he wished to tempt fate. What makes you think I would assist you? Jian smirked. And furthermore, the villagers are quite averse to your clan. Why should I unnecessarily complicate matters? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui's eyes dimmed. And he sorrowfully replied, Indeed. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your earlier guidance. Jian-kun. Uchiha Shursui deeply bowed to Jian and prepared to depart. Have you ever considered a blend of reality and illusion? To make the real appear as mere phantoms, and the phantoms become the reality. When the enemy perceives a solid form and attacks, they are met with an illusion. When they believe they are confronting an illusion and lower their guard, it is the solid form that strikes. After speaking, he waved his hand dismissively, dismissing any notion that he had offered you advice. Consider my words as though you never heard them. Yet, Uchiha Shursui felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His thoughts suddenly flowing freely. Yes, this method of development is precisely the ultimate form he envisioned. Jian-sama, the Hokage requests your presence. On his way home, a member of Umbu suddenly appeared before Jian. Understood. Jian swiftly vanished. Heading towards the Hokage building. What is it, sensei? What do you need from me? After respectfully saluting, Jian inquired about the third Hokage's intentions. I heard you have been training Kakashi, Jinkan, and the others over the past 7 days? They are increasingly exhibiting the qualities of exceptional jonin, which is splendid. Jian wiped the sweat from his brow, stating that it was hardly training. He merely provided them with some guidance on swordsmanship. And it was their own efforts that led to such commendable results. The third Hokage smiled, saying, Regardless, you have fostered several pillars of support for Konoha. He continued, It seems you recently engaged in a battle with Uchiha Shursui. What are your thoughts on the boy? Jian could not help but smile, saying, His talent surpasses my own. He is quite courteous and a worthy candidate for cultivation. However, it is to be expected, as he is the descendant of Uchiha Kagami. So such abilities are not surprising. Yet, individuals of his temperament may struggle to bear the burdens alone in times of adversity, potentially leading to their inability to protect anything at all. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage fell into contemplation, saying, Are you suggesting that? Jian shrugged. I am not in a position to discuss this matter. This response left the third Hokage feeling quite frustrated. Were it not for Jian being his disciple, he would have wished to seize Jian and extract every piece of information from his mind. Speaking halfway is truly infuriating, especially regarding such critical issues pertaining to the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage then stated, I will keep an eye on the troubles within the village. Once you are on the battlefield, be cautious, my boy. I hope that when you return, you will still be full of vitality. Hearing the concern in the third Hokage's words, Jian chuckled, Rest assured, old man, I am quite afraid of death. Is everything settled? If so, I shall take my leave. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, then said seriously, Is there truly no way to help Tsunade with her blood phobia? Upon hearing this topic, Jian's playful demeanor vanished, and he spoke gravely. This is a psychological issue. Only Tsunade-sensei can emerge from the shadows herself. Otherwise, only a deity could assist her. The third Hokage sighed at this statement. Realizing that if Tsunade could take the initiative to step out of her shadow, it would have been a different story altogether. At this moment, within the Uchiha clan, Shursui was confronted by Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader, who inquired, Shursui, I heard you had a confrontation with Jian today. What transpired? Did you have a conflict with him? The Uchiha clan leader furrowed his brow. Jian is a disciple of the third Hokage. If such an incident were to escalate, it could imply dissatisfaction with the Hokage, further complicating the precarious situation of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 35. Everyone seeks my guidance. Am I some sort of panacea? No, clan leader, you misunderstand. Uchiha Shursui shook his head, stating, I did indeed engage in a battle with him, but there was no conflict. On the contrary, I received his guidance. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku displayed a hint of surprise. That wild Jian actually provided guidance to Uchiha Shursui. How remarkable. Yet observing the excitement on Uchiha Shursui's face, it was evident he spoke the truth. Thus, he addressed Uchiha Shursui. I understand. You may return to your training. After Uchiha Shursui departed, Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought. Jian may very well become one of the hopes for the Uchiha clan to escape its predicament. Yet we must ensure that the Uchiha clan refrains from any conflicts with that individual. A new day dawns. No way, Kai. When did you become so strong? This defies logic. At the 7th training ground, a boy resembling the 3rd Hokage exclaimed in bewilderment. Impossible. This must be an illusion. How could I possibly lose to you? Once more, he charged forward, only to be sent flying by Might Guy in a few swift moves. No, I need to change opponents. Jian, you fight me. The boy, refusing to concede, switched opponents again, only to face another crushing defeat. I must ask, Jian, Kai, what is going on with you? Has Asuma become weaker, or have you become stronger? Why can I not defeat either of you? The boy in question was none other than Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the Hokage. Why have all your abilities, speed, strength, reflexes, suddenly skyrocketed? You haven't been secretly training behind my back, have you? Sarutobi Asuma stared at his companions, questioning his very existence for the first time. If you had been in Konoha village a few days ago, you would understand. Might Guy chuckled. Jian trained us. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma was taken aback. What? You mean the old man's disciple? He quickly retorted. I wouldn't seek his training. What's so impressive about him? I can easily find other powerful individuals to train me. Kai, I'm leaving. Seeing his reaction, Nara Shikamaru and the others could only shake their heads. Sarutobi Asuma was clearly at odds with the Hokage. Not to mention, he would never allow himself to be trained by a disciple of the Hokage. Jian, is he the one known as the most talented individual in Konoha? I see. Just wait and see. Kakashi, I will definitely catch up to you. Meanwhile, hidden within the grass not far away, a Uchiha youth with goggles and black hair remarked. Concurrently, at the Hokage building, a pre-battle deployment meeting was underway. Everyone, a new war is about to commence. The 3rd Hokage spoke solemnly. This time, our enemies are Awagakure and Kumogakure. Though we have Sunagakure as an ally, we still face the assault from both sides. And the pressure is considerable. Jiraiya will serve as the overall commander, overseeing all matters pertaining to both battlefronts. This leadership role comes as no surprise to the assembly for the Awagakure front. Hisashi, you must set an example for all the major clans. For the Kumogakure front, Fugaku, you and the Uchiha clan shall serve as the vanguard. The leaders of the 2 clans named nodded in acknowledgement. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans rushed towards the Kumogakure front as the 3rd Hokage meticulously arranged the corresponding matters. Jian, you are in a unique position. I hope you can assume the role of leader for the Kumogakure frontline medical team while also leading a 3-man squad into battle. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing the Hokage's words, everyone present turned to look at Jian. No problem. Jian nodded. But I hope my subordinates possess considerable strength. It is not that I look down on others. But war is no trivial matter. I do not wish for tragedy to arise from insufficient strength among my subordinates. His statement garnered nods of agreement from the senior shinobi present. Rest assured, we will not let you down. The 3rd Hokage smiled. By the time it comes, you will surely be quite pleased. He then turned to Minato, saying, Minato, you will join the Awagakure battlefield as a leading teacher, commanding a 3-man team to execute missions. Is there any issue with this? Minato nodded. No problem. He glanced at Jian, a hint of competitive spirit in his eyes. Jian, I await your good news from the Awagakure front. Not long ago, Jian accomplished the mission in Yanin village with remarkable excellence. Although he performed commendably as well, he paled in comparison to Jian, which naturally ignited a sense of competition within him. After all, he was a candidate for Hokage. Without significant achievements, who would heed him in the future? Jian, understanding the implication behind Minato's words, responded with a smile. The assembled jonin also displayed expressions of eager anticipation. One, a flash of yellow, and the other, a gleam of Konoha's cold light. Their competition promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Under the directives of the higher-ups, the entire Konoha was swiftly mobilized, at last. Jian set his eyes upon his three subordinates. "Old man, you truly have high expectations of me," he thought, gazing at the trio before him. Uchiha Shursui, Nara Shikamaru, and the future third daughter-in-law, Yuhi Kurenai. Must a team always include a female member? Shaking his head, he adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "From today until the war concludes, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall remain my subordinates. I am a straightforward person. Once on the battlefield, I expect decisiveness and efficiency. If you become a liability, I shall not be responsible." His cold words caused Kurenai to instinctively withdraw her neck, believing them to be directed at her, as she was the only genin among them. "I have nothing more to say. You are dismissed. We shall regroup at 3 this afternoon." The three immediately departed, and Jian turned his gaze toward the nearby bushes. "Come out. Your concealment technique is rather lacking." In the next moment, a Uchiha youth donned in goggles timidly emerged. "Uchiha Obito, what brings you to me?" Jian was momentarily taken aback by the innocent demeanor of the boy before him. Who would have anticipated that this pure-hearted youth would one day transform into a calculating villain who schemes against the entire ninja world? From a distance, it was bearable, but now facing Jian, Obito felt his entire being tremble. Rendered speechless, Daiti was as if he stood before a fearsome Asura, completely breathless. Jian, your aura is utterly terrifying, Obito thought, unable to utter a word. At that moment, a warm and sunny presence approached, Minato Namikaze. "Sensei, Upon seeing Minato, Obito's eyes lit up like a drowning man spotting a lifebuoy. "I wish to request Jian's guidance in developing a new technique." Minato was taken aback by this declaration, then burst into laughter. Jian was left with a headache. Why did everyone seek him out for guidance in developing new techniques? Was he some sort of omnipotent being? Had he known this would happen, he might not have guided Kakashi in the first place. Jian, why not listen to Obito's ideas? Perhaps you might inspire him with something enlightening. Minato, who had originally come to speak with his subordinate Obito, found himself intrigued by the situation. He was curious about what ideas Obito might have, but even more so, whether Jian could provide any insightful advice. Seeing this, Jian sighed. "Very well, for Minato's sake. And considering that Obito has a good reputation, I will indulge this. Speak your thoughts." Hearing this, Obito's face lit up with joy. He politely bowed deeply and said, "As you see, I have a few ideas." He swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a ring of flames erupted around him. As for its power, it was rather standard, sufficient to deal with a few genin. "But haven't you already developed this?" Jian remarked. "If you strengthen your control over the form, the technique's power could be substantial. If you were to incorporate nature transformation, it would be even better." However, after a moment of hesitation, Obito firmly declared, "I want to develop a technique that rivals Kakashi's Raikiri." Minato furrowed his brow and said sternly, "Obito, what nonsense are you speaking? Techniques of a rank, like Raikiri, are not easily developed." While he wanted Jian to assist Obito, he found this request to be excessive. Jian was not a deity. If A-rank techniques could be developed so casually, what would be left of the natural order? Yet, Obito gazed at Jian with unwavering determination, as if he believed Jian could help him without fail. "Very well, I admire your courage," Jian addressed Obito. "Let me offer you a bit of inspiration." As he spoke, chakra began to swirl around him. Whether he could grasp anything would depend on the boy's own comprehension. Do not tell me that a member of the Uchiha clan lacks even this modicum of talent. In his mind, he conceived a technique known as hard vortex water blade. The principles were similar. Changing the attribute would yield usable results. Minato was left in a state of shock. How does Jian know this technique? He thought to himself, astonished. Suddenly, the chakra around Jian began to rapidly spin, resembling a blade of a hurricane, generating immense tearing force. Minato's expression shifted drastically, and he quickly retreated with Obito. It was at that moment that Obito felt a slick warmth on his face. Upon inspection, it was blood. He looked around to find the wooden stakes and trees surrounding them marred by numerous gashes. "Remember the feeling from just now, kid. Practice it slowly," Jian instructed as he ceased the output of chakra. "If anything remains unclear, I trust your teacher will guide you." With that, he waved at Minato and departed. "Sensei, this." Obito gazed at Jian's retreating figure, stunned, is he truly not a deity? He developed a new technique for me without even needing to think. Minato patted Obito's shoulder, equally astonished as he remarked, in fact, I felt the same when he assisted me in developing the Rasengan. He completed it as soon as I finished explaining and even extended its applications further. I never imagined he would assist you in the same manner, providing you insights without a moment's thought. If there were a deity in this world, I believe it would be him. At these words, Obito nodded in agreement. He felt the same way. Kakashi, prepare to be astonished. This time, he would make a splendid impression in front of her by 4 in the afternoon. The 2,000-strong Leaf Army sped toward the borders of the Land of Fire. Jian held the position of the leader of the 1st Surprise Attack Unit and the medical team, as well as the captain of the 1st Combat Unit. Captain, it's as if they want to divide you into 3. Nara Shikamaru jested. Knowing Jian's temperament was generally quite amiable, the other 2 teammates were still unfamiliar with Jian, so he took it upon himself to help them get acquainted. Alas, what can I say? I am a special Jonin, Jian replied helplessly, which surprised Kurenai, who had always thought of him as cold and unfeeling. Perhaps this captain was not so unapproachable after all. Stay vigilant. The enemy could strike at any moment. Jian cautioned. He then turned to Kurenai and said, Kurenai, I have reviewed your profile. You are a Genjutsu user, correct? Startled by being suddenly addressed, Kurenai hurriedly replied, yes, then you should possess decent chakra control. Here. Take this. Even a Genjutsu user should have some close combat skills. Jian produced a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to her. Make sure to study it well, if you find yourself surrounded by enemies. I may not always be able to come to your rescue. These words caused Kurenai to feel a pang of frustration, just as she had begun to form a better impression of Jian. It was shattered once more. What nonsense. I'm not that weak. Unhappily, Kurenai accepted the scroll, opening it to reveal a line inscribed, Instant Shuriken Technique. Captain, this, Kurenai began, but Jian interjected, if you find it too valuable, I wouldn't mind taking it back. Instantly, Kurenai concealed the scroll, retorting, who returns gifts given to others? Jian merely shrugged, his thoughts clearly at odds with his words. 2 days later, the army arrived at the front lines of the Land of Fire's borders. Make the most of your rest. Reconnaissance teams, stay alert. According to intelligence, the enemy had long since crossed the Land of Water and might be lurking in the shadows, watching us. Vigilance and reconnaissance must not be relaxed. Do you understand? As one of the battlefield commanders, Nara Shikahisa issued his orders. The army promptly began to take their positions in an orderly manner, adhering to his instructions. Nightfall descended swiftly, and the weary shinobi from Konoha, after several days of arduous travel, soon succumbed to slumber. What adversaries would they encounter this time? Gazing at the attributes panel before him, Yedrin felt a profound sense of reflection. Host, Yedrin Nara, age, 14, ninja combat power. Elite Jonin chakra amount, 100, shadow level 90, items, kunai x55. Explosive tags x90, steel wire x50, healing soldier pills x10, stamina soldier pills x10, medical ninjutsu, sage creation palm, sage destruction palm, sage techniques ninjutsu, instant shuriken technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, giant force technique, lightning release, lightning armor, Chidori blade, lightning clone, Kirin, heavenly thunder kill swordsmanship, willow leaf dance, ninja sword techniques genjutsu, dark walking technique physique. Incomplete, sage body chapter 37. War begins. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki approaches a few months prior. He was merely a weak medical ninja, yet now, he had become a critical target of concern for all the major ninja villages. The significance of strength is immense, compared to his battle against the elder Tsuchikage. Jian had undoubtedly grown even stronger. During the past few days, he had finally developed the enhancement effects of Yang release on lightning release. This advancement allowed his attributes to soar exponentially in the lightning armor mode. Furthermore, due to the Yang release, his incomplete sage body had significantly improved. His chakra amount was terrifyingly high, surpassing even the shadow level, with quality closely following suit. Techniques related to lightning release had seen a dramatic increase in power. Not to mention that he had recently obtained N's level lightning release technique, Kirin. With a single strike, even shadow level ninjas would be rendered incapacitated. Coupled with his diligent training in ninja sword techniques and body flicker techniques, he was now virtually invincible among those below the shadow level. In the state of 100 heal technique, he even felt capable of contending with the third Raikage, stepping out of the tent to catch some fresh air. He was immediately taken aback. Why had it suddenly become foggy? This was not a good omen. The surroundings were shrouded in a thick white mist, rendering even the Hyuga clan's reconnaissance team unable to see clearly. This undoubtedly increased their reconnaissance difficulty, making them vulnerable to a surprise attack from the enemy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of urgent alarm sounds echoed from afar. Enemy attack. The piercing sound instantly roused all the ninjas. Damn it, Konoha, what if you discover us? Kill them. In an instant, the voices of the Yunin ninjas surrounded them, intensifying the panic among Konoha's ranks under the cover of night and fog. Captain Uchiha Shursui and Noara Hikari quickly gathered by Yejian's side. Yuhi Kurenai arrived slowly afterward, and faced with Yejian's cold gaze, she felt a twinge of shame as she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be late." Despite her heavy breathing, she resolutely added, "I will not be a burden." Yejian nodded. "Next time, be faster." After saying this, he handed each of the three a stamina recovery pill and a bottle of healing potion. With the enemy approaching, they would undoubtedly target the medical team. They needed to provide support. The importance of the medical team was self-evident. The three had no objections to Yejian's plan and immediately followed him toward the nearby medical team. Lord Yejian. Upon Yejian's arrival, the guards near the medical team had already formed a tight defense under his Shadow Clones organization. A Chunin from the Nara clan approached, seeking to receive combat orders as the leader of the medical team. Yejian possessed authority second only to the commander on the battlefield. It was only natural for him to take charge. The Hyuga, Uchiha, and Nara clans each formed their own small teams. The Hyuga clan was tasked with reconnaissance, Nara with containment, and Uchiha with the final assault. Additionally, one more ninja was to be dispatched to report the situation back to headquarters. Yejian spoke with a serious tone. "We must protect the medical team. There must be no losses. Everyone, I am with you always." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with fervent responses. Yes, who is Yejian? The disciple of the Hokage, a medical genius, the legendary Konoha Cold Light. His strength and abilities are undoubtedly reliable. Fighting alongside such a person is certainly reassuring. Even the Uchiha clan ninjas found it hard to come up with reasons not to cooperate, especially since many among them had fought alongside Yejian at the front lines of Sunigakure. The captain commands such authority. Yuhi Kurenai was taken aback by the fervent response of the crowd that they're coming. Within a minute, a ninja from the Hyuga clan shouted, "In Yejian's perception, corresponding chakra signatures immediately appeared." Wait, what is that overwhelming chakra? Yejian's pupils constricted suddenly as he sensed an extraordinarily powerful chakra presence, making even him feel like a mere leaf in a storm. Could it be possible that such terrifying chakra exists in this world? He immediately realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "The Jinchuriki is approaching. Everyone be cautious." Without caring about the shock of those present, he dashed toward the direction from which the Jinchuriki's chakra emanated. In the next moment, before the trio at the northwest corner of the medical team's camp, a figure exuding a violent aura suddenly appeared. The trio was caught off guard, unable to react as the enemy's attack struck them. "It is over," the newcomer declared. Is it? Yejian's voice resonated. Boom! The assailant was sent flying, and the Konoha trio quickly retreated. "Wind release ninja, disperse this fog. This mist is severely hampering our combat," just as Yejian shouted. A figure, like a bolt of lightning, appeared behind him. Lightning release. For book penetration, the extreme penetrating force descended, causing even Yejian to feel a shiver run down his spine. Body freeze technique. Yejian bellowed, and the figure behind him suddenly froze in place. Yejian swiftly drew his blade and turned, executing the ninja sword technique. Chidori blade. Boom. The violent explosion sent both fighters reeling back. Wind release. Great wind technique. Immediately, a Konoha ninja unleashed a wind technique to disperse the fog. However, the number of enemies revealed before them made Noara Hikari and the others draw in a sharp breath. Before them stood 800 cloud ninjas, completely surrounding them, with barely over 100 of their own. How could they possibly stand a chance? Despair washed over the group. Such power, and so young. From a distance, the one who had just clashed with Yejian spoke, locking eyes with him. "You are the Konoha Cold Light, aren't you?" Yejian scrutinized the individual. Silver hair, a cold visage, a long triangular purple eyeshadow covering his right cheek. Recognition surged in his mind. Yunin Village Jonin Furukai, the third Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the mentor of the fourth Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, and the cousin of the fourth Raikage. His gaze sharpened. "I didn't expect the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to recognize me. A pleasure to meet you." However, upon hearing their names, the ninjas from both sides couldn't help but gasp in shock. "What Konoha Cold Light?" The voices of the Cloud Ninjas trembled as they instinctively took a few steps back. An enemy of such caliber. How could we possibly contend? The Konoha ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. That was a living weapon of war. They were no match for such an opponent. Not to mention they were already at a significant disadvantage in numbers. A formidable enemy has arrived, Jian thought to himself, as he was suddenly enveloped in frenzied lightning. Chapter 38. Konoha Cold Light is doomed. What is happening? Why does he possess the Raikage techniques? Moreover, his presence is not inferior to that of the Raikage. As the Cloud Ninjas beheld the lightning armor enveloping Jian, they were once again struck with disbelief. Furukai, witnessing this scene, could not help but narrow his eyes. It seems the rumors were true. You indeed know this technique. As he spoke, crimson chakra began to surge around him. Let me see what you've got. But in that instant, Jian's voice rang out from behind him. You talk too much. Startled by Jian's sudden appearance, Furukai gasped, such speed, it's almost on par with the Raikage. Given the circumstances, you must not remain. Influenced by the tailed beast chakra coursing through him, Fukai's emotions grew significantly more violent. Several chakra arms, resembling fearsome shadows, reached out toward Jian from all directions. Chidori blade. In an instant, a flash of lightning streaked by, and in the next moment, all the chakra arms were violently torn apart. What? Did Jian just sever Lord Fukai's chakra arms? Those are as hard as steel. How could they be so easily cleaved? The Cloud Shinobi were struck with disbelief. Is this the brilliance of Konoha? It's astonishingly powerful. Great Ball Rasengan. Before Fukai had a chance to catch his breath, a sphere of light the size of a basin smashed into him. Boom! The ground erupted with a series of cracks resembling a spider's web. In a way, Fukai is actually at a disadvantage. The Cloud Shinobi could hardly believe their eyes. That is their strongest weapon from Kumogakure. Only the Raikage could suppress it. Could it be that Jian is as formidable as the Raikage? They found it hard to accept. Meanwhile, many from the Konoha side were witnessing for the first time just how terrifying Jian's strength truly was. He actually subdued a Jinchuriki, truly deserving of the title, the cold light of Konoha, but in the next moment, from within the cloud of dust, a figure of lightning shot forth, followed by a fiercely menacing red tail in pursuit. Roar! A ferocious beast tore through the dust, its heavy aura descending as the earth beneath violently caved in. Pooh! The air was shattered by its roar, leaving many feeling as if their heads had been struck by a sudden blow. Their vision fading to black as blood trickled from their noses. Before they could react, a colossal figure loomed before them. Boom! A large number of Konoha ninjas were swept away before they could even respond. Spitting blood uncontrollably. It's over. A middle-ranking ninja from the Nara clan was filled with despair. The massive palm before him didn't even grant him the chance to form seals to defend. However, the anticipated pain never arrived. When he opened his eyes, he realized he had already been moved to safety, rescued by Jian. Thank you, Jian-sama, for your care. Before he could finish expressing his gratitude, the Nara clan's middle ninja found himself unable to contain a scream. Behind Jian, Fukai, now partially tailed beast transformed, had reappeared. Jian, seemingly without time to react, turned and threw a punch in retaliation. The onlookers from the Cloud Shinobi burst into mocking laughter. We admit you are indeed powerful, managing to force Fukai into a semi-tailed beast transformation. But do you think that by employing Raikage's ninjutsu, you can engage in close combat with a tailed beast like Lord Raikage? Fool, prepare to be crushed. Aside from the Raikage, no one can confront Fukai in his semi-tailed beast form directly. The Konoha ninjas shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutal scene. Boom! However, after the clash of fists, every expression on the faces of the Cloud Shinobi froze in disbelief. How is this possible? A curly-haired Cloud ninja broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide in shock. Could this guy be a reincarnation of a tailed beast? Fukai, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, in his semi-tailed beast form, was sent flying as if he were nothing more than a sandbag from Jian's single punch. Boom! Like a high-speed cannonball crashing into a mountain, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, creating a massive fissure over 10 meters deep. This scene was profoundly shocking. That is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, a being of destructive power, and he was just blown away. What does it matter if he is a Jinchuriki? Jian coldly regarded the battlefield, for he knew that true strength lies in the Jinchuriki themselves. Tailed beasts may be insurmountable terrors to ordinary ninjas, but for a figure of the shadow level, it is not necessarily so. If he were facing a perfect Jinchuriki like Killer Bee, Jian would undoubtedly find it challenging to handle. Alas, he is Fukai, with Jian's current sage body, utilizing the giant strength technique in the lightning armor mode. His power surpasses mere terror. Defeating a tailed beast is not beyond the realm of possibility, let alone a Jinchuriki. Good. Witnessing this scene, the Konoha ninjas could not help but cheer. Shirzue, Jin, stop spectating and let the Cloud Shinobi see the strength of Konoha ninjas. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shirzue charged toward the Cloud Shinobi without hesitation. That we're going to. The middle-ranking ninja from the Nara clan, upon seeing this, quickly organized a three-man team to confront the enemy, just like Yejin-sama had instructed. In an instant, numerous ninjas surged toward the Cloud Shinobi. How dare they underestimate us? Those despicable brutes. Who do they think they are? The Cloud Shinobi were incensed that a mere 100 Konoha ninjas dared to disregard them, and even took the initiative to charge forward. Preposterous. At this moment, in the Konoha camp, Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged worried glances. Are you not at all concerned for your medical team? Their opponent is the future 4th Reikage, the current AI. The Reikages have carried the same name through generations. AI hopes to prove his worthiness of this name through this war. Why worry? Nara Shikaku, gazing at AI, replied confidently, we have the cold light of Konoha guarding our medical team. However, upon hearing this, AI suddenly smiled with intrigue. I know the cold light of Konoha is indeed formidable, but what if I told you we have dispatched a Jinchuriki? Nara Shikaku's expression changed instantly. What? A Jinchuriki? This is bad. We must support Yejin. Fugaku. Even though he knew Yejin had recently defeated Hideo, simultaneously slaying over a dozen elite sand shinobi. The information from the Hokage indicated that Yejin's victory over Hideo was due to poison. However, a Jinchuriki would not be affected by such tactics. Moreover, a Jinchuriki is significantly more powerful than Hideo. Under these circumstances, how could Yejin possibly contend with a Jinchuriki? Yejin might be able to escape, but the medical team would undoubtedly be annihilated. This would be an unimaginable loss for Konoha. In a time of war, the absence of medical ninjas is as dire as a severed supply line. Chapter 39. Terrifying Power, Suppressing a Jinchuriki. Seeing Nara Shikaku in such despair, AI erupted in triumphant laughter. Do you think I came here for no reason? AI laughed heartily. Today I will ensure your Konoha forces suffered devastating losses on the borders of the Land of Fire. The next time we meet, it may very well be at a surrender ceremony. Ha ha ha. AI's words spread among the Konoha ninjas, igniting a wave of panic. The term Jinchuriki carries immense intimidation for ordinary ninjas. They are foes that are simply insurmountable. The fear of tailed beasts runs deep within their souls. Not to mention, their medical team would be completely obliterated. This would sever their retreat entirely. Kill, AI bellowed. Clad in lightning armor, charging toward Uchiha Fugaku. In the entire battlefield, he was the only one worthy of AI's attention. A powerful yet cautious adversary. If he could defeat him, it would surely prove to Kumogakure that he possesses the strength to inherit the name AI. Mayan, let us go together. Not only did AI intend to engage himself, but he also called upon a young ninja beside him. Initially, Nara Shikaku felt unconcerned, but when Mayan Yi's body emitted the uniquely chilling chakra of a tailed beast, he felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar, screaming, another Jinchuriki? Before he could finish, Mayan Yi's face, twisted in a cruel smile, loomed closer in his vision. Get away. Seeing Nara Shikaku dazed, Akimichi chose a quickly formed seals, partial multiplication technique. A gigantic fist burst through the air, crashing thunderously against the approaching Mayan Yi. Yamashiro Kai pulled Nara Shikaku aside, exclaiming loudly, Shikaku, this is not the time for dawdling. As the commander, you cannot be negligent. Since we cannot ascertain the situation with the medical team, your duty now is to lead everyone in repelling the enemy before you. You must trust that Yejin will have the fortune to prevail. Yamashiro Kai's resounding words jolted Nara Shikaku back to reality. His gaze immediately shifted to Mayan Yi, who was suppressing Akimichi Choza, and he called out to all Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. Everyone. So what if he is a Jinchuriki? Does that mean he is truly invincible? As long as we maintain our unwavering confidence, what enemy can possibly defeat us? Jian, a disciple of Lord Hokage, cannot possibly be outmatched by the Jinchuriki. Can he? Nara Shikaku forcefully waved his hand and resolutely declared, absolutely not. I, Nara Shikaku, refused to believe that such a genius as Jian, who did not perish on the front lines of Sunagakure when he was still weak, would now fade into obscurity on the front lines of Kumogakure after growing strong. Such reasoning is utterly implausible. Hearing his emphatic and powerful words, the Konoha ninjas, who had initially been thrown into panic by A's remarks, were instantaneously emboldened, shouting in unison, exactly. At that moment, a Konoha ninja rushed in at high speed, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Urgent report. The medical team, organized by Lord Jian, has mobilized a counterforce. Lord Jian is currently engaged in battle with the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and has the upper hand. With this announcement, the morale of the Konoha ninjas surged dramatically, exclaiming, "Oh!" Narashikaka's eyes widened in astonishment. That guy has grown so powerful, he couldn't help but laugh louder, urging everyone, "Let us go." The Konoha forces rallied in response. However, they could hardly believe it. How is this possible? That guy can suppress Fukai. What a joke. To him, it was akin to a colossal forest. In the entire Kumogakure, only his old man possessed such strength. He counted as half of it. Over at the medical team, roar, Fukai. Realizing that he could not match Jian in sheer strength after being sent flying by a punch, quickly understood that he needed to alter his strategy. If strength alone would not suffice, then speed must be the key. Preparing to rely on speed, the lightning on Jian's body grew even more dazzling. And with all his sensory techniques activated, he instantly sensed the terrifying chakra swirling within Fukai, deducing his intentions. Allow me to demonstrate what true, all-encompassing domination looks like. In the blink of an eye, a violent sound of air being torn apart echoed as Jian appeared before Fukai, startling the latter, who had just prepared to move. Boom! The ground where Fukai had stood erupted into a massive crater. Fukai stumbled back over a meter, yet he was even more astounded. Not only did this monster possess terrifying strength, but he also wielded it with such finesse. What kind of creature is this? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly caught sight of Jian smiling at him, a wave of ominous foreboding washing over him as his long tail shot out behind him. But ninja sword technique, Chidori blade. Jian shouted, as if wielding a hammer of lightning, causing everyone on the battlefield to hear a soul-shattering roar. Fukai was sent flying once more, carving a deep groove through the air. How is this possible? This is a joke. Fukai is not a match. The Kuminin watched in horror, astonished. What kind of monster is this? They had only witnessed the Raikage exhibit such terrifying power. Yet, looking at Jian, who, despite his youthful appearance, boasted such formidable accomplishments, they could not help but feel a profound sense of unreality. No. You bastard. Die. But nearby, another comrade's furious shout echoed. Uchiha Shursui, wielding a short blade, moved with the ferocity of a tiger, deftly weaving in and out among the surrounding Kuminin, who could do nothing to stop him. Beside Uchiha Shursui, Noara Hanjin also brandished his sharp swordsmanship, embodying the coldness of Ashura, as one Kuminin after another fell before them. Even the seemingly delicate Yuhi Karine managed to hold her own against a Chunin, just like the Jian of old. A scarred Jonin from Konoha exclaimed with nostalgia, especially Uchiha Shursui's decisive and clean sword technique. From behind, he truly resembled the Jian of your. In light of this, brothers, we cannot lag behind, lest others think we are inferior even to our juniors. Let us go. The scarred Jonin raised his arm in a rallying cry, immediately prompting a wave of Konoha ninjas to respond. Damn it, is the younger generation of Konoha so monstrous? A Kuminin Jonin gritted his teeth, his face darkening with murderous intent. They must not be allowed to live. Kuminin warriors, follow me and kill. The two sides clashed fiercely once more, the battle intensifying. Chapter 40. A tremendous shock. The coming of the Kirin. As for the medical ninjas, under Jian's shadow clones, they remained unharmed. Those who foolishly attempted to launch a surprise attack met their end at the hands of the shadow clones. Roar. After being sent flying, Fukai quickly regained his footing and charged forward once more. He unleashed an even more frenzied chakra, some of which manifested as external skeletal structures, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Lightning scythe, heat blade, ninja sword technique, willow leaf dance, Chidori blade. Both combatants shouted in unison, unleashing their most fearsome attacks. Boom, the ground groaned under the weight of their clash, resembling two mountains colliding, sending debris flying in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The earth continued to fracture under their ongoing exchange of power. Sinking deeper, Fukai's vast and chilling chakra collided with Jian's solid and refined chakra, creating an apocalyptic sensation. The surroundings shattered completely, the air blurring, as an astounding aura of power surged forth. Is this what a battle between masters looks like? We have no hope of resistance. The Konoha and Kuminin forces watched this scene in sheer horror, thoughts racing in disbelief. But suddenly, an even more violent chakra erupted from Fukai, shattering the air into particles that trembled violently. Konoha cold light. Die. Fukai declared, as he directly overpowered Jian, the ground beneath him exploding. Fukai grinned proudly. Do you now comprehend the terror of the Jinchuriki, bastard? Raising his right arm, a tangible skeletal structure rapidly formed. With astonishing lightning crackling from his hand, to die under this move would not be a loss for you. Lightning Scythe. Heat Blade. In an instant of rending acceleration, Jian's defenses crumbled entirely, and his head was sent soaring into the sky, leaving behind only his headless corpse, collapsing backward. Silence. All Konoha ninjas stood frozen in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. No way, he is dead, Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed in horror, her voice tray as if the apocalypse had descended. Amidst the earth's heavy, thunderous roar, a tumult of ferocious lightning obliterated everything in the vicinity of Fukai. It was not until a long while later that the tumult finally subsided. What had just transpired? A member of the Cloud Ninja, Yunin, gazed forward, and not far ahead, Fukai lay motionless in a pit resembling a ruin, his body in tatters. What? Fukai had been defeated. Upon witnessing this scene, Yunin felt as though struck by 5 thunderbolts. No, that was not right. The man had not yet succumbed. Just as he had proclaimed, Fukai suddenly stood upright, head bowed, arms dangling limply, his flesh and blood a grotesque sight akin to that of a zombie. You are the first to force me into such dire straits, Lord Raikage. As the words fell, a heavy aura enveloped the area, suffocating those present. Fukai was once again encased in a violent crimson chakra. His eyes were hollow and white. External skeletal structures erupted from his head and body, transforming him into a veritable monster. Boom. Without any discernible movement, the ground beneath him erupted. You have the privilege of dying beneath this attack. After uttering this, he had already lost all semblance of will. 6 tails erupted from his back, exuding a power capable of annihilating worlds. Observing this, the elite shinobi of the hidden cloud village changed countenance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fukai had entered the second stage of his half-tailed beast transformation. In this state, he could hardly distinguish friend from foe, and his strength was exponentially greater than before. Only Lord Raikage could possibly subdue him. Immediately, he called for all Cloud Ninjas to retreat and keep their distance. Yet, before he could finish his warning, Fukai had transformed into a fierce red streak. Darting past them in a flash, the gale he stirred sent countless ninjas flying. Only the special Jian and higher ranks could maintain their footing. This moment, even a powerhouse like Yekai Han could only lament his fate. Watching Fukai's shadow, this Jian from the hidden cloud thought to himself, he could withstand my Kirin and still press on. Yekai drew his blade to block, but Fukai's speed was absurdly fast, akin to a mountain colliding at high velocity, rendering his defense futile. This is bad. Yekai's heart raced in alarm, and he promptly employed a substitution technique to evade. However, when he reappeared, a colossal fist loomed before him, causing his pupils to dilate. Puff. Yekai felt every bone in his body shatter instantaneously as he expelled a mouthful of blood. His organs jostled. The half-tailed beast transformation had merely approached the strength of a Kage. Yet, after absorbing one of my Kirin attacks, he could unleash 6 tails in retaliation. How resilient could a Jinchuriki be? As Yekai flew backward, his heart remained in a state of shock. Were the powers of those 6 tails not excessively formidable? They were nearly on par with a strong Kage. No wonder the Cloud Ninjas said only the Raikage could handle him. It was indeed the truth. Chapter 41. Suppression. The Thunder of Heaven's Wrath. Strong Kage. This was his designation for those who surpassed the Kage level but fell short of the Super Kage tier. The third Raikage and Sage Jiraiya belonged to this category, with full force unleashed. The formidable Inoki and the third Hokage were also included in this echelon. It was no wonder that tailed beasts were deemed weapons of war, instilling despair and terror in countless ninjas. In this moment, Yekai suddenly understood. Roar. Fukai reappeared above him, his hands clenched like heavy hammers, and he smashed Yekai down toward the earth. Boom! The ground sank, the air wailed, and clouds of dust were kicked up several meters high, toppling numerous ninjas in the process. Even a steel physique would struggle to survive such an onslaught. It was over. Lord Yekai was utterly defenseless. Witnessing this, a Nara clan Nin slumped helplessly to the ground. His complexion ashen, he could scarcely fathom how swiftly the tide had turned. Whoosh! Fukai charged toward Yekai's fallen position, unleashing another ferocious punch. No! All the Leaf Ninjas cried out in despair. Ha ha ha! Be reduced to mincemeat. The Cloud Ninjas cackled with malevolence. This single punch could shatter a mountain, let alone a mere rogue like Yekai. Boom! The astonishing impact instantly cleared the dust, yet the sight that emerged caused all present to widen their eyes in disbelief. This must be a trick. Yugao could not help but cover her mouth, her eyes glued to the front as she beheld something utterly astonishing. The Cloud Ninjas wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Fukai's ferocious punch had been effortlessly blocked by Yakai. Yakai's arm was adorned with mysterious markings. The gaping wounds on his body were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. How could this be? He had healed his injuries in an instant. What kind of technique was this? It was astonishing. Both the Cloud Ninjas and Leaf Ninjas were inexplicably awestruck. This was nothing short of divine intervention. Roar! But Fukai had no time to ponder. Another fist came crashing in. Boom! Yakai continued to catch it with ease. Then, under the gaze of numerous ninjas, Yakai transformed into a humanoid beast, engaging Fukai in a fierce close-quarters brawl. Each punch landed with a bone-crushing impact, causing the earth to emit mournful wails. It was inconceivable how such a seemingly unassuming and non-muscular figure could possess such terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye. They clashed violently for 10 minutes, and astonishingly, Yakai held the upper hand. Roar! Fukai opened his mouth to gather a tailed beast ball, an alarming power descending in an instant. Yet Yakai was even more fearsome. Refusing to dodge as he formed a colossal Rasengan and charged forth to meet it head-on. Boom! An explosion erupted. Fukai unleashed a barrage of tailed beast balls, striking with blinding speed toward Yakai. Leaf Dance, Thousand Birds Blade. Yakai unleashed a breathtaking sword strike that tore through all incoming attacks, his form transforming into a streak of lightning as he appeared behind Fukai, clutching an enormous chakra sphere. And ferociously pressed down, Super Shinobi Spiral. Boom! The earth erupted once more, and Fukai was driven directly into the ground, blood and flesh splattering, yet his tails retaliated, sending Yakai hurtling away. The sound of ribs fracturing echoed. Roar! Fukai chased after Yakai, the earlier scene of Yakai's defenselessness seemingly poised to repeat itself. The hearts of the Leaf Ninjas tightened. Illusion technique. Dark passage technique. Yakai roared, and Fukai instantly lost his sense of direction. Momentarily halted. He swiped forward, but Yakai had already retreated, swiftly forming seals for a lightning technique. At that moment, Fukai broke free from the illusion and lunged at Yakai once more. Retreat! The Leaf Ninjas cried out in panic. Yet Yakai remained unfazed, declaring, Thunder of Heaven's Wrath. This was the reward Yakai received 3 days after acquiring Kirin. Upon activation, countless lightning spears rained down, a powerful area of effect skill, capable of subduing even colossal monsters. Boom! A crack of thunder struck down, and Fukai was immediately brought crashing to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. At least a dozen lightning-long spears pinned Fukai firmly, the raging lightning overwhelming him, rendering him paralyzed. Roar! Fukai howled, but it was utterly futile. Lightning release. Kirin. Yakai altered his hand seals, and the sky once again erupted with thunder, engulfing the entire battlefield. Had it come to an end? The Leaf Ninjas pondered this in their hearts. If this battle did not conclude soon, they truly had no idea how the ensuing conflict would unfold. Melee with the tailed beast Jinchuriki was an unimaginable scenario for them, truly a divine being. No wonder the third Hokage insisted on involving Yakai in the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud Village. A special Jian of the Uchiha clan reflected on this. He was a distant relative of Uchiha Shisui, tasked with protecting him when necessary. Yet, having witnessed Uchiha Shisui's battle, Uchiha Izumi could only think, why would Shisui need my protection? He doubted he could even face Shisui with confidence. Now, aligned with Yakai, his future seemed exceptionally bright. Uchiha Izumi contemplated, believing that with Shisui's assistance to the clan leader, the restless elements within their clan might finally be subdued. Yakai would inevitably ascend to higher echelons, and with his connections to Shisui, the Uchiha clan's circumstances might indeed witness a turnaround. As he pondered, a figure emerged from the dust-laden shroud. Stay vigilant, he bellowed to those around him, as no one could discern whether the newcomer was friend or foe. The same was true for the Yunin. All eyes were fixed intently on this silhouette. With a swift motion, the figure's arm sliced through the veil of dust, tearing it apart, upon recognizing the face of the individual within. The Konoha ninjas erupted into jubilant cheers. Lord Yejin is magnificent. They beheld Yejin, who bore the bloodied and mangled Fukai upon his shoulder, raising his left arm with a commanding shout, "It is time for us to counterattack." Hearing these words, the Konoha ninjas responded with wild enthusiasm. Oh. Meanwhile, the Yunin were taken aback. What should we do, Captain Saki? Fukai has been captured. How do we explain this to Lord Raikage? One Yunin glanced anxiously at their highest commander. Humph. No matter how formidable Konoha's Hongguang may be, after the battle with Fukai, I refuse to believe he still possesses chakra. His expression darkened as he shouted, Men, do not be deceived by the false appearances of Konoha's Hongguang. He must have exhausted his chakra. Let us reclaim Fukai and kill. The Yunin found his reasoning compelling. Indeed, he was their weapon of war. How could Konoha's Hanwang possibly retain much chakra after such a terrifying battle? Without chakra, what could Konoha's Hanwang possibly threaten them with? Chapter 42. Exhaustion of chakra? Nonsense. Oh no, Lord Yejian. Uchiha Izumi's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Indeed, the Yunin's logic is sound, having endured such a harrowing battle. Yejian must be low on chakra. Yet, when he turned to look at Yejian, his words caught in his throat. Yejian had thrown Fukuai to a distant shadow clone, and then, like a ferocious tiger enveloped in fearsome lightning, he charged into the ranks of the Yunin. Bang! It was as if a stone had been cast into still waters. Countless Yunin were sent flying. Yejian resembled a savage beast, his terrifying power causing the Yunin to cough up blood relentlessly. Damn you, do not be so arrogant. A special J-nin appeared behind Yejian, brandishing a lightning blade. Kawairyu slash. A fierce aura descended, and the surrounding Yunin rejoiced. This strike will show you true power. This is a technique capable of cleaving through lightning. Die. The special J-nin grinned, envisioning Yejian's imminent defeat. However, as the slash connected with Yejian, the special J-nin's smugness froze. Impossible. He felt as though he had struck iron with a mere stick. The attack not only proved futile but also caused the lightning coursing through Yejian to surge back toward him. He let out a piercing scream as Yejian sent him flying with a kick. Yejian seized a kunai from an approaching Yunin, infusing it with lightning before hurling it at the special J-nin. With Yejian's current strength, the kunai pierced through the J-nin's chest as effortlessly as a bullet. Shunshin no jutsu, Yejian muttered as the J-nin closed in, swinging his blade down. Whoosh, like a flash of lightning. Yejian vanished from the J-nin's sight, causing the J-nin's pupils to constrict in alarm. Not good. He sensed a strike descending upon him at unimaginable speed. Bang! A violent roar echoed as the J-nin's footing sank into the earth, struggling to withstand the oncoming lightning blade. Truly, a J-nin of Kumobikure possesses remarkable strength to withstand my blow. He could contend with a half-tailed beast Fukuai in Raikage armor mode. How formidable this J-nin must be. Enough chatter. The J-nin felt an unbearable weight upon his shoulder, a despairing heaviness akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, a sensation he had only encountered with the Raikage. Very well. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries. In an instant, an excruciating pain surged through his chest, propelling him backward. The J-nin transformed into a streak of shadow, crashing through a swath of Yunin who spat blood, finally skidding to a halt after carving a long trench in the ground. Chidori blade. Yet Yejian descended upon him like a reaper, his lightning blade exuding a terrifying force that ruthlessly pierced through the J-nin's chest. Captain Saki. Witnessing this scene, countless Yunin were struck with horror. A J-nin had perished so effortlessly. Just how terrifying was Yejian? Had he not just survived a fierce battle, how could he still wield such overwhelming power? Faced with an adversary of this caliber, what chance did they stand? Do you think a mere Jinchuriki could deplete my chakra? Yejian withdrew his long blade, addressing the stunned Yunin. My sage body is no mere ornament. Moreover, I have healing pills to restore my stamina. Konoha ninjas, do not stand idly by. This is your moment to shine. Do you not wish to seize it? Upon hearing Yejian's words, Uchiha Izumi immediately rallied, following Yejian's lead into battle. Kill. He was the first to charge forward. The others, inspired, surged forth with great fervor. Is this the strength of our captain? Yuhi Kurenai, now embroiled in the fray, thought to herself, for Kurenai, who had only ever known her father, Yuhi Akane, as the strongest ninja she had witnessed. This realization was profoundly unsettling. It was her first recognition that there existed individuals capable of altering the course of a battlefield single-handedly. He was as swift as a lightning bolt, fierce and merciless, reminiscent of the legendary White Fang. Observing Yejian directly engaging the Kekkei Jinkai wielders, Kurenai silently resolved to grow stronger. She would not allow herself to be a hindrance any longer. She was the weakest in the entire team. Damn it. The Yunin had spared no effort in their attempt to annihilate the medical unit. Their ambush comprised 360 individuals, including 3 J-nin, 5 Kekkei Jinkai users, and 10 special J-nin, not to mention the inclusion of an 8-tailed Jinchuriki, apart from a few Kekkei Jinkai users left for Uchiha Shursui and Nara Shinkai to gain experience. The remainder had been dispatched by Yejian commanding the elite ninjas of the various clans. 300 Yunin, with not a single survivor. Report the battle situation to the main camp. After instructing the messenger ninja, Yejian promptly directed shadow clones to arrange for medical ninjas to treat the wounded. Can we continue fighting? Yejin approached his three subordinates, finding Kurenai tending to Shinkai's wounds. Upon seeing Yejin arrive, she nervously inquired, "Captain, I did not hold you back, did I?" Yejin nodded approvingly. "You performed admirably." Kurenai's face lit up with joy, a sense of relief washing over her. Uchiha Shursui remarked to Yejin, "We can still fight, however." Nara Shinkai shook his head, saying, "I am nearing my limit. I cannot compare to you and Shursui, both of whom are monsters." Kurenai added, "Captain, I shall remain here to assist with the wounded." Yejin nodded, taking Uchiha Shursui with him. "Let us head to support the main camp." At the front lines of the main camp. No. How could we possibly contend with such monsters? Do not jest. How can we face such an enemy? Among the Konoha forces, Emo Uni had donned the cloak of the tailed beast, transforming into a monstrous force that rampaged without restraint. Despair lined the faces of countless Konoha ninjas. Against such an enemy, they could only wonder how they could possibly stand a chance. Even the mightiest Uchiha Fugaku on the battlefield could do little against the half-tailed beast transformation of Emo Uni. He could only, with the aid of several Jian, barely manage to contain the devastation wrought by Emo Uni. To merely achieve passive defense was a luxury beyond imagination. Damn it. Is there truly no way to deal with this creature? Inazuka's Jian, Inazuka-shin, shouted with frustration. We must find a way to break free and provide support. The Oil Maiden clan's elite shinobi, Oil Maiden Shizen, pondered in her heart. Chapter 43, Suppression of the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki. How infuriating. Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, alongside Akimichi Choza, were holding off AI, although their prowess was more than sufficient to deal with AI. His speed and reflexes were unparalleled. He was acutely aware that he could not engage the trio in a direct confrontation, so he refrained from granting them that opportunity, skirting around them instead. Give up, Nara Shikaku. You cannot thwart the advance of Emo Uni. AI laughed triumphantly, clad in his lightning armor, resembling a sprite of thunder as he flashed about. Even if the Konoha's cold light could temporarily suppress the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, what did it matter? AI's visage, illuminated by the lightning, appeared especially menacing. Did he truly believe that after slaughtering a few elite shinobi on the battlefield of Sunagakure, earning the moniker Konoha's cold light, he could contend with the war machine that is the Jinchuriki? Witnessing Nara Shikaku grit his teeth, AI's smile grew even more radiant. Perhaps at this very moment, he found himself at a disadvantage. Being relentlessly beaten by our Jinchuriki, facing a life-threatening situation. Once Konoha's cold light was dealt with, the medical team would be left unprotected, and we would sever your escape route entirely. He raised his arm high, shouting, "Cloud Ninja, unleash your fury." The response was a cacophony of savage roars. The morale of the Konoha forces plummeted further. Indeed, how could they possibly stand against the Jinchuriki? Only if someone of the Sannin's caliber were to join the fray would they have a chance. Urgent news. Just then, an information ninja appeared behind Nara Shikaku, his face pale with horror. Seeing this scene, AI couldn't help but laugh. "Look, everything I predicted has come to pass. Now, let me hear what kind of good news you bring." Nara Shikaku's expression instantly soured. Glancing at the information ninja, his heart filled with unease. What was the situation with the medical team? How was Yejin faring? Was he in danger? In response to his three rapid-fire questions, the information ninja immediately replied, "Lord Shikaku, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki has been captured by Lord Yejin, and the 800 Cloud Ninja that attacked the medical team have been completely annihilated." Taking a deep breath, he declared in a voice loud enough to resonate across the battlefield, "He is on his way here to provide support." Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous explosion erupted at the center of the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention. What nonsense! In the heart of the battlefield, a Cloud Ninja collapsed on the ground, trembling in terror as he exclaimed, "He actually sent the Two Tails Jinchuriki flying with a single punch. What kind of monster is this?" Before him stood a young man with silver hair, enveloped in lightning, still maintaining a punching stance. Before him, the massive form of the Two Tails Jinchuriki was uncontrollably flying backward, crashing heavily into the mountainside, causing the terrain to shatter. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted among the Konoha shinobi. "Lord Yejin has arrived." Oh, Lord Yejin is magnificent." The figure who had suddenly materialized on the battlefield and sent the Two Tails Jinchuriki flying with a punch was none other than the reinforcements. "Yejin, everyone, I apologize for my tardiness." Yejin beamed at the surrounding Konoha shinobi. "This guy is now my responsibility. Watch out." A ninja suddenly warned, his face paling. Behind Yejin, the half-tailed beast transformation of Emo Uni had already torn through the barriers of air, lunging toward Jian with a claw poised to strike. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Jian vanished in an instant, reappearing above Mo Uni, an overwhelming chakra erupting from his body, swiftly forming seals like a god of thunder. Lightning release. Mo Uni, thwarted in his surprise attack, immediately opened his mouth to unleash a furious chakra cannon at Jian. Heavenly thunder kill. But Jian was a step ahead. An endless torrent of violent thunder surged forth as he unleashed a terrifying lightning spear that descended like a pillar of doom. It shattered the chakra cannon and impaled Mo Uni directly into the ground. Boom! The impact stirred up a dust cloud soaring several feet high, the terrifying shockwave instantly blowing away all nearby ninjas. Witnessing this jaw-dropping spectacle, everyone on the battlefield widened their eyes in disbelief. In an instant, he had subdued the Jinchuriki. This is Lord Jian. Countless Konoha ninjas stared at Jian, who descended like a celestial being, their astonishment reaching unparalleled heights. Immediately, another wave of even more frenzied cheers erupted among the Konoha shinobi. Impossible! He actually subdued Mo Uni with a single blow. How could he be so powerful? AI glared intensely at Jian's figure, utterly unable to comprehend the reality before him. Narashikaku, though astonished by Jian's terrifying strength, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon witnessing Jian's arrival and the subsequent suppression of Mo Uni. Jian has truly grown to such heights. Ha ha ha. Shikaku, it seems we are indeed growing old. Akimichi Choza chuckled, glancing provocatively at AI in the distance. Now, let us see how you can remain so arrogant. Gritting his teeth, AI surveyed the battlefield, recognizing there was no longer any point in continuing. Jian's presence had instantly provided the Konoha forces with a pillar of support, elevating their morale to unprecedented heights. They had come with little hope of victory. Continuing further could lead to unforeseen consequences. But before that, AI glanced at Mo Uni, who was pinned to the ground and unable to move, his expression heavy. To think he can render Mo Uni immobile even in a half-tailed beast state. How could he possess such terrifying lightning release? Moreover, how did he defeat Fukai? In his second half-tailed beast state, he nearly demolished the hidden cloud village. Only the old man could contain him. How did this fellow manage that? Damn it, having already lost Fukai, I cannot allow Mo Uni to be captured again. For the first time, AI felt a sense of trepidation, even fear, toward a young shinobi. In the future, he must be eliminated. He cannot be allowed to grow any stronger. He clenched his fists, determined that Konoha must not be burdened with another existence more terrifying than the yellow flash. In his eyes, the threat posed by Namikaze Minato, who had escaped from him, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki paled in comparison to Jian before him. The former merely possessed speed and a few impressive techniques, while the latter was a genuine threat capable of causing immense harm. But before that, he needed to devise a plan to rescue Mo Uni. All elite shinobi, bloodline limit users, follow me to eliminate that fellow. AI bellowed, transforming into a streak of lightning as he vanished before Narashikaku and the others. Chapter 44. Renowned across the shinobi world. Not good. Narashikaku's face changed dramatically, and Uchiha Fugaku, Inazuka Kiba, and Oil Maiden Shizen hurriedly rushed toward Jian. Faced with the charging Cloud Ninja, Jian tightened his grip on his blade. After all, they were a formidable group, and slaying them would still prove quite challenging. Lightning release, Thunder Fury, Chio Dance. But AI suddenly appeared beside Mo Uni, shattering the lightning spear that had pinned him down with a kick. Retreat. Seeing that they had successfully rescued Mo Uni, AI immediately issued the retreat order. The Cloud Ninja, who had originally charged toward Jian, all swiftly turned and retreated. It turned out their offensive was merely a ruse. Their true objective had been to rescue Mo Uni all along. Retreat? Jian scoffed. Not only had AI outmaneuvered him, but he had also managed to rescue Mo Uni, which left him quite displeased. In an instant, he appeared before AI, thrusting his blade with unmatched ferocity. Did you bother to consider my opinion? Ninja sword technique. Thousand Birds blade. Thrust. The Thousand Birds blade was not merely for tearing. It could also strike with force. How can he be so fast? AI's expression turned to one of horror as he beheld the approaching blade, his body unable to react in time. This is it. This terrifying speed was on par with their elders. In the face of this blade's devastating power, the lightning defense he prided himself on felt as fragile as paper, pierced directly through. AI, unwilling to accept his fate, thought he would perish here. Melt release, guarding jewel. Accompanied by a steady voice, a substance resembling yellow rubber rapidly enveloped him. Bloodline limit. In the midst of the foliage, an overwhelming force of obstruction suddenly enveloped him, rendering even his Thousand Birds blade unable to advance. Moreover, once ensnared, both individuals found themselves inexorably pulled backward, leaving them with no means to exert their strength. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and retreated, aware that if he did not act swiftly, this rubbery substance would ensnare him as well. "Are you all right, AI?" A man clad in a high-collared ninja uniform, his countenance stern and a thunder symbol adorning his left eye patch, inquired after dispelling the rubbery entrapment with a spell. "Thanks to your timely intervention." AI, his face still marked by profound shock, inhaled deeply and expressed his dread. "I nearly fell victim to that fiend." The man nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of reporting this individual to the wreckage. "For he posed the greatest obstacle on the front lines. Until we eliminate him, our advance will be impossible." As for Jian, he recognized the man who had rescued AI, an expert in lava-release ninjutsu. Although he appeared 20 years younger than Jian remembered, there was no mistaking the unique rubber ninjutsu he wielded. This was none other than the renowned Sasuke, known for his ability to thwart the Third Raikage momentarily during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and who had repeatedly saved Naruto at critical junctures, an esteemed Bloodline limit ninja revered as the strongest in Kumogakure. "TCH, I detest Bloodline limit Jounin," Jian remarked with displeasure, withdrawing from his Byakuga state. Having recently engaged in an exhausting battle with Fukai, he had depleted a significant amount of chakra, causing his strength to wane in this state. Under normal circumstances, he would not have allowed AI to be rescued by Sasuke. It was no wonder that Bloodline limit ninjas garnered such respect. They were undeniably formidable. In ordinary circumstances, a mid-level ninja who awakened a Bloodline limit could swiftly attain the strength of a special Jounin. If such a ninja continued to hone their abilities and eventually advance to Jounin status, their threat would multiply, just like the Sasuke before him, who had rescued AI right under Jian's nose. Despite his irritation, Jian had to concede that while Sasuke might not match the Raikage in offensive power, his defensive capabilities were unparalleled. "Are you all right?" Nara Shikaku approached Jian, sensing his sudden weakness with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit drained from chakra," Jian replied, his gaze fixed ahead, contemplating their next course of action. Although reluctant, he recognized that allowing them to escape was the most prudent strategy to minimize losses. They had arrived after a long journey, barely resting before being thrust into battle, and many were already on the brink of exhaustion. Continuing the fight might very well allow the Kumogakure forces to mount a counterattack. "You're right," Nara Shikaku commended, as expected of the third Hokage's disciple. "Your perspective is commendably strategic. That is precisely my thought. Once we have regrouped, we can confront the enemy more confidently," Jian asserted. Nara Shikaku observed that Jian possessed remarkable leadership qualities, evident in his strength, reputation, and foresight. Yet, as a medical ninja, he could not bear to witness needless sacrifices. Jian smiled, but his expression soon turned solemn. What kind of lineup would they face next? Now that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had been captured, would the Third Raikage himself take the field? The mere thought of such a formidable opponent, akin to a humanoid beast of destruction, stirred excitement within him. With enough chakra accumulation, battling the Third Raikage might not be an impossibility. The following day, news of Jian's triumph over the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and his subsequent capture spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. This revelation struck the entire realm like a bombshell. Jinchuriki, a living weapon, captured by Jian. At merely 14 years of age, he had already become so terrifying. How much more formidable would he become in the future? No one could fathom the extent of his potential. Jian's name, Konoha's Cold Light, soared to prominence across the ninja world. Konoha Village. What did you say? Jian captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Even the third Hokage, who had weathered many storms, was taken aback, nearly dropping his pipe upon hearing this news. He disregarded the scorched documents and the remnants of his Hokage cloak as he earnestly questioned the Umbu operatives before him. "Are you certain? Did Jian accomplish this alone?" The Umbu nodded, affirming that the information had been relayed personally by Lord Nara Shikaku through the intelligence division, ensuring its accuracy. Hiss. The third Hokage gasped, his mind reeling as he sat in his chair, unable to regain his composure. What kind of prodigy have I taken as my disciple? He had encountered numerous geniuses over the years, Orochimaru, Kakashi Hitaki, Minato Namikaze, but none matched the extraordinary talent of Jian. It was indeed a wise decision to deploy him to the front lines of Kumogakure. However, the pace of his growth was astonishing. The third Hokage took up his pipe once more, relishing an unprecedented sense of pride and joy. Chapter 45, The Selection of the Fifth Hokage. Immediately, a sealing team was dispatched to assist Jian in the task of sealing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. A living Jinchuriki held far greater value than a deceased one, as it signified their direct control over a significant military asset from Kumogakure. The latter would never permit their village to lose a tailed beast. which would inevitably disrupt the balance of power. Furthermore, he instructed Shikaku to ensure that Jian and his team remain vigilant in the days to come. The third Hokage's demeanor grew grave. Kumogakure would never stand idly by while the Eight Tails fell into Konoha's hands. The Umbu nodded and promptly set off to execute the orders they asked for. The decision not to transport the Jinchuriki to Konoha's rear. It stemmed from the multitude of unpredictable dangers inherent in the journey. It was far safer to keep him at the front lines of the battlefield. Kumogakure. What? Fukai has been captured. Impossible. He is our village's most perfect Jinchuriki, second only to me in strength, unless the third Hokage personally intervenes. Who could possibly subdue him? In the imposing office of the third Raikage, his furious roar reverberated throughout the ninja village. Damn Konoha. Damn Konoha's cold light. The third Raikage bellowed as he smashed the table before him. Seething with rage, why did Konoha consistently produce such powerful geniuses? The Sannin, Konoha's white fang, was that not sufficient? His fury was intertwined with a palpable sense of injustice. Now, two more prodigies. The yellow flash and Konoha's cold light had emerged, each surpassing the last. Aw, damn the land of fire. Why weren't we the ones to dominate there in the first place? Throughout the ninja world, no faction remained unaware of the coveted territory of the land of fire. With its fertile soil, strategic location, thriving economy, and abundant population, not to mention, it was home to the most powerful ninja village, Konoha, which perpetually produced exceptional talents. After gathering intelligence for 3 days, I want every scrap of information on that bastard. Konoha's cold light. The third Raikage clenched his fists, filled with murderous intent. I will personally crush his head and reclaim Fukai. At the front lines of Awagakure, within the Konoha camp. What did you say? Jian captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and subdued the Two Tails Jinchuriki on the battlefield. The news nearly caused Minato Namikaze, who had just achieved a victorious alliance with Sunagakure against Awagakure, to drop his jaw in disbelief. Has Jian truly grown to such an extent? Even Jiraiya, seated nearby, was taken aback. How has this kid evolved? Just 10 days ago, he could barely hold his own against Haru. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki represented a level of power that, in Sunagakure, would typically require the combined strength of the entire village to contend with. Yet, Jian had not only defeated him but captured him alive. How utterly terrifying. This boy was fated to remain far from the mundane. Jiraiya shook his head. He had initially hoped to aid Minato in gaining merit at Awagakure's front lines, wondering if Jian might feel a twinge of envy. But now, he had to worry about how to ensure Minato also garnered recognition. With Jian's formidable accomplishments, it was likely that Minato would officially assume the title of fourth Hokage following this battle. Given Jian's staggering feats, Minato would have to single-handedly capture the Four Tails Jinchuriki or the Five Tails Jinchuriki to gain the respect of the village. Truly, Jian was remarkable, but I will not concede defeat. In the depths of his heart, Namikaze Minato could not deny the existence of jealousy. However, he felt that having such a formidable rival was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. It perpetually reminded him to remain vigilant and to propel himself forward relentlessly. Do you think Sunagakure has deduced that Azuki was slain by Jian? Minato gazed at Jiraiya with a hint of concern. As a trusted aide to the Hokage, both Minato and Jiraiya were privy to numerous secrets. No, they haven't. Jiraiya shook his head earnestly. At this point, the die is cast. Even if Sunagakure were to contemplate betraying the alliance, they must weigh the repercussions they can bear. Jian's terrifying power serves as a deterrent for them. Furthermore, since Raza took on the mantle of the fourth Kazekage, he has accomplished very little of note. Be it the infamous reputation gained from Jian's assault on Kanehagakure or the necessity of forging an alliance with us, coupled with the losses of Azuki and several elite Sand Shinobi, he has utterly failed to embody the dignity of a Kazekage. I would not believe for a moment that the Sand Shinobi harbored no grievances against him. Minato nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Jiraiya's words. Not to mention, Jiraiya continued, the sudden reconciliation with Konoha and the alliance against Awagakure has left many Sand Shinobi dissatisfied. Thus, Jiraiya maintained a calm demeanor. Even if he loathed Jian deep down. To restore the dignity of the Kazekage, he desperately needed a victory to substantiate his worth. Therefore, the battle against Awagakure presents the perfect opportunity. After all, if he were to ally with Awagakure, it is uncertain whether he could even triumph over us. He might also fear the possibility of being backstabbed by Noki, leading to a scenario where we, alongside Awagakure, would turn against them. Jiraiya nodded, affirming Minato's insights. Listening to their conversation, Kushina exclaimed, "From what you both just said, I truly feel that Jian is a rather terrifying individual. with a deeply intricate mind. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya chuckled. If that brat Jian were to catch wind of your words, he would likely humbly attribute it all to mere luck. Claiming he never anticipated such serendipity, gradually his smile faded. For he was regarded by the third Hokage as a potential successor to the fifth Hokage after Minato's abdication. He remarked that Jian bore a striking resemblance to the second Hokage of Ur. His hope was for Jian to become a pivotal figure within the Umbu, assisting Minato in furthering the development of Konoha. Kushina was taken aback by this high praise. Jiraiya nodded, affirming, I believe the third's viewpoint is astute. For one cannot fathom the horror that would ensue should such a talent betray Konoha. Reflecting on this, Kushina conceded, indeed, such a prodigy must remain within the village. As an afterthought, she inquired, by the way, Minato, how is the development of that technique coming along? Jiraiya turned to Minato. If that technique proves successful, with your current prowess, you might stand a chance of unexpectedly defeating one of Iwagakure's Jinchuriki. Addressing this matter, Minato replied earnestly, in this regard, I must extend my gratitude to Jian. I find it hard to fathom how he could conceive such innovative thoughts about ninjutsu, so imaginative yet so direct. Chapter 46. The Flying Thunder God can be even better. He produced a kunai inscribed with a series of incantations for the Flying Thunder God technique. Sighing, initially, I believed that increasing the number of Flying Thunder God kunai would significantly expand my striking range and provide me with more escape routes. This notion seemed rather commendable. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, even the second Hokage merely employed the Flying Thunder God as a body flicker technique, combining it with swordsmanship to vanquish foes, his reputation not quite illustrious. Yet, Minato had already disseminated the renown of the Flying Thunder God technique throughout the shinobi world, elevating it to new heights. However, Jian suggested that if one could engrave the Flying Thunder God seals onto kunai, why not attempt to mark the enemy directly? In such a case, the opponent would be left utterly unprepared for a devastating blow. At that moment, even the swiftest of ninjas could not surpass the speed of Jian's Flying Thunder God. And when paired with my Rasengan, it would likely render even fellow speedsters incapable of matching my prowess. Furthermore, as long as I inscribed the technique on my adversary, I could teleport to their side at any moment, irrespective of time, place, or opponent, delivering a fatal strike. Hearing Minato relay Jian's thoughts sent a shiver down Jiraiya's spine, as he remarked, could this brat be a born expert in ninjutsu assassination? It seems Jian's comprehension of the Flying Thunder God surpasses even yours. Indeed, I had similar thoughts at the time. This realization transformed my Flying Thunder God into an entity that could instill dread across the entire shinobi world. Minato recounted, his face brimming with astonishment. Jiraiya shook his head. I never grasped this fellow's capabilities before, and I find myself even more perplexed now. After a brief pause, he continued, Jian mentioned that once this war concludes, he has some ideas regarding an upgraded Rasengan that he wishes to share with me. According to his description, the enhanced Rasengan could achieve even greater power. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, and after staring at Minato for a considerable time, he finally shook his head, saying, with this fellow in Konoha, it truly is a stroke of fortune. Beside them, Kushina nodded in agreement, her curiosity about Jian reaching new heights. What manner of ninja could he be, surpassing her husband in prowess, despite never having studied the Flying Thunder God? He could instruct her husband on developing the technique to such terrifying levels. It was indeed a loss not to have encountered Jian during their recent mission in the Sunigakure camp, as Jiraiya and the others had speculated. They had indeed unraveled the truth behind Zuki's demise. Chiyo was, of course, filled with animosity towards Jian. Yet, she dared not sever ties with Konoha. Whether for herself or Raza, they both required a victory to validate their existence and to provide an explanation to the feudal lord of the Wind Country, who had long since lost faith in them. While they could endure, it did not mean that Noki shared their restraint. Ah, that detestable Konoha, I wish to reduce you to ashes with my dust release. His fury was palpable. He had initially thought he was outmaneuvered by Danzo, only to discover that he had been outsmarted by a mere child. This was all too much. The rift that Jian had incited not only obliterated his friendly alliance with Kumogakure, but also caused his plans to ambush Konoha to collapse, forcing him into the conflict between Konoha and Sunigakure. Had he not expended a fortune of over 10 billion ryo to quell the wrath of Kumogakure and prevent them from attacking Konoha, Iwagakure would have faced an assault from the three great shinobi villages. In his originally splendid plan, the besieged protagonist was meant to be Konoha, yet, due to Jian's interference, He found himself in a situation where victory would still result in significant losses. Each time he pondered this, his rage boiled over, and he felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Ah, did I just hear someone cursing me? At the border of the land of fire, within Jian's tent. He wiped his nose and mused. I wonder how Danzo will react upon learning of this. With a sly grin, he remarked, Danzo, I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, when we return, we may very well expose your organization. Jian was not Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter how severe the threat, it would not jeopardize his life. Should Danzo dare to stir trouble during this war and scheme against Jian from the shadows, Jian would be more than willing to demonstrate the consequences of underestimating him. Nevertheless, the puppet servants proved unexpectedly useful, facilitating concealment and possessing commendable combat capabilities. Prior to departing for the battlefield, he had made adequate preparations. As he did not trust Danzo in the slightest. As long as Danzo lived, Jian would always feel a sense of unease, not to mention, he had recently offended him quite significantly. Even with the third Hokage's assistance in monitoring him and issuing a house arrest order, Jian preferred to take personal responsibility for his safety. Thus, he employed puppet servants to observe Danzo's every move. Meanwhile, within Konoha, a heated argument erupted. Hiruzen, what are you thinking? The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is an invaluable asset. How can you treat this matter so frivolously? Don't you realize how perilous it is to leave him in the front lines? Shipping him to our Konoha is the most prudent course of action. As Hokage, how can you be so reckless? Shimura Danzo bellowed with great severity, his voice rife with dissatisfaction. Of course, this was all an act. He advocates for the return of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to the village. Naturally motivated by circumstances that would benefit his own interests, transporting the Eight Tails Jinchuriki would necessitate the deployment of a considerable number of shinobi, along with a formidable leader, would it not? And currently, within Konoha, where can one find such a plethora of shinobi to send? His root organization, in this present Konoha, from where can a powerful leader be sourced? Him, or perhaps his collaborator Orochimaru, regardless of the choice. It serves his interests. They could seize the opportunity to extract the bloodline of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki for experimentation, potentially cultivating batches of Jinchuriki in the future. Should that prove unfeasible, they might endeavor to inscribe secret seals upon the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, transforming him into a blade under their control. If that too fails, extracting the Eight Tails chakra to artificially create another Jinchuriki could also be an option. In any case, as long as he wields such power, what does it matter if he lacks authority to connect with the various factions of the shinobi world? He could even run for Hokage. Humph, Danzo, do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. The third Hokage let out a cold snort upon hearing this. I warn you, behave yourself in the recent days, or do not blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie. His words were laced with severity. Should you dare to engage in clandestine maneuvers, or betray the whereabouts of our comrades to Inoki as you did before, do not blame me for revoking your advisory position. Having said that, he sighed deeply, gazing at Danzo with an expression full of supplication. Danzo, I beseech you, please. Chapter 47. Impartial Handling. Fugaku's new hope upon hearing this. Danzo's expression fluctuated several times before he huffed and turned to leave. Has Danzo made any recent moves? After Danzo's departure, the third Hokage returned to his calm demeanor, addressing the air beside him. None, except for being particularly close to Lord Orochimaru. A detached voice echoed in the air. What on earth is that Orochimaru up to? The third Hokage frowned. Ever since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, he had been engrossed in research and the development of jutsu. Recently, his closeness to Danzo was a cause for concern. Such cooperation could lead to unforeseen consequences. Sign-in begins. Please proceed to the medical team for check-in. Time limit 1 minute. At the border of the land of fire, Yakumo arrived at the medical team. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a shinobi from the Sarutobi clan confronting a shinobi from the Uchiha clan. What is happening here? Observing the scene, Yakumo furrowed his brow, his voice turning cold. If you wish to fight, do it elsewhere. Do not disturb my medical team. Upon seeing Yakumo arrive, the medical ninjas in the team looked as though they had found a savior. Lord Yakumo, you have finally arrived. The quarreling shinobi from the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans instantly ceased their actions. What transpired? With war looming, do you still have the leisure to engage in infighting? Do you think The wandering Yakumo can be easily bullied. As these words left his lips, both individuals turned pale. Yet the Uchiha shinobi, still somewhat defiant, retorted, Lord Yakumo, I had no intention of infighting. But this fellow is simply intolerable. Hearing this, Yakumo's gaze shifted toward him. What is the matter? As soon as the Uchiha shinobi opened his mouth to explain, He was pulled back by his clan member, as if recalling something, and hesitated. Speak freely, do not hold back. I, Yakumo, have always been fair. Everyone can attest to that. Seeing his hesitation, Yakumo sought to alleviate his concerns. Trusting Yakumo's character, perhaps out of sheer indignation, the Uchiha shinobi pointed at the opposing Sarutobi shinobi. We all serve Konoha, yet this fellow dares to proclaim that it would be better if all Uchiha were to perish. After all, we are merely sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. What is there to treat? Then he seized our healing potions, claiming we Uchiha are unworthy of such fine resources, saying it would be a waste to give them to us. Lord Yakumo, how can I tolerate such treatment? After listening, Yakumo's gaze turned icy as he focused on the Sarutobi shinobi, asking coldly, is this true? The Sarutobi shinobi, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of guilt, but still shouted defiantly, what if I said it? Is it not the truth? The Uchiha clan is nothing but a ticking time bomb in the village. Who knows when they might rebel like Uchiha Obito? In that case, would it not be better for them to perish sooner rather than later? Silence. Yakumo's voice rang out sharply, his expression dark as he glared at the Sarutobi shinobi. You would extend such a blanket stereotype to them based on the actions of one individual, Obito. Have you forgotten that the Uchiha clan has also produced heroes like Uchiha Kagami? Should he too be condemned? With those words, the Sarutobi shinobi was at a loss for words. If I recall correctly, on the battlefield just now, it was the Uchiha clan who bore a considerable burden for you Sarutobi shinobi. Was that their obligation? When all are striving for Konoha's cause, who deserves to die? Is this how you treat your comrades? If war breaks out and the Uchiha clan feels aggrieved, uniting with the Cloud Shinobi to devastate our Konoha forces. Can you bear that responsibility? The Sarutobi shinobi's face changed dramatically, and he hastily waved his hands. I did not mean that. Yakumo snorted, I do not care how you treat the Uchiha clan outside. But within my medical team, you are all the same to me. Patience. Should I hear of such incidents again, the Sarutobi clan will be the last to receive treatment. Return the Uchiha's possessions to them. Faced with Yakumo's stern command and the implicit threat, the Sarutobi shinobi, though reluctant, dared not provoke Yakumo's wrath. On the battlefield, one cannot afford to offend a medic. If any of you disagree with my decision, feel free to confront me. Yakumo turned his gaze toward the Sarutobi shinobi, his tone indifferent. No, the Sarutobi shinobi quickly replied, leaning closer to the Uchiha shinobi and whispering, consider yourself lucky this time. I do not believe you will be so fortunate next time. Yakumo's cold laugh caused the Sarutobi shinobi to fall silent, fearing further threats from him. He patted the Uchiha shinobi's shoulder. Thank you for your trust in me. Feel free to seek me out for any grievances in the future. These words left the Uchiha shinobi moved to tears, exclaiming, yes. Yakumo then addressed the other shinobi. You all should remember, I judge actions, not individuals. Everyone nodded in understanding. Many felt that fighting alongside such a person was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Thank you. After calming the emotions of the crowd, Yakumo exited the medical team, only to encounter Uchiha Fugaku at the doorway. It is merely my duty. In response to Uchiha Fugaku's gratitude, Yakumo maintained a neutral expression. However, if you, as the clan leader, could persuade some of your clansmen to abandon their arrogant ways, I believe everyone would be more inclined to accept you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Then nodded, I shall endeavor to do so. After Yakumo departed, Uchiha Fugaku mused, the odds of reconciliation between the Uchiha clan and the village seemed to have improved significantly. The Uchiha clan genuinely wished to coexist peacefully, without the haughty disdain. However, trouble often found them, leading to conflicts where they were invariably blamed. Over time, the oppressed and frustrated clansmen grew indifferent, regardless of whether they were in the right or wrong. The blame always fell upon them. In that case, it was easier to refuse to tolerate anyone and stand firm against all. He eased the growing tensions between his clan and the village. He often found himself speaking up for outsiders. This, in turn, drew dissatisfaction from many elders within the clan for his perceived weakness. Chapter 48. What are you worth? Originally, he had hoped that Uchiha Shursui would rise to maturity and assist him in reforming the clan while simultaneously fostering good relations with the Hokage's higher-ups. However, it now seemed he had found a more suitable candidate. Meanwhile, within the Sarutobi clan's tent, what does that wandering Yakumo think he is, if not for the third Hokage taking him as a disciple? He would not have achieved what he has today. However, he, instead of appreciating the generosity bestowed upon us by the 3 generations of elders, not only refrains from doing so but also dares to speak on behalf of those scoundrels from the Uchiha clan. Does he truly believe that merely being a medical team leader makes him exceptional? The disgruntled ninja from the Sarutobi clan, who had just been reprimanded, voiced his discontent. This immediately garnered the approval of several surrounding ninjas, all of whom felt that Jian had overstepped his bounds. What merit does the Uchiha clan possess that warrants such assistance? They are nothing more than mere cannon fodder, utilized to preserve the lives of the Sarutobi ninjas and mitigate significant losses. It seems that with a subordinate from the Uchiha clan, he has begun to turn his elbows outward. Silence. At that moment, a sharp reprimand echoed from outside the tent. In walked a Jian with a scar running down his right cheek, prompting the crowd to exclaim, "Jian Nagayama." Sarutobi Nagayama cast a dark look at the discontented Sarutobi ninja and sternly remarked, "Is Jian-sama someone you can openly criticize? Do not forget that he holds the position of medical team leader due to his formidable abilities, not merely because of the favor granted by the third generation." The crowd fell into a stunned silence. To be frank, the third generation has intentions of making him the future fifth Hokage. Furthermore, after the fourth Hokage ascends, he will likely take command of the Umbu directly. Not to mention, he is highly regarded by Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, especially by Lady Tsunade. Their bond is akin to that of siblings. Under such circumstances, with his current renown, numerous clans in the village have benefited greatly from his assistance, thereby avoiding catastrophic casualties. His ascension to a high position will undoubtedly face little resistance. Is someone of his caliber truly someone Ymir Chunin can comment upon? Without the halo of the third generation, what do you amount to? His words sent shivers down the spines of those present, causing beads of cold sweat to form on their foreheads. Should you offend him? He will have ample means to deal with you in the future, and even the third generation may not be able to assist you much. The gravity of his statement left everyone in a state of astonishment. In Jian's chamber, the sign-in was complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the scroll of the Sage Body Chakra Refinement Method. The Sage Body Chakra Refinement Method. Unlike ordinary methods of chakra refinement, the power extracted through this method is much closer to Sage Art Strength. Utilizing this method will enable the user to possess purer chakra, while also better unlocking the potential of the Sage Body, resulting in faster recovery and a significantly larger chakra reserve. Upon reading the description of this scroll, Jian felt a surge of excitement. So, I have been on the wrong path with my previous chakra refinement methods? No wonder I always felt a hint of discomfort. I thought it was merely an illusion. Without hesitation, he began his studies. Suddenly, it felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind, as if some shackles within his body had been released. The chakra, which had previously surged like a mighty river, began to expand towards an oceanic scale. It felt heavier and more substantial. Is this the true Sage Body? Clenching his fist, he sensed a continuous flow of refined power surging forth. With the aid of Ein seals to meticulously control this power, he felt he could engage in battle for days and nights without fatigue. Now, even if the third Raikage were to attack, I would be far more confident. Upon opening his eyes, the brilliance within them seemed to disperse the very air around him, exuding an aura of terror. Just one fierce battle away, my chakra quality could truly reach the level of a Kage. At that moment, activating the lightning armor mode, combined with my various techniques, would be sufficient to subdue Volkai. Under the 100 healings technique, I wonder if I could defeat the third Raikage. The quality of chakra may not have reached Kage level, but that does not mean my strength cannot rival that of a Kage. Jian himself, along with Minato, can achieve that. However, should my chakra quality reach Kage level, my strength would undoubtedly surpass that of a Kage. The third Raikage, so is Jiraiya. This is truly something to look forward to. Closing his eyes once more, he continued to delve deeper into mastering this power point. One day later. What's wrong, Hinata? Is this what you meant by not holding us back? On a plateau not far from the camp, Jian observed Hinata, panting heavily, yet he had no intention of showing any sympathy, his words dripping with mockery. As if I would hold you back. Initially, she had contemplated giving up, but Jian's provocation compelled Hinata to rise once more, charging at him again. Even as a Jinjutsu user, one cannot neglect taijutsu, especially on the battlefield. Meanwhile, not far from them, Uchiha Shursui was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru seized this opportunity. The chance to spar with a genius like Uchiha Shursui is far rarer than being personally trained by me. As Jian fended off Hinata, he called out to the already beleaguered Shikamaru. Hey, Captain, don't worry. I won't miss out on such a splendid training opportunity. Despite feeling utterly exhausted, Shikamaru was resolute in his determination to continue. Once, he believed he could only ever admire the back of a genius like Kakashi, forever unable to stand beside him. However, after the commencement of this battle, he suddenly glimpsed a flicker of hope, not to mention the joy of being personally trained by Jian. Even the daily squad exercises filled him with immense satisfaction. His opponent was none other than Uchiha Shisui, famed for his genius, and Jian had explicitly acknowledged that Shisui's strength surpassed that of Kakashi. Training alongside such a formidable figure daily made catching up to Kakashi seem attainable. Whether through fire techniques, swordsmanship, or the use of ninja tools, Shisui provided him with invaluable insights. Perhaps this was the very reason Jian paired him with Shisui for practice, because he was tailoring the training to their unique needs. As for ninjutsu, Jian forbade Shisui from utilizing it, claiming it would negate the training's effectiveness. Shisui, remember to meet at our usual spot tonight. During the day, while Shisui trained Shikamaru, Jian had no time for his own training. So he naturally intended to compensate for it. Otherwise, he would feel remiss. Understood, Captain. There was nothing that could bring Shisui more joy than hearing that Jian would personally train him. Thus, every night, onlookers would witness Shisui returning, battered and bruised. Yet, no one mocked him. Instead, they envied him, lamenting their own inability to be Jian's subordinate. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, despite feeling he had made significant progress, found himself still feeling utterly powerless against Shisui. Chapter 49, Surprise Mission. Is genius truly insurmountable? Shikamaru pondered, realizing that Kakashi had long since ceased to be included in his list of geniuses. In his eyes, only two individuals qualified as geniuses, Jian and Uchiha Shisui. I wonder how Yamashiro Aoi's intelligence gathering is progressing. Perhaps I should check tomorrow. While training Hinata, Jian mused. After 5 days of torment at Jian's hands, Hinata had made considerable strides in both taijutsu and genjutsu. Now, she found herself hardly challenged by Chunin opponents. However, to achieve a kill, it would still require a considerable effort. The following day. What is it? Aoi-senpai, have you uncovered any intelligence from Volkai's mind? Jian arrived at the intelligence department's main camp. Directing his gaze towards Yamashiro Aoi, given the capture of such a significant figure as Volkai, it was imperative not to overlook any intelligence residing within his mind. Yamashiro Aoi shook his head. As I suspected, the Jinchuriki's mental realm is bound by restrictions. Furthermore, at this point, he suddenly displayed a look of panic. I must admit that I could not withstand the fierce aura of the Eight Tails. After all these days, I have made no progress. I hope I have not disappointed you. Hearing this, Jian was taken aback, then relieved. Indeed, the strength of the Eight Tails was formidable, and without sufficient chakra power, it was impossible to suppress its malevolent aura. Had Volkai been able to fully unleash the power of the Eight Tails, I would never have been able to capture him. Aoi nodded in agreement. Exactly. It seems all your efforts have been in vain. Apologetically, Yamashiro Aoi addressed Jian, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he could not even extract a shred of information after Jian's arduous efforts to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Perhaps I should give it a try? Jian waved his hand, his face brimming with eagerness. You can extract intelligence too? Aoi asked, somewhat surprised, to which Jian smiled and replied, why wouldn't I? Upon concluding his words, he brought together his index and middle fingers, placing them upon Fukai's brow, and shut his eyes. An overwhelming force surged forth instantaneously. Could such a terrifying mental power truly exist? It was only by experiencing Jian's aura at such proximity that he comprehended the true extent of Jian's terror. Suddenly, a chilling malevolence erupted from Fukai, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, in an instant, a pure and masculine energy emanated from Jian, completely dissolving this dark force. At that moment, within Fukai's being, the Eight Tails sensed this power and was left aghast. How is it possible? How can I feel an aura from this brat that is akin to that of Senja Hashirama? This pure masculine energy cannot be mistaken. I have only felt it from Senja Hashirama throughout the entire ninja world. That is a terrifying force capable of subduing all tailed beasts. As expected of the system's abilities, these restrictions pose no hindrance to me whatsoever. Within Fukai's mental realm, Jian traversed effortlessly. Even the Eight Tails dared not approach. Merely watching as Jian probed the information hidden within Fukai's mind. A quarter of an hour later, Jian emerged, and Yamashiro Kai immediately inquired, what did you discover, Jian? Did you uncover any useful information? Jian's exploration of intelligence was something he preferred not to elaborate on. This was Jian's own prowess. Indeed, some intelligence was gathered. Wait a moment while I relay it to you. Connecting with the information output device beside him, a scroll began to roll out, revealing lines of intelligence. Upon reviewing the information, Yamashiro Kai was taken aback. Could this be a trap from the Cloud Ninja? How could the Jinchuriki possibly know about the deployment of the Cloud Ninja forces? We must summon Commander Narashikaku to make a decision. Jian smiled, and together with Yamashiro Kai, they headed toward the command tent. I believe this intelligence is highly likely to be genuine. After receiving the intelligence, Narashikaka carefully analyzed it for several minutes before arriving at a conclusion. In other words, Jian licked his lips, his gaze fervent. We can launch a surprise attack and dismantle a portion of the Cloud Ninja's forces? Narashikaka nodded. Precisely. He looked at Jian. I believe this mission is uniquely suited for you. I concur. Jian grinned widely, as he had been pushing Uchiha Shursui and the others hard in training these past few days. It was time for them to put their abilities to the test and gauge their current strength. Narashikaka chuckled upon hearing this, then turned serious. Are you truly prepared to advocate for the Uchiha clan? This is not a simple path. Few in the village's upper echelons favor them. Even with our support, along with Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, you may still face tremendous public pressure. His eyes were filled with warnings, reminding him not to forget about the former Kakashi Hitaki. Upon hearing this, Jian smiled mischievously. If the higher-ups believe I am akin to Kakashi Hitaki, then they are gravely mistaken. I only care for the opinion of one elderly man. The rest, including Danzo, pose little threat in my eyes. But unless they truly put a blade to my throat, he smiled again, confidence radiating from him. Mere public opinion cannot suppress me now. I am not Kakashi Hitaki. Hearing this, Narashikaka nodded. Then I have no objections. Indeed, Jian is certainly not Kakashi Hitaki. His strength is not inferior to White Fang, and moreover, he possesses immense prestige and a notable status. Most importantly, his resolve is unwavering, supported by formidable allies. Unlike the solitary Kakashi Hitaki. Very well. This mission is entrusted to you, Narashikaka said earnestly. I hope you all return safely. Jian nodded. Then rest assured and await my good news. He then summoned the 3 individuals who were training. It is time to test the fruits of your labor during this period. Looking at the 3 before him, Jian smirked. I have a mission to ambush the Cloud Ninja forces. The enemy numbers roughly around 4,000. What do you say? Are you interested in joining me for an adventure? Upon hearing Jian's words, Uchiha Shursui's eyes lit up, and Noera Rin displayed no sign of fear. I have no objections. Yuhi Kurenai also stood firm, showing no signs of retreat. All right, we depart at 3 this afternoon. Seeing this, Jian nodded in satisfaction. Haha, finally, I can witness the results of our training. It is truly exhilarating. Noera Rin clenched her fists, her eyes filled with excitement. Uchiha Shursui mirrored her sentiment, his clenched fist betraying his eagerness. Chapter 50. The origin of Konoha's cold light. Meanwhile, have we yet to gather all the information on that rascal? Konoha's cold light, the 3rd Raikage bellowed, crackling with violent lightning, reflecting his inner turmoil. Not yet, Lord Raikage. Please wait a moment longer. A dark-skinned, curvaceous secretary, overwhelmed with sweat, responded. How infuriating. When will we finally obtain all the information on that individual? The 3rd Raikage, seething with rage, declared, I cannot wait even a moment longer. Konoha's cold light has caused us, the Cloud Ninja, such significant losses this time, and I am eager to crush his skull, not to mention. Fukai remains in enemy hands. He might be undergoing the harshest interrogation at this very moment. Asked the Raikage. How can I stand idly by while my subordinate suffers? Upon hearing this, the Raikage secretary quickly replied, Please give us a few more days. Once we gather his information, we can set a trap for him and eliminate him once and for all. As long as Konoha's cold light is removed, the Konoha army poses no threat. Under your leadership, we will surely return in utter defeat, and rescuing Fukai will be a matter of minutes. At this, the 3rd Raikage calmed his raging fury and inquired, What is the status of our supplies? Weapons, fresh water, and food at each encampment ensure heightened vigilance. We cannot allow Konoha to discover our ambush, lest we fall into the same trap as Tsunagekyu's Kuroyama. In response, the secretary adjusted her glasses confidently. Lord Raikage, you need not worry about this. The locations of these encampments are known only to the upper echelons. Konoha's ninjas will absolutely not be aware. As for Fukai, she had never considered him a factor. After all, as a Jinchuriki, he had no access to any confidential matters. Hearing the secretary's words, the 3rd Raikage nodded in agreement, trusting her capabilities. However, they would never suspect that Fukai had inadvertently overheard information regarding the weapon production sites from the mouths of several high-ranking officials. Yet, this matter remained unknown to anyone, for Fukai had never revealed it to anyone in the northwestern part of the Land of Water, in a certain valley village. This is where it is, before the valley. Jian concealed himself along with the 3 others amidst the grass. He closed his eyes and activated his sensory technique. Even though he had confirmed the intelligence was accurate, he could not dismiss the possibility of it being a trap set by the Cloud Ninja. The guard force consists of 100 individuals, with 1 Jounin and 3 special Yanin. It remains unclear whether there are any Kekkei Jinkai users within. Inside the village, there are approximately 3,800 people. Wow, 5 Jounin, quite cautious indeed. After briefly assessing the situation, Jian began to devise a battle plan. Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed, "Captain, you can even use reconnaissance techniques? How impressive!" She felt her understanding of Jian was far from complete. "Just a bit." Jian smiled. "I will take care of all the guards. You just need to charge into the village and engage in combat. After I eliminate the guards, I will rendezvous with you immediately. At that point, Shui and Rin will proceed to sabotage the weapon manufacturing site under the guidance of one of my shadow clones." Upon hearing this, the 3 nodded in agreement, and Rin couldn't help but say, "What a simple yet effective plan. I love it." Jian's voice lowered. "Then let us commence." At that instant, the others witnessed a flash before their eyes, and Jian had vanished from before them, appearing outside the village 100 meters ahead. So fast. Even having witnessed Jian's incredible speed before, Yuhi Kurenai was still left speechless at the close comparison. Can anyone in the ninja world truly match his pace? "Stop dawdling. Let us go." As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, the voice of Uchiha Shui echoed in Hinata's ears, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Did the captain not say that we would wait until he had dealt with all the guards before proceeding? Uchiha Shui pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, the guards are nearly all gone." Hinata hurriedly turned her gaze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gasped. "Has it only been a few seconds? 100 men have fallen already?" Before her lay the lifeless bodies of the last of the elite guards from the Cloud Ninja base, sprawled in a sea of blood. Remarkably, it had been exactly 5 seconds. What sort of terrifying speed of slaughter was this? Hinata was left speechless, questioning her very existence. Was this truly the speed that one could possess? Among the fallen was an elite ninja, who had been dispatched with the ease of chopping vegetables. How familiar this scene felt, yet the captain's speed had only increased. Back then, it would have taken several minutes to eliminate such foes. Nara Shikaku observed with a calm demeanor. Indeed, the captain's speed has become astonishing. Noticing Hinata's shocked expression, he chuckled. "Do you think the reputation of Konoha's cold light comes from nowhere? Just take a glance at this blood-soaked battlefield. It is the result of countless sand ninja sacrificing their blood and lives." The 4th Kazekage had even commanded that any sand ninja below the rank of elite should flee upon encountering Konoha's cold light without fear of punishment. As the 3 descended, gazing at the pristine figure of Jian standing amidst the carnage, Hinata suddenly comprehended why he was referred to as Konoha's cold light. For before the enemy perished, they likely only glimpsed a flash of silver light streaking past. "You all are a bit slow." Jian turned to the trio, his sunlit smile contrasting starkly with the blood-red earth, exuding an aura reminiscent of a demon, causing Hinata to shiver involuntarily. In that moment, a sudden voice pierced the air. "Enemy attack!" A swarm of cloud ninjas appeared, encircling Jian and his companions. "Who dares invade our cloud ninja encampment?" A curly-haired Chunin barked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Jian's silhouette, a sense of DJVU washing over him. "Kill!" Jian did not respond to the Chunin's inquiry. Instead, he addressed Uchiha Shui and the others, arrogant. Hearing this, the curly-haired Chunin's gaze fixed on Jian. "Let me see where your confidence stems from. Don't tell me it comes from this Uchiha brat." With that, he charged at Jian's unguarded back, intent on eliminating him before dealing with the Uchiha. At that moment, Jian turned around, and the Chunin, with a fierce grimace, shouted, "Die!" A swift blade descended, and he envisioned Jian being cleaved in 2 by a strike. However, with a swift flash, a cold light swept through, and the Chunin's eyes widened as he collapsed, his long knife shattered in his grasp. What? He actually severed Jian's blade with a single strike. The surrounding cloud ninjas gasped in shock. While the leading elite ninja suddenly sensed danger, "Be careful, this fellow is not ordinary." Chapter 51. Just an arrogant fool. Jian pointed his long knife onward. He then charged headlong into the ranks of the cloud ninjas. "This fool, he dares to charge at us alone. He seeks death." Jian's audacity incited the ire of the assembled cloud ninjas. How dare he look down upon them? Even the leading ninja's expression darkened. He is utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. He commanded his comrades, "Kill him." Instantly, a horde of cloud ninjas surged forward like ravenous wolves, converging on Jian. "Brat, die." The foremost ninja, face contorted with rage, summoned lightning upon his blade and swung down viciously. Willow leaf dance. Thousand bird blade. Lightning crackled around Jian as he surged forward, crashing into the cloud ninja ranks. A multitude of cloud ninjas were thrown into chaos, countless swords and blades shattering as a significant gap opened in their formation. Such swift speed and power, enveloped in crackling lightning, this was none other than Konoha's cold light. The leading elite ninja bellowed to the camp. Konoha's cold light has arrived. Everyone, heighten your vigilance. The cloud ninjas were left horrified. Yet Jian showed no signs of halting. No, bastard, if we die together. Jian resembled a relentless demon, unstoppable in his wrath. This strength, how can we possibly be a match for him? The surrounding cloud ninjas gazed at Jian in utter disbelief. Cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, he was the very one who had captured the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Fakai, how could they hope to contend with him? The captain is truly formidable. He single-handedly intimidates so many. Hinata marveled as she witnessed Jian wreaking havoc among the cloud ninjas, forcing them into retreat. Ha ha ha, we cannot lag behind. Narashikaku laughed heartily, unleashing a torrent of terrifying flames upon the enemy before him. You insolent brat, cease your insolence. The bald cloud ninja fumed. If I cannot contend with Konoha's cold light, can I not handle you? He roared, unleashing a fierce barrage of lightning to counter the flames. His status indicated he was no ordinary chunin, seemingly a squad leader. Brat, you are merely... Before he could finish, a flash of cold light surged before his eyes. The bald ninja clutched his neck in disbelief. Blood pouring from his grasp. How is this possible? How could I fall to such a whelp? The surrounding cloud ninjas gasped in shock. Be careful. This brat is not normal. He has slain Zakuji. What? Captain Zakuji was so easily dispatched by this child. Observing the bewildered expressions of the cloud ninjas, Narashikaku grinned. Why not? Not far from him, Uchiha Shursui again transformed, obscuring the vision of the cloud ninjas with a flurry of crows. Be cautious. This Uchiha brat is attacking while we are distracted. A special elite ninja warned loudly, but in the next moment, he felt an acute sense of danger. From amidst the crows, a pitch-black dagger shot forth with blinding speed, leaving no time for defense. Humph! The special elite ninja scoffed, swiftly dodging the attack as he retaliated with a powerful, furious punch. Uchiha Shursui's visage appeared before him. You will be gravely injured by my fist. Yet this punch passed right through Shursui's form. What? A mere illusion. The special elite ninja's expression shifted as he prepared to turn, only to feel a sharp pain in his chest. When did you become an illusion? He demanded, glancing back at Uchiha Shursui, whose expression remained indifferent. Any time I wish, came Shursui's light-hearted reply. What? The special elite ninja Tatai has been killed just like that. The surrounding cloud ninjas were struck with horror, their gazes towards Uchiha Shursui now filled with panic. He is only 10 years old. How can he be this terrifying? Calm yourselves. Look at your panicked, grotesque faces. Do you still count as warriors of the cloud? A burly, muscular elite ninja stepped forward, flanked by 3 other elite ninjas. I acknowledge that Konoha's cold light is indeed formidable, having captured the Eight-Tails and earned unparalleled fame. But so what? The fact remains, he stands alone. The towering elite ninja bellowed. Do not forget, we possess 3,800 men. With each of us wielding a blade, each casting a jutsu, we can overwhelm him. He regarded Jian as one would a delectable prey. Konoha's cold light is merely an arrogant child. Charge together, if we can eliminate him. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves. Upon hearing this, the cloud ninja's expression shifted dramatically. Gone was their fear, replaced by fervor. This is bad. Both Narashikaku and Uchiha Shursui's expressions changed drastically as they sought Hinata's whereabouts. Retreat quickly. We do not wish to become a burden to the captain. As the crimson sun began to set, the voice of Yuhi Kurenai suddenly echoed, revealing her swift escape from the encirclement of the cloud ninja forces. Both Noera Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui nodded in approval at this sight before hastily retreating. Their thoughts mirrored those of Kurenai. The battlefield now belonged to Jian, and their presence would only hinder his efforts. Given Jian's speed, the strategies of the cloud ninja were unlikely to bear fruit. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger, lightning release, electric wave, lightning release, lightning dragon technique. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed by an overwhelming deluge of lightning, more ferocious and dense than a torrential downpour, leaving no opportunity for respite. Yet, one could not deny the terrifying nature of such an assault. If one were trapped within, even possessing 10 lives would not suffice. Suddenly, Jian's voice resonated from above, startling the cloud ninja, who were fiercely attacking. Up there. When did he? The cloud ninja gazed in bewilderment at Jian, standing gracefully atop a rooftop. What are you dawdling for? Go! The tall elite ninja shouted, increasingly wary of Jian. Their recent ferocious onslaught had not even grazed him. An enemy of such caliber was truly formidable. But how could we allow ourselves to be surrounded by so many of you? Even if many are merely genin. Jian completed his final hand sign with his right hand, but it was still a laborious task. What? One-handed hand signs? The tall elite ninja exclaimed in shock, yet Jian shook his head. No, this is merely my final sign. Boom. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the sky. The tall elite ninja was taken aback and swiftly looked upward. This is bad. They saw dark clouds completely enveloping their heads, with terrifying lightning serpents slithering through the clouds. Scatter. The tall elite ninja's expression changed dramatically as if a realization struck him. Jian, however, smiled once more, his grin resembling that of a cold reaper. Since you've come this far. He opened his eyes, his tone utterly indifferent. Why retreat now? Lightning release. He pointed his right hand downward. Heavenly thunder destruction. Boom. In an instant, countless dense lightning spears rained down from the sky, obliterating the entire cloud ninja army. Ah, no. Please, no. Lives were mercilessly pierced and snatched away by the lightning spears. In a mere second, over half of the 3,000 warriors vanished. The village lay in ruins, littered with corpses. Ah, damn it. The tall elite ninja's eyes bulged with rage. Bloodshot and filled with fury. I will make you pay. Jian merely scoffed. Should you be able to? Feel free to try. His hands transformed into phantoms, rapidly weaving together. Lightning release. Kirin. A terrifying bolt of lightning surged from his being into the clouds. And in the next moment, a resonant low growl echoed, sending chills through the soul. A vividly lifelike Kirin emerged from the clouds, peering down. This was merely an appetizer. Now comes the main course. No. The tall elite ninja cried out in horror. His eyes filled with despair. With a deafening roar, a colossal bolt of lightning crashed down. Bang! The terrifying thunderstorm wreaked havoc, tearing the earth asunder, shattering the air, and consuming everything in its vicinity in an instant. Countless cries of anguish were silenced. Gulp. Even from a great distance, the trio of Uchiha Shursui, Noara Kakashi, and Yuhi Kurenai could not help but swallow hard at the chaotic scene before them. Is this the true power of our captain? Kurenai's voice trembled, realizing why even the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki had fallen to him. Incredible, Shursui marveled. He truly resembles a god of thunder. The tumult took a long while to subside. As the dust settled, only ruins remained. Alongside a multitude of charred corpses and a few cloud ninja, their eyes vacant, resembling walking corpses. Of course, Jian stood upon the sole intact structure, a small remnant of the devastation. Suddenly, a disconcerting grinding sound pierced the air. Drawing the attention of Shursui and his companions, they beheld the tall elite ninja, charred and bloodied, rising to his feet, his eyes blood-red as they fixated on Jian. Behind him, two other elite ninjas staggered to their feet. Though grievously wounded, they had not lost their fighting spirit. Shursui, you three take care of those walking corpses, Jian instructed, descending before the tall elite ninja, regarding the four-cloud village elite ninjas with admiration. Truly impressive. It seems eliminating you won't be so simple. The Kirin technique represented his most potent single-target attack thus far. Even someone like Flash, a Jinchuriki, would likely be left on the brink of death after such an assault. Yet, the fact that these foes remained standing was astonishing. You must die. The tall elite ninja seethed with murderous intent, driven by the sacrifices of their two fallen comrades. I swear I will not rest until you are dead. His two remaining comrades echoed the sentiment. Let's go. The tall elite ninja, devoid of any intention for further conversation, became enveloped in lightning. Don't think you're the only one who can wield such techniques. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Jian, unleashing a terrifying punch, lightning release, thunderstorm fist. However, Jian's form flickered oddly, evading the attack effortlessly. Too slow. The tall elite ninja, filled with rage, attempted to turn for another strike, only to be engulfed by a searing, penetrating pain that radiated throughout his body. A blade enveloped in lightning pierced through his heart. How is this possible? It pierced through my lightning armor with such ease. The tall elite ninja's eyes rapidly lost their light as he crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, the two other elite ninjas had already flanked Jian, determined not to let him escape unscathed, both wielding long blades. Shimmering with terrifying lightning, they charged, cloud flow, lightning instant slash. Their speed was astounding, rendering evasion impossible. But how could this be? The two elite ninjas, believing they had Jian cornered, felt elation turn to despair as their blades struck him, only to find their efforts utterly futile. It was as if their weapons had struck iron armor, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Surprised, Jian smirked, his lips curling into a grin as he unleashed two swift arcs of lethal light across their necks. With a sickening sound, their throats gushed blood as he pierced through their chests once more. I forgot to mention, my defense is no less formidable than your rake's, with higher quality chakra and the enhancement of yang release. The defense beneath his lightning armor was not easily compromised, even against a tailed beast cannon, let alone a mere die. At that moment, a frenzied figure appeared behind Jian, who had let his lightning armor dissipate. This attack would surely land. Futile struggle. Jian did not turn, nor did he intend to resist, for a short blade pierced through his chest, revealing Uchiha Shirsui's rapidly spinning Sharingan behind him. Impressive, Shirsui, Jian acknowledged, noting that the distance between them had been considerable mere moments ago. Your body flicker technique is certainly not inferior to mine. Shirsui shook his head, replying earnestly, compared to you, Captain, I still have much to learn. Jian countered, glancing over at Noara Kakashi and Noara Kurenai, who had also concluded their battles. Yet you have already taken down many elite ninjas. Indeed, you now possess the strength to contend with elite ninjas. Among the foes dealt with by the three, the manner of their death spoke volumes about their assailants. Shirsui's enemies bore gaping holes in their chests. Noara Kakashi's foes were primarily slashed at the neck, while Kurenai's opponents exhibited clear signs of having fallen victim to genjutsu, adorned with numerous injuries from ninja tools. Jian surveyed the remaining enemies, estimating that Shirsui had single-handedly dispatched 23 foes, 3 elite ninjas, 15 shunin, and 5 genin, outdoing both Noara Kakashi and Yui Kurenai by a margin of 9, all thanks to the captain's teachings. Uchiha Shirsui humbly remarked. Under the guidance of Jian, he had awakened his double Tomo Sharingan. This was also the reason behind his currently formidable strength. Let us proceed. Only the final step remains. The last task is to annihilate the weapons manufacturing facility. Boom! Accompanied by this terrifying explosion, the mission of the four from Jian was successfully accomplished. Chapter 53. The counterattack of Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, at the front lines of Awagakure, Kakashi, you truly are remarkable. Today you managed to slay 2 special jonin and 5 chunin. That is truly impressive. However, I shall not be outdone. Next time I will strive even harder to achieve superior results. Uchiha Obito exclaimed with evident excitement. Kakashi cast him a sidelong glance and coldly replied. Then continue your efforts. Yet, in his heart, he regarded Obito as his current rival. This time, Obito had merely eliminated 1 fewer special jonin than he had. The rapid growth of his strength was astonishing, leaving even Kakashi in awe. However, it was no surprise, having been guided by that fellow Jian. It was understandable that his power surged so swiftly. Kakashi had clashed with Uchiha Obito before, while everything else was manageable. The fire release. Fire Will Dance developed under Jian's tutelage was not in the least inferior to his Raikiri. It was thanks to this technique that he had achieved his current standing. This made Kakashi exceedingly vigilant. How formidable is Uchiha Shirsui now? Surely he has not surpassed me by much. In Kakashi's eyes, the only peer who could rival his genius was Uchiha Shirsui. This was also his target to surpass. With Jian mentoring Uchiha Shirsui, he felt that the latter's growth and strength would only accelerate, rather than slow. That fellow Obito truly encountered a benefactor. Similarly, Raikage and others watching Uchiha Obito challenge Kakashi could not help but feel a mix of emotions. It was solely due to Jian's instruction that he not only awakened his double Tomo Sharingan amid the war but also attained his current impressive strength. Suddenly, he transformed from being at the bottom to a peer capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Hence, they too felt the need to exert themselves further, having all been guided by Jian, who would wish to be inferior to another. How infuriating. Raikage and the others' rapid growth and strength was already a lot to bear. Saratobi Asuma clenched his fists in frustration, wondering why Uchiha Obito had surpassed him. Was Jian's guidance truly that extraordinary? Among his contemporaries, he had now become the weakest. How could he, the son of the Hokage, maintain his dignity? They all seemed so vibrant. Jiraiya chuckled at this scene, exclaiming, I truly must thank Jian for enhancing their strength so significantly, bolstering their self-defense capabilities. Minato Namikaze also voiced his sentiments. Ha ha ha, Minato, you still reign supreme. That battle today was spectacular, heavily wounding the Four Tails Jinchuriki and forcefully repelling Awagakure's assault. I suspect Inoki will refrain from acting rashly for some time. In response to Jiraiya's words, Minato pondered momentarily before saying, all thanks to Jian's guidance. Otherwise, how could I have developed the Flying Thunder God technique to such a terrifying extent? However, should he ever realize that both the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique were originally his inventions, one could only wonder how he would feel. Jian's maneuvers were indeed akin to borrowing flowers to present to Buddha. Ha ha ha. I imagine tomorrow the entirety of the ninja world will be astounded by your achievements today. Jiraiya patted Minato on the shoulder with a smile. The following day, the Third Raikage's fury erupted. Damn. In the office of the Third Raikage, his thunderous roar echoed like a raging storm. Tell me, how did that scoundrel from Konoha, Han Guang, learn of our weapons manufacturing site just days ago? Did you not assure me that this matter was secure? What is happening now? Our entire army has been wiped out. It was only after the supply team sensed something amiss that this situation came to light. Faced with the Raikage's wrathful inquiries, the secretary was at a loss, her body trembling, unable to articulate a coherent response. She too was utterly bewildered. Forget it. Has that scoundrel Han Guang's intelligence not been gathered yet? How is the ambush against him progressing? With the Raikage shifting the topic, the secretary finally exhaled in relief. It is all set. The Third Raikage immediately rose. Very well. This time I shall utterly crush this fellow into fragments. He slammed his hand on the table, notifying A&T Dai. I shall personally head to the front lines. The secretary immediately sought to dissuade him, but under the Raikage's unwavering gaze, she promptly retreated and yielded. The Wagakure. So, you were saying that Minato Namake's strength has grown to such an extent? Inoki observed the gravely injured and unconscious Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Zai, with an exceedingly grim expression. Beside him, Karatsuchi nodded. I did not witness what transpired. Old Zai didn't even manage to partially transform before being hit multiple times at the same location by Minato. Speaking of this matter, Karatsuchi's face remained one of shock. Mere days ago, he lacked such prowess. And in the face of Old Zai's assault, he could only evade and restrain. Yet, this time, Minato's strength had suddenly surged significantly, rendering Old Zai powerless. Inoki clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Damn, just how has Minato grown? His speed is too rapid. His face clouded. He ordered the frontline ninjas, upon encountering Minato Namake's, immediately abandon your missions. Preserving your lives is paramount. We shall temporarily slow our offensive and discuss countermeasures. Karatsuchi nodded in understanding and went to relay the orders. Front lines of the Land of Fire. Although I knew you could complete the task, I never anticipated you would do so swiftly. After reviewing Jian's battle report, Nara Shikaka sighed. The Third Raikage is likely seething with rage against you now. If you encounter him, do not hesitate to flee if you cannot win. There is no shame in that. Jian nodded. Rest assured, if I cannot win, I will. Nara Shikaka held a skeptical attitude as he handed Jian a red scroll. Take a look at this. Upon accepting it, Jian raised an eyebrow. As expected of Minato, he has swiftly grasped what I instructed, severely wounding the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Inoki will surely have a headache now. The contents of this scroll were naturally Minato's latest accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Shikaku remarked, I knew it was you who directed Minato. Otherwise, even if he could achieve it, he could not do so rapidly. Nara Shikaku expressed with an air of anticipation, I truly wonder what you have in that clever mind of yours. You seem capable of guiding anyone. Jian chuckled, just a clever mind and a bit of genius elixir. Meanwhile, Minato Namake's was also reviewing Jian's latest achievements. The scroll was sent by Nara Shikaka via contact to Jiraiya's toad. As expected of Jian, I just injured the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, and he has wiped out a Yun ninja base. Minato took a deep breath, realizing that if Jian was his opponent, he could not afford to be lax in the slightest. Chapter 54. The opening of the second Sealing Space. He turned to Kakashi and said, Did you not wish to know about Uchiha Shursui? This scroll contains his achievements. Kakashi had originally come merely to seek advice. Upon hearing this, he immediately focused on the scroll in Minato's hand. Once he received it and glanced at its contents, his eyes widened in shock, and an overwhelming sense of defeat surged within him. How could this be? Has he truly grown this powerful? During the Yun Ninja Raid mission, he had eliminated a total of 28 enemies, 5 special Jonin, 16 Chunin, and 7 Genin, in the face of Uchiha Shursui's accomplishments. His own achievements, which he considered impressive, felt utterly pale and laughable. Damn, it seems I have indeed become too complacent. Kakashi clenched the scroll tightly. Silently vowing to double his training. He could not allow Uchiha Shursui to continue to widen the gap between them. Thus, Uchiha Obito was left dumbfounded as he witnessed Kakashi training with even greater diligence than Might Guy. Damn you, Kakashi. I will not be outdone by you. Uchiha Obito shouted loudly, prompting the others to follow suit. resulting in a fervent commitment to their training. This sudden display of determination left Asuma Sarutobi utterly bewildered. What was going on? Why was everyone so frantically driven, as if fueled by a surge of enthusiasm? Was he to be left behind as the underperformer? Time sped by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps the repeated actions of the Leaf had dealt a significant blow to the Cloud Ninja, leading to an unexpected period of tranquility at the front lines. Each day, aside from training his 3 subordinates, the Leaf was engaged in instructing medical ninjas on how to improve their life-saving skills. Inside the Leaf's tent, he marveled at the terrifying potential of the sage body once fully developed. In just a week, the dark ceiling space within his chest had been completely filled with chakra. It seemed prudent to consider developing a second dark ceiling space. This would extend the duration of his Baika no Jutsu during combat. However, the recent unusual behavior of the Cloud Ninja was troubling. Despite inflicting significant losses upon them, they exhibited no signs of seeking revenge. Something felt amiss, warranting caution. The Leaf sensed that the Cloud Ninja were undoubtedly plotting something. The second dark ceiling space would be established below his abdomen. For the Leaf, the process of creating dark ceiling spaces had become second nature. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Lord Leaf, Lord Jukyu seeks you urgently. Please proceed to the command tent at once." Understood. The Leaf halted his plans for the second ceiling space and made his way to the command tent. Upon entering, he was met with the troubled expressions of Nara-Jukyu and a blood-soaked ninja from the Sarutobi clan. The Leaf recognized him as the individual who had clashed with the Uchiha clan not long ago. The moment this ninja spotted the Leaf, he looked at him as if he were a savior. "Lord Leaf, you must save Jonin Nagayama. He was captured by the Third Raikage during a mission, and they specifically requested your presence for the rescue." The Leaf furrowed his brow, perplexed. What had transpired? He knew Nagayama wasn't reckless. How could he have been captured by the Third Raikage? "I'll explain," Jukyu said darkly. Glaring at the Sarutobi ninja, they believed that the Cloud Ninja were intimidated by your reputation, so they foolishly attempted to approach the Cloud camp to gather intelligence. Upon learning of this, Nagayama rushed to stop them, only to be captured while trying to save these imbeciles. His eyes burned with fury, barely suppressing his anger. "The Third Raikage has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for you, Leaf. Now that he has leverage, he is emboldened. He threatens to publicly shame you if you do not come to Nagayama's aid. And we have only 1 hour left." At this, the Leaf's frown deepened. "Lord Leaf, please stop deliberating. This is our fault, but we must prioritize rescuing Jonin Nagayama. Are we really going to stand by and do nothing?" The Sarutobi ninja implored. "Silence, you fool," Jukyu thundered, his voice dripping with intensity. "Do you wish to jeopardize our front line by losing a powerful ally like the Leaf?" The Sarutobi ninja shrank back but protested. "Even so, we cannot simply watch him perish. I know I've erred. But Lord Leaf is formidable. He can surely rescue Jonin Nagayama." Jukyu ground his teeth in frustration. "Do you think the Third Raikage?" The Leaf interjected. "Enough, Uncle Jukyu. There's no need to be angry over such trifles. I shall go." As the system's voice echoed in his mind, it announced, "Initiating check-in. Please proceed to the Third Raikage location to check-in within 1 hour. Failure to check-in will result in the elimination of the host. Late check-in will lead to the retraction of all rewards earned by the host." The Leaf realized it was impossible to decline. Hearing this, Jukyu was taken aback. "Your opponent is the Third Raikage, a figure on par with the Hokage. This is far too risky." The Leaf smiled nonchalantly. "When a comrade is in peril, how can I stand idly by? However, for safety's sake, I will require support from our forces in the rear." "No," Jukyu vehemently disagreed. "Rest assured, Commander, I will return safely. The front line needs seasoned jonin like Sarutobi Nagayama to lead." The Leaf continued. "If we earn the reputation of abandoning our comrades, how can we expect to command respect in the future? How will we rally everyone to resist the Cloud?" At the Leaf's words, Jukyu clenched his jaw, contemplating deeply before finally relenting. "Very well." He gazed intently at the Leaf, his expression grave if things go awry. "You must ensure your safe return, understood? We can afford to lose Sarutobi Nagayama, but we cannot lose a warrior like Yaeyang. Fear not. I shall undoubtedly return safely," the Leaf replied confidently, upon hearing the Leaf's agreement. The Sarutobi ninja's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Leaf. Please, lead the way." The Leaf's response was brief and direct. Yet, the Sarutobi ninja suddenly appeared hesitant. "Lord Leaf, is it possible for me to avoid going?" Seeing this, the Leaf let out a cold snort and seized the ninja's head, his consciousness penetrating the ninja's mind. Within approximately 10 minutes, he obtained the necessary route map. How shameful it is that so many have fought so hard for your chance to escape. And yet you repay them with such ingratitude. You, who can only speak ill of others behind their backs, should hastily retreat to the rear and hide, lest you cause harm. During his information gathering, he had noted this ninja's dissatisfaction with the assistance provided to the Uchiha clan, which had left him feeling utterly disgusted. Chapter 55. Saving a life? An hour later. Lord Sasuke, do you truly believe this will work? Knowing it is a trap, will Konoha's Hanak really come somewhere in the land of hot water? The third Raikage questioned his companion, Sasuke, with skepticism. He felt that the strategy devised by the Cloud's intelligence team was more viable. However, Sasuke insisted that the simpler the plan, the greater the chance of success. Trusting his old partner implicitly, the third Raikage left the planning entirely to Sasuke. He will definitely come. Sasuke affirmed confidently. An intelligent individual like Konoha's Hanak understands the consequences of inaction. Emotionally and rationally, he will undoubtedly arrive, unless he wishes to be ostracized from the ninja world. Upon hearing this, the third Raikage nodded. If that is the case, his expression hardened. This time, I shall ensure his demise. Sasuke's gaze mirrored the intensity of the third Raikage's resolve. Indeed, we cannot allow him to continue growing stronger. As they exchanged words, a cloud ninja rushed in. Breathless. Raikage-sama, Konoha's Hanak has arrived. The third Raikage immediately sprang to his feet, demanding, "Where is he?" Before the cloud ninja could respond, a terrifying bolt of lightning surged toward him. Humph! The third Raikage charged forward, enveloped in lightning, and collided violently with the incoming force. Boom! The explosive power reverberated, and the ground trembled beneath them. The third Raikage glared at the newcomer, grinning maliciously. Konoha's Hanak, at long last, you have come to meet your end. I never imagined you would dare to walk into your own demise. Before him stood none other than the Leaf. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he entered the state of Baiken no Jutsu. Yet, he felt an immense weight of pressure. The third Raikage's power was terrifyingly formidable. What the third Raikage did not realize was that he felt even more astonished. Aside from the Eight Tails, no one had ever been able to confront his strength head-on. With that in mind, he could not allow such a prodigious talent to continue to grow unchecked. Lord Leaf, how could you be so reckless as to endanger yourself for my sake? Saratobi Nagayama exclaimed, visibly agitated. You shouldn't have come. This is a trap specifically designed for you. For the greater good, sacrificing my life was the most prudent course of action. Your actions defy the principles of a ninja. Do you wish to be scorned like White Fang? Hearing Nagayama's words, the Leaf laughed heartily. Jonin Nagayama, in the world of ninjas, those who do not honor their comrades are worthless and will be scorned. However, his voice took on a somber tone. Those who do not cherish their companions are even worse than worthless. He bellowed fiercely. Does the will of fire teach you to disregard your comrades? How can I dare entrust my back to someone who does not value their companions? And I am certainly not Kakashi Hitaki. The third Raikage's voice thundered. You impudent brat. To challenge me so casually in battle is to show a shocking lack of respect. A terrifying power erupted forth, causing the ground beneath him to shatter as though it had been struck by lightning. How foolish to compare oneself to the Raikage. The Cloud Shinobi witnessing this scene could not help but mock loudly. Do not think that by subduing Fukai, you can stand against the Raikage. The Raikage possesses the incredible might to suppress tailed beasts. The third Raikage had initially assumed that under such overwhelming power, Jian would be unable to withstand his might. However, to his astonishment, Jian stood firm, effortlessly blocking the onslaught with a relaxed demeanor. How is this possible? This fellow does not appear to falter in the face of the Raikage's terrifying strength. Is he even human? The surrounding Cloud Shinobi gasped in disbelief. Ha ha ha, splendid. The third Raikage laughed heartily. No wonder Fukai lost to you. I did not perceive that you possess such formidable power. Yet, in an instant, his expression transformed into one of cold, lethal intent. If that is the case, then you must be eliminated. Upon hearing these words, Jian burst into laughter. If you have the ability, then come and try. His eyes blazed with fervent light, a mocking smile upon his face. Do not disappoint me. Raikage, hearing Jian's audacious proclamation, the third Raikage bellowed. You will not be disappointed. He was about to unleash a ferocious punch, but Jian swiftly transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting towards Saratobi Yongsan. His mission was to rescue, not to engage the Raikage in combat. Inciting the Raikage was merely a tactic to disrupt his composure. Not a chance. The third Raikage was resolute. He would not allow Jian to escape. How dare you flaunt your speed before me? You arrogant brat. The third Raikage pursued Jian with astonishing speed, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intent as he unleashed the technique Hellpiercer, three-fingered strike. His 3 fingers, crackling with the intensity of thunder, tore through the air, descending upon Jian with unimaginable force. The terrifying power coalesced upon those 3 fingers, forming a razor-sharp, lethal strike capable of rending mountains asunder. Hell Piercer, a signature technique of the third Reikage, possessed the power to pierce even-tailed beasts. The fewer the fingers, the more devastating the blow. When only 1 finger remained, few could withstand such a fearsome attack. Dubbed the strongest spear, he roared, prepare to die. Do not even think of evading. You cannot escape this fate. Today marks your end. The surrounding cloud shinobi widened their eyes, determined not to miss this historic moment of witnessing the third Reikage slay the leaf's cold light. Thud. Jian was struck directly in the chest, and the cloud shinobi erupted into jubilant cheers. Oh, the Reikage is magnificent. Sarutobi Yongsan sighed heavily, pain etched across his face. He knew well that no matter how powerful Jian might be, he could not possibly surpass the Reikage. As it over, the Earth platform felt a sense of disbelief, wondering if it had been too easy. But the next moment, no, the third Reikage suddenly shouted, leaving the cloud shinobi puzzled. They watched in shock as Jian, who had been pierced through the chest, transformed into a brilliant flash of lightning, shooting skyward. It was a lightning clone. The sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered. The Earth platform suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed in alarm. Not good. Evacuate. Quickly move the hostages out of this vicinity. This is the technique of the leaf's cold light. Jian appeared behind the Earth platform, who immediately sensed danger and encased himself in rubber. Hey, you're not my target. Jian grinned, kicking the Earth platform toward the third Reikage, propelling himself towards Sarutobi Yongsan. Chapter 56. Successful rescue. Not a chance. The third Reikage roared, but his path was obstructed by the Earth platform, delaying him for a crucial second. I will not let you succeed. The elite shinobi surrounding Sarutobi Yongsan shouted, rushing to intercept Jian. Whoosh! In an instant, Jian darted past them like a specter, reaching Sarutobi Yongsan. Thwack! With a single slash, he severed the bindings and lifted Sarutobi Yongsan to make his escape. You little brat! The third Reikage suddenly appeared before him, his fingers radiating an unfathomable sharpness. Do you really think you can get away? Jian's pupils constricted, and he thought to himself, as expected of the third Reikage, his speed is terrifying. Reacting swiftly, he countered with a slash, ninja blade technique. Thousand Birds Blade. Boom! The air exploded violently. Jian felt as though an entire planet had collided with his blade, shattering the bones in his arm. Crack! The weapon in his hand splintered under the overwhelming force. You little brat! It seems your blade has already foretold today's outcome. The third Reikage's face twisted with malice, his body crackling with even more intense lightning. Die! Dream on! Jian shouted defiantly. If struck by this blow, he knew he would surely perish. Lightning release. Heavenly thunder kill. With his current chakra quality, unleashed in the state of 100 heroes, he would not underestimate the Reikage. Boom! A strike of unimaginable speed descended upon the Reikage. A seemingly simple lightning spear struck the Reikage, driving him heavily into the ground. Jian seized the opportunity to escape. Though he was forcibly thrown back by the residual force, he had managed to break free. Not good. He must not escape. The Earth platform rallied his comrades to intercept. Boom! Yet Jian was faster, unleashing another terrifying lightning spear that forced him to retreat into his rubber defense. Ha ha ha! Grandfather is leaving, Cloud Shinobi. Jian activated all his chakra, channeling it into his speed, retreating like a streak of lightning, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. You little brat, do you think you can escape? The third Reikage bellowed, furiously pursuing him, his speed matching Jian's. 2 terrifying streaks of lightning tore through the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. I in the land of soup. Qinglong Gorge. Lujin, it has been so long. Why is there still no word? Is Jian in trouble? Uchiha Fugaku asked, worry etched across his face. He seemed even more concerned for Jian's safety than Nara Lujin, as if Jian were his own illegitimate son. It was understandable. Jian held immense importance for the Uchiha clan, tasked with mending the rifts with the village and restoring their standing within it. Nara Lujin shook his head, clearly lacking confidence. I do not know. I hope that boy heeded my counsel. This time, they faced the third Reikage, and he was unsure if Jian could succeed in returning. If I had known, I would not have been swayed by him. Worst case, I would bear the reputation of being a bystander. It would be a lie to say Nara Lujin did not regret his decision. But now, it was too late for regrets. Urgent report. Just then, a ninja from the mountain clan exclaimed joyfully, Lord Lujin, we have detected Lord Jian's chakra. The chakra of the elite Yongsan is also present, not more than 2 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, Nara Lujin and Uchiha Fugaku were both astonished, followed by elation. Quick! We must assist Yejian. Nara Lujin had never displayed such uncharacteristic excitement. There is an incredibly violent chakra following Lord Yejian. It must be the third Reikage. The Mountain Clan ninja stated again. As expected. Nara Lujin's expression was one of predictability. It seemed Yejian's request for reinforcements stemmed from this consideration. Just as they were speaking, a voice rang out, Third Reikage. You cannot catch me. After pursuing me for so long and failing, I shall take this person away. Amidst the gazes of the Leaf Village denizens, a terrifying bolt of lightning surged forth with incredible speed. Behind it, another streak of lightning followed closely. A mere child, so audacious, the distinct, steady yet ferocious voice of the third Reikage echoed, revealing his profound anger. Ha! Would you care to see who stands before you? Suddenly accelerating, Yejian swiftly distanced himself from the third Reikage. He shouted to Nara Shikaku, Everyone, I leave this to you. Nara Shikaku promptly bellowed into the vast valley. Attack. Instantly, a multitude of leaf ninja emerged. All of them Nin and Nin. Earth release. Crumbling earth. Earth release. Rock collapse technique. Within the naturally formidable terrain of the mountainous gorge, the terrifying prowess of the earth release ninjas manifested. In an instant, colossal boulders surged upwards as if mountains were being displaced, forming a barrier to block the third Reikage. Moreover, a torrent of enormous falling rocks cascaded down, rendering the third Reikage trapped like a turtle in a pot. Ah, you scoundrel! Witnessing this scene, the third Reikage roared in fury. Embodying an indomitable war god as he ruthlessly obliterated the mountainside, countless rocks were shattered by his might, yet he remained unharmed. But, ha, third Reikage. It seems you have ultimately failed to prevent me from taking the one I desire. Yejian grinned down from the mountainside gorge at the third Reikage, his demeanor playful. Little brat, come down, and I shall ensure your demise. The third Reikage glared at Yejian atop the mountain, his murderous intent palpable. However, Yejian merely picked his nose with a look of disdain. Come on, third Reikage. While I may be impulsive, I am not foolish. With the mighty leaf army at my back, why would I engage you in a one-on-one duel? Is it your intellect that falters, or mine? Yejian's words elicited laughter from the surrounding leaf ninja. Indeed, third Reikage, has your mind been muddled? Why should Lord Yejian engage you in single combat, as the leader of a village? Do you not feel ashamed to bully a mere child? This taunt only fueled the third Reikage's fury further. Ah, you insolent child, you have gone too far. He smashed his fist against the cliff face, causing the entire mountainside to tremble. Countless hearts were seized with terror. This power is truly terrifying. Their gazes towards Yejian brimmed with newfound respect. The fact that Yejian managed to rescue a captive from such a formidable foe was nothing short of impressive. Chapter 57. The Approaching Battle. Gaining treasures. Seeing the third Reikage's enraged visage, Yejian burst into laughter once more, then suddenly adopted a fierce demeanor. Third Reikage, it seems you have yet to comprehend your predicament. He raised his arm and called out, Everyone, the opportunity to confront the isolated third Reikage is exceedingly rare. He fixed his gaze on the third Reikage, akin to a fierce tiger eyeing its prey, his eyes ablaze with intensity. However, this opportunity lies before us now. Let us join forces and take him down. And no matter how formidable, he is but one man, and after such a prolonged pursuit, his chakra must be significantly depleted. Should we vanquish him, we will achieve a pivotal victory. Without the Reikage, the Cloud Ninja army will be leaderless, ripe for us to conquer. Yejian's enticing rhetoric proved irresistibly compelling. The surrounding leaf ninja could not help but swallow hard. Their gazes ignited with fervor. They regarded the third Reikage not with fear, but with a predatory greed. Oh no, the third Reikage felt a chill run down his spine under such scrutiny, just as Yejian had stated. After enduring such a swift chase, his chakra was indeed nearly spent. The leaf army before him numbered at least 10,000. With Yejian, this terrifying adversary, present, he stood a genuine risk of being overwhelmed. He quickly regained his composure, thoughts of retreat creeping in. If he were merely hot-headed, he would not have become the Reikage. Though reckless, it was indeed a sound strategy. Nara Shikaku approached, eyeing the third Reikage below. A smirk gracing his lips. Third Reikage, how about you stay with us after all? Upon hearing this, the leaf army erupted in a cacophony of battle cries. Kill, kill, kill. The very mountains trembled with their fervor. All the ninja fixated on the third Reikage like famished wolves to this moment. Even the third Reikage felt beads of sweat forming on his palms. The cold light of the leaf. Next time. I shall take your life. As the Raikage, I cannot afford to lose face. Leaving behind a threatening remark, he swiftly broke through the cliff's obstacles and retreated at breakneck speed. I eagerly await our next encounter. Jian laughed in response, adding, but next time, I hope the illustrious third Raikage will not find himself in such a predicament. The third Raikage nearly spat blood in frustration at those words. When had he ever been so beleaguered? Only Jian had managed to make him feel this way. Though a tempest of rage swirled within him, he could only suppress it. Should we pursue? Uchiha Fugaku approached, his expression brimming with eagerness, a sentiment echoed by many Leaf Ninja. Indeed, such a grand catch. Shall we truly let him escape? Unacceptable. Nara Shikaku and Jian both shook their heads. Shikaku motioned for Jian to explain the reasoning. Jian did not hesitate to clarify, for he knew this was the third Raikage. The embodiment of the strongest shield and spear. In the short term, we cannot hope to defeat him. The Cloud Ninja Army will seize this opportunity to reinforce. At that point, our goals will be thwarted. With a sigh of relief, he added, moreover, our primary objective was merely to rescue the hostage. Initiating battle without sufficient preparation is not a wise course of action. Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this perspective. I see. Uchiha Fugaku analyzed the situation and found it reasonable. Nara Shikaku turned to Jian, his admiration tinged with apprehension. Next time, I shall not allow you to undertake such a task again. Jian laughed heartily. Fear not. Next time there shall be no such tasks. He took a deep breath, for upon returning, preparations must be made for an impending brutal battle. The third Raikage would not relent so easily. Nara Shikaku nodded gravely. Indeed, that is the third Raikage. At that moment, Sarutobi Yoshiyama, who had been assisted to his feet, bowed deeply to Jian. Lord Jian, my life is yours. From this day forth, I shall heed your every command without fail. Jian, hearing this, helped Sarutobi Yoshiyama to his feet and patted his shoulder. We are comrades. I cannot let you suffer alone. Originally, Jian intended to pat his shoulder, but alas, his height was insufficient, and he had to settle for an alternative. At the front lines of the Land of Fire, prepare for battle. Upon Nara Shikaku's command, the entire front line fell into a solemn silence. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive tension within Jian's tent. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-level Chakra Blade 1 and a Bone Growth Technique Scroll 1. The system's voice resonated in Jian's mind. High-level Chakra Blade. Possessing exceptional chakra conduction properties, the blade is incredibly resilient, allowing for the optimal expression of the host's strength. Additional attribute. Penetration. Enhances the power of the host's ninjutsu attacks. The system truly understands me. Jian gazed at the blade, adorned with intricate patterns and exuding a sharp brilliance. Filled with satisfaction. Bone Growth Technique. An advanced medical ninjutsu. When activated, it can reshape bones and stimulate the growth of corresponding flesh and skin, a remarkable treasure for saving lives. Upon seeing this technique, Jian's mind immediately conjured the image of Uchiha Obito. He wondered if this fellow would still meet the same fate as in the original story. If so, he felt that his efforts in guiding him to grow stronger and developing a formidable ninjutsu would be utterly redundant. Learn, once mastered, this technique would allow him to transform into a being of divine prowess. As long as even half of a body remained, Jian was confident he could ensure survival. This is the true essence of immortality. It was worth the risk I took to save a life. Before this art, his mastery of immortal techniques appeared exceedingly inferior. One can only say that, after all, it is a mortal technique, and the process of mastering it is exceptionally prolonged. After a full hour, Jian finally completed his training. From now on, I surmise that he will, in a true sense, be impervious to death. With this immortal technique at his disposal, combined with his own immortal physique, he feels as though he is on the verge of achieving immortality. A genuine state of undying soul and imperishable body. Activate the second sealing space, regardless of whether this mission to save someone is necessary. A confrontation between Jian and the third Raikage is inevitable, and now, the onset of war is unequivocally assured. Time is running short for Jian. The third Raikage will certainly not swallow this humiliation. An army will be dispatched to assault the hidden Leaf Village, perhaps within the next few days. Indeed, this is the reality. Within the Cloud Ninja encampment, the roar of the third Raikage reverberates throughout the base. 3 days hence, a full-scale assault on the hidden Leaf Village will commence. The third Raikage's furious bellow, that brat Kankuro from the hidden leaf, is to be handed over to me. I shall personally crush his skull. He must avenge this humiliation. Chapter 58. The war begins. The Mist Village mobilizes. Is it finally time to strike? Upon hearing this, AI instantly felt an overwhelming excitement. This time, I must make the hidden leaf know my might. Although that Sasuke felt this might be a bit too impulsive, a direct confrontation was indeed necessary to showcase the third Raikage's strength, thereby boosting the morale of their side. Ever since the war began, they had been continuously battered by Kankuro from the hidden leaf. It is time for Kankuro to suffer a severe blow from the third Raikage to dampen the spirits of the hidden leaf. Thus, a war mobilization against the hidden leaf was promptly initiated. The Cloud Ninja, who had long been pent up with frustration, erupted in cheers upon hearing this news, eager to rush out and engage the hidden leaf forces immediately. Simultaneously, within the hidden leaf encampment, Narashikaku and the other high-ranking officials were also engaged in tactical discussions. "Leave the third Raikage to me," Jian's shadow clone spoke up, after surveying the surroundings. He added, "My main body is currently developing new techniques, and once completed, will be better equipped to face the third Raikage. This is our only option at present. Only my main body can confront the third Raikage." In response to this, no one in attendance voiced any objections, as they all recognized the terrifying power of the third Raikage. They understood that, with their current strength, they were no match for him. In light of this, let the remaining strategic arrangements proceed as I just outlined. Does anyone have any objections? Narashikaku inquired of the assembly, and all present shook their heads, signaling their agreement. Very well. Then let us make arrangements. With Narashikaku's declaration, the war officially entered a phase of preparation on both sides. Yi Jian's main body, second space, activate. Yi Jian's entire being erupted with fearsome chakra, piercing through a certain constraint beneath his abdomen like a sharp blade. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated within Yi Jian's soul as a massive abyss, akin to a bottomless pit, erupted into existence. In an instant, it felt as though he had transcended, an overwhelming momentum surging within him, causing the ninjas throughout the entire encampment to change color in astonishment. What a terrifying aura! Is this the power of Lord Yi Jian? It completely eradicated any thoughts of resistance. The surrounding guards, sensing this aura, were drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if a weight of 10,000 pounds pressed upon them, rendering breathing a luxurious endeavor. Fortunately, this oppressive atmosphere came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The second ensealing space, established, Yi Jian opened his eyes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and excitedly murmured, "Now, even in the face of a terrifying monster like the third Raikage, I am confident I will not be at a disadvantage." He clenched his fists, wondering if he could truly break through the shadow level of chakra quality during this battle. If successful, in the entire ninja world, aside from the resurrected Uchiha Madara, no one would stand a chance against Yi Jian. Meanwhile, as preparations for battle unfolded on the front lines of the Land of Fire, the Mist Village, far away in the Land of Water, suddenly dispatched an army of 10,000 towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Their arrival went unnoticed due to their stealthy approach and the lack of attention on them. Thus, the Hidden Leaf Village, now engaged in two fronts of battle, remained completely oblivious to their approach. Surely, the Hidden Leaf Village could not anticipate that we, the Mist Village, would seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The leader of the Mist Village is none other than the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura. Ha ha ha, Lord Mizukage, this plan is truly brilliant. Behind him, the 7 ninja swordsmen, with expressions of brutal anticipation, grinned widely. Let them engage in a direct confrontation. We, the Mist Village, shall reap the benefits from the rear. Kagaya Yagura dares to launch a surprise attack on the Hidden Leaf at this moment, and he possesses the confidence to avoid being counterattacked. He intends to negotiate with the Cloud Village for a division of spoils, forming an alliance with the Cloud Ninjas. He believes that the Raikage will not refuse his proposal. Ultimately, the best outcome for the Hidden Leaf would be to negotiate peace, acknowledging that all gains belong to them. In this manner, the Mist Village would not have ventured in vain. Over the years, the Hidden Leaf has engaged in battles across the land, but they have let their guard down against us. They thought we would continue to remain isolated, utterly oblivious to their presence. Kagaya Yagura's eyes gleamed with excitement. This situation could not be more favorable. With such circumstances, we may very well breach the borders of the Land of Fire before the Hidden Leaf even realizes it. Indeed, the Mist Village has always maintained a policy of isolation. However, that does not mean they will not seize opportunities when they arise. In Yagura's view, there has never been a better situation. The Hidden Leaf has allied with the Sand Village, while the Rock and Cloud villages are engaged in their own battles. All 4 major ninja villages are mired in the quagmire of war. Unable to attend to other matters, at this moment, The Mist Village's proactive assault is bound to yield unexpected victories. On the front lines of the Land of Fire, it feels as though I have forgotten something. After successfully establishing the second ceiling space, Jian seamlessly integrated all of his powers. Yet, he felt as though he had overlooked something. It seemed that some events were occurring simultaneously, but he had forgotten about them. However, it also felt as if he had not forgotten anything at all. Jian shook his head, deciding to focus on the impending grand battle first. Even if he had forgotten something, it probably was not of great significance. With a swift and fierce strike of his long blade, the ground beneath him erupted violently. Jian was enveloped in terrifying lightning, and the speed of the blade in his hand increased, becoming increasingly unpredictable. In the end, he truly resembled a walking embodiment of lightning. Unfathomable. Great Rasen Shuriken. Shinkai Rasen Shuriken. Lightning release. Kirin, one by one, powerful ninjutsu erupted from Jian's hands, creating a scene that could be described as apocalyptic. Fortunately, they were situated at a considerable distance from the encampment. Otherwise, the entire base would surely have been lost. It is hard to fathom that such terrifying attacks could be executed by a ninja. Do you think Lord Jian's current strength can match that of the Hokage? In the distance, some leaf ninjas were engaged in such discussions, their faces filled with admiration and shock. He should be able to. Right? I don't know. After all, I have never seen the Hokage in action. The crowd exchanged their thoughts, each offering their own judgments. There still seems to be a bit of a gap. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind them. The group was startled, turning to see Jian's shadow clone approaching, causing their expressions to shift to panic, discussing such matters behind his back, and they had encountered the very subject of their discussion. This was not a favorable situation. Chapter 59. The war begins. Confrontation with the third rakeage. Calm down, calm down. Am I really such a petty person? Observing their alarmed expressions, Jian's shadow clone waved his hand dismissively and looked towards the distant scene, saying, "While my main body's power has indeed become formidable, do not underestimate the Hokage." He glanced at the crowd, saying that old man was nurtured by the first Hokage and trained by the second Hokage. He is a ninja hero who grew amidst the chaos of war. If the Hokage were to unleash his full strength, I cannot guarantee my main body would fare well. Upon hearing these words, those around could not help but nod in agreement, albeit with a hint of astonishment, as they exclaimed, "So this is the true strength of Lord Hokage?" Then, feeling they might have offended him, they quickly clarified, "I meant no disrespect towards Lord Hokage." The shadow clone of Jian burst into laughter. Replying, "I know." He continued, "Do not let his modest stature or slightly aged appearance deceive you into thinking he is weak. When he fights with all his might, he is indeed formidable. In the original narrative, although Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokage, their full powers were not restored. Yet, the first Hokage, with his unmatched strength, did not falter in direct combat, and even managed to seal both Hokage. This vividly illustrated the terrifying prowess of the third Hokage. The crowd nodded, suddenly gaining a clear understanding of the third Hokage's might. Coincidentally, at that moment, the commotion in the distance ceased. When they looked again, they gasped in disbelief that a whole valley had vanished. "Haha, my apologies, I got a bit too excited and destroyed the valley, but it's merely a trifle. Consider it a change of scenery," exclaimed the shadow clone of Jian with a hearty laugh. The onlookers wiped the sweat from their brows. Was the annihilation of a valley truly a minor matter? This overwhelming power made them question the veracity of Jian's earlier claims. Could the third Hokage genuinely be his match? "Everyone, let's give our all in this battle." The shadow clone of Jian turned, his expression serious as he addressed the group. "You fight valiantly on the front lines, while I shall handle the injured. I hope all of you return safely. Understood?" Hearing this, the crowd erupted in excited agreement. Understood. This was Jian's acknowledgement. How could they not be thrilled? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hong. "Your mastery of illusion techniques has indeed become increasingly impressive. Even I find it difficult to resist," remarked Noera Han Jian, gazing at the sunset-hued Hong before him. In response, Hong shook her head, casting her gaze towards Uchiha Shursui in the distance, her eyes ablaze with determination. "Not yet enough. Before Shursui, I am still lacking." Noera Han Jian could only smile helplessly upon hearing this. Compared to this prodigy, it was indeed insufficient. He was now capable of defeating Jonin, akin to a monstrous talent like their captain. In the distance, Uchiha Shursui's gaze was fixed on Jian's training ground. He clenched his fists, declaring, "I will tirelessly pursue your footsteps, even if I cannot catch up." A month ago, Uchiha Shursui took pride in his genius. Now, however, That notion had vanished entirely in the presence of Jian. Any genius seemed pale and powerless. Therefore, why cling to the title of genius? Striving to match Jian's pace and continually growing stronger was far more intriguing. He mused resolutely. In this battle, I will carve my name into legend. Uchiha Shursui thought with determination, envisioning a future where, alongside the famed ninjas of Konoha, the names of the Sannin and the Yellow Flash would include Uchiha Shursui. 3 days later, the cold light of Konoha. This time, I shall personally crush your neck before everyone. The grander the battle, the simpler it often is. Konoha's 20,000 troops met the Cloud Ninjas' 20,000 on a perfectly flat meadow. Ha ha ha, the third rakeage, anyone can boast. If you have the ability, come and test it. Jian laughed heartily. In our last encounter, we did not fully engage. Do not disappoint me in this battle. Behind Jian, Uchiha Fugaku observed the scene and turned to Narashikaku, asking, is it truly wise to approach it so directly? He felt this was far from Shikaku's usual strategy. Shouldn't they divide into multiple squads for a coordinated assault? No need. Narashikaku shook his head. His focus on Jian and the third rakeage, recognizing that the victory of these two individuals would ultimately determine the outcome of the war. His eyes gleamed with seriousness. Once the battle commenced, there would be no time for such considerations. With the Jinchuriki joining the fray, the plain was indeed the most suitable battlefield. He looked towards Jian, clenching his fists. You must win, Jian. Just then, Jian emerged from the ranks of Konoha's army, instantly capturing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Though his stature was not imposing, at that moment, he exuded an immense pressure upon the Cloud Ninja. Many gripped their long blades tightly, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Swallowing hard, their eyes even tinged with red veins, Jian lifted his head, drawing his long blade, his white attire billowing, his azure eyes reflecting the vastness of the sky. This single motion caused the entire contingent of Cloud Ninja to tense up. No need to be anxious, Jian grinned, enveloped in terrifying lightning, his voice languid. This has nothing to do with you. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, a streak of lightning surging towards the third rakeage. The horrifyingly sharp aura forced the surrounding Cloud Ninja to recoil several steps, feeling a stinging sensation as they were grazed by unseen blades. Impudent brat. The third rakeage, cloaked in lightning, unleashed a thunderous punch, sending a shockwave through the air. The violent tremors left the surrounding Cloud Ninja in agony, their bodies torn asunder. With a resounding crash, Jian was hurled backward, stumbling 10 paces, each step leaving a deep imprint in the earth. Child, is all you possess mere arrogance? The third rakeage closed in on Jian, granting him no opportunity to react. Hell's piercing, double penetration. The concentrated lightning coalesced into an incredibly sharp force, aimed directly at Jian's chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth as Jian's chest was completely pierced. What? Narashikaku and the others looked on in horror. Was Jian truly so vulnerable? How could this be? Ha ha ha. You've sought your own demise. Now you know the old man's true might. A gleeful AI laughed heartily, a palpable sense of satisfaction radiating from him. What a farce. The cold light of Konoha is nothing before the old man. Chapter 60. Breaking through limitations, shadow level. The Cloud Ninja erupted into fervent cheers. Oh. The Konoha side was left utterly aghast. How could this be? Jian had fallen in a single exchange. You have wounded me, roared the third rakeage, delivering a punch that sent Jian flying like a rag doll. Wah! Jian crashed into Konoha's ranks like a phantom. He tore through the earth, finally colliding with a massive boulder, fracturing it into a spider web of cracks. It was then they noticed a crimson wound on the third rakeage chest. What? The strongest defense of the rakeage was rendered ineffective. How is this possible? How did he achieve this? The Cloud Ninja exchanged stunned glances. This was terrifying. Be careful. The third rakeage pursued Jian relentlessly. The Konoha ninjas could only see a flash of lightning that knocked dozens aside. Even Jonin left unable to react, spitting blood as the rakeage reached Jian, his cold fingers poised to pierce Jian's skull. No. The Konoha ninjas gasped in horror. Some rushed towards the rakeage, attempting to thwart his assault. Yet their attacks barely budged his defenses. How could this be? The special Jonin thought, horrified, is Jian truly battling such a monster? The moment that thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain radiated from his chest and abdomen, and he stumbled backward, consciousness fading. Get away. All who approached the third rakeage were instantly blasted away by the lightning that enveloped him. This scene vividly impressed upon all Konoha ninjas the terrifying might of the third rakeage. This is clearly beyond our capabilities, Narashikaku sighed in resignation. Yet Ye Jian seized this opportunity to vanish once more, reappearing directly behind the rakeage, ready to strike, only for the rakeage to respond with an elbow strike. Boom! It felt as though a meteor had crashed to Earth, unleashing a tempest of lightning that forced the surrounding Konoha ninjas to retreat hastily. After all, this was the third rakeage. His reflexes were truly astonishing. A fleeting figure appeared in the distance, bearing a visage steeped in regret. Despite lamenting the failure of his recent strike, the third rakeage turned to Ye Jian, his expression darkening as he questioned. "I distinctly recall piercing your chest just moments ago. Why do I see no wound now?" This inquiry drew the attention of the onlookers, who were left in stunned disbelief. Could it be that he possessed the ability to recover instantly? "Take a guess," Ye Jian replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he touched his chest. "That last blow truly stung. You were the first to breach my defenses and inflict such grievous damage upon me. Alas, had you employed a certain technique earlier, I fear I would have met my demise." Such words were undeniably provocative. The third rakeage's countenance darkened further. "You insolent brat. Soon you shall find no reason to smile." With that, he lunged at Ye Jian once more, delivering a thunderous punch. Thud. Ye Jian was sent careening through the air, blood pouring from his mouth. "You have grown weaker," the third rakeage bellowed from behind, his voice filled with rage. "Though I know not the cause, I shall ensure that you pay with your life." With each blow, Ye Jian was battered like a rag doll, the sickening sound of shattering bones echoing around them. Instilling dread in the hearts of the Konoha shinobi, was Ye Jian truly on the verge of defeat? What would they do then? Something felt amiss. Their captain seemed to be intentionally enduring the onslaught. Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow and spoke. "It appears the captain is deliberately allowing himself to be struck." His companion, Uchiha Fugaku, turned to him, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Shursui elaborated. "Whether it be the captain's terrifying swordsmanship, his lightning techniques, or his incomprehensible speed, he has refrained from utilizing any of them. It seems he is intentionally provoking the third rakeage to unleash his full strength upon him. As if he is striving to break through some barrier." His words left Nara Shikaku and the others bewildered, while the cloud shinobi erupted in fervent excitement, their eyes alight with zeal. "Eliminate him. Destroy him. Lord Rakeage," they chanted, their enthusiasm palpable. "What does Konoha's cold light matter? Let it vanish forever." The third rakeage shared their sentiments, his face contorted in a fierce snarl as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Ye Jian, who was on the brink of being reduced to mere pulp in his grasp. "This final punch shall send you to your demise." Yet, as the fist was about to descend, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Not so fast. Though I have allowed myself to be struck, I never intended to meet my end." Ye Jian's voice reverberated, and a terrifying force akin to a tidal wave surged forth. Even the third rakeage paled, his eyes widening as he lost sight of Ye Jian in an instant. The crowd was left in utter confusion. Is Ye Jian suffering from some affliction? They wondered. Has he finally shattered that barrier? Ye Jian reappeared at a distance, arms spread wide, a look of bliss upon his face. Bone growth technique. His body emanated a searing heat, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking bones. A faint green glow enveloped him, rendering him almost divine in appearance. Indeed, Ye Jian had endured the blows for so long to harness the third rakeage strength, allowing his chakra to transcend to a level befitting a Kage under immense pressure. And with this breakthrough, his power surged dramatically, akin to a rocket's ascent. "Thank you, third rakeage, for aiding me in breaking through this constraint. It would be hard to find such a heavy fist elsewhere." As he opened his eyes, gazing at the third rakeage as one might regard prey, he declared, "As a token of my gratitude, I grant you a dignified demise." Such a gaze and tone ignited a furious rage within the third rakeage. Do not be so arrogant, you insolent brat. He charged forth once more, unleashing a fearsome blow. "Byakugo no Jutsu, activate." His words, seemingly casual, resonated like a divine whisper, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from Ye Jian, who brandished his sword, radiating a terrifying energy that cleaved through the very air towards the third rakeage. Bang! It was as if a meteor had collided with the earth, sending shockwaves that tossed numerous shinobi aside. Yet, the most astonishing occurrence was yet to come. The third rakeage was actually repelled. What? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Chapter 61. The Fall of the Third Rakeage. That must have felt quite satisfying. Ye Jian, like a phantom, appeared before the third rakeage, his blade enveloped in a terrifying lightning aura. Descending with the weight of a mountain, too fast, the third rakeage was taken aback, unable to react in time. Boom! He was sent crashing into the ranks of the cloud shinobi, finally slamming against the cliffside. The ground trembled violently, dust rising like a storm. What? The Raikage has been sent flying. Even AI could hardly believe his eyes. You wretched brat! The third Raikage roar echoed, and in the blink of an eye, he charged at Jian once more, unleashing the two books conjoined. Chakra sword technique, thousand birds blade, stab. Jian retaliated with equal fervor, his sword piercing the very fabric of the air. Clashing violently with the Raikage's onslaught, the power unleashed by his newly attained chakra exceeded his wildest expectations. Boom! The Raikage was once again thrown back, the very atmosphere trembling in response. Impossible! The third Raikage could not accept this reality. Charging at Jian anew, his fists like meteors. Bring it on! Jian propelled himself forward with great force, colliding with the Raikage like a shooting star. Boom! Bang! Bang! The speed of their confrontation was so tremendous that the battlefield was merely a blur of colliding lightnings. Accompanied by sounds that threatened to shatter the very air, what transpired was not a mere clash between two individuals, but rather a titanic battle akin to that of beasts colliding. Blood splattered, and sparks flew in a fiery cascade. Their struggle raged from one end of the battlefield to the other, rendering any intervention by others impossible. The earth lay in ruins, strewn with debris, as the two unleashed their formidable techniques. Two books conjoined. The third Raikage roared, transforming into a terrifying spear of lightning, radiating destructive power that sent shivers down the spine. Supermassive Rasengan. Jian, like a deity, cradled a colossal sphere of light, launching it with tremendous force. Bang! Thunder roared, and gale-force winds howled as both combatants cried out in agony, their arms drenched in blood. Ha ha! Exhilarating! Jian laughed heartily, his wounds healing rapidly, leaving no trace of injury behind. Experience my rapid-fire assault, Jian shouted, unleashing a torrent of chakra that propelled him into a frenzy of speed. Supermassive Rasengan. The technique was unleashed in a relentless barrage upon the third Raikage. Leaving the Cloud Shinobi pallid with fear, they witnessed, with horror, how the Raikage was actually injured through the armor he wore. No, it cannot be. You shall not dominate me, you wretched brat, the third Raikage roared, his speed surging as he launched another furious punch. Too slow, Raikage. Jian vanished from sight. Reappearing high in the air, Shinin Rasengan, he hurled the sphere of light towards the Raikage. Yet, just as the Raikage prepared to evade, the Rasengan seemingly vanished into thin air. What is happening? The third Raikage was bewildered, and before he could comprehend, the space around him warped, ensnaring him within a massive, spiraling Rasengan. Thud, thud, thud. The Raikage's armor endured a barrage of violent impacts, leaving deep, jagged scars that made the Cloud Shinobi gasp in horror. The Raikage was truly being overwhelmed. How could this be? As they voiced their disbelief, a bolt of lightning pierced through the third Raikage. That hurts, you wretched brat, the third Raikage howled, thrashing wildly in a frenzy. But by then, Jian had already vanished from his sight. The strongest shield of the old man has, astonishingly, been breached once again. I gazed at the grotesque wound on the back of the third Raikage, plunging into existential doubt. You little brat, don't think you can escape again, the third Raikage bellowed, instantly appearing before Jian. His robust right arm now reduced to a mere finger-s thrust out Hell's piercing strike. One strike to the hand. He roared in a frenzy, his face contorted with murderous intent. This time, he would utterly obliterate you. Faced with this assault, Jian, who had just emerged, found himself ensnared in the clutches of inevitable death, his entire body shivering in dread that it felt as though he was about to be pierced through. A paralyzing fear gripping his heart. There was no possible way to evade this strike. Truly, he was a terrifying monster. Initially, he believed that relying on the power of an sealed space through his 100 Heroes technique would allow him to contend with the third Raikage without falling behind. However, after their genuine clash, he realized, had it not been for the opening of the second space and the fact that his chakra quality had reached the level of a Kage, he would surely have lost after a prolonged battle. For that strike, one strike to the hand, in his previous state utilizing the 100 Heroes technique, he would certainly not have evaded. Fortunately, it was the simultaneous eruption of dual space chakra. Otherwise, I would have been gravely injured. Yet, under these circumstances, defeating the third Raikage posed no issue, though the burden was indeed heavy. He felt that had it not been for the rapid recovery effect of his sage body and the existence of this skeletal growth technique, he would have long since been shattered to pieces. But such a terrifying strike would ultimately become the fatal weapon that seals your fate. Jian surged forward, a Rasengan forming in his hand, ready to clash. What does this fellow intend to do? Seeking death? To challenge Lord Raikage's most fearsome one strike to the hand with such a technique? The Konoha ninjas were baffled, as were the cloud ninjas. Nara Shikaku observed with urgency. What are you doing, Jian? Please don't act recklessly at such a critical moment. One strike to the hand is incredibly terrifying. Can Jian truly withstand it with a Rasengan? Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Just as Jian was about to approach the third rakeage, his figure suddenly crouched low, narrowly brushing paw in an instant. Jian was enveloped by lightning, and with a swift motion, he appeared before AI. His blade seemingly carrying the weight of a billion thunders. With just a single strike, AI was sent hurtling backward at a speed even swifter than before, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. This was unbearable for AI. He could not accept this reality. Enraged beyond measure, he vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind Jian, unleashing the thunderplow's scorching blade. With a sickening sound, Jian's head was abruptly severed. Yet, before AI could display any sign of triumph, Jian transformed into a tempest of lightning, shooting skyward. AI, retreat. The familiar scene caused the Sasuke's expression to shift dramatically. Where is he? AI was oblivious, fixated solely on locating Jian's figure. Are you searching for me? The devilish voice of Jian echoed from behind AI, who, without a moment's thought, swung a fist backward. Bang! To his astonishment, Jian had vanished, and his punch was deftly caught. Jian surged forward with astonishing speed. In a state of shock, AI hurriedly attempted to retreat, only to be yanked back by Jian. In the next heartbeat, AI felt an intense pain surge through his chest, akin to being struck by a speeding boulder, rendering him momentarily dazed. Ugh! A torrent of blood spewed forth, and as his vision cleared, he beheld a cerulean orb rapidly expanding before him. The orb possessed a terrifying destructive force, tearing through his lightning armor and shredding the flesh and bones of his chest. Chapter 63. In the blink of an eye, a powerful foe is reduced to ashes. How could this be? This cannot be real. The mighty AI, in the hands of Jian, is reduced to such fragility? Witnessing AI's utter inability to resist against Jian, the Cloud Ninja were left in disbelief that Yunjing. Come with me to save him, the Sasuke exclaimed, alarmed. Clearly, Jian did not exude the same terrifying aura he had when facing the rakeage. He had assumed that even in such a weakened state, Jian would still possess some fighting capability, and that AI would at least be able to contend with him. This would allow him to analyze Jian's strength and devise a counter-strategy. Yet, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. That was AI, the one who could contend with the elite of the village, known as the son of the rakeage, and the next heir to the rakeage title. And yet, in Jian's grasp, he appeared so feeble. Yes, the moment Yunjing was called upon, he dashed out alongside the Sasuke. Having once experienced Jian's ferocity, he immediately entered the first stage of his partial beast transformation. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for both of you. Jian laughed heartily. The onlookers watched as he threw AI towards the Sasuke, swiftly forming hand seals and bellowing. Heavenly thunder kill, fall, boom, the sky, already darkened by Jian's previous bolt of lightning, was now engulfed in ominous clouds. A terrifying bolt of lightning roared downward, morphing into a lightning spear aimed directly at Yunjing, targeting the tailed beast Jinchuriki. This is bad, the Sasuke exclaimed in horror, yet he could not abandon AI, so he shouted anxiously, Yunjing, dodge quickly. Do not let him ensnare you. Startled by the command, Yunjing's two tails coiled around the lightning, declaring, this time, you won't catch me. Ah, the chaotic lightning surged forth. Although Yunjing screamed in agony as he was struck by the lightning, he managed to grasp the very spear that once ensnared him. You've caught this strike, Jian's devilish whisper echoed again. But what about the next one? The crowd gasped as they beheld Jian swiftly completing another hand seal. That seal is ominous. The Sasuke's face paled in terror as he shouted. Run! Yunjing shivered involuntarily, for an indomitable authority resonated from the sky. Lightning release. Kirin! Jian's cold voice rang out. Without a moment's thought, the Sasuke formed seals, summoning a mass of rubber to envelop Yunjing. Chidori blade, go! Jian astonishingly used his long blade as a kunai, enveloped in lightning, and kicked it towards the Sasuke. In an instant, it was before him. The terrifyingly sharp force caused the Sasuke's countenance to shift dramatically, compelling him to encase himself in AI and rubber, forsaking the rescue of Yunjing. Meanwhile, the Kirin roared downwards. Roar. It echoed as if resonating deep within one's soul, causing countless individuals to feel darkness envelop them, their blood surging violently, resulting in a cascade of blood from their ears and noses. Yunjing wished to resist, but faced with the imposing might of the lightning Kirin, he found himself devoid of any will to fight back. Even the two tails within him cried out in horror. Why provoke such a monster? Cloud Ninja. Boom! The lightning submerged the entire battlefield, a tempest of chaotic energy ravaging in all directions. The earth was effortlessly displaced. Terrifying waves of earth sweeping forth, threatening to topple everything in their path. Earth Release Squad, form ranks. Nara Shikaku's expression shifted dramatically. Should they be engulfed, they would undoubtedly suffer the loss of hundreds. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A line of Earth Release ninjas rapidly formed seals, erecting a sturdy wall, layer upon layer. Yet, bang, bang, bang. This formidable earthen wall proved utterly impotent, collapsing instantly before the onslaught of the energy wave. Earth Release. Earthflow Castle. At that moment, two steady voices resonated. Sarutobi Yashiyama and Senjutaro simultaneously formed seals, and two visibly thicker walls of earth surged upward. Boom. The ground trembled violently, yet the defenses remained intact, merely cracked. Impressive. Is this the strength of the elite ninjas? The surrounding Konoha ninjas marveled. What a sense of security. Just the residual force is so terrifying. This young man, Jian, has truly become the pillar of Konoha, Senjutaro remarked with heartfelt admiration as he dismantled the castle walls. Sarutobi Yashiyama nodded in agreement. During the battle at Shuliang Mountain, Jian could barely defeat a Jonin. At that time, it was already astonishing, but witnessing the current scene, they realized how mistaken they had been. The spectacle before them was genuinely astounding. The ground within 100 meters had entirely vanished, leaving behind a massive crater several dozen meters deep. Jian, clad in white, stood atop his long blade at the center of the pit. Exuding an air of calm detachment, as if sensing something, he turned to the Konoha ninjas behind him and offered an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize. I hope none of you were harmed. Next time, I'll ensure to control my power better. The once terrifying lightning release in his hands seemed as ordinary as any common jutsu, easily manageable, and everyone believed he could indeed achieve it. Beneath him, Mo Yunjing lay unconscious. Charred black in the hearts of the onlookers, a single thought prevailed. Powerful. The very Jinchuriki they feared was rendered so fragile before him. As if subduing the Jinchuriki required no effort whatsoever, Jian hoisted Mo Yunjing and sheathed his blade. He even waved farewell to the Cloud ninjas across from him, before returning to the ranks of the Konoha forces under the gaze of countless witnesses. None among the Cloud ninjas dared to intervene. What a shocking display. Uchiha Shursui watched Jian, his heart tumultuous. Even he, who was typically calm, could not suppress the urge to think, a true man should aspire to be like this. In the future. Could I ever reach his level? He reassured himself that it was possible. Noara Hikari gazed intently at Jian's retreating figure, his heart racing with excitement that refused to settle. Once a comrade, he had now become a figure of immense stature. Right before his eyes, he had captured the Jinchuriki, decisively defeated the son of the Reikage, and even instilled fear in the entire Cloud ninja forces. How imposing. The sealing team is entrusted to you. Jian dispelled the lightning armor mode and handed the unconscious Mo Yunjing to the sealing team. With a sly smile, he thought, when it comes time for negotiations, the Cloud ninjas will surely bleed. A chorus of laughter erupted among the Konoha ninjas, all in agreement. They marveled at how strong he had become. Nara Shikaku gazed at Jian, his astonishment uncontainable. In the mode he spoke of as the 100 Heroes technique, he had overpowered the third Reikage. Even the third Hokage, employing every ounce of his strength, might not secure a victory over the third Reikage. Remarkably, even without entering the Sage mode, he could effortlessly capture the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. This is something Jiraiya himself could not guarantee, asserting that special means would be necessary. Chapter 64. Do you also wish to dance? He has already ascended to become the foremost powerhouse of our Konoha. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but exclaim in awe. At just 14 years of age, such terrifying prowess, his talent is truly formidable. He suddenly began to worry. Can Minato truly compete with Jian? Meanwhile, Jian gazed at the opposing Cloud Ninja army, a sly smile gracing his lips. Shall we continue, you offspring of the Cloud? Instantly, the Cloud Ninja's expressions turned to one of retreat. Ha ha! So it turns out the Cloud Ninja are such cowardly knaves. Jian laughed heartily, but his expression quickly hardened. If you do not advance, I shall. With that, he charged forth like a rampaging beast, directly into the Cloud Ninja army. He's coming. Prepare for battle. Quickly, prepare for battle. Panic spread among the Cloud Ninjas. Their bloodshot eyes screamed in an attempt to alleviate their terror. In an instant, Jian sent a multitude flying, their cries piercing the air. You bastard! A particularly enraged Jonin shouted, his blade crackling with terrifying lightning as he swung down. Too slow, Jian deflected the long sword with a swift strike, closing the distance to seize the Jonin by the neck. His commanding voice booming, "Do you also wish to dance? Let him go, you fiend." A towering cloud ninja roared from behind, throwing a punch at Jian's head. Jian, seizing the cloud ninja, hurled him toward the attacker. Seizing the opportunity as the latter caught his comrade, he affixed explosive tags to both and kicked them far away. No. Get away. It's going to explode. The two cloud ninjas cried in abject terror, desperately attempting to tear off the explosive tags. But it was too late. Bang! Bang! Two violent blasts erupted, sending all nearby cloud ninjas hurtling through the air. Puff! 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 A flash of cold light swept through. The cloud ninjas fell to the ground, lifeless, their throats gaping with blood. We shall charge too. At Nara Shikaku's command, the Konoha forces surged forward like unleashed tigers, ferociously pouncing upon the cloud ninja army. Boom! Boom! Jian was akin to a tiger upon hearing these words. Uchiha Shursui swiftly withdrew, drawing his short blade as he retreated, stating, "That was merely a misdirection on my part, as long as he desired. The interplay of reality and illusion could be executed at any moment." This was the very essence imparted to him by Jian, the seamless interchange of truth and deception. Alas, how infuriating. The formidable Jonin fell in fury, unwilling to accept his demise. Was Captain Longia truly slain in this manner? Quickly flee. We are no match for this fellow. The surrounding cloud shinobi wore expressions of sheer horror, retreating without a second thought. Indeed, Shursui, you have astonishingly dispatched a Jonin, came the voice of Noera Hyuga. Before him lay a particularly defiant Jonin. Now vanquished, the cloud shinobi around him were equally stricken with terror. What a jest! With their captain dead, what could they possibly fight with? Cursed fate! AI roared in fury. Why do you leave shinobi continually produce such prodigies? The cold brilliance of Konoha, and now Shursui. The profound resentment was vividly manifested in him. His words resonated strongly with the assembled cloud shinobi. Was it not so? Ah, how unfortunate for you. You shall never attain such envy. Jian laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze as he proclaimed, "The moment you chose to wage war against Konoha, you should have been prepared for this. My friends." His voice, though not loud, echoed ominously in the ears of the cloud shinobi like the whisper of a demon. Countless cloud shinobi wore faces of retreat. It was only Jian who reaped the slaughter, while they could not even brush against the hem of his garment. It was utterly despairing. Retreat. This singular thought surged in their minds simultaneously. As long as Jian remained, they would never stand a chance against Konoha. Dai had evidently realized this as well. He swiftly extricated himself from the siege of Inazuka, Namanaka, and Nara, issuing the command that the cloud shinobi most yearned to hear. Retreat. Ah, kill me now. Upon hearing the call for retreat, AI could not help but roar in anguish. Yet he understood that the current situation would not change due to his rage if they did not retreat soon. He feared for his own life. In that case, the entire cloud shinobi would be left without a leader. As for the two-tails Jinchuriki, they would have to devise a plan to reclaim it later. Oh, victory! Long live Lord Jian! Witnessing the retreat of the cloud shinobi forces, the Konoha contingent erupted in jubilant cheers that resounded across the heavens. There could be no more gratifying outcome than this. They had secured glory with minimal losses. Everyone could joyously return to the village to reunite with their loved ones and friends. With Lord Jian present, this battle would surely conclude swiftly. They all thought happily, their faces alight with joy. The next day, a sensational piece of news rapidly spread throughout the shinobi world. The Konoha army achieved a resounding victory against the cloud shinobi on the Chuan Valley Prairie of the Land of Hot Water. The third Reikage has fallen. What? The third Reikage has fallen. Noki and Raza hastily sought to confirm the details. The notion that the third Reikage could be defeated was utterly alarming. Upon seeing the name of the one who had vanquished the third Reikage, Noki felt a chill creep down his spine. Raza nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, a cold sweat of trepidation and relief washing over him. How fortunate he was to have allied with Konoha. Otherwise, the third Reikage's fate could have been his own. Was this young man's growth rate not a tad too swift? The third Hokage regarded the intelligence in his hands, for the first time feeling incredulous. He had believed that capturing the eight-tails Jinchuriki was Jian's greatest achievement. Yet now, he had announced to the entire shinobi world that his most formidable feat was the defeat of the third Reikage. Not only that, but he had also captured 2 Jinchuriki weapons, driving the Cloud Shinobi into a disastrous retreat. Such a terrifying record left the 4th Hokage in a quandary. The 3rd Hokage felt a headache coming on. In his mind, it should have been Namake's Minato who garnered even greater credit, thus naturally succeeding him as Hokage. Meanwhile, Jian, due to his remarkable contributions, would ascend to a high position within the Umbu. With Jian as his disciple, even if he were to step down to become an advisor, he would still retain considerable influence. To this end, he had even arranged for Jiraiya to assist Namake's Minato, sending him to the front lines of a Wagakure, where achievements were more attainable. But now, could Minato still rightfully become Hokage? Would Jian genuinely be willing to heed his counsel and serve as a high-ranking Umbu member? The 3rd Hokage felt utterly uncertain. Danzo, too, felt a chilling dread, a sense of fear akin to needles pricking his back. No, he absolutely could not allow Jian to ascend to a high position after the war. Otherwise, he would surely meet his end at Jian's hands. Unable to sit still, Danzo immediately made his way to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, the rogue Jian has become far too reckless. He has actually slain the 3rd Raikage. Now we face a relentless vendetta from the Cloud Shinobi. How immense must the pressure of public opinion be upon us? What sacrifices must we endure to cover for him? Such a person cannot remain on the front lines. He must be recalled to Konoha and kept under strict surveillance, preventing him from causing further trouble. Observing Danzo's frantic demeanor, the 3rd Hokage pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. Danzo, heed my words. Behave yourself, and do not provoke Jian. I trust that he will not make things difficult for you out of respect for me. He was uncertain whether Jian would continue to heed him in the future. Nevertheless, after reflecting on the recent events, he was very certain of one thing. The terrifying momentum brought by Jian's victory would surely cause the remaining 4 great shinobi villages to settle down immediately. The dawn of peace was already on the horizon. Next would be a period of rapid development for Konoha. Chapter 66. Enough of the foolishness. Danzo, coincidentally. The discord between the Uchiha clan and the village began to ease due to Jian's intervention. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. If that were the case, it would be wise for him to pass the mantle of leadership in Konoha to the younger generation with stability. He could serve as a supportive figure and comfortably spend the remainder of his life. If Jian did not wish to become a high-ranking Umbu member, then he should be free to make his own choices. With his strength and talent, serving as a guiding jonin would also be commendable. Why must he always strive to control the youth? At times, such an approach could be counterproductive. What would transpire if he were to adopt Danzo's methodology? Jian might grow to despise Konoha, turning against his mentor, resulting in a significant loss of strength for the village. Should he become a member of another shinobi village, it would spell disaster for Konoha. He had already made a grievous error during the White Fang incident. This time, he could not afford to be foolish again. Sarutobi. Upon hearing the 3rd Hokage's refusal, Danzo became agitated. Do you intend to watch idly as you lose the power you have held for so many years? In that case, can you truly control the rogue Jian? Are you certain he will not turn against you? He was genuinely frightened. If Jian ascended to a high position, with his vengeful nature, Danzo's end would indeed be nigh. Danzo had initially thought that the power-hungry Sarutobi would be swayed by his words, just as White Fang had been eliminated because his achievements overshadowed the 3rd Hokage. However, this time, he miscalculated. The 3rd Hokage shook his head, declaring, I am old. Supporting the younger generation is also quite acceptable. Danzo, without a doubt, felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, gazing at the 3rd Hokage in disbelief, as if he were seeing him for the first time. Danzo, let us not err again. The 3rd Hokage reassured the pale-faced Danzo. Despite any animosities, so long as I am here, you are absolutely safe. Just then, an Umbu member suddenly burst in, panic evident in his voice as he reported. Hokage-sama, Kirigakure is launching a large-scale invasion. Having breached into the Central Fire Country, please dispatch reinforcements immediately. This news caused the 3rd Hokage to rise instantly, yet he displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he erupted into laughter. A look of relief washing over his face. Ah, splendid. This is just what we needed. The Umbu member was utterly bewildered. The invasion of Kirigakure did not incite worry in the Hokage. Rather, he appeared delighted. Was he truly in his right mind? Relay the order to Namake's Minato that Kushina lead an army of 10,000 to halt the advance of Kirigakure. He continued, inform Jian to lead 2,000 troops to the front lines of Awagakure and confront the enemy. Though the Umbu member was perplexed, he immediately complied. Danzo, rest easy. The 3rd Hokage waved at Danzo. Sometimes, It is wise not to cling too tightly to power. Upon hearing this, Danzo let out a cold snort. His gaze filled with resentment. Sarutobi, you will come to regret this. If he were to lose grip on his power, the day that Konoha ascends would mark the beginning of his demise. The only thing he could rely on now was the root organization in his hands. He could not afford to relax his hold on power. Quite the contrary, he needed to tighten his grip even further. Alas! In response, the third Hokage shook his head and, taking a drag from his cigarette, murmured, if Konoha were to accept my arrangements and you were to ascend to a high position in the Umbu, do you truly believe that your root organization could survive? A malformed organization that has emerged under my watch should rightly perish at my hands. Danzo.my apologies. As long as Minato Namikaze secured the merit of repelling the Mist Village, combined with his accomplishments on the front lines of the Rock Village, the position of Hokage would undoubtedly be his. With him as Hokage, and with my support, alongside Konoha's assistance, there would be no room for the root organization to endure. Konoha ought to be the Hokage's domain, without the need for a root organization to vie for its share of the cake. On the front lines of the Rock Village, was Konoha truly that formidable now? Minato gazed at the scroll in his hand, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. Was this kid truly on the path to becoming Hokage? Beside him, Jiraiya was equally astonished. Though only 14, it was not impossible for him to become Hokage. But what would that mean for Minato? Would a rift truly form between the two? Jiraiya felt a throbbing headache. Any rift that emerged would spell disaster for Konoha. Old man, you must handle this well. Jiraiya could only hope that the third Hokage had an appropriate plan. It seemed that many in the village would soon be troubled. On the front lines of the Land of Water, as he was consolidating the second Inseal space, Konoha reflected. The assassination of the third Raikage would inevitably lead to an irreconcilable conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village. With the cowardly nature of the old-timers in the village, aside from the third, they were likely already blaming themselves for causing such an uproar, especially Danzo. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Old man, do not let me down. Do not repeat the mistakes of the original story, where despite defeating the Cloud Ninja, you ultimately capitulated to their threats by handing over Hinata Hayashi to appease their rage. Lost in thought, Narashikaku summoned him for a meeting. The Mist Village is invading. Upon hearing this news, Konoha slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about the Mist Village? So, we are to go rescue them. Konoha looked at Narashikaku, realizing that they were currently the only ones capable of stopping the Mist Village. No. Narashikaku's expression was peculiar. The reinforcements were Minato. You are to head to the front lines of the Rock Village to confront the enemy. Konoha was momentarily bewildered, then suddenly understood, shaking his head that it was truly a hardship for the old man. All right then, I will take on this task. Sending Minato instead of him was naturally to ensure Minato garnered enough merit to ascend as Hokage without facing doubt. You won't hold a grudge against the Hokage, will you? The third's order did not imply such. However, Narashikaku could easily deduce that this arrangement might provoke discontent from Konoha. Not at all. Konoha spread his hands. I have no desire to become Hokage. It would be splendid for Minato to assume the position. The old man was perhaps being overly cautious in his considerations. Upon hearing this, Narashikaku felt a wave of relief. He could tell Konoha spoke with sincerity, devoid of any deceitful intent. Then the front lines are in your hands. Uncle Shikaku. Be sure to keep an eye on the two Jinchuriki, while he would leave a shadow clone behind. It was never quite as secure as his own presence. Go forth. The Cloud Village is currently not in a position to seize anything. Narashikaku smiled, knowing that with Uchiha Fugaku and their Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio alongside them, the beleaguered Cloud Ninja army would lack the strength to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Chapter 67. Obito vs. Shursui. I never expected to see Kakashi so soon. Upon hearing that Konoha was heading to the front lines of the Rock Village for support, Minato, after a brief moment of surprise, wore an expression of eager anticipation. How far apart are our strengths now? Upon hearing this, Konoha smiled and said, you will find out for yourself soon enough. He then noticed Uchiha Shursui beside him, equally eager. Of course, Shursui, you too. Finally, he turned to Yuhi Kurenai, adding, I believe Kurenai, as a Jonin, would also be pleased with your progress. This remark immediately brought a radiant smile to Kurenai's face. She had always longed for Konoha's recognition and praise, which spurred her relentless training to keep pace with her two prodigious teammates. Now, with Konoha's words, she felt that all her efforts had been worthwhile. An indescribable joy surged within her, and tears blurred her vision. I apologize. I'm just so overwhelmed with happiness. She wiped her tears and firmly declared, I will continue to work hard and absolutely will not let you down, Captain. Konoha nodded in response, his sunshine-like smile accompanying him as he affectionately ruffled her hair. I believe in you. In the afternoon, under Konoha's leadership, an army of 2,000 departed from the northeastern direction of the Land of Fire towards the northwestern battlefield. In just a day, they reached the front lines of the rock village. You finally arrived, and at quite a speed. Less than a day, Jiraiya personally led the welcoming party for Konoha. Given Konoha's current achievements and status, such treatment was well-deserved. The situation is urgent. We cannot afford any delays. Konoha smiled and then turned to Minato, giving him a fist bump before inquiring, when do we set out? Unlike Konoha, the movement of 10,000 troops was no trifling matter, necessitating considerable preparations. We depart tomorrow. Minato gazed at Konoha with a complex expression, then remarked, this time, I am taking advantage of you. I will strive to be an exemplary Hokage, and I will not let you down. If it were not for his age being more suitable for the role of Hokage than Konoha's. The third Hokage likely would not have entrusted him with the monumental task of repelling the Mist Village. Do not take it to heart. Konoha looked at Minato, his gaze clear. You are more than fit to assume the mantle of Hokage. He could engage in combat, but he still lacked the experience to govern a village effectively. Perhaps by the time he became the fifth Hokage, he would have amassed enough experience to be competent in such a role. You remain so magnanimous, Minato said with admiration. Konoha might have a vengeful streak, yet he was always forthright with friends, which was truly reassuring. Beside him, Kushina scrutinized Konoha closely. He radiated confidence and warmth, yet it was difficult to gauge whether he possessed the strength to slay the third Raikage or if he was as monstrous as Minato had described. However, standing next to him undeniably instilled a sense of security. She thought to herself, what a mysterious and powerful individual. Konoha also flashed her a sunny smile and nodded in acknowledgement that Guy, Kakashi, long time no see. Konoha greeted Mato, Guy, and Kakashi, who were among Minato's entourage, with a smile. Konoha, it's been a while, Mato Guy exclaimed, circling Konoha excitedly as he appraised him. Finally, he flashed his signature toothy grin and gave a thumbs up. Your youth is as radiant as ever. I will continue to learn from you. Konoha embraced him, heartily patting his back with laughter. It is my utmost honor to have you chase after me. Keep shining your youth, Guy. Tears welled up in Guy's eyes as he hugged Konoha even tighter, exclaiming, Konoha, I knew you understood youth. The smiles of the two seemed to resonate with one another, causing those around them to break into a cold sweat. How could a person as seemingly normal as Konoha be so eccentric like Mato Guy? Even Kurenai was astonished. She had never considered her captain had such a side. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Konoha's actions reassured Kakashi, Yamashiro, Aoba, and others who felt their hearts lighten. Their bond with Konoha would not wane due to his rising status. Now that I see you all here, I can rest easy. The gaze of Jian swept across the figures of Shanqing, revealing no resemblance to others. Your arduous training has not been in vain. Upon hearing these words, they all chuckled, as that overwhelming sensation had nearly become muscle memory, impossible to forget. Speaking thus, their attention turned towards Shiranui Jinkan. Subtly imbued with a sense of challenge. If that is the case, why not have a contest among yourselves? It would also allow both sides to gain an understanding of each other's strengths. Jiraiya proposed aloud. The crowd eagerly accepted, with no dissent. Sunset Mikan and other jonin were also drawn to the scene. Of course, Sunset Mikan primarily wished to witness her daughter's growth. Who shall step forward first? Jian surveyed the group surrounding Kakashi, excluding Might Guy, Shanqing, and others. There were also several contemporaneous ninjas such as Saratobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito, and Noera Rin. I shall go first. I shall go first, Uchiha Obito exclaimed. Promptly stepping forward, addressing Uchiha Shursui, he declared, Brother Shursui, I wish to gauge the prowess of the Uchiha's foremost talent. Observing his confident demeanor, Jian was somewhat astonished. It appeared that during this time, Uchiha Obito had made considerable progress. Otherwise, Kakashi, as his teammate, would surely have intervened. Captain, what do you think? Uchiha Shursui looked back at Jian, his expression questioning. Jian nodded, a smile adorning his face, and said, This is your battle. You may decide for yourself. Uchiha Shursui nodded respectfully, and then turned to Uchiha Obito, declaring, Let us begin. His eyes instantly shifted into the three-tomo state. Since Uchiha Obito dared to challenge him, he must possess considerable strength. Naturally, he would give his all. Yet, the display he unveiled left not only Kakashi and other juniors astounded, but also Jiraiya, Minato, and others in utter shock. That the three-tomo. At such a young age, even Jiraiya, having encountered numerous prodigies. Was taken aback by Uchiha Shirsue's genius. It was an achievement that many members of the Uchiha clan would never attain in their lifetime. He truly wished to inquire how Jian had trained him. He recalled that Uchiha Shirsue had only possessed the Tsutomo before joining the fray. The speed of his advancement was frighteningly swift. Kakashi clenched his fists, his heart racing with dread, wondering just how formidable this individual truly was. For the first time, he felt his own talent was utterly insignificant. Chapter 68 Kakashi, I have awaited this day for a long time. Truly, Brother Shirsue. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shirsue activate his 3-tomo, Uchiha Obito instantly grew serious. His own eyes manifesting the 2-tomo that I'm coming. Uchiha Obito darted forward at incredible speed towards Uchiha Shirsue, launching a punch aimed at his chest. Uchiha Shirsue effortlessly caught his fist and flung it downward. Uchiha Shirsue's form momentarily halted, but as he raised his head, he heard Kakashi's startled shout, "Be careful!" Uchiha Shirsue's right leg was already slicing through the air toward him. The speed was so great it became a mere afterimage. Too fast, the Sharingan couldn't even capture it, and his body failed to respond. Uchiha Obito was horrified. He had considered the disparity between the 3-tomo and the 2-tomo, but had not anticipated it would be so vast. Bang! Crossing his arms to shield his chest, he was sent flying by Uchiha Shirsue's strike. Fire style. During his retreat, he quickly formed hand seals, attempting to turn the tide. However, he only heard a fierce rush of wind. As Uchiha Shirsue, amidst the crowd's gasps, appeared behind him, a swift hand strike was unleashed, forcing him to resort to the body substitution technique, fire style. After landing, Uchiha Shirsue rapidly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball in a specific direction. The Great Fireball Technique. Boom! The rolling fireball was so scorching that those nearby instinctively retreated, tearing through the ground as it barreled toward its intended target, precisely where Uchiha Obito had just appeared. What? Uchiha Obito emerged, only to be confronted by such a massive fireball, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror as he hurriedly dodged to the side. Suddenly, as if foreseeing something, he raised his arm to shield himself. Bang! Indeed, Uchiha Shirsue's heavy kick struck down swiftly. Excellent reflexes, Uchiha Shirsue complimented, then pressed down harder with his foot, yet it was still insufficient. Uchiha Obito was once again sent flying. In a way, Obito was actually being suppressed from the very start. Both Kakashi and others were utterly astonished, struggling to believe it. Kakashi fixated intently on Uchiha Shirsue's form, his mind continuously simulating how he would respond in such a situation. He then despaired as he realized he would not fare much better than Uchiha Obito. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Obito launched a barrage of shuriken, attempting to thwart Uchiha Shirsue's relentless onslaught. Uchiha Shirsue evaded them all in a flash, closing the distance once more, and with a fierce glare, executed the binding technique. Uchiha Obito could not help but shout in alarm, feeling his body immobilized. Uchiha Shirsue's hand strike was already poised at the nape of his neck. You have lost. Uchiha Shirsue's calm voice resonated, prompting Uchiha Obito to sigh in resignation. I concede. He had not even had the opportunity to unleash his most powerful technique. Uchiha Shirsue's dominance over him was absolute. Obito lost just like that? Not only Kakashi but even Shanshin Chinya and others were astonished. It must be noted that within the camp, only Kakashi could barely best Uchiha Obito. Yet, Uchiha Shirsue had triumphed so effortlessly. Just how formidable was he? Such terrifying speed. Jian, is this your teaching? Jiraiya was taken aback, as if witnessing a glimpse of Jian's past. No. Jian shook his head. This is his own comprehension. Now, even Minato and other Jonin were astonished, gaining a deeper understanding of Uchiha Shirsue's prodigiousness. Hee, now it's my turn, right? Shiranui Jinkin grinned widely, addressing Uchiha Shirsue. Uchiha Shirsue nodded. Very well. He bowed to the assembled Jonin and then resumed his position behind Jian. Jinkan, you. Observing Shiranui Gunkan's confidence, Kakashi and others could not shake off a sense of foreboding. Being Jian's subordinate, if Uchiha Shirsue was so powerful, it was evident that Shiranui Jinkan would not be far behind. Moreover, judging by the fervent gaze he directed, everyone knew who he intended to challenge. Kakashi. Come on, Kakashi. I have long anticipated this day. Let me see how much distance remains between us. Upon hearing this, the crowd curiously turned their gazes toward the two. Surely, Jinkan could not contend with Kakashi now. Could he? Jiraiya regarded Shiranui Jinkan with a somewhat peculiar expression. In his memory, Shiranui Jinkan was comparable in strength to Shanshin Chinya and the others, while Kakashi was significantly stronger. Who can say for certain? Yejin smiled, for Jinkin had tirelessly practiced with Shursui for this day. Jiraiya inhaled sharply, recognizing his suspicions might indeed come to fruition. Your teaching ability is truly frightening, Jiraiya jested, believing that once the war concluded, he might as well have Yejin instruct the lower-ranked ninjas. After all, Yejin possessed that talent. Come now, Jinkan, let me witness how far you have grown, Kakashi stated earnestly. He did not consider himself a match for Uchiha Shursui. But surely Shiranui Jinkan could not be outmatched. Then I shall go. Shiranui Jinkan unsheathed his sword and, like a flash of lightning, appeared before Kakashi. How is this possible? Kakashi was immediately covered in a cold sweat. His pupils contracting sharply, he had not anticipated that Shiranui Jinkan had become so formidable. Only by relying on his rapid reflexes did he narrowly evade the strike, yet his face bore a fresh cut. Kakashi, do not underestimate me. Otherwise, the one who will lose is you, Shiranui Jinkan beamed, relishing the satisfaction from Kakashi's astonished expression. Now, he too had become an adversary that Kakashi must regard with utmost seriousness. I admit, I underestimated you earlier. Kakashi wiped the blood from his face, acknowledging that his mask had been torn. But from now on, I will not make that mistake again. He unexpectedly drew the short blade from his back and charged towards Noara Izumi like a cheetah. With a clang, their blades clashed, igniting dazzling sparks that in mere breaths. They exchanged fierce blows multiple times. If it's a duel of swordsmanship, I am more than willing to engage. Noara Izumi chuckled, lifting his knee to strike. Moving so swiftly that even Kakashi was taken aback and hurriedly retreated in a swift motion. He threw a kunai to prevent Noara from pursuing him. Noara immediately fell back, landing and quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A flame erupted like a roaring torrent, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding air as it surged toward Kakashi. Lightning blade. Kakashi chose not to evade, opting instead for a direct confrontation that must be said. This was indeed an A-rank ninjutsu. The flame was torn apart by Kakashi. However, he soon found 3 kunai attacking him from 3 different angles, with Nohara's figure nowhere to be seen. Kakashi swiftly deflected the kunai and slashed upwards. Indeed, Noara was coming down with a fierce strike. The sound of metal clashing rang sharply, accompanied by bursts of intense sparks. Chapter 69. Astonishment. Go, Kakashi swung forcefully, sending Noara staggering back. He quickly closed the distance. Bringing his blade down with renewed vigor, the piercing sound of metal echoed once more, and Noara was again forced back. It's over, Izumi. Kakashi advanced once more, aiming to disarm Noara of his short blade. Yet, you've fallen for it, Kakashi. Noara grinned, hurling 3 kunai once again. Kakashi, puzzled, hastily deflected the attack, only to realize something was amiss. Steel wires. He suddenly understood. A kunai that had been knocked away transformed into Noara behind him. In an instant, both pulled sharply, ensnaring him with multiple steel wires. This is bad, Kakashi exclaimed in alarm, but Noara had already appeared behind him, thrusting down with ferocity. Was Kakashi about to lose? Might Guy and others watched in disbelief. How could this be possible? Kakashi, the strongest among them, was now at risk of defeat by Noara. TCH, it seems I still can't measure up. Nohara's blade halted just above Kakashi's neck, his expression one of dissatisfaction. The onlookers were perplexed. Why had he suddenly stopped when victory was within reach? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Kakashi held a kunai, crackling with lightning, reversed in his right hand, having severed the steel wires binding him. Poised at Nohara's lower abdomen, Noara had no choice but to halt, lest they both be injured. A stalemate. Unbelievable. Had Noara grown so powerful in such a short time? This was hard to fathom. Guy, alongside others, refused to accept this outcome. Just a month or 2 prior, Noara was not even close to Kakashi's level, merely on par with them. Yet now, he had surpassed them, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi. This was disheartening. Kakashi, until we meet again, I look forward to our next encounter. Noara smiled as he sheathed his blade, his eyes alight with fervent battle intent. The outcome of this battle had fulfilled all his dedication over this time. Yes, his aspirations were attainable. He had caught up to Kakashi's pace. I too am eager. Kakashi's gaze burned with intensity as he clenched his fist, feeling a profound sense of crisis. It dawned upon him that he had indeed been caught up by Noara. This was somewhat difficult for Kakashi to accept. He needed to strive even harder. Next time, he could not afford to be so thoroughly pressured. Moreover, he would always have but one true rival. His eyes drifted towards Uchiha Shursui. Next time, I hope to engage you in a thrilling battle. Uchiha Shursui nodded politely in response. I too hope for that. The outcome of the battle between Kakashi and Noera left everyone present astonished. No one could have anticipated such a result. Given Kakashi's talent, it seemed implausible that Noera could have leveled the playing field. Yet, reality had unfolded in this manner. Truly a remarkable teaching ability. The ninjas present couldn't help but glance at the smiling Leaf. Undoubtedly, Nohara's achievements today were greatly attributed to Leaf's guidance. In just a couple of months, Noera had grown so much under Leaf's tutelage. Leaf, just how many surprises do you possess that we are unaware of? Jiraiya remarked. Previously, Yamashiro Aoi and others had also received guidance from Leaf. At that time, Kakashi had consistently remained the strongest among his peers. Yet now, due to Kakashi's influence, Yamashiro Aoi and others found themselves on the front lines of Awagakure. While Noera had accompanied Leaf to the front line of the Land of Hot Water, continuously receiving his instruction and matching Kakashi's efforts, the results were unmistakably evident. Furthermore, the effectiveness of Leaf's guidance was clearly observable. Asuma Sarutobi was the most notable example. He was of the same generation as Kakashi, with no lack of talent, and should have been on par with his peers. However, having never received Leaf's guidance, he found himself outmatched not only by Noera but also by Yamashiro Aoi and others. He could even be outperformed by Might Guy, a practitioner of pure taijutsu with poor talent, relegating him to the bottom among his peers. It was evident that the longer one received Leaf's guidance, the stronger they became. Jinhong, the only one of Leaf's subordinates yet to take the stage is your daughter. I imagine she has undergone significant growth as well. An elite Jian beside Yuhi Kurenai remarked, envy evident on his face. Of course, to become one of Leaf's subordinates is a tremendous opportunity, yet it has fallen to Yuhi Kurenai. She is indeed fortunate. Kurenai laughed heartily. Despite her words, the glimmer of expectation in her gaze towards her daughter was unmistakable. Indeed, as fellow disciples of Leaf, how would her daughter, Yuhi Kurenai, perform? Just over a month ago, she was merely a genin with mediocre abilities. What was her current level? Surely she had not reached the point of defeating a Chunin. Had she, an elite Jian, one from the Sarutobi clan, spoke up? Could she really defeat a Chunin after just over a month? At this, many ninjas around shook their heads in disbelief. How could a mere genin possibly defeat a Chunin in such a short span? It's utterly absurd. Yuhi Kurenai lacked a bloodline limit and was not suited to learn powerful jutsu. No matter how exceptional Leaf's teaching abilities were, such a feat seemed impossible. Something feels off. Someone from the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, remarked. Indeed, she gives off an unusual aura. Her presence is quite refined. An elite Jian from the Yamanaka clan commented. His brow slightly furrowed. Ultimately, we shall know once we see. Minato Namikaze observed Yuhi Kurenai with keen curiosity. Each time he faced Leaf, he often felt overshadowed in terms of achievements, strength, and teaching prowess. He could not compete with Leaf. Before meeting Leaf, he had never imagined being surpassed. Kurenai, it seems everyone is eager to see what you can do. Why not showcase your skills? Leaf teased Kurenai, standing beside her. With confidence, Kurenai nodded and proclaimed. Why not? She strode towards the arena, displaying no hint of stage fright, earning nods of approval from the onlookers. Truly, as Leaf's disciple, she exuded an extraordinary presence. Who wishes to spar with me? Kurenai's gaze swept over her peers, including Yamashiro Aoi and Asuma Sarutobi. Upon meeting her gaze, Asuma immediately responded, I will. The expression on Yamashiro Aoi's face shifted dramatically. He grabbed Asuma, urgently whispering, You realize she's a disciple of Leaf, right? We can't be certain of victory. What chance do you have? Chapter 70. Asuma, you were even outdone by a woman. Despite this admonition, Asuma retorted defiantly, What is there to fear? He pointed at Kurenai dismissively, even if she is trained under Leaf. How formidable can she truly be? She is just a woman. How strong could she possibly get? He continued. Even if I am the weakest among you, I am still capable of defeating a Chunin. She is merely a low-ranking ninja. I refuse to believe that after more than a month apart, she could surpass me. In the eyes of Sarutobi Asuma, he was unable to defeat Kakashi or Uchiha Ibido. Individuals capable of contending with elite Jian. He was certainly not on par with Might Guy or others who could face special Jian. Could it be that he would struggle against a mere Yuhi Kurenai? With that thought, he disregarded the changing expressions of his peers and advanced into the arena. Lord Yejian, Asuma certainly means no disrespect. He is merely a bit arrogant. Please do not take offense. Sarutobi Yashiyama quickly explained in response to Asuma's insolence. What a jest. Even if Sarutobi Asuma is the son of the Hokage, what is Yejian's current standing? If he angers him, what good will it bring Saratobi Asuma? Jian chuckled, patting Yoshiyama on the shoulder. Fear not. Am I truly such a petty person? He turned to Kurenai, saying, Kurenai, it seems you have been underestimated. Kurenai beamed brightly, Captain, rest assured, no one shall think that way after today, after spending over a month together. Her admiration for Jian had grown immensely. Asuma's disdain was one thing, but his audacity in speaking disrespectfully to Jian was utterly unforgivable. Even if he is the Hokage's son, it changes nothing. Hey, just so you know. I won't hold back, Saratobi Asuma declared pompously. Kurenai smiled radiantly. Then that is splendid. She looked at Asuma, already envisioning his transformation into a pig's head. That I'm coming. Asuma shouted. He had to prove today that he was not the weakest among his peers. He dashed toward Kurenai, gathering chakra into his hand and delivering a heavy, swift punch. He had assumed that, as a genjutsu user, Kurenai would be deficient in taijutsu and would retreat from his close-range assault. This would allow her to leverage her strengths and launch long-range genjutsu attacks. However, Kurenai unexpectedly seized his arm, her gaze filled with disdain. You were so boastful just now, yet your strength is so feeble. Before Asuma could react, he felt a tremendous force pulling at his arm, drawing him toward Kurenai. She swung her other fist, packing significant power. Hiss. Asuma gasped in shock, hastily executing the replacement technique to evade the blow. However, the moment he reappeared, Kurenai was already on him, employing the technique of instant shuriken. A flurry of shuriken-like illusions descended upon him, prompting Asuma to swiftly wield his kunai to defend. Yet many onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. You taught him the instant shuriken technique, Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Jian. Such a secret technique should have been preserved for future generations. Jian replied, I possess many secret techniques. I am not lacking this one. Beside him, Jian Shinju remarked, but is it really appropriate to pass on this powerful technique to a young girl? He could clearly see that Kurenai had utilized a strength-enhancing technique when she easily blocked Asuma's punch. The only technique in Konoha that possessed such an effect was the monstrous strength technique passed down from Tsunade. He felt it was far too precious. Jian shook his head at this remark and said to Shinju, Not at all. This is my invention, the giant strength technique, which is even less powerful than the monstrous strength. However, Kurenai has a remarkable talent for precisely controlling chakra. Even Shursui and Kakashi cannot keep pace with her. He observed Kurenai, who had already closed in on Asuma, and continued, Since she is suited to learn this technique, why not teach her? Isn't it about tailoring education to the individual? This statement prompted Shinju to nod in agreement. And he deeply bowed to Jian. Thank you, Lord Jian, for imparting your teachings. Jian generously taught Kurenai 2 techniques, a favor that was not to be taken lightly. Uncle Shinju, you are too modest. Jian helped Jian Shinju up. Reflecting, after all, she is my subordinate. The battlefield is merciless, and I must find ways to ensure her survival. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Of course, while they endorsed the sentiment, they would not take such actions themselves. Secret techniques are not to be shared. That is their principle in the arena. Just as Asuma had dispatched all the shuriken, Kurenai suddenly closed in. Not good. Asuma exclaimed in alarm as Kurenai unleashed another punch, the heavy force causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Bang! In mid-flight, he once again used the replacement technique to evade harm. With a whoosh, Asuma reappeared behind Kurenai, ready to teach her a lesson, delivering a knife hand strike toward her neck. However, Kurenai had already reacted. She sidestepped to the left, evading the strike, then twisted her body and delivered another powerful punch to Asuma's chest, sending him staggering back once more. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Asuma's face flushed with anger. Just moments ago, he had boasted that he could easily defeat a mere girl, yet here he was, thoroughly humiliated, being forced into such a pitiful state by one he had deemed weak. Fire release. Fireball. After all, he was the Hokage's son, and it was not surprising that he could utilize ninjutsu. A fireball the size of a basin swiftly soared toward Kurenai. I refuse to believe you can remain calm in the face of this. Asuma shouted triumphantly, kunai at the ready. If Kurenai dodged the fireball, he could use the kunai to force her into disarray. Then, he could close in and decisively end the battle. This tactic had proven effective against many opponents before. Whoosh! From the right side of the fireball came the sound of slicing air, prompting Asuma to immediately launch his kunai. However, when Asuma beheld the scene before him, his expression changed dramatically. What he had aimed at was a cloth pouch wrapped around a kunai, intended to distract him. Meanwhile, Kurenai appeared to the left of the fireball, hurling an incredibly swift kunai that forced him to retreat hastily. Yet, as Asuma landed, Kurenai was already less than 3 meters away from him. Damn it. I won't give you the chance to close in. Asuma hastily formed hand seals to block Kurenai from engaging him in close combat. Too slow, Kurenai remarked coldly with a smile, her hands already forming seals. Jinjutsu, touch injury technique. Asuma's heart sank as he suddenly felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. The movement of air felt like knives cutting into him. The touch injury technique inflicted pain as if one had been wounded by any form of contact. Even air or hair. Clearly, Kurenai would not allow Asuma to remain at such a basic level of suffering. She unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes aimed at Asuma's face. It hurts so much. I won't concede. Stop hitting my face. Please, no more. All right, I yield. I yield. Only after thoroughly transforming Asuma into a pig-headed figure did Kurenai finally cease her assault and dispel the Jinjutsu. Surveying the groaning Asuma, who clutched his head, Kurenai looked down from above and remarked, "You can't even defeat a weak girl like me. TSK. How truly weak you are. Thin dog." Chapter 71. The Diligent Genius. Hearing this, Asuma nearly spat blood. He wanted to retort, but faced with Kurenai's threatening fists, he cowered. Captain, how was that? I performed quite well, didn't I? Kurenai turned around, instantly adopting a different demeanor, cheerfully seeking praise from Jian like a little girl seeking affection from an older brother. It was hard for the crowd to reconcile the image of Kurenai, who had just mercilessly beaten Asuma, with the sweet smile she wore now. Jian gave Kurenai a thumbs up. "Kurenai, I am proud of you." Kurenai's face lit up with joy, her cheeks flushed with delight. "So, Dad, my growth hasn't disappointed you, has it?" She approached Jian Shinju, her face brimming with anticipation. However, Shinju could only smile wryly at her fierce demeanor. Was this really the same obedient and adorable daughter from over a month ago? She seemed more akin to Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. "Lord Jian, may I ask, just how strong is Kurenai now?" Jian Shinju inquired, his gaze fixed on Jian. This was also a question on the minds of many in the crowd. Sarutobi Asuma was undoubtedly no slouch, yet Kurenai had so effortlessly defeated him. Jian turned to Kurenai, his face beaming with a smile. I believe this question should be answered by Kurenai herself. Upon hearing this, Kurenai smiled mischievously. I can barely contend with special Janin. I know I am still quite weak, but I will continue to strive for improvement. The crowd couldn't help but stifle their laughter. How excessive, to be able to contend with special Janin at 11 years old, and you call that weak? How can others possibly keep up with that? This is not how one boasts. Even Kurenai had become so formidable. Feng Shuimin gazed upon the scene, and could not help but exclaim, "Jian, you once claimed you would not teach. Yet look now, your guidance has proven to be the most outstanding." Upon hearing this, Jian chuckled and replied, "Is that so? Ha ha ha. I haven't taught them much. It is their own diligence that has brought them here." At this, Feng Shuimin couldn't help but chuckle as well. Jian remained the same familiar Jian, his tone unchanged. However, the strength of Shiri Hong evoked a myriad of feelings among the onlookers. Many Jianin with children fervently hoped for the chance to receive guidance from Jian in the future. If even Shiri Hong could become so powerful, surely their offspring could too. Feng Shuimin shared this sentiment. Meanwhile, those who graduated alongside Shiri Hong, such as ninjutsu users like Dingzhu Lei and Uchiha Obito, felt a sense of urgency. Losing to Uchiha Shursui was not shameful, but being surpassed by a woman was something they could not accept. It would be too humiliating, of course, one who had already been bested by Shiri Hong. The little dog Sarutobi Asuma was not included in this discussion. Is there anyone else who wishes to spar? Jiraiya glanced at the crowd, noticing that Dingzhu Lei, Might Guy, and others remained silent, and thus concluded the contest. The primary purpose of this match was to ensure that the younger generation understood each other's strengths, allowing for better cooperation in future battles. It was a pity that they could not witness Guy in action. Jian sighed. He was quite curious to know what level of strength Guy had achieved with the aid of the 8 gates. Compared to Kakashi, he was even more intrigued by Might Guy's growth. "Do you hold Guy in such high regard as well?" Jiraiya asked, somewhat surprised. His impression of Might Guy was solely one of resilience. Hearing this, Jian responded, "There are 2 types of geniuses in this world. Those born with talent and those who achieve greatness through effort." He looked at Might Guy, who was currently arranging a duel with Kakashi, and a smile crept to his lips, for Guy belonged to the elite of hard-working geniuses. After years of dedication, the brilliance he would ultimately unleash may even surpass that of the naturally talented. After all, there is a saying, first comes the Emperor Guy, then the heavens. With one kick, Night Guy slays the divine. Jiraiya was taken aback, gazing at the somewhat goofy Might Guy. That child possesses such talent. He shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that he had indeed aged and could not keep pace with the vision of the younger generation. No wonder you have been able to train your subordinates to such formidable levels. One can only imagine that Might Guy, under Yejian's guidance, would also become exceptionally strong. The next day, after this battle concluded, I wish to engage in a serious match with you. Before departing, Wolfing Shuimin issued a challenge to Yejian. This was something he had long desired to do, but had never found the time. Very well, Yejian readily agreed. I look forward to this battle. I hope the potency of your new technique does not disappoint me. Following the conclusion of yesterday's match, Wolfing Shuimin indeed sought him out to inquire about the upgrade of the Rasengan that Yejian had mentioned earlier. Yejian then explained the intricacies of the spiraling sphere to Wolfing Shuimin. A prodigy of extraordinary talent, he mastered the spiraling sphere in less than 2 hours. Naturally, he could not breach Yejian's thunder armor. Nevertheless, Wolfing Shuimin was quite satisfied that in his eyes, Yejian was a monster, defying conventional understanding. Jiraiya held this technique in high regard, believing it to be even more terrifying than Yejian's Chidori. He continued to marvel at Yejian's formidable teaching abilities at the medical facility, as the vice-captain of the medical team. Yejian naturally assumed the role of commander for frontline medical ninjas. Thus, he immediately arrived at the medical facility to assess the condition of the injured, ensuring he was well informed to issue accurate orders. This bandage hasn't been changed in 2 days. Did the attending medical ninja fail to notice? Clearly, the medication was entirely unsuitable for the patient. How could such negligence have been overlooked? Your procedures are too chaotic. This is far too inefficient. I will reorganize them for you, and you shall follow my methods. Yejian was dissatisfied with the situation. There were numerous oversights that had exacerbated the conditions of some patients. Indeed, had it been anyone else, the head of the medical facility would have surely been quite resistant, as one of Tsunade's prized students, who would dare to criticize her. Not a chance. Yet Yejian was different. His medical skills surpassed hers, his status was higher, and he evidently possessed more experience. The directives Yejian issued were not to be disregarded. Well done. You have performed admirably. Yejian turned to his 10-year senior, Matsushita Keiko, and reassured her. Given the lack of experience during your first attempt, you have managed excellently. However, I must take responsibility for the patients, hence my strictness. Please do not take offense. If I have caused any offense, I apologize. As a superior, the means were rather straightforward, a blend of benevolence and authority, an eye for talent, and the courage to take responsibility. If one can achieve these 3 points, they can be considered a rather commendable leader. Upon hearing Yejian's words, Matsushita Keiko quickly waved her hands. No, you are absolutely right, senior brother. It was my oversight. Chapter 72. The Healing Master. Seeing this, Yejian nodded, as long as she was receptive to guidance. That was sufficient. He immediately dispatched a shadow clone to assist Matsushita Keiko in organizing the relevant procedural issues while he himself entered the critical care unit to begin treating key cases. These were individuals whose conditions had worsened due to delays in treatment. Izumi Kawashoyo, an ordinary chunin from Konoha, had been hospitalized due to a leg injury that affected critical tendons. However, to his dismay, his condition had not improved. Rather, it had deteriorated to life-threatening levels. From the discussions among the medical ninjas treating him, it seemed that amputation was the only option to save his life, rendering him incapable of continuing as a ninja. Alas, I seem to have no luck. If only Lord Yejian were here, I believe I could save my leg. Izumi Kawashoyo harbored no complaints that Konoha's medical system was already the best in the ninja world. For injuries like his, in other ninja villages, he likely would not have received timely treatment and would have perished. Yet the thought of his ninja career ending still brought him to despair. Why mourn so in your prime? Izumi Kawashoyo, right? At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted his thoughts. Initially, he wondered who would be so callous, joking when he was in such a dire situation. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he nearly leapt from his bed in shock, stammering, "Yejian-sama, what brings you here?" His words startled the other patients resting nearby. When they saw Yejian had indeed arrived, exclamations of surprise erupted. Many who had previously harbored murky, hopeless gazes suddenly sparkled with hope. Who is Yejian? He began studying medicine at the age of 7, rushed to the front lines to save lives by 8 and a half, and by the age of 10, had already possessed skills rivaling Tsunade. He created the extraordinary medical ninjutsu healing creation and healing annihilation, drastically reducing casualty rates on the Konoha front lines. Unless one was truly on the brink of death, he could devise a way to snatch them from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. He was the embodiment of life in the eyes of Konoha's ninjas. With someone of such caliber standing before them, how could hope not arise? Jian raised his hand, signaling for silence among the crowd. Since I am here, I shall not turn a blind eye to suffering. With a warm smile, he added, as long as it is within my capabilities, I assure everyone the best possible treatment outcomes. Hearing this, the crowd nodded repeatedly. Yejin-sama, we believe in you. Finally, we have awaited your arrival. Yejin-sama, your presence gives us confidence. Ha ha ha. Once I recover, I shall fight alongside Yejin-sama against the enemies. No one doubted Yejin's abilities. If he could not resolve it, then no one else could. Are you ready? Yejin inquired of the visibly excited Izumi Kawashoyo. Yes, Yejin-sama, I am ready. He trembled with excitement as he responded. Yejin smiled, administering the anesthetic before commencing his work. Cutting away the necrotic tissue, clear away the accumulated pus and blood from the wound, along with any remaining medication. After thoroughly disinfecting the area, clamp the ends of the ruptured blood vessels and remove the shattered vessels. Repair the nerves, reconnect the bones, and restore the muscles. Such a grievous injury that necessitated amputation is nothing but trivial in the hands of Jian. He proceeds with unwavering composure, exhibiting a methodical approach without a hint of hesitation. One can observe him occasionally employing delicate extraction techniques, skillfully combining his mastery of healing arts. The previously pallid countenance of the young man by the spring, known as Chuanbian Xiaolang, instantly regained color. Jian placed his fingers on the chakra points of Chuanbian Xiaolang's chest, releasing a strand of chakra. His body had been inactive for far too long, his nerves had weakened, and his blood vessels were obstructed, necessitating a stimulus to revitalize his bodily systems. Chuanbian Xiaolang experienced a tingling sensation and slight prickling, yet the overwhelming weakness dissipated swiftly, replaced by a remarkable sense of clarity. After stitching the final suture and employing his healing arts to accelerate recovery without further bleeding, Jian smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "All done. In a week, you shall be back to your lively self." Upon hearing these words, Chuanbian Xiaolang nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with excitement as the clouds of despair lifted entirely. "I am immensely grateful to you, beyond words," he exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. "There's no need for thanks. It is my duty to save lives." Jian replied with a smile. "I recall you well. You were the one who, at the front lines of Sunagakure, took down 3 enemies, only to be grievously injured by a poison strike to your abdomen. It was I who performed the surgery to save you." Hearing this, Chuanbian Xiaolang became even more animated, his voice trembling with emotion. "You remember me?" To have a figure of Yejian's stature recall his name filled him with honor. Yejian's voice was gentle, "Of course. I should not be so forgetful. As a leader, engaging with the grassroots ninjas about past experiences undoubtedly earns their respect and fosters camaraderie. Yejian's influence was palpable. It spread like wildfire. Truly, Jian is a different caliber of leader compared to others. Witnessing this, those around could not help but feel admiration. Such a high-ranking individual, so approachable yet so formidable. Who could not be inspired to follow him devotedly? "All right, now it's your turn. I remember you too. Your name is Lu Chuantaro. You once teamed up to eliminate a specially ranked jonin from Sunagakure. How are you faring on the front lines of Awagakure?" Jian approached another young ninja, preparing to tend to his abdominal wounds. Observing Lu Chuantaro's expression of excitement, Jian chatted amicably while administering treatment. As their conversation concluded, so too did the surgery. "Keep up the good work. I hope to hear more of your heroic deeds in the future." He patted Taro's shoulder, and under the gaze of the young man, filled with admiration and exhilaration, moved on to treat the next patient. Unsurprisingly, Jian could recall the names and experiences of nearly everyone present. Night fell swiftly, giving way to the early hours of the morning. Under the watchful eyes of those who respected and revered him, Jian completed surgeries for all, except for one individual, whose injuries were too severe, resulting in the complete failure of their chakra network and rendering them irrecoverable. The others would fully recover within 7 to 10 days, after arranging for appropriate medical ninjas to care for them. Jian proceeded to assess other injured individuals. After sharing casual banter and anecdotes, his affability garnered him yet another group of followers. Stepping out of the medical facility, Jian stretched, feeling a bit weary. Following his directives, the medical facility's operations were restructured, The previously chaotic environment transformed into a model of order. The medical ninjas felt the most significant impact. After implementing Jian's system, not only did their efficiency improve, but their burdens also lightened. Indeed, Jian is a model leader. They held deep admiration for him. Working under such a commander instilled a profound sense of security. Chapter 73. The scheme, Konoha's cold light must perish just as expected from you. Lad, in one afternoon, you've organized the medical facility so efficiently and treated critically wounded ninjas. With your management of the rear medical operations, the entire front line can now focus on defeating the enemy. Jiraiya remarked playfully from outside the tent. Of course, there was a statement he refrained from making. In merely an afternoon and a dawn, Jian not only established his authority but also earned the respect of his peers. Along with a cadre of followers, such prowess is truly remarkable. It is hard to believe that such seasoned tactics could emanate from a mere 14-year-old. Isn't that the very essence of my existence? Jian chuckled. While I engage in battle on the front lines, the rear medical operations must remain orderly. Otherwise, all the efforts Tsunade-sensei invested in establishing the medical ninjas would be in vain. He looked at Jiraiya, his expression turning serious. Since the last encounter with Minato left the Jinchuriki of the Four-Tails severely wounded, the IWA ninjas have been eerily quiet. With Minato gone, they should be poised to make a move. Jiraiya nodded. That guy should be making a move soon. He glanced at Jian, a sudden smile breaking across his face. However, with Minato gone, a more formidable monster has arrived. Jian. I imagine Inoki must be feeling quite troubled. Upon hearing this, Jian chuckled. I would indeed relish the opportunity to face him. Such a strong opponent is hard to come by. Different combat experiences bring unique pleasures. Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head and smile ruefully. Only you could utter such a sentiment. Others wouldn't view battling Inoki as a source of enjoyment. What a jest! Those who rise to the position of Kage during wartime are anything but simple. Half a day later, in the Tsuchike's office, numerous high-ranking officials gathered, the atmosphere palpably tense. Everyone, share your thoughts on the current situation at the front lines, Inoki implored, resting his chin on his hands as he surveyed the assembled leaders. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances but remained silent. What could they possibly say? They had initially thought that with the departure of Minato, their chances for a comeback were ripe. Yet, now they faced an even more formidable adversary. The cold light of Konoha, having witnessed the downfall of the third Raikage at his hands. They felt utterly hopeless against such a foe. What's the matter? Are you all so intimidated by just one Konoha cold light that you believe victory is unattainable? Inoki frowned at the silence. He snorted dismissively. What is this Konoha cold light after all? He is indeed powerful, but if we eliminate him, don't we regain our chances? This statement drew the attention of the assembly. Eliminate Konoha cold light? How do we achieve that? They pondered. Do not forget, when Minato left, he took with him an army of 10,000. His eyes gleamed with a chilling madness. Currently, Konoha consists of Jiraiya's 5,000 and Konoha cold light's 2,000. Totaling just 7,000. Even if we incorporate Tsunagekyu's 10,000 troops, what of it? Iwagakure can mobilize at least 25,000. He rose, surveying the room with a steely gaze. If we assassinate Konoha cold light, do you think Konoha will still stand a chance against us on the front lines? Moreover, once the Cloud Ninjas receive this news, they will no longer remain passive. They will reignite the flames of war. Inoki's demeanor sharpened as he slammed his hand on the table. That moment, Konoha will be engaged in simultaneous warfare with IWA, Humo, and Kiri. Despite Konoha's considerable strength, they will be dragged into the quagmire of war. If I can persuade Tsunagakure to join us at that time, his face bore a cunning glint of murderous intent. At that point, Konoha will be forced to contend with all four of the great ninja villages. No matter how powerful Konoha is, they cannot possibly triumph. Inoki's words stirred the crowd, and they began to display signs of interest. An elderly man with a scar on his right eye spoke up. Tsuchikage, are you suggesting we lure Konoha cold light into our trap? However, Inoki shook his head decisively, a smirk gracing his lips. Konoha cold light is far too astute. He likely won't fall for such a ruse. This time, I intend to wear him down on the battlefield. His gaze was fierce. This strategy was initially devised to deal with the third Raikage, but it is equally applicable to Konoha cold light. He slammed the table once more, his tone brimming with confidence. After this battle, the name Konoha cold light will be extinguished from the ninja world, no matter how powerful Konoha cold light may be. Can he truly stand alone against an army? If it is not feasible, then let it be 20,000. As long as he is willing to pay the price, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. 2 days later, at the front lines of Awagakure, what a remarkably handsome youth indeed. I never imagined that the renowned Konoha's cold light would be so young. Konoha truly is a splendid place, nurturing such exceptional shinobi like you. Back on the battlefield, you certainly caused us in Sunagakure no small amount of trouble. In the Alliance's main camp, Chiyo smiled as she gazed at the figure seated across from her, Yakumo, although her words were complimentary. They were laced with a concealed, intense killing intent. How could Chiyo not harbor such intent? The murderer of her brother stood right before her, and yet she could not take vengeance for her sibling. Once again, we meet, Lord Yakumo, Rasha greeted with a forced smile. Behind him stood a young ninja with piercing eyes, filled with animosity towards Yakumo, as if he wished to devour him whole. Yakumo turned to this individual, his smile radiant, and inquired, "Who might this be? I wonder why you regard me with such hostility. Do I have a grievance with you, my lord?" Upon hearing Yakumo's words, the young ninja gritted his teeth and replied, "My name is Maki." Yakumo raised an eyebrow, then chuckled, "My apologies, it appears I have been remiss, for it is indeed Lord Maki that I extend my deepest condolences regarding the sacrifices of your elder brother, Taki, and your second brother, Ryoki. At that time, we were adversaries, and in the struggle for survival, I was left with no choice but to act decisively." He bowed respectfully to Maki, asking for forgiveness for any offense caused. This Maki is, of course, the capable aide of Gaara from the original work, the only elite shinobi remaining in Sunagakure. His elder brother Taki perished at the hands of Konoha, while his second brother Ryoki met his demise at Yakumo's hands. Making his intense hatred towards Yakumo quite understandable, these words, Maki's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. He had no desire to accept Yakumo's apology. He only wished to avenge his brothers with a single strike. However, he could not. Yakumo turned to Rasha, his smile unwavering. "I trust that Lord Kazekage harbors no lingering resentment over such matters. Now that we are allies, we ought to set aside our past grievances and unite against our common foes. Would you not agree, Lord Kazekage?" Chapter 74. The mission at Kamikaze Bridge. Upon hearing this, Rasha inwardly cursed Yakumo for his utter shamelessness, so brazenly exposing their wounds and yet expecting them to overlook it. What a jest! However, given Konoha's formidable strength, any resentment they harbored could only be swallowed down with a smile. Rasha immediately responded with a grin. "Of course, Sunagakure and Konoha are now allies, and how could we still hold on to such matters?" He scolded Maki behind him, "Do not be disrespectful towards Lord Yakumo." Chiyo silently observed the unfolding events, her heart seething with disdain. What a spiteful little brat, unwilling to concede even an inch. She had merely provoked Yakumo slightly, only to receive a counterattack in return. Moreover, after having their wounds laid bare, they could only endure it. "Enough, Yakumo. Do not utter words that might hinder our unity," Jiraiya interjected at this moment. First rebuking Yakumo, then gently apologizing. "Yakumo is still young and speaks without discretion. Please do not take offense." While he said this, he internally reveled in delight. Back when Minato was alive, Sunagakure had not been so compliant, and he had endured considerable grievances, and now, he had finally found an opportunity to repay them. "No. No," Rasha replied with a smile, though inwardly he wished to curse. "Jiraiya, what are you pretending to be a good Samaritan for? Do please wipe that smile off your face before you apologize." "Very well. Let us proceed to discuss our battle plans." Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Iwagakure has remained quiet for quite some time, according to intelligence from our scouts. The IWA army has recently been quite active, likely preparing for war. This conflict should not be prolonged, as I believe both our sides yearn for a swift conclusion. He looked at Rasha, Lord Kazekage. "Based on our reliable intelligence, in 3 days' time, Iwagakure's logistical supplies will pass through Kamikaze Bridge. That I plan to seize this opportunity to cut off their supplies, and then both our forces will simultaneously advance, compelling the IWA ninjas to bring this war to an end. This task of disrupting their supplies requires a coordinated effort. One side will blow up Kamikaze Bridge to obstruct Iwagakure's transport routes, while the other side will annihilate their supply personnel. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Rasha inquired, "Is the intelligence reliable?" Rasha dreamed of securing a victory. Only then could his position as Kazekage be firmly established, and the shinobi beneath him would truly respect him. Jiraiya nodded. "The information was provided by our infiltrators within Iwagakure, and it is absolutely reliable. If Lord Kazekage has any doubts, Feel free to dispatch someone to verify its authenticity. Their intelligence regarding Iwagakure was derived from the covert network that Danzo had orchestrated. Although he harbored a strong dislike for Danzo, Jiraiya had to concede that Danzo possessed a remarkable talent for gathering intelligence. That would not be necessary. I have no doubts about Konoha's intelligence capabilities. Rasha waved his hand and smiled. In that case, let us discuss the details together. 2 hours later, Yakumo, the crucial task of sabotaging enemy supplies has been entrusted to you. Jiraiya stated, looking at Yakumo. Among those capable of executing this mission at the front lines, only Yakumo remains. The numerous Konoha shinobi all concurred with this. No problem. Yakumo agreed readily, though he had not anticipated that this task, originally meant for Minato, would now fall upon him. Hearing his words, Jiraiya chuckled. If Minato were here, perhaps this mission would not exist. However, whether you or he were to undertake this task, either would be fitting. In response, Yakumo simply smiled. In truth, Jiraiya did not grasp his meaning. What Yakumo meant to convey was that this mission originally belonged to Minato's team in the original story. After this war, 2 heroes of Konoha would emerge, Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha, who was supposed to have perished in this battle. It seems that the tragedy depicted in the original work will not occur again. Yakumo thought to himself, this is for the best. Without the masked man, there would be no Ninetales rampage in the future. Yet, why does it feel as though a vague sense of unease lingers? Taking a deep breath, Yakumo reflected that he had never experienced such a feeling during previous missions. Is it merely my imagination? Or have I been too fatigued lately? He pressed a hand against his chest, sensing a persistent, faint unease. The intelligence is undoubtedly accurate. I am thoroughly convinced. The information regarding Iwa's supply transport was personally confirmed by both him and Jiraiya. The informant was Konoha's spy, Kabuto Yakushi. Yakumo knew this man's capabilities well. While his strength might be barely adequate, his intelligence-gathering abilities were second to none. Moreover, as a precaution, Konoha had a rule that important enemy intelligence would be relayed by 2 spies, each providing corroborating information. Yet, both reports were consistent. This was something Yakumo had verified with Jiraiya, leaving no room for error. Perhaps it is merely fatigue manifesting as anxiety. He mused. At his current level of skill, he would possess a certain intuition regarding potential dangers. Thus, this was the source of his internal conflict. However, for safety's sake, after eliminating the IWA ninjas, he would still utilize a reconnaissance technique to verify the information. While a spy's intel could be fallible, the memories of IWA ninjas would be infallible. An hour later, Shursui, Genma, and Kurenai. Our mission this time is to disrupt the enemy supply lines. The difficulty is indeed considerable, but I have faith in your abilities. If executed properly, upon success, the war at the Iwagakure front will essentially come to an end. In Yakumo's tent, Uchiha Shursui, Nara Genma, and Yuhi Kurenai were summoned. Upon hearing Yakumo's words, Genma immediately displayed an expression of excitement. This sounds promising. Captain, it seems this is not a task to be completed easily, but that only adds to the thrill. His strength had improved considerably, and with Yakumo leading them, he would dare to raid the 4 great shinobi villages. Captain, what is our primary objective? Shursui, more composed, inquired about the mission details. Yakumo handed him a scroll. Take a look. The dangers we face this time are not to be underestimated. As the 3 of them looked on, Yugao couldn't help but recite, the god of destruction, Kamikaze Bridge, severing the supply lines of the rock shinobi. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. Didn't this resemble our initial assault on the weapons manufacturing facility in the hidden cloud village? We would soon witness our captain's might once again. Hearing this, Tobirama smiled and replied, Yugao, the content of this mission indeed bears resemblance to that previous one, yet the process is considerably more intricate, and its significance is far greater. Chapter 75. Infiltration, a rampage. Yugao chuckled. What does it matter? As long as I follow the captain in a battle, I'm eager to see whether the rock shinobi or the cloud shinobi are stronger. Uchiha Shursui also rolled up the scroll and remarked, with the captain leading us, this mission will undoubtedly succeed. It is truly marvelous that the war may conclude so swiftly. He felt that ending the conflict with minimal sacrifice was a commendable goal. Tobirama nodded. If that is the case, let us prepare at once. His eyes gleamed with determination. We depart at 8 this evening. The 3 nodded, excitement subtly radiating from their expressions. Upon exiting the tent, Might Guy was vigorously training with his team. Engaged in a rigorous practice session. It appeared that the recent encounter between Nara Shikaku and Kakashi had indeed spurred them on. Among them, the most diligent was Asuma Suratobi. Yet, upon catching sight of Yugao, He could not help but pale and evade her gaze, clearly haunted by a significant psychological shadow. As for Yugao, she remained oblivious to Asuma, her excitement palpable as she discussed the upcoming mission with Uchiha Shursui. Evidently, her occasional glances towards him suggested that she had developed feelings that it seemed that the romance between Asuma and Yugao from the original narrative was destined to be replaced. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shursui was undoubtedly a commendable alternative. Tobarama couldn't help but smile knowingly. Meanwhile, within the hidden rock village, Inoki was issuing commands. Old Z, Han, are you both clear about this mission? Inoki's gaze was sharp as he addressed the two. Not at all. They replied succinctly. Excellent. Huang Tu, Haiyan, you will lead 10,000 troops into battle with me. This time, I intend for the name Konoha's cold light to vanish entirely from the ninja world. That Inoki's eyes gleamed with madness. He had invested heavily to ensure the success of this mission. I cannot afford to lose this battle, nor will I. Just how ruthless was Inoki? To successfully ambush Tobarama without arousing his suspicion, he had completely divulged the essential routes of the Rock Shinobi supply convoy to Konoha's spies. Thus, the 3,000-strong transport unit would meet its demise at the hands of the enemy. His goal was to prevent Tobarama from suspecting an ambush during the mission. Once Tobarama let down his guard, he would lead his forces in a sudden assault, trapping Tobarama with overwhelming numbers. He was confident that his plan would succeed. To that end, he had thoroughly investigated Tobarama's background, including his ability to sense chakra. Since there are no issues, let us set forth. Inoki inhaled deeply. After this battle, our hidden rock village shall undoubtedly shake the ninja world. Little did Tobarama know of Inoki's madness. To eliminate him, the sacrifice of over 3,000 elite rock shinobi was deemed acceptable. After a day of arduous travel, the group successfully arrived near Kamikaze Bridge. Not far behind them lay a cluster of fallen rock shinobi, who were stationed as perimeter guards to alert against sudden attacks on their comrades above the bridge. According to the pre-battle conference, they were responsible for demolishing Kamikaze Bridge, while the transport convoy a few kilometers away would be handled by the Sand Shinobi. Tobarama unfolded a map and indicated the terrain. Outlining. To secure this area, the Hidden Rock Village has constructed a wall for enhanced vigilance. Behind that wall lies a camp with a total of 800 personnel, 1 jonin, 8 special jonin, 200 shunin. And the remainder are genin that we will split into 2 groups. I will deal with the enemies in the camp, while you will proceed to destroy the bridge. As Tobarama spoke, he suddenly recalled the existence of a bloodline limit ninja among the rock shinobi who possessed invisibility, and cautioned, though I will handle the majority of the foes in the camp, there will undoubtedly be hidden enemies on the bridge. Remain vigilant to avoid ambushes or putting your comrades in peril. Hearing this, Su Yang and the others nodded in agreement. After completing the mission, we will regroup here. If there are no further issues, let us depart. Uchiha Shursui and the others affirmed. In an instant, Tobarama transformed into a flash of lightning and dashed toward the lookout tower. Before the rock shinobi station there could utter a word, he clutched his throat and collapsed. However, the brilliant flash of lightning quickly caught the attention of the patrolling rock shinobi in the camp. Enemy attack. Before the patrolling shinobi could react, a barrage of kunai flew through the air like bullets, ruthlessly piercing their chests. Go. Uchiha Shursui and his companions immediately infiltrated. Meanwhile, Tobarama landed within the camp, triggering a wave of chaos. A multitude of rock shinobi rushed out from within, surrounding him. You little brat, how dare you kill so many of us in one go? You won't escape today, one shouted. Stop talking and kill him. His accomplices have already rushed toward the bridge to sabotage it. Another added, indeed, kill him. Let him know our might for daring to storm our camp with 4 people. Arrogant brat, you shall pay for your hubris. Hearing these words, Tobarama smirked, revealing a mocking expression. Kill me? How amusing. If you can, then by all means, give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, his lightning blade radiating a terrifying glow. An aura of lethal intent bursting forth. You scoundrel! A bald-headed rock shinobi swung a furious punch, but Tobarama effortlessly severed his arm with a single strike and sent him flying. Impossible! Captain Sasuke was defeated in an instant. How can this guy be so powerful? The surrounding rock shinobi's expressions shifted dramatically, astonished by Tobarama's overwhelming strength. Weren't you going to kill me? What happened? Tobarama appeared like a specter behind a group of rock shinobi, mercilessly swinging his blade. Are you planning to kill me with mere words? No. Faced with the icy blade, the group of rock shinobi screamed in terror, yet their fate was sealed as they fell. Wide-eyed in horror. You bastard. Behind Tobarama, a robust rock shinobi, his right arm encased in solid rock, thrust his fist towards Tobirama, roaring, "Die." The surrounding rock shinobi expressed exhilaration, envisioning the gruesome scene of Tobirama's demise. "You are far too weak." Tobirama did not evade. Instead, he effortlessly grasped the fist. "Impossible. What kind of monster is this?" He actually caught Captain Para's punch. Para's punch weighs at least 5,000 pounds. Chapter 76, Mission Accomplished. Tobirama's speculation. The surrounding rock shinobi were horrified. But Para was even more astonished. He felt as if he had struck an immovable wall, utterly unable to affect the person before him. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he hastily retreated. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Tobirama's voice suddenly echoed behind Para, who felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, a lightning blade pierced through his chest. The speed of the lightning blade was astonishing, its power terrifying. A dreadful realization struck him. He gasped, his pupils constricting in fear, and bellowed with all his might, "Run! This guy is Konoha's cold light." As soon as those words escaped his lips, the rock shinobi around him froze in shock. Then, terror filled their eyes, and their faces turned pale. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed in the air. The rock shinobi felt an icy dread wash over them, their bodies as heavy as lead, unable to move. In their hearts, they screamed in horror, questioning why they had failed to recognize this monster sooner. It was over. They were absolutely doomed. How could they possibly stand against this individual? This was the very being who had obliterated the third Reikage. Their meager strength was utterly insufficient. "Run! Run!" The team leader, Jian, let out a desperate roar, his voice brimming with panic and fear, gazing at the young man before him, clad in a white coat over a rugged battle uniform. Despair consumed his heart. How could they encounter such an adversary? And why had they received no prior warning? The surrounding, awakened from their stupor, erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Escape? Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Did they truly underestimate him? In the next instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging into the throng. Instantly, accompanied by a pale flash of lightning, splashes of blood erupted in the air, that fell like wheat. With not a single survivor left, like a harbinger of death, he danced left and right, leaving behind only a handful of living souls. The Jian's cries of despair echoed, yet in the next moment, Jian, embodying the lightning, zipped past him. A crimson gash appeared on his neck. Gasping in terror, he clutched at his throat, desperately reaching for something, only to let his hand fall helplessly. "If you don't run, I won't find it so easy to eliminate you." After all, there were 800 ninjas, including one Jian. Even Jian, no matter how formidable, would require a minute to deal with them. Alas, they were paralyzed with fear. Activating his sensory technique, he found a few survivors. No. In the chilling light, the last survivor also fell. The entire camp had transformed into a crimson hell. Dispatching a shadow clone for vigilance, Jian approached the Jian's corpse. Consciousness probing technique, he pressed his index and middle fingers against the Jian's forehead, invading his mind. Let me see if this mission is truly a trap. The feeling of dread lingered, intensifying as he neared the. Jian felt that it wasn't merely fatigue. This mission was indeed suspicious. However, as his probing deepened, his brows furrowed tightly. There were no anomalies found within the Jian's memories. How could there be no anomalies? Was it truly just an illusion born of exhaustion? Jian sensed something amiss. Yet, the facts indicated that this mission posed no issue. Be cautious on the way back, since half of the mission was complete and no abnormalities had been discovered. The source of his unease must be hidden along the return path. Could it be that intended to ambush him along the way? Jian speculated, but if that were the case, the Jian should have been aware. Do not underestimate this Jian merely because he appeared weak in his hands. It was due to Jian's overwhelming speed and renown that the Jian had lost his will to resist. In any ninja village, a Jian represented the absolute backbone. Any significant decision would be known to them. If this Jian was unaware, only two possibilities remained. Either had genuinely not anticipated that the information about the supply transport would reach, or he had deliberately leaked it to lure him into executing this task, intending to ambush him midway. Furthermore, to maintain secrecy, might not hesitate to sacrifice the entire transport team. If were to set a trap for Jian, he would undoubtedly investigate all of Jian's capabilities to prevent Jian from discovering any information about the ambush from this mines upon his arrival at. They had been treated as sacrificial pawns. If this were indeed the case, then was truly ruthless. Jian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Yet, upon reflection, it was no surprise that someone closely associated with would engage in such treachery. it seemed prudent to exercise caution on the return journey. A cautious approach ensures longevity. Yet, was this faint sense of foreboding a manifestation of his abilities, or merely a heightened intuition towards unforeseen dangers? A byproduct of his newfound strength? Jian had never experienced such feelings before. He needed an answer, and this answer could be provided by the system. Host has not miscalculated. This is indeed a capability of. It allows for the sensing and predicting of crises. Upon hearing this, Jian nodded, finding it to be true. Just then, a shadow clone of rushed over. Captain, the 100 enemies on the bridge have been entirely dealt with. We can demolish the bridge. Hearing this, Jian was somewhat astonished by the efficiency of and his companions. Had they truly completed it so swiftly? However, upon reflection, it made sense. Speed now approached 70% of his own. He had also mastered the art of high-speed assassination quite well, coupled with the assistance of, and it was reasonable that the enemies would have been resolved within half an hour. All right, let us proceed. Demolishing the bridge was straightforward. Just affix the explosive tags to the bridge's supports and detonate them. Half an hour later, boom, accompanied by a towering inferno and a terrifying tremor, that collapsed with a resounding crash. The supply line was severed. Captain, should we go support the? Inquired. They surely must be finding it difficult to eliminate so many enemies as swiftly as you did. Given the commotion we've caused, the army will undoubtedly take notice. If we don't quickly deal with the enemies and retreat, we might find ourselves surrounded. At that point, we would be at a disadvantage against their accusations. Upon hearing's words, Jian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then replied, rest assured, they too are likely nearing the end of their battle. In response to his confusion, Jian cast a glance at the three, stating, to ensure the success of our mission, our Wind Shadow has personally intervened. His bloodline limit was exceedingly formidable in group combat. Chapter 77, The Terrifying Youth. Indeed, just as Jian had predicted, when he and the three arrived at the scene, only 200 to 300 were left desperately holding on. Wind Shadow, do you mind if my subordinates join in? Jian asked, standing atop a branch like an otherworldly deity. Of course, naturally did not wish to offend Jian and also sought to gauge the strength of his subordinates. Thus, he could gain a general understanding of the abilities of the younger generation from. However, the Jian beside couldn't help but frown, saying unkindly, let me make this clear. If your subordinate's incompetence allows the enemy to escape, you will bear the consequences. Although they were cooperating with, it did not imply that they would treat Jian, a past adversary, with any kindness. Upon hearing this, Jian smiled confidently. That is only natural. However, he turned to the several Jian, his fierce aura suddenly sweeping over them, and said coolly, next time, I hope you will voice such concerns before the Wind Shadow has given his consent. Since the Wind Shadow has agreed without objection, do you still wish to chatter on, thinking that I, Jian, am easy to bully? Faced with Jian's terrifying aura, the Jian could not help but turn pale. It felt as if the scythe of death was poised at their throats, leaving them utterly devoid of the will to resist. Just as was about to speak, hoping Jian would spare these men, Jian retracted his aura and instructed and the others, go. This left feeling somewhat frustrated. Was he truly that inconsequential? Watching the trio of join the fray, they could not help but erupt in anger. How arrogant! How dare they look down on us by sending a few kids to fight? This is truly intolerable. Very well, let us see what these three youngsters are capable of. Let us attack together. Immediately, a group of charged toward and his companions. You brats, prepare to die. One of them with a pockmarked face bellowed, launching a. Instantly, a multitude of sharp stone spears erupted from the ground, piercing through, who had no time to react. Ha ha! Is that all? The pockmarked middle ninja laughed heartily, his face filled with disdain. Just as he was about to mock Jian's subordinates for their inadequacy, a sudden shriek came from behind him. Watch out. The pockmarked ninja was taken aback and quickly turned around, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes staring back at him. Sharingan. The Nin was struck with a profound shock, but just as the thought of retreating emerged, an excruciating pain surged from below the abdomen. Uchiha Shursui swiftly drew his long blade and had already retreated. Something was amiss. This Uchiha boy was extraordinary. Let's attack together. Witnessing a Nin fall to Uchiha Shursui's prowess, the rock ninjas gasped in astonishment. Faced with the advancing Uchiha Shursui, they promptly resolved to launch a collective assault. You little brat, you will soon learn the extent of our might. 4 or 5 Nin. Their faces contorted with ferocity, hastily formed hand seals, exclaiming, let us see how you evade this. However, Uchiha Shursui suddenly glared fiercely, his Sharingan Genjutsu. The 4 or 5 rock ninjas felt a sharp pain in their heads. All hand seals disrupted, and they gasped in horror. Not good. But before they could finish their words, they were rendered voiceless. Uchiha Shursui flashed past, swiftly severing the throats of all 5. Impossible. The 5 fell to the ground, their eyes still wide in disbelief. They could not accept this reality. Hiss! The surrounding rock ninjas felt a wave of dread wash over them. They finally realized that Uchiha Shursui was formidable, far stronger than they had anticipated. Even the sand ninjas were taken aback. Against Nin, Uchiha Shursui displayed a slaughtering demeanor that was utterly unmatched. You little brat, perish! A particularly powerful Nin surged forward, intent on eliminating Uchiha Shursui. The sand ninjas anticipated with bated breath, eager to see how Uchiha Shursui would respond to such an adversary. Swish! Uchiha Shursui swung his sword with ferocity, accompanied by a resounding clash of metal. The advancing rock ninja was sent flying. What? The sand ninjas stared in shock, their eyes wide. Yet what astonished them even more was yet to come. They barely saw Uchiha Shursui form any seals before he inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of chakra that erupted in a terrifying blast of flames. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. The Rock Village's special Nin had no chance to react, pierced through the chest by the flames. Collapsing lifelessly. Gulp. The sheer terror of Uchiha Shursui's might left the sand ninjas feeling a chill run down their spines. They had initially thought that with Uchiha Shursui so powerful, the other 2 would surely be less impressive. After all, it was a common rule in the ninja world for one genius to be paired with 2 mediocrities. However, reality was starkly different. Uchiha Shursui was strong, and so was Nara Shikamaru. Surely you can't tell me that this young girl is equally terrifying. The sand ninjas couldn't help but glance at Yuhi Kurenai. Observing her retreating from the incoming special Nin, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she is not that monstrous. Otherwise, their hearts would truly be unable to bear it. But, could it be that the younger generation of Konoha is all this formidable? Raza watched Yui Kurenai, his eyes narrowing slightly, though she was avoiding the special Nin's attacks. Her opponent had no means to counter her. Previously, she had already dispatched several Nin, making her a force to be reckoned with. This thought cast a shadow over Raza's mind. Konoha remained the same Konoha, perpetually a cradle of talent, with strong warriors emerging in droves. Most concerning was his gaze shifting to Yagami, deepening the gloom within him. His existence alone could instill unease across all ninja villages. How could they not feel anxious? With a monster like Yagami stationed in Konoha, and so many powerful young ninjas, once they matured, they could very well recreate the era of the first Hokage, giving Konoha overwhelming strength surpassing the other 4 ninja villages. At that time, should Konoha wish to obliterate them, it would not be an impossible feat. For the 4 great ninja villages to ensure their survival, they would have no choice but to ally. Yet, he understood well that such an alliance, fraught with ulterior motives, would not endure. Raza felt a profound concern for the future dynamics of the ninja world. 10 minutes later, all the rock ninjas had been annihilated. The sand ninjas no longer dared to underestimate Uchiha Shursui and his companions, now regarding them on equal footing. It seemed that the day of war's conclusion was not far off. What do you think? Lord Yagami. Raza invoked his abilities to bury all the corpses, addressing Yagami beside him. I concur. Yagami replied with a radiant smile. Our supply lines have been cut, and the transport personnel eliminated. The Rock Ninja Army cannot hold out much longer. However, this matter is of no concern to me. My sole duty is to eliminate the enemy, and for those discussions, it is best left to Lord Gaara and Jiraiya-sensei. Raza remarked, Lord Yagami, you jest. You are an indispensable presence on the front lines, and your opinions are immensely valuable. After exchanging mutual praises, they set off on their return journey. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, atop a cliff, Lord Sasuke, we will surely succeed. 1 Twi. Kairi stared at the rising black smoke in the distance. Clenching his fists in anguish, Tio lured Yagami into a trap. They had sacrificed the entire transport squad and the rock ninjas stationed at the Shimuken Bridge. The cost was undeniably steep. Should Yagami escape under such circumstances, it would not only cause Noki to bleed from the mouth, but would also be a personal loss for him. It must succeed. It absolutely must. Naka's face was etched with murderous intent. His voice grave. This shall be the burial ground for Konoha's cold light. After today, this name shall no longer exist in the ninja world. He took a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions. Inquiring, how are the necessary preparations proceeding? His gaze was frigid, I expect no oversights. Konoha's cold light must not discover anything amiss and evade our grasp. Understood. Kairi nodded earnestly. That is guaranteed. If there is an oversight, I shall take my own life in atonement. His eyes mirrored the ice-cold resolve. The concealed barriers, troop deployments, and the natural sound simulations, as well as the breath-concealing measures, have all been meticulously confirmed at as long as there are no orders from you. This area will appear as an ordinary mountainous expanse, with no signs of abnormality. Noki nodded, confident in Kairi's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such a crucial task to him. Lord Sasuke. The target is 10 kilometers away. Expected to arrive in 30 minutes. At that moment, a sensory ninja reported. The operation begins. Noki inhaled deeply, instinctively clenching his fists. The final moment has arrived. Instantly, the overwhelming aura of death that had enveloped the entire mountain range dissipated. The sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing filled the air. Only pairs of icy eyes remained, fixated on the road below. Half an hour later, just as Yagami was fully engrossed in his swift journey, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of dread and came to an abrupt halt. What's wrong, Captain? Uchiha Shursui, upon noticing the ominous expression on Yejian's face, immediately became alert. Little did he know that this very action nearly provoked Inoki, who was 500 meters away, to issue a command for an attack. Yejin-sama, have you discovered something amiss? Rasha inquired curiously. Kazekage-sama, do you not sense a sense of foreboding? Yejin directed his gaze towards Rasha. As fellow strong individuals, they ought to possess a keen intuition for danger. The sense of foreboding. Rasha shook his head dismissively, replying, Yejin-sama, are you being overly cautious? Just look at the surrounding low mountains. Do they appear to be a suitable place for an ambush? Moreover, the only villages aware of our mission here are yours and mine. Yes, I, Rasha, harbor grievances against you, but I do not possess the confidence to set a trap that would elude your intelligence operatives. Furthermore, observe the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects around us. If there were truly an ambush, there would be a sense of oppression, yet do you feel such a thing now? Indeed, just as he stated, Uchiha Shursui felt no oppressive aura whatsoever. Kazekage-sama, you make a valid point. However, I still believe it is better to exercise caution. He promptly closed his eyes and activated his sensory technique. Thanks to the enhancement in chakra quality, the range of his sensory abilities had significantly increased. Yet, his brows furrowed in dismay as he sensed no abnormalities. Is it truly just my delusion? But what accounts for this persistent sense of foreboding? Well then, Yejin-sama, shall we conclude that it is merely your imagination? Upon witnessing Yejin's troubled expression, Rasha couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It seemed even the renowned Konoha's cold light could occasionally falter. After all, he was merely a 14-year-old child, far inferior to my maturity, Rasha thought to himself, though outwardly he showed no sign of his inner triumph. Perhaps it truly is my illusion. Yejin exhaled deeply, suggesting they continue their journey. Upon hearing this, several sand ninjas displayed a hint of mockery, which quickly faded. They were already quite satisfied to witness Yejin's embarrassment. Meanwhile, Inoki, hidden away, also let out a sigh of relief. He had never anticipated Yejin would be so perceptive. Fortunately, he had adequately prepared and isolated his presence with a barrier. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. However, this only solidified Inoki's resolve to eliminate Yejin. Allowing such a monster to exist would surely become a pressing concern. No, wait. Just as they were 100 meters away from the ambush circle set by Inoki, Yejin halted once more. What is it now? Yejin-sama, do you wish to claim there is an ambush again? Rasha teased, having just conducted a reconnaissance. Do you truly doubt your own abilities? Chapter 79, The Frenzied Inoki. Yejin ignored his ridicule, stating solemnly, Kazekage-sama, might you use a ninjutsu to disturb the soil of the mountain ahead? This nearly tangible sense of foreboding could not merely be a figment of his imagination. Yejin-sama, think carefully. Should there be no enemies present, you would indeed be humiliated. Rasha's words were laced with derision. Yejin frowned. I am quite certain. Please proceed. Rasha, unable to suppress a mocking shake of his head, was just about to act when Inoki, hidden in the shadows, issued an attack command. He understood that if Rasha took action, his carefully laid plans would be disrupted, potentially allowing Yejin and his companions to escape the encirclement. At that moment, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Damn that Konoha's cold light. How could he be so astute? Inoki gritted his teeth in frustration. Despite concealing his intentions so deeply, he had still been detected. Such a prodigy must be eliminated today. even at the cost of his own life. Kill. With Inoki's fierce command, countless rock ninjas sprang forth from all directions, a seemingly endless tide of heads. The earth trembled beneath them, the terrifying sound of their march and battle cries resonating with earth-shattering might. The surroundings were instantly shrouded in darkness, an overwhelming aura of brutality pressing down upon them. Just the sheer presence of it made Rasha swallow hard, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. This scene, akin to a torrent of steel, left no one composed. How is this posture prowess is truly extraordinary. With you in Konoha, it is destined to become a formidable force in the future, a prospect I find most unwelcome. Upon hearing these words, the sand shinobi behind him immediately fixed their gaze upon Jian, their expressions betraying a sense of delight. They had allowed you to be arrogant before, but now they intended to reclaim their pride. Luo Sha, are you not concerned that after the IWA shinobi eliminate me, they will turn on you as well? At that point, the Sunagakure will be left leaderless, becoming mere prey for a Wagakure, Jian remarked with a hint of mockery. As if he had anticipated this very scenario, this caused Luo Sha's expression to shift once more, prompting him to glance at Onoki. In response, Inoki laughed heartily, declaring, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall allow you to depart unimpeded. Without coercing you to join our ranks, you need only maintain stability in Konoha until I issue the command to attack. He regarded Luo Sha, adding, at that time, you need not worry about me turning against you. Luo Sha nodded in agreement, his gaze now fixated on Uchiha Shisui and his companions. Undoubtedly, he aimed to eliminate Uchiha Shisui's trio to prevent any information from leaking. Chapter 80. 1 against 15,000. It seems today will indeed be a fight to the death. This outcome was not unexpected for him. As it was an inevitable occurrence, he formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone. Shisui, are you prepared? Whether I survive now rests in your hands. Jian unsheathed his long blade, enveloped in a shroud of lightning. Captain, you must hold on until we arrive. Uchiha Shisui's crimson eyes were filled with overwhelming sorrow. Yet he failed to notice that his right eye's three tomo were beginning to merge. Was he on the verge of awakening the Manjikyu? Jian inwardly chuckled, knowing the conditions for such an awakening were rather ominous, as they hinged upon his own life and death. Nevertheless, the prospect of having a 10-year-old Manjikyu subordinate certainly filled him with a sense of accomplishment. For the sake of witnessing Shisui awaken his Manjikyu, he resolved to survive today. With Konoha's cold light, what further struggle remains? Do you truly believe there is a path to survival? Inoki scoffed, observing Jian's movements in his eyes. Jian was already a dead man. He could hardly believe that, unless Hashirama Senju were to revive, another shinobi could withstand such a grand scale of assault. Ha ha ha. Inoki, how can you know it won't work unless you try? Jian, resembling a god of thunder, wore a confident smile upon his lips. Shisui, I am charging in now. The subsequent rescue will be entrusted to you. As he spoke, Jian's shadow clone was simultaneously enveloped in lightning. This way, it would not easily succumb to attacks, and could escort Uchiha Shisui and his companions to safety. This was also the reason Jian was willing to expend half of his chakra. My main body can utilize the 100 healings technique. My shadow clone can as well. Ha ha ha. To be facing death and still daring to divide my chakra to create a shadow clone. Are you not courting your own demise? Inoki grinned broadly, asserting, you are neither a tailed beast host, nor do you possess any particularly special constitution. Your chakra reserves are likely not vast. He found Jian's actions utterly foolish. Foolish? Jian's main body laughed. I hope you continue to think that way. With that, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, fiercely charging at the IWA shinobi. Everyone, be alert. He is coming. An Iwagakure Jonin shouted, his voice trembling with fear. They might have believed Jian would perish today, but that did not equate to underestimating him. That it was precisely because they understood the terror he embodied that they had mobilized an army of 15,000 to intercept him. Faced with this deathly adversary, how could they remain calm? Earth style, flying rock bullet. Earth style, ground spike. Earth style, iron cannon. Earth style, earth flow cutter. Instantly, the sky filled with flying rocks like cannonballs raining down. A multitude of sharp stone spears erupted from the ground, creating a veritable prison of rock, offering no hope of escape. The earth before Jian even rose up, forming a massive barrier that completely obstructed his path. Go! Jian's shadow clone immediately led Uchiha Shisui and the others in retreat from another direction. Captain, please don't die. You must wait for us to return. Yuhi Kurenai cast one last glance at Jian. who had already plunged into the ranks of the IWA shinobi, her voice filled with desperation. Do not let him escape, Luosha commanded, manipulating the earth to create a colossal wave of soil to block their path. Yet, Pucci, Yejian's shadow clone, swiftly severed it with a single stroke, instructing Uchiha Shursui, "Just run. The faster you reach the front lines for assistance, the greater my chances of survival." Yuhi Kurenai's expression turned to one of anguish. However, Uchiha Shursui decisively made a judgment, pulling the hesitant Nara Shikamaru and Yuhi Kurenai to flee. Yet, blood tears began to flow from his eyes, his heart turbulent with emotion. "Captain, please survive until reinforcements arrive. I beg you." His right eye spun rapidly, showing signs of merging. "Do not think we will allow you to succeed. Do you truly believe that our 15,000-strong army is merely idle? Foolish child, to think you could escape from us without following the main body of Konoha's cold light." The IWA shinobi sneered derisively at Uchiha Shursui's trio as they attempted to break through. "Is that so?" A voice from Yejian's shadow clone suddenly echoed, infused with uncontainable ferocity. "Then why not test this technique and see for yourselves?" With that, he unleashed a terrifying surge of lightning that shot skyward. Lightning style, heavenly thunder strike. Had there been cloud shinobi present, they would have immediately called for everyone to retreat. Alas, only the IWA shinobi of the Earth Country remained. Inoki might have heard relevant rumors, but even if he reacted promptly and commanded the IWA, a shinobi, to withdraw, they were still taken aback and unable to respond in time. Thus, when the thunderous roar erupted, the IWA shinobi, despite sensing an unprecedented tremor and realizing the gravity of the situation, found it too late to evade. The sky darkened completely, and the lightning raged, its scale nearly divine. Swish, swish, swish. A torrential downpour of lightning spears cascaded down, their speed unparalleled and penetrating power unimaginable, engulfing all the IWA shinobi in the direction of Uchiha Shursui and his companions. Puff. What does it mean for life to be as insignificant as grass? For all things to be mere ants, those who witnessed this scene would forever carry a profound understanding of that concept. No, I do not wish to die. In the blink of an eye, the army was torn apart, leaving behind a massive breach. Countless IWA shinobi lay dead, their faces twisted in terror, eyes wide open as if they were dark hills. Those who beheld this sight felt a chill in their hearts, unable to suppress the fear surging within. Gulp. The remaining IWA shinobi trembled, their limbs growing cold as they instinctively took steps back. Run. Yet Uchiha Shursui had no time for shock. He grasped the stunned Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikamaru, rushing toward the expansive breach that stretched hundreds of meters. He could not afford to waste the opportunity Yejian's shadow clone had painstakingly created. He could clearly see that the clone had dimmed slightly after delivering such a blow. If they did not leave now, and the IWA shinobi reacted, all of Yejian's efforts would be in vain. Still, the sorrow and despair in his heart deepened. In the face of such a terrifying onslaught, no matter how powerful Yejian was, could he truly withstand until they summoned reinforcements? He saw no glimmer of hope. He had no idea what kind of terrifying power would be needed to confront an enemy of this magnitude. Chapter 81. The Battle of Monsters. Quick, stop him. Inoki was equally astounded by Yejian's terrifying offensive capabilities. However, upon witnessing Uchiha Shursui and the others attempting to flee, he quickly shouted orders, directing the already bewildered IWA shinobi to obstruct their escape. Yet, it was evident, in the face of such a divine-level assault, the average IWA shinobi had long since lost their wits. Only the elite shinobi, particularly the Jounin, were able to respond swiftly. "You vile fiend. I shall not allow you to succeed." With a fierce expression, Inoki shouted, "Earth style, earth flow wall." A wall as tall and thick as a small mountain instantly rose to block Uchiha Shursui and his companion's path. "Haha, let me personally crush your skulls." The five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, propelled forward like a phantom, arriving before Uchiha Shursui and his companions. What? Uchiha Shursui felt his very soul quiver, his visage instantly paling to a ghastly white. The sheer force of Han's punch caused the air itself to tremble, moving with an unparalleled velocity. There was no escape. He was utterly unable to react. A wave of despair surged within him as he gritted his teeth in defiance. Is this truly where I am to meet my end? The darkness of hopelessness enveloped him as Han's fist loomed large before his eyes. Yet, whatever the distance, get away from me. Suddenly, the furious shout of the shadow clone of Yejian pierced his ears. It was as if a fist had struck the very fabric of space, causing the air to stutter, and the heavens themselves seemed on the verge of upheaval. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed, resonating through the soul as Han. The five-tails Jinchuriki was sent flying without resistance, crashing into the ranks of the IWA ninja like a powerful cannonball. In an instant, the IWA ninja forces were thrown into disarray. The sounds of bones cracking and shattering mingled with the cries of agony that rose in a tumultuous chorus. How could Han, renowned for his strength, be sent flying so easily? Witnessing this scene, even the likes of Lus and Raza were struck with astonishment. This was the five-tails Jinchuriki, a weapon of war, a being that instilled fear in countless hearts. Yet he had been so effortlessly dispatched by a mere shadow clone. Was this power not rather absurdly overwhelming? Shursui, we must go. However, the shadow clone of Jian had no time to wait for their astonishment to subside. Thoughts from his main body compelled him to activate the 100 Heroes technique, urgently seeking to escort Uchiha Shursui and his companions to safety. Otherwise, the distinction between friend and foe would soon blur. Whoosh! Uchiha Shursui hesitated not for a moment. After a deep sigh that alleviated the sense of helplessness within him, he swiftly employed the body flicker technique to make their escape. The IWA ninja, forming a human wall on either side, merely watched as they departed, none daring to strike. Quick, pursue. Raza, having regained his composure from the initial shock, immediately set off in hot pursuit. Before him lay two paths. One was to reach Uchiha Shursui and inform Konoha, gaining Jiraiya's trust, and summon reinforcements to eliminate Inoki and the 15,000 IWA ninja. Thus, he and Konoha would emerge victorious in this battle, reaping substantial rewards in the aftermath. The other was to stop Uchiha Shursui from reaching Konoha, extinguishing them mid-journey, thereby proceeding as Inoki had instructed. In that case, Sunigakure would still be the victor, and the benefits would remain plentiful. Yet, at this moment, he felt he had but one course of action. Raza's gaze hardened with resolve. That was to eliminate Uchiha Shursui and his two companions. He could indeed choose the first option, which promised considerable gains. However, as the Kazekage, the leader of Sunigakure, if he were to act inconsistently, what credibility would he retain? Already lacking in authority. Even if he led Sunigakure to victory in this conflict, he would leave an impression of untrustworthiness and fickleness among his subordinates. How could such a person earn the recognition of those within Sunigakure, garner their loyalty, and solidify his position as Kazekage? No one would wish to follow a leader devoid of integrity. Lightning release. Kirin, faced with Raza's pursuit, the shadow clone of Jian again raised his voice toward the heavens. Raza's expression shifted dramatically. An unimaginable wave of dread crashing upon him, heavy and frigid. He felt akin to an ant, destined to accept a merciless judgment, meted out with death. Retreat. Raza swiftly withdrew, enveloping his subordinates in sand as he hastily retreated. Does the esteemed Kazekage fall for such tricks so easily? Yet, at the very moment he began to retreat, the sense of impending doom evaporated. Only the cold, mocking voice of the shadow clone of Jian remained. In a flash, the shadow clone seized Uchiha Shursui and his companions, swiftly vanishing like a streak of cold light. You despicable fiend! Raza's face flushed crimson with rage as he felt an unprecedented humiliation. In front of so many, he had been toyed with by Jian's shadow clone, utterly disgraced. Yet he understood his predicament. If he lingered any longer, Inoki might very well change his mind and leave him behind. His body encased once more in tightly bound sand, he surged like a tidal wave toward the nearest exit, desperate to flee this place of turmoil. Lord Sasuke, should we? A nearby ninja at Inoki's side revealed a flicker of intent. His gaze sharp, Inoki shook his head. No need to complicate matters. The recent battle had imparted a crucial lesson. His understanding of Jian's strength remained insufficiently detailed. Retaining Raza might jeopardize his plans to eliminate Jian. Truly, a monster capable of slaying the third Raikage. Even a shadow clone emanated such terror. Inoki's eyes turned icy. The more formidable the foe, the more resolute he felt in his resolve to vanquish him. Meanwhile, Han surged forth once more, his eyes blazing with rage as he roared towards Jian. It hurts, you bastard. You have angered me. Han, towering and engulfed in fury, resembled a fearsome beast, unleashing a ferocious and searing power. Boil release. Steam burst. Terrifying steam erupted from his body, shattering the ground beneath him, sending nearby Chunin tumbling as they were blasted away by the force of the steam. Die, you wretch. In an instant, Han was upon Jian, charging like a frenzied bomb, his head leading the assault, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, the sheer force distorting the very fabric of space. Whoosh, just a moment ago. Jian had been engaged in combat with the IWA ninja, yet the next instant, he vanished from Han's sight. bang, Han collided with the IWA ninja ranks, sending a vast number flying. Blood spewing forth as terrified screams echoed around him. Bones were broken, organs shattered, and burns inflicted. Upon counting, it turned out there were several hundred casualties. Chapter 82. Destined ninja. Ah, you bastard. If you have the audacity, don't hide. Han glared at this scene, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Ha ha ha, why would I hide? Jian chuckled mockingly, his th faced with a terrifying force akin to a natural disaster. The ordinary rock ninjas found themselves utterly powerless, swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming onslaught. A single, anguished cry escaped their lips before they were mercilessly stripped of their lives under the crushing pressure. When the chaos finally subsided, all that remained was a gaping pit, surrounded by a grotesque array of contorted corpses. Charred and lifeless, countless rock ninjas swallowed in fear, their bodies trembling in terror. This was a level of power beyond our capacity to confront. Could we truly vanquish such a foe? Doubts began to creep in. Fear not, Huang Tu proclaimed, his face betraying a mix of apprehension and grim amusement. The more he unleashed powerful jutsu, the more it revealed his fear of being overwhelmed by our numbers, having executed several formidable techniques. One could only wonder how much chakra he had left. He raised his arm and bellowed, "Do not be deceived by his facade. Let us all strike together. We number 15,000, and even a single technique from each of us could bury him. Let the name Konoha's cold light vanish from the ninja world today. Kill." With that, he swiftly formed the necessary seals and shouted, "Doton, Jur no Tsum." A multitude of sharp earthen spears erupted with ferocity, yet they were effortlessly torn apart by Jian's blade. Indeed, Captain Huang Tu speaks wisely. Let us all join forces. Konoha's cold light. Perish here. Not even a deity descending from the heavens could save you today. Countless rock ninjas hurriedly formed their seals, and in an instant, a torrential storm of attacks descended upon Jian. No matter how formidable Jian was, he could not repel them all. The adage "two fists cannot fight four hands" rang true. He felt the weight of perilous assaults from all directions, with attacks raining down from above and surrounding him. A barrage of colossal rocks, treacherous swamps, underground spikes, falling boulders, and menacing stone projectiles converged upon him. Although Jian temporarily remained unscathed thanks to his thunder armor, he knew he could not sustain this defense indefinitely. A single misstep would spell his doom. He realized he could not remain passive. He needed to seize control of the situation. With this resolve, a surge of terrifying lightning erupted from him, shattering all incoming attacks. Be careful, he's about to counterattack. Huang Tu shouted in alarm as he witnessed the violent surge of electricity enveloping Jian. Ninjutsu, Chidori blade. Sword wave. Jian raised his hand and unleashed a sweeping wave of razor-sharp energy. Danger! Get out of the way, do not obstruct him. Huang Tu's face paled as he saw the rock ninjas attempting to form seals to defend themselves. But it was too late. With a sickening sound, a multitude of rock ninjas were cleaved in two, their defenses obliterated. How could this monstrous being possess such power? Can we truly contend with a creature capable of defeating the third rakeage? After enduring a relentless barrage, Jian remained unscathed and effortlessly slaughtered them. The rock ninjas began to waver, doubt gnawing at their resolve. Shunshin no jutsu. Jian vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing amidst the rock ninjas. Do not forget, my expertise lies not only in lightning and strength, but also in unimaginable speed. I am renowned for my swiftness. Beware, that guy is using the body flicker technique. Quickly avoid him. Do not challenge him in a race. The rock ninjas were filled with dread as they scrambled to evade Jian's impending assault. Ha ha ha. Evade? You may as well try. If you manage to escape, I shall bestow upon you the name Konoha's cold light. Jian accelerated. The sound of tearing air filled the atmosphere. One by one, rock ninjas clutched their necks in horror as they collapsed, each strike delivering a swift and lethal blow. You bastard, do not be so arrogant. Han's voice suddenly rang out as he positioned himself like an impenetrable wall before Jian, unleashing a furious barrage of punches. Boil release. Jet meteor punch. Countless rapid punches tore through the air, converging into a tempest of violent illusions. Ora. Jian found himself forced to halt as he engaged in a furious exchange with Han. The ground erupted, trembling violently, while the air distorted under the onslaught, making it impossible to approach. Chapter 83. A monster beyond the Jinchuriki. What manner of creature is this? How can he stand toe-to-toe with Han without losing ground? Han possesses overwhelming strength. How can this individual fight him so effortlessly? It defies belief that such a terrifying monster could exist in this world. The surrounding rock ninjas gaped in astonishment, their throats dry with fear. Yet, the situation grew even more dire. Get out of my way. Jian suddenly roared, his right arm channeling the power of a dragon, crackling with furious lightning as he struck Han's arm with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Han, the formidable Jinchuriki, staggered back in agony, blood spilling forth as he sent several rock ninjas flying. In this clash of strength, he had lost. Impossible. Even Huang Tu felt a chill run down his spine. Han was the most formidable figure in Awagakure, capable of shattering mountains. How could he be bested by Jian in a battle of strength? What level of power does this individual possess? The other rock ninjas gazed at Jian as though he were a mythical beast, their resolve crumbling. Such a creature could not be matched by mere Jinin or Chunin. Is this surprising? Jian grinned. I am Tsunade's disciple. A bit of strength is to be expected. In truth, after his battle with the third Reikage, he had gained chakra of a quality befitting a Kage. Even when merely employing the lightning armor, his prowess was among the elite in the Kage tier. He acknowledged Han's strength as a Jinchuriki, but that was contingent upon his half-tailed beast transformation. In that state, Han might pose a challenge for Jian. However, now, Han was merely utilizing boil release, barely scraping by at the Kage level. Defeating him would not prove difficult. Given his previous performance, this was entirely within the realm of the ordinary. But then, a crisis struck. Doton, Kai Iwa no Jutsu. Yuki suddenly appeared behind Jian, delivering a mighty punch. The very air around them grew heavy, causing Jian to feel a chill run down his spine. He knew that even if he could withstand the attack, he would not dare confront it. The moment they made contact, he would be subjected to unimaginable gravity, and then swiftly petrified at that point. Should he be ambushed by others, the consequences would be dire. In a flash, he transformed into lightning and vanished. Yet, when he reappeared, a searing magma fist loomed before him, offering no respite. Jian crossed his arms over his head, bracing for impact as he felt the force of a mountain crashing down upon him, the sheer power threatening to shatter his very soul. With a thunderous crash, Jian was propelled into the mountainside, unable to contain a spurt of blood. Indeed, as a Jinchuriki, Han's strength was terrifyingly immense. "You little brat, perish," Han declared, reappearing, his body enveloped in steam, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Jian retreated, only to find himself behind Han once more. "You are in my way." Han found himself struck by Jian's Kirin technique, seemingly unfazed. The prowess of a steam ninja was truly remarkable. As Jian prepared to thrust his Chidori blade, intending to eliminate a troublesome adversary, Yuki's voice rang out once more. "Doton, Retsudo no Shugo." A massive earthen arm descended upon him, forcing Jian to evade once more. Yet, as he reappeared, Laozi was already before him, delivering a devastating punch, his body enveloped in searing magma, his chakra manifesting in a molten form. In this mode, possessing terrifying defensive and offensive capabilities, combined with the unparalleled martial arts of Laozi, can generate an astounding lethality. Supersized tailed beast spiral. Jian thrust forward, and in an instant, the spiral of destructive force hurtles toward the adversary. Boom! Lava erupts in all directions. Yet, Laozi's expression shifts immediately. How could it be? How could this individual possess such formidable power? His fist was indeed pushed back. However, even more horrifying events were yet to unfold. With a sudden sizzle, Jian's spiral directly tore through his lava-release chakra armor, and his arm was on the verge of being shredded. Hiss! Laozi's hair stood on end, urgently using an earthen clone to evade this strike. He materialized beside Noki, visibly shaken. "Noki, how can this guy be so strong?" In response, Noki nodded gravely, "Which is precisely why I have gathered such a vast army to confront him." The astonishment in his heart was no less than that of Laozi. In the lava-release chakra mode, even if he were to stand still and be attacked simultaneously by 10 Jonin, he would remain unscathed. If he unleashed his full power, he could even melt mountains. Not even the elite Jonin of the village could approach him without peril. The terrifying heat generated by the lava-release chakra would incinerate anything that came within a second of proximity. With such overwhelming strength, Laozi once single-handedly faced thousands of ninja from the land of grass, instilling fear that rendered them motionless. Yet now, such a formidable warrior had suffered such a significant setback in merely a brief encounter with Jian. This illustrates just how formidable Jian truly is. Moreover, "Is everything all right, Han?" Observing Han returning to his side, Noki inquired with concern. Just as Han was about to respond, he coughed up blood, staining his mask. His voice was weak. "I'm not dead yet, but I need to rest for a while before I can fight again." That last lightning release technique, had I not mitigated it with my steam armor, I would likely be gravely injured and unable to move, that he gasped as he continued. This guy is so young. Yet his speed, strength, destructive capability, and even defense completely surpass me. If Lao Zi and I were to collaborate alone in a spacious area, perhaps we could restrain him. However, his method of killing the third lineage has evidently not yet been employed. At present, the only one able to hold him back is you, Lord Sasuke. Hearing Han's words, Noki nodded solemnly. Indeed, Jian has yet to utilize the 100 heroes technique that defeated the third lineage, and he is already this terrifying. Just imagine how much more dreadful it would be if he unleashed it. Therefore, we must ensure he does not use it. Lord Sasuke, no matter how formidable he may be, let us lead the army to wear down his stamina. At that moment, a rebellious voice rang out. A man with a spiky hairstyle appeared, his emerald eyes fixated on Jian, licking his lips as if eyeing his prey. Do not underestimate him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Noki could not help but admonish. He is a rare talent from our village, possessing the explosive release bloodline limit and considerable strength. Chapter 84. Trapped in peril. Rest assured, Lord Sasuke, I will be exceedingly cautious. Sho revealed a bloodthirsty grin, addressing the gathered rock ninjas. Everyone, for the brighter future of Awagakure, let us pave the way for Lord Sasuke. Upon hearing these words, the rock ninjas initially displayed hesitation, but soon their expressions became resolute. Their assigned task was to act as cannon fodder. Attack. A total of 15,000 troops were divided by Noki into 30 large squads. Each squad consisted of 500 men, launching a relentless, unending assault on Jian. Even if Jian were a deity, he would be drained of all chakra. What does it feel like to have 15,000 individuals charging forward in succession? The sight before them was utterly black. Only the menacing faces of the rock ninjas drew near. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, even the sky seemed to change color. Earth release, stone dragon technique. Earth release, rock fist technique. Earth release, quagmire technique. The rock ninjas were frenzied. Even if Jian possessed the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, amidst this tumultuous sea of humanity, he would appear as inconsequential as a grain of rice. Completely submerged in the crowd, ninja sword technique, thousand birds blade. Jian darted like a flickering bolt of lightning, breaking through the frenzied ranks of rock ninjas left and right. The attacks on his lightning strike armor fell like a torrential downpour. Numerous rock ninjas fell before Jian, whether they were Jinan or Chunin. Yet this time, there were no vacancies to be filled. For every one he killed, 2 more would take their place. A ceaseless barrage of attacks descended upon Jian. At this point, no matter how gifted he may be, or how vast his chakra reserves rivaling a tailed beast, he must surely fall here. Sho grinned, his eyes reflecting a complete indifference to life. Standing beside him were a dozen jonin, clearly not to be underestimated. They were poised to intervene and minimize casualties when Jian seemed on the verge of collapse. Everyone, including Noki, firmly believed that no matter how fiercely Jian fought, he could not sustain himself for long. His chakra levels did not permit such an effort. No one could withstand the relentless onslaught of 15,000 troops indefinitely. However, Lord Sasuke, why does he still appear so vigorous? Half a day had passed, and the rock ninjas had been halved. Yet Jian remained as lively as ever, showing no signs of chakra depletion. Noki observed Jian, drenched in blood and with his lightning strike armor in tatters. Yet he continued to battle tirelessly like a god of war, and an intense chill began to rise in his heart. Does this man never exhaust his chakra? He suddenly felt that he might not fully comprehend Jian at all. Meanwhile, at Jiraiya's location, what did you say? Jian is besieged by 15,000 rock ninjas. Jiraiya, upon hearing the news from Uchiha Shursui, who was covered in blood, felt a shiver run down his spine. What a joke. How could Jian possibly have any chance of victory in such a lopsided battle? Moreover, most importantly, that detestable Raza, to betray so easily. Jiraiya hurriedly drafted 3 copies of this information, sending them to the front lines in the land of hot water, to the Hokage in Konoha, and to Minato at the front lines of Kirigakure. He then immediately ordered a state of emergency, informing them that Sunagakure had torn apart the alliance and now stood as an enemy. He quickly summoned all the jonin. What? Upon hearing Jiraiya's report about Jian's dire situation, the jonin were taken aback in horror. What should we do? Is Jian alive or dead? That damned Noki. How could he set such a trap to ambush Jian? Quickly dispatch forces for a rescue. Jian must still be holding on. Each jonin had differing thoughts. However, Uchiha Fugaku was the most agitated. Why Jian absolutely cannot die. Shinjitaro, Yamanaka Yashiyama, Saratobi Nagayama all hurriedly implored Jiraiya to send reinforcements, relay my orders. After a brief moment of internal struggle, Jiraiya immediately commanded, Uchiha Fugaku, you will lead 4,000 men to provide support. Senjutaro, Yamanaka Yashiyama, Saratobi Nagayama, you three will accompany him. The remaining 3,000 troops will remain with me on constant alert. Prepared for a potential attack from the Sand Ninja army, and promptly send a signal for aid to the Hokage, requesting an immediate deployment of 10,000 troops to reinforce the front lines. Upon hearing this, a jonin from the Saratobi clan promptly stepped forward to object. Lord Jiraiya, what are you joking about? Sending out so many people, what will happen to our main camp? The Sand Ninja have an army of 10,000. We barely have 3,000, even with your leadership, we cannot withstand them. Moreover, over half a day has already passed. Who knows if Yi Jian is alive or dead? To risk the lives of everyone at the front lines for someone whose fate is uncertain is folly. And it could lead to a catastrophic defeat for us. How can you make such a reckless decision? Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression darkened as he exclaimed, silence. He glared at the jonin from the Saratobi clan. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Do you think you alone understand this logic? Am I ignorant? But how can you be so certain that Yi Jian is dead? Have you considered the consequences of not rescuing him? Jiraiya's face flushed with anger. The infamy of neglecting to save him aside, his sacrifice could halt the swift progress of the medical system now underway. Jiraiya lamented the loss of the trust from the frontline ninjas. Foreseeing that Tsunade would storm in a fit of rage to hold the Saratobi clan accountable, that on the other hand, Noki might seize this opportunity to ally with the Sand Shinobi against us. Leaving the Hidden Leaf village to contend with all 4 major ninja villages simultaneously. Are we to send you, a fool, to resist them? Not to mention, if Yakumo manages to escape but finds no one to rescue him, he may very well turn against the leaf in despair. Can you bear such a grave cost? The Saratobi ninja stood speechless, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Jiraiya snorted and turned to the others, asking, do any of you have objections to my decision? The crowd shook their heads in unison. It was no jest. Yakumo had saved the lives of most of them. They would willingly sacrifice their lives for him. Very well, then let us depart at once. Jiraiya inhaled deeply. He must rescue Yakumo. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically as he read the message relayed by Jiraiya through the summoning technique. His pipe fell to the floor as disbelief washed over him. Just then, Tsunade forcefully burst into the office, slamming her hands on the table, demanding, has something happened to Yakumo? Why do I feel so unsettled? Is there any news from the frontline? Chapter 85. The possibility of curing hemophobia. Seeing Tsunade's anxious demeanor, the third Hokage sighed deeply and handed her the intelligence report. Let me see this boy. Tsunade said, her initial strength replaced by a pallor that rendered her unsteady, causing her to stagger back several steps. Impossible. This cannot be true. Tsunade looked at the third Hokage, urgency lacing her voice, quickly. Send troops to rescue Yakumo. The third Hokage's expression turned grave. Tsunade, there is only one place we can muster forces from now. Are you certain you wish to? Tsunade interrupted, her voice rising. What of the root organization? Are they not part of the leaf? If they dare not lend assistance, I shall dismantle their base. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, stating seriously, but who do you intend to lead this army for the rescue? Danzo? Orochimaru? Can you truly trust either of them? This question left Tsunade momentarily speechless. Damn it. She clenched her fists, bitterness flooding her thoughts. If only I had not developed hemophobia. Were it not for her condition, she could lead the troops herself. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Even with hemophobia, if she successfully led reinforcements to Jiraiya, he would have the necessary forces to rescue Yakumo. She turned to the third Hokage, declaring, I will go personally. Hearing this, the third Hokage furrowed his brows. Tsunade, you? If Tsunade had looked closely, she would have noticed a glimmer of hope in the third Hokage's eyes. No more discussion. Old man, assemble the troops for rescue at once. I will deliver them to Jiraiya. I do not need to engage in battle. Thus, even with hemophobia, Tsunade felt capable of fulfilling this task. She spoke urgently. After a moment of faint contemplation, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to anyone, a smile crept onto his lips. With Tsunade's hemophobia, not only had her combat effectiveness diminished, but the leaf had also lost a medical sage. She could not even bear to see blood. The third Hokage had long been troubled by how to help Tsunade overcome her condition, as this would bolster the leaf's strength. It seemed, however, that the opportunity had finally arrived. Initially, it was the death of her brother and lover that had instilled in her the fear of losing those close to her. Now, with Yakumo in peril, the stakes were higher than ever. Perhaps, in her deep concern for him, she would overcome her psychological barriers and conquer her hemophobia. What? Yakumo is being besieged by the rock shinobi and is in grave danger. To be honest, when Danzo learned of this news, he could hardly contain his delight. A and eyesore, a thorn in his side, was on the verge of death. How could he not rejoice? He nearly burst into laughter at the prospect. Even if the third Hokage were to requisition 4,000 ninjas from his root organization, adding to the 6,000 under his command to form a grand army of 10,000 for the rescue, he would not only agree but would be elated. He had long sought to place his people on the front line, yet had found no opportunity. Now, it had presented itself on a silver platter, and he had no reason to refuse. This would allow him to formally recommend Orochimaru as the commander. Surely, the third Hokage would agree, as who could be more suitable than Orochimaru? Certainly not the crippled Tsunade. In that scenario, Orochimaru would not only earn merit, but also establish his influence on the front line, plotting against Yakumo while continuously acquiring corpses for research. Thus, Orochimaru would have another chance to vie for the Hokage position. While Danzo would fortify his own standing, he felt it was a flawless plan. However, when he inquired about who should lead the forces, the response from his subordinates left him feeling as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. For the commander would be Tsunade. What nonsense is this? Danzo's fury ignited. He would not allow such a situation to unfold, just as he was about to argue with the third Hokage, urging him to replace Tsunade with Orochimaru. She barged in forcefully. Danzo, I advise you not to delay my rescue mission. Tsunade's face radiated a murderous intent. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to dismantle your root organization. Danzo glared intensely at Tsunade, his heart pounding in trepidation. Tsunade had entered with fierce determination, having sent several people flying, appearing before him drenched in blood. Yet, how could this be? Tsunade was supposed to be afflicted by hemophobia. Shouldn't she be pale and terrified? Trapped in a memory of fear at the sight of blood. Yet now, while her complexion was somewhat ashen, the terror was conspicuously absent. Tsunade's hemophobia seemed to be waning. For Danzo, this was far from good news. Tsunade, what are you planning? Are you staging a rebellion? Danzo bellowed darkly, his mood souring as he glared at her. Hey, do you not respect me as your advisor? Do you not understand the concept of hierarchy? If Tsunade's hemophobia was indeed recovering, that meant there was one more person who could cause him trouble, and not just anyone, but the most troublesome kind, as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage. And the princess of the Land of Fire, Tsunade held a significant position. If anything were to happen to her, it would spell disaster. Not only would the noble families of the Land of Fire hold him accountable, but many clans within the Leaf Village would also speak on her behalf. Humph, a rebellion. Tsunade chuckled with disdain. What if I do rebel? Enough of this chatter. Gather 4,000 troops for me at once. Do not try to play tricks, or I will show you that this medical sage is quite adept with poison as well. Faced with Tsunade's threat, Danzo let out a displeased huff. This is the only time. Do not let it happen again. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. He could never truly act against Tsunade, unless she were completely abandoned by the Leaf, or if she truly sought to rebel and slaughter the village. That would be a different matter, but that was impossible. Consider yourself lucky. Tsunade scoffed. Turning to leave, she was equally surprised by her calm reaction upon seeing blood. She had expected to fall into a paralyzing fear again. Yet instead, the first image that came to mind was Yakumo covered in blood. In that moment, one thought consumed her. To save him, she would not allow her last kin Yakumo to depart from her life. The symptoms of her hemophobia had significantly eased. Unexpectedly, because of this boy, she had begun to unravel the knots in her heart. Tsunade chuckled to herself, realizing she had chosen the right student. Yakumo, you must not come to harm. We still have a battle to fight. Minato Namikaze also received this news. He could only pray that Yakumo would be safeguarded by fate. He could not fathom who could remain unscathed amidst such an onslaught. Chapter 86, A Strike That Alters the Terrain. Chidori blade. With a swift swing of his sword, he unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that cleaved through a dozen approaching rock ninjas. Leaning on his long sword, Jian gasped for breath, his throat rendered hoarse and his mind beginning to blur. Every inch of his body ached profoundly, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Just how many had he slain? 5?